Yemo accidentally transmigrated into a post-apocalyptic high martial world, and right at the start found himself blocked at his own door by a vicious uncanny entity. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he awakened the Life Dominator system. As long as there is life that can be used, he can rapidly force his martial skills to advance. By slaying the uncanny and the demonic, he can claim their remaining life as his own. Midnight, exactly 12 o'clock. In the owner's group chat of Minghu Residential Complex, someone typed, "There is a monster carrying a gigantic axe with a ridiculous rooster comb hairstyle pacing back and forth at my door. He's covered in blood, and there is a huge gash ripped open across his belly. He is clearly not human. At this hour of the night, could it really be like the broadcast said that the uncanny have revived? Not human, could it be an evil spirit? Just now I heard someone pounding furiously on my door. I thought some idiot was knocking in the middle of the night, but it turned out to be this monster." So the end-time horrors have finally set their sights on single dogs. I'm not even married yet, I've never even held a girlfriend's hand. I don't want to die. I'm the group owner. Everyone quiet. The revival of the uncanny and the appearance of malevolent spirits is a major incident that must be reported. All residents currently at home, quickly send your room numbers into the group. In a moment we'll call the Demon Suppression Division, so they can come rescue you and know exactly where to find you. Room 503, 2 people. Room 412, family of 3. Room 112. Yemo stared speechlessly at the phone screen. He had just woken up and transmigrated, and the moment he arrived in this new life, he bumped into such explosive news in the group chat. Midnight. Revival of evil spirits. It all sounded like some horror movie. Swept along by the atmosphere in the group, even Yemo, a staunch materialist, began to feel a little afraid. He had transmigrated already. Running into a few uncanny beings was hardly impossible. After a moment's thought, Yemo also typed his own room number into the chat. Room 9091, person. What on earth is this situation? After sending the message, Yemo felt somewhat at a loss. Just last night, he had been juggling as Zhao Yun in a game, slaughtering opponents on all sides, and after one night's sleep, he had actually transmigrated. Looking at this rental room that was both familiar and unfamiliar, Yemo sighed inwardly. He had never expected the transmigration business to expand so wildly. Falling asleep after a gaming session was enough to cross worlds. Was it because he played Zhao Yun too brilliantly, carrying 4 teammates at once, and even hard carrying female players to godlike scores, drawing someone's inexplicable jealousy? Hiss, my head. Yemo's mind felt like a jumble, as if the memories of this body were merging with his own. Having been tempered by countless web novels, Yemo quickly accepted the fact that he had transmigrated. At the same time, he maintained an extremely high level of vigilance toward his surroundings. The worlds that transmigrators arrived in were never peaceful. Running into demons and ghosts was practically standard. To be safe, besides posting his room number in the group chat, Yemo also took out the ultimate self-defense weapon of all transmigrators. He dialed the official emergency line. "Hello," he said, "is this Onionezero? Something's wrong here. I might have encountered an uncanny entity." "Yes, I'm in room 909 of Lakeside Residential Complex." "Yes. Besides me, there are more than a dozen other neighbors in this complex waiting to be rescued. When can you send someone over to take a look?" Yemo felt he had handled everything properly. After transmigrating, if you encountered danger, wasn't calling the police at the first opportunity exactly what you were supposed to do? Right now, he was penniless and unfamiliar with this place. Seeking shelter under official protection was the best option. But as soon as Yemo finished giving his information, he heard the operator on the other end suck in a sharp breath. "Are you sure you're in Lakeside Residential Complex?" The Lakeside Complex in the southern part of the city had a fire 3 years ago. The residents were all evacuated elsewhere long ago. No one has lived there for years. Where are these neighbors of yours coming from? Damn. Hearing the operator's answer, a cold chill raced down Yemo's spine. That reminder seemed to accelerate the fusion of his memories. He remembered now, 3 years ago, there had been a gas explosion at Lakeside Complex. A great blaze killed 70 or 80 people. After that inferno, the residents moved away to other places. Now Lakeside Complex was an uninhabited estate. Neighbors. There shouldn't be any neighbors at all. Yemo instinctively glanced at the owner's group chat on his phone. The interface had changed. One by one the characters turned blood-red and grotesquely twisted, as if blood could seep right out of the screen. He's exposed himself. He said he's in room 909. What a foolish boy. I thought we'd have to spend some effort to track him down, but he actually handed us his address himself. We've got a snack for tonight. Should we steam him or braise him? Such a tough choice. Don't forget to save a thigh for me. Guillermo was completely stunned by this bizarre scene. What in the world was going on? It was as if he were watching a group of uncanny entities, discussing how to devour him alive. In this world the uncanny truly existed. Fortunately, Guillermo's reaction was swift. As he closed the chat interface, he immediately grabbed his phone and hurried out of the room. He was not the type to sit and await death. He had to find another apartment to hide in before those uncanny beings located him. Guillermo sprinted up 2 flights of stairs in one go. He happened to spot the door of room 1011 standing ajar. He slipped inside and pulled the door tightly shut. No sooner had he hidden himself than he heard footsteps echoing downstairs, the sharp tap-tap-tap sounding, as if they were heading to his previous room to look for him. Good thing I ran. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed by that group of uncanny creatures. Hello? Can you still hear me? The operator's urgent voice sounded from his phone. Yes, I can, Guillermo replied, doing his best to steady his trembling voice. Having official rescue forces sent over was probably his only way out. Hearing that Guillermo was still alive, the operator on the other end also let out a sigh of relief. You really are something. Don't you know the world isn't peaceful anymore? Outside there are demonic beasts, and calamities within the uncanny are reviving. Especially in places where people died with heavy resentment. Those are the spots most likely to spawn uncanny disasters. What did you run there for, looking for a thrill? Right, what did I come here for? Guillermo suddenly thought of a crucial question. A fresh wave of stabbing pain lanced through his head. As more than half of the original owner's memories fused with his own, Guillermo finally figured out why this body had come to the deserted complex. The original owner of this body was also called Guillermo. He came here to sit for the midterm practical exam of the 3rd year at Jinma High School. That's right, Guillermo had come here for an exam. This was a post-apocalyptic world of high martial cultivation. There were martial artists with extraordinary power, but there were even more powerful demonic beasts and demon clans ceaselessly invading humanity and compressing its living space. In the last 10 years, human habitation zones had even seen the rise of a new scourge known as uncanny disasters. These were like what Guillermo had just encountered, the uncanny reviving the dead, returning in a twisted form to roam the world. To combat the ever-growing plagues of demons and uncanny horrors, humanity had instituted 12 years of compulsory demon suppression education, ensuring everyone learned how to deal with monsters and ghosts as they grew up. Practical combat assessments were an indispensable trial for every senior student about to graduate from a demon suppression high school. This particular assignment was actually very simple. A 3rd-year demon suppression student had to choose a place with heavy pain and resentment and spend a night there to see whether an uncanny disaster would occur. So that night Guillermo chose to stay at Lakeside Complex. On the other end, after hearing Guillermo's explanation, the operator was speechless. So you're a 3rd-year demon suppression student taking the midterm exam. No wonder. Still, your luck is something else. The task is just to pick a place with heavy resentment and watch whether an uncanny disaster occurs. It's incredibly simple. Out of 1,000 people, it's rare for even one to actually encounter the uncanny. But you went straight for a full-scale uncanny revival in an entire complex. Hearing the operator's complaint, Guillermo could only smile bitterly. Indeed, the task should have been simple. Before the exam, the invigilator would have the students select a resentful location as their testing site. Such places were usually quite safe. After all this time without any uncanny revival, it was hardly likely to erupt on the very night you moved in. The odds were about the same as winning the lottery. Most candidates just found a place to sleep, and the exam was as good as passed. But Guillermo had hit the jackpot. Not only had he encountered the uncanny, those monsters had even killed the original owner of this body. Only then had Guillermo transmigrated here. He was speechless. You died quickly and cleanly, but what about me? Hemmed in by a horde of uncanny entities, was he supposed to fight them hidden? There was no time to complain. Yemo hurriedly asked the operator how he could be rescued. Don't panic. We're professionals at handling this kind of situation. Trust the professionals, we will get you out. As it happens, we have a veteran patrol officer near your complex. I've already told him about you. He's currently figuring out how to locate you and bring you to safety. He says he already went to room 909 and didn't see you inside. That Yemo quickly explained. I exposed my location in the uncanny group chat, so I changed rooms. I'm in room 1011 now. Smart. The operator praised Yemo's quick thinking, then reminded him, all right, I've told the patrol officer to go to room 1011 to find you. Just stay in the apartment and wait to be rescued. Just as Yemo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the scrape of an iron axe dragging along the floor outside the door. Then the operator's voice came from just beyond the threshold, now chillingly cold. So this is where you are. Cluck, cluck, cluck. No wonder I couldn't find you in room 909. The relieved expression on Yemo's face froze, and the heart he had just lowered stopped beating altogether. What in the world was happening? Stunned as he was, Yemo's mind still spun at high speed, and he quickly realized he had been played by an uncanny entity. The operator was actually an uncanny imposter. He had been toyed with twice in a row. Were the uncanny in this world really so intelligent? They were nothing like the stiff-hopping corpses he had imagined. Fine. If that was how they wanted to play it, so be it. Yemo rolled up his sleeves, fully prepared to go all out. He would charge out and fight the uncanny heathen. Early death or late death, it was death all the same. At worst, 18 years later, he would be a good man again. Just then a voice rang in Yemo's ears. Ding. Host detected in extreme danger. Ding. Uncanny aura detected. Life Dominator system initiating emergency activation. Ding. Life Dominator system successfully activated. Host currently has 28 years of usable life. System. The moment Yemo heard the system's voice, his whole body trembled with excitement. The system might arrive late, but it would never fail to arrive. This was the ultimate weapon every transmigrator dreamed of. Brother Tomsy, you came at just the right time. He suddenly paused. Wait, that's not right. Why does my system show only a single lifespan value? What does Life Mastery System even mean? The system interface was simple and clear. Available time for the host 28 years. And that was all. This left Yemo completely baffled. Available time 28 years. Did it mean he could only live for another 28 years? What was the point of telling him that? He had no idea how this system calculated lifespan. With that eerie entity blocking his door, Yemo felt that without the system lending him a hand, he might not survive the night. Fortunately, the system soon offered an explanation. Life Mastery System, the host may rapidly ascend in skills and martial techniques by consuming lifespan. By killing monsters, you can obtain additional lifespan. Again, it was merely two brief lines, stark and straightforward, nothing more. Clearly this was a very taciturn system. Soon after, Yemo watched as his attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Host Yemo. Usable lifespan 28 years. Blood and chi value 0. 62. 0. 5 is the blood and chi value of a normal adult. Rating slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Possess martial technique Jinmal Body Tempering Art Beginner. Jinmal Body Tempering Art is the only martial technique currently owned by the host. Would you like to use lifespan to catalyze and enhance your cultivation level? Jinmal Body Tempering Art. Yemo could not be more familiar with this technique. It was a compulsory skill for everyone at the Jinmal school. Years of practice could increase one's blood and chi value, and its special circulation method allowed it to inflict damage upon eerie entities. It was essentially a common ubiquitous technique on par with the 12 sets of radio calisthenics from Yemo's previous life. Do it! This one it is! No matter what, it's still a martial technique, he muttered. Prompted by the system, Yemo roughly understood how to use this thing. With a single shift of thought, 1 year of his lifespan was invested into the Jinmal Body Tempering Art. Soon the system chimed. Ding! You have arduously trained the Jinmal Body Tempering Art for 1 year, finally raising it from beginner to introductory level. A mighty surge of power rises from your abdomen, and your blood and chi value increases to 0. 75. Just as the system described once, he received the prompt, Yimo felt a force surge up from his abdomen coursing through his entire body. He felt his strength grow noticeably. So this is how it works. Yimo's heart leapt. That experiment had allowed him to grasp the system's pattern. It essentially used his lifespan as fuel to rapidly catalyze the advancement of his martial techniques. Yimo swung his fists and feet, executing several smooth, continuous sequences of punches, a portion of the Jinmal body tempering art. It's not an illusion, he murmured. I'm far more proficient in the Jinmal body tempering art than before. My punching strength and speed have both increased significantly. Any skill worthy of being called a martial technique was a distilled essence of human combat involving special methods of channeling power. Once proficiency broke through a threshold, one's overall strength would inevitably rise. What made the system extraordinary was that it required no real-world time. It allowed him to directly overdraft his lifespan to refine his skills proficiency. Proficiency that would have taken Yimo a full year of bitter training to gain was accomplished in the span of a single thought. Once he realized this, there was nothing left to hesitate about. He plunged in without restraint. Yimo poured a large portion of his lifespan into improving the Jinmal body tempering art's proficiency. Ding! You spent 5 years honing your craft, finally elevating the Jinmal body tempering art to the minor achievement level. Your fists generate wind with every strike. Your blood and chi value has risen to 0. 9. Ding! You spent another 3 years diligently training your martial technique. Unfortunately, without the aid of precious pills, your blood and chi value is difficult to improve further, and your martial technique stagnates. Ding! Refusing to accept your fate, you invest another 7 years. Benefiting from heaven's reward for diligence, even without valuable pills, you still break through that barrier. Your Jinmal body tempering art reaches major achievement. Your blood and chi value increases to 1. 2. Ding! You continue your efforts, spending a full 10 years, and without any pill support, through astonishing perseverance, you temper your martial technique to a state of perfection. Your blood and chi value rises to 1. 5, stepping into the realm of quasi-martial artist. Remaining lifespan 2 years. Well now, he muttered. My martial technique has already reached perfection. My blood and chi value has even climbed to 1. 5, the level of a quasi-martial artist. Yimo felt it was unbelievable, as though he were dreaming. Martial technique proficiency was divided into beginner, introductory, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and consummate mastery. With each level gained, the technique's power and its enhancement to one's blood and chi would increase, but so would the difficulty of progressing further. The higher one climbed, the harder it became. Although the Jinmal body tempering art was a dimedicine technique that almost everyone knew, Yimo had never heard of anyone cultivating it to perfection. Even those senior instructors at school had only reached the minor achievement stage. To train the Jinmal body tempering art to perfection, improbably the first in Binhai City, he mused. Yimo felt that throughout Binhai City no one but him had pushed the Jinmal body tempering art to perfection. To achieve perfection in this art, Yimo had invested a total of 22 years. Who would pour such a vast span of time into an entry-level martial technique that hadn't even reached the first rank? More outrageous still, Yimo had relied on this entry-level technique at great perfection to brute force his way into the realm of a quasi-first-rank martial artist. A blood and chi value of 1. 5. That was precisely the standard for a quasi-martial artist. The martial ranks were divided into quasi-martial artist, first-rank martial artist, second-rank martial artist, and so on. One of the most crucial criteria for becoming a martial artist was blood and chi. A blood and chi value of 1. 8 marked a first-rank martial artist's values between 1. 5 and 1. 8 were considered quasi-martial artists. Yimo fell silent. The speed at which he had become a quasi-martial artist was absurdly fast. Even in this high martial world, becoming a quasi-martial artist was no easy feat. Especially in this post-apocalyptic world of scarce resources, becoming a martial artist with limited supplies was even more difficult, practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In the entire third-year cohort of Jinman 2 High School with its 2500 students, there were only a dozen or so quasi-martial artists, and they had all been propped up by families wealthy enough to pile resources on them. People from ordinary families, like Yimo's, could not compare. For a common household to produce a martial artist was harder than reaching the heavens. Talent, luck, effort, and resources. None of these could be lacking. Countless families had poured in vast amounts of time bankrupting themselves and burning through resources on their children, yet still failed to create even a ripple. Yet EMO had done it with a single thought in just a few seconds. This stark contrast gave him an almost unreal feeling. "This system is insane," he muttered. EMO opened his attribute panel again. It had already changed. Host EMO. Usable lifespan 2 years. Blood and chi value 1. 5. Rating quasi-martial artist. Possess martial technique Jinmal body tempering art perfection. EMO threw another punch, his fist so fast it left after images. Wind roared beneath his fists, and there was an intangible hint of profound charm within his movements. "So this is what strength feels like," he breathed. "It's incredible." EMO could not get enough of it. By this point EMO had fully grasped how to use the system. As long as he had sufficient lifespan, he could instantly catalyze techniques to a high level of proficiency. Moreover, these catalyzed techniques could quickly raise his blood and chi value. Blood and chi served as this world's metric for evaluating combat strength, with martial artists divided into first, second, third, and higher ranks according to its level. A blood and chi value of 1. 8 marked the threshold of a first-rank martial artist, while 10 signified the entry-level threshold for a second-rank martial artist. "This isn't just all roads leading to Rome," he thought. "This is being born directly in Rome." EMO understood that as long as he could secure enough blood and chi, he could raise his strength to unfathomable heights in a very short time. To become stronger, the first step was to obtain more blood and chi. According to the system's prompt, to gain blood and chi, I need to kill monsters. And as for monsters, there just happens to be one right here. Perhaps to amplify EMO's fear and indulge its own twisted amusement, the eerie being outside, its muscles bulging, hair parted down the middle, black veins protruding, a gaping wound across its abdomen, a deathly pale face, and a tracksuit bearing a name tag reading Kun Ba, did not rush in immediately. Instead, it swung the heavy axe at its hand again and again at EMO's front door. In just a short while it had hacked a half-meter-long hole in the alloy door of room 1011, each strike landing with a resounding thud. As it chopped, it muttered in a hoarse, gloomy voice, "You're hiding in there. I know you're hiding in there. Open the door for me. Open the door." It let out a chilling giggle. "I can't wait to have my fun with you." Seeing Kun Ba so arrogant, as though he already had EMO in the bag, EMO decided this would be his target. He would take this one down. This was a convenient eerie entity delivered right to his doorstep. EMO discovered that, after gaining strength, his courage had grown as well, enough that he dared to take on an eerie being. Kun Ba kept hacking at the door in excitement. Before killing, making humans feel despair and helplessness was what eerie beings enjoyed most. To them, this was like the simple amusement humans derive from playing around, an addictive pleasure. Kun Ba began to anticipate EMO's expression. Trapped in the room by a malevolent eerie like him, the human must be terrified, he thought. Surely EMO had already been scared to the point of losing control. Yet before Kun Ba could savor his excitement, his next swing cut through empty air, not because the door had been fully chopped down, but because it had been opened. EMO stepped out from behind the door, glanced at Kun Ba, then at the cracks in the metal, and said with a playful tone, "Brother, hacking my door in the middle of the night, that's destruction of private property plus breaking and entering. It's a stain on public order and morality. If you don't give me satisfactory compensation today, I'm afraid your life is going to end right here." At the same time, EMO noticed the name tag on the eerie being's tracksuit. So he was called Kun Ba. No wonder he was so fierce. Staring at EMO's amused face, Kun Ba was full of question marks. Since when were humans this calm? The human's demeanor was completely different from the terror and panic Kun Ba had pictured. What kind of hidden trump card gave this man such calm confidence? Regardless, Kun Ba felt utterly slighted. He was an evil eerie after all, yet this human stood there coolly demanding compensation right to his face. Never in his eerie life had he experienced such blatant disregard. "You are courting death," it roared. With a scream, Kun Ba swung the rusty fire axe in his hand straight at EMO. Empowered by eerie strength, that axe strike carried immense weight, carving a deep pit into the wall with a single blow. Unfortunately for it, EMO was faster. The instant the axe descended, he slipped aside with a deft, almost instinctive sidestep, The evasive footwork from the Jinmao body tempering art. Having reached great perfection, Yemo could employ this step with ease. As Kun Ba's guard opened, Yemo seized the perfect moment and drove a heavy punch into its abdomen. A faint blue light flowed over Yemo's fist. The Jinmao body tempering arts added suppressive power against eerie beings. With a booming sound, like a struck bell, Yemo's punch sent Kun Ba flying out into the corridor. The creature's chest caved invisibly to the naked eye. With that single blow, Yemo had almost punched straight through Kun Ba. Yemo was stunned. He had not expected himself to become so formidable that one punch nearly killed an eerie being. Kun Ba, as an eerie, was equally dumbfounded. It had assumed Yemo's threat to kill. It was empty bravado. Never had it imagined that this human actually possessed the strength to do so. This punch left the monstrous Kunba severely injured, staggering for quite some time before managing to rise. Yemo was speechless. He thought this bizarre creature with a chicken-like hairstyle would be formidable. He had prepared himself for a desperate fight only to discover it was nothing more than an impressive facade. It was merely a bit stronger in brute force, relying entirely on heavy blows without any technique. In the face of his perfected town demon body refinement technique, it was utterly insignificant. Kunba was also dazed by Yemo's punch, wondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It had been sent flying by a human with a single punch. Was this a dream? Yah! Kunba, refusing to accept defeat, charged forward again with a wide stance. With a loud bang, it was once more sent flying into the corridor, rolling several times before coming to a stop. This time it was kicked. Kunba realized its not-so-bright mind grasping its current predicament. It had encountered a tough opponent. This kid was clearly a skilled fighter, and his combat power was probably even above Kunba's. Yet even with a broken brain, Kunba couldn't figure out why this kid, who was clearly a powerful figure, was so panicked on the phone asking for help. Is this just fishing? Humans are truly insidious. Kunba felt it was being played, completely forgetting how it had initially disgusted Yemo. You're a monster. So weak, yet you pretend to be out here robbing people. Yemo laughed, shifting from defense to offense, planning to mock the monster before him. Kunba, this kid not only wanted to kill me, he also wanted to mock me. Is he trying to kill me while attacking my heart? Hearing Yemo continue, with your little ability, the teammates behind you could take care of you for me. You wouldn't even need to wait for me to make a move. What? This human is help. Kunba instinctively turned around, but at that very moment Yemo seized the opportunity and charged forward with lightning speed, snatching the bloodied fire axe from Kunba's hand, smashing its head and chest apart in 2 swift strikes. Yemo had studied knowledge about monsters at the town demon high school, and for low-level monsters, breaking their heads and hearts would likely result in their death. Kunba clearly fell into this category. Damn. Tricked again. This was Kunba's last thought as it lost consciousness forever. It seems this group of monsters possesses some intelligence, though unfortunately not much. Monsters are peculiar creatures. They are not like demonic beasts that can generate all sorts of misleading abilities to lure their prey. Yemo had just crossed over not long ago and had already been attacked by monsters. However, in terms of thought process and problem-solving speed, monsters were far inferior to humans. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a junior vicious spirit and gaining 5 years of life. Here it comes. Yemo opened his attribute panel and saw that the available life value section had increased from 2 years to 7 years. This meant he had 7 more years of life to squander. Hunting a junior vicious spirit grants 5 years of life. According to the classification of monsters, they are divided into 6 levels: Ghost, Vicious Spirit, Sinister Monster, Deadly Monster, Nightmare, and Disaster, with ghosts being the weakest and disasters the strongest. Each category is further divided into junior, intermediate, and senior levels. It is said that there are even higher existences beyond that, but those are beyond Yemo's reach. Yemo felt that the life value gained from killing monsters was definitely related to their strength. Killing stronger monsters would yield more life value. For instance, killing sinister monsters, or those of despair level, would definitely grant more than 5 years of life. However, Yemo was self-aware. As monsters advanced in rank, their strength increased geometrically. With his current strength, he could only deal with junior vicious spirits or weaker monsters. If he encountered a higher level monster, it might be him who ends up dead. The early stage of leveling up is the most troublesome. I must be careful to avoid those high-level monsters, to avoid becoming a boxed lunch. It would be best to have a comfortable area to farm monsters, allowing me to happily reap rewards. With the Life Master system, killing monsters to gain enough life value is my guarantee for becoming stronger. Speaking of a monster farming area, isn't there one right here? Guillermo looked at the eerie building and, calming down, pondered a question. This is a domain where monsters have just revived, feared by the residents. The Kumba running around the corridor is merely at the vicious spirit level. The other monsters are probably even weaker. These low-level monsters that have just revived are the best targets for harvesting. Moreover, the most dramatic part is that this group of monsters initially revealed their identities in a chat group to lure Guillermo into revealing which room he was in. Room 503. 2 people. Room 412. A family of 3. Room 112. Good heavens. This saved Guillermo the time of searching. He could just follow the information from the chat group and knock on each door. This group of newly revived monsters probably never expected that the prey they thought Guillermo would be turned into a hunter to hunt them down. What was that saying? A great hunter often appears in the form of prey. The hunting moment has begun. Thinking about how much life value he would soon harvest, Guillermo couldn't help but feel excited. However, to be safe, he would first target a solitary monster. Room 1023. Grandpa Zhao alone. This was the information sent in the chat group. While other monsters just stated which room and how many people lived there, this one even revealed its name and identity. What a fool. At the door of room 1023, there was a loud knocking sound. Knock, knock, knock. Community bringing warmth. Is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock. After Guillermo knocked 81 times, the slow-moving Grandpa Zhao finally made his way to the door and opened it. This was a pitch-black monster with its body and face burnt to a crisp, its hair completely gone. Clearly it was a burnt monster. When Grandpa Zhao saw Guillermo at the door, his dull gray eyes sparked with excitement, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. This was not the community bringing warmth, it was the community delivering a living person. It was a timely delivery. The monster Grandpa Zhao reached out with his thin, bony hand towards Guillermo, who easily dodged by sidestepping. After witnessing the speed of this monster, Guillermo realized it was definitely no match for him. Taking down this monster was practically guaranteed. However, he still had to act convincingly. Not finishing halfway is a good habit. Grandpa Zhao, don't rush. I'm from the community. Isn't it Elderly Day these days? The community is hosting an event to care for the elderly, bringing warmth to lonely seniors like you. Congratulations, you've won first prize in the community's Elderly Day event. A fire axe. Look, I'm just delivering it to you. As he spoke, Guillermo pulled out a 1-meter-long bloodied axe from behind him, the very one he had taken from Kumba. Under Grandpa Zhao's puzzled gaze, Guillermo suddenly raised the axe and brought it down. The monster Grandpa Zhao couldn't dodge in time, and the axe cleaved a deep wound into his chest, nearly splitting him in half. Only then did Grandpa Zhao realize that this was not a delivery of an axe, but rather an axe meant to send him away. TCH. Still too unrefined, this axe strike veered wildly off target. Old Master Zhao, please hold still. I'll send you another swing. Consider this axe a complimentary gift from our community with heartfelt goodwill. No extra charge. Guillermo hefted the blood-slicked axe, preparing for his second assault. Old Master Zhao was so terrified by Guillermo's feral words that he wet himself. You're not charging me, but you're trying to kill me. Is this even human speech? Old Master Zhao could not fathom it. He, a bona fide entity of the uncanny, had refrained from slaughtering at doorways, yet here he was, trapped and hunted at his own threshold. Who truly was the monster, the uncanny, or he? How is it that this lone human appears more savage than we, the uncanny themselves? Wait! Stammering through broken, uneven syllables, Old Master Zhao tried desperately to slam the door shut, to turn the enclosed room into a fortress. Alas, it was already too late. Ferocious Guillermo kicked the door wide open, and charged in, hacking wildly until the entity fell dead. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have slain one mid-tier spectral wraith, earning 1 year of lifespan. Ah, blissful relief. So this was merely a mid-tier spectral wraith. No wonder it was so feeble. Guillermo stretched his limbs and joints. He was thoroughly satisfied with this battle. He had effortlessly eliminated this specter-class entity, without sustaining a single wound. Moreover, through this skirmish, Guillermo had gained a rough sense of the uncanny presence within the building, most likely ranging from spectral wraiths to feral wraiths, with only minor variance in strength. Perhaps he might encounter one or two stronger specimens, beyond the rank of junior feral wraith. If they proved too formidable for him to defeat, he could still flee unscathed. Finding an ideal hunting ground isn't easy. Once such a low-tier resurgent site emerges, noble clan's heirs swiftly seize it, leaving none for me. Guillermo, living in the apocalypse, well understood how rare it was to stumble upon a domain where low-tier uncanny entities manifested. Typically, the moment such a low-tier domain is discovered, major powers descend immediately, sealing off the site and dispatching their novice heirs to hone their skills upon the emergent entities. For Guillermo to single-handedly clear an entire low-tier domain like this today was rarer than winning the lottery. I've struck the jackpot. To Guillermo, this domain was an untouched treasury. Each newly awakened entity was a walking reservoir of lifespan. Guillermo resolved to purge every uncanny presence in this residential complex tonight. Yet he did not rush to knock on the next door. Instead, he opened his attribute panel and invested the 6 years of lifespan he just earned into the martial art demon sealing body refinement technique. Ding! You have devoted 6 years to arduous cultivation of the demon sealing body refinement technique. Through relentless effort, you have finally reached the threshold of that ineffable mystic realm, profound beyond comprehension. Your demon sealing body refinement technique advances further. Vital chi value increases to 1. 6. A1. 6 vital chi value, that's merely a 0. 1 increase. Though pleased by the modest rise in vital chi, Guillermo also realized the higher the cultivation tier, the more grueling the progress becomes. 6 years of investment had yielded little more than a ripple on the surface. His current mastery of the demon sealing body refinement technique stood at the perfected realm. Only one final stage remained elusive: the celestial forge's blessing. I need more lifespan. I refuse to believe 6 years won't unlock the celestial forge's blessing. What about 10 years? 20? Guillermo hardened his resolve. For now, this was his sole martial art, so he would pour every ounce of effort into it. With enhanced strength came renewed confidence. Following the rune coordinates shared in the chat channel, he proceeded methodically, knocking door after door. Knock, 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 knock. Community service, we bring warmth. Knock, 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 knock. Anyone home? We're checking water meters. Knock, 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 knock. Old Wong from next door has gone missing. I heard someone say he ran straight into your apartment. Please open up. I'll just verify whether he's inside. Sister Wong, don't be shy. I won't gossip. I just need you to open the door first. The sound of doors opening echoed intermittently, followed by startled roars and piercing shrieks. Then silence, swift and absolute. Over an hour later, Guillermo emerged from building 1 of Lakeside residential complex, his clothes spattered with blood, gripping a fire axe. After that hour of slaughter, Guillermo had slain 23 uncanny entities, earning 18 years of lifespan. Without hesitation, Guillermo channeled all 18 years into the demon sealing body refinement technique. Ding! You have devoted 18 years to rigorous cultivation of the demon sealing body refinement technique. You feel yourself drawing nearer, ever closer, to that ethereal intangible realm. Vital chi value rises slightly, to 1. 7. Guillermo stared blankly. Good heavens! Even after investing 18 years, he still hadn't broken through. You keep inching forward, so why won't you cross over? Guillermo also noticed a flaw, though he cleared building 1 thoroughly. The entities slain were numerous yet low tier, yielding scant lifespan. A junior spectral wraith granted half a year. A mid-tier spectral wraith 1 year. A senior spectral wraith 2 years. Of the 23 entities slain, not a single one surpassed the rank of feral wraith. This severely hampered his grinding efficiency. Securing even a few feral wraiths would make all the difference. A junior feral wraith alone was worth 5 years of lifespan, equivalent to slaying 10 junior spectral wraiths. Building 1 of Lakeside residential complex was now fully purged. Guillermo prepared to investigate the remaining 2 buildings. Lakeside Residential Complex comprised 3 buildings: Building 1, Building 2, and Building 3. Additionally, at the park center stood a freestanding 2-story villa, formerly purchased for commercial use. Guillermo initially headed toward Building 2, but as he passed the villa, its interior flared with eerie crimson light. A tall, curvaceous woman with wavy hair, striking beauty and revealing attire, appeared silently at the villa's entrance. Her crimson lips parted as she beckoned to Guillermo, her voice honeyed and languorous. "Come here, big brother. Let's play together. We run a barbershop, first-rate service guaranteed to satisfy." With that, the wavy-haired woman slowly traced her tongue across her lips, an act of pure irresistible allure. Guillermo inwardly swore. Who would have imagined a place like Lakeside, a modest residential complex, harbored such seafood? She was not to be underestimated. Desire was natural. Guillermo, after all, was a healthy man. Confronted with such sensual spectacle, indifference was impossible. Moreover, her voice carried a soul-piercing resonance. Only because Guillermo had ascended to the quasi-martial artist tier, his willpower and mental fortitude significantly strengthened, could he withstand it. An ordinary person hearing that voice would have their very soul lured away. Desire was justified, but Guillermo knew well when things defy reason, danger lurks. "I've likely encountered a succubus." Guillermo surmised the woman's true nature. A succubus was indeed an uncanny entity, and among the most vexing of all. Even the weakest succubus began at the junior feral wraith tier, some advancing to mid or late-stage feral wraith strength. Guillermo sought feral wraiths, but his rational mind warned him. This villa held hidden perils, risk outweighed reward. Traps undoubtedly lay within. Having waited all, Guillermo instantly steeled his focus, refusing to glance toward the wavy-haired woman, and walked resolutely past the villa's edge. Guillermo resolved, unless the wavy-haired woman actively engaged him, he would temporarily ignore her, and first ascend his power by clearing the other 2 buildings. Guillermo intended to avoid her, but she had no intention of letting him go. With slender alabaster fingers gliding sensuously over her lips, she continued in that intoxicating coquettish tone. "Big brother, come play with me. I haven't had a single customer in ages. Do me this favor, help me boost my performance metrics. Let me tell you, we sisters have been terribly lonely here in the villa." "Sisters?" Guillermo froze mid-stride and turned back, curious. "There are 2 of you." Guillermo couldn't explain why he'd halted. It simply happened the moment those words registered. "2 sisters. Who said sisters means only 2? The succubus grinned, delighted he'd taken the bait, then slowly raised 3 fingers. "We are 3 sisters, dear." Bloody hell. 3 sisters. Guillermo's composure shattered utterly, as something bizarre and inexplicable breached his final psychological defense. All right, I'm coming right now." Beaming broadly, Guillermo strode willingly into the villa, drawn by the wavy-haired woman's allure. Yet the moment Guillermo crossed the threshold, he beheld 2 elderly women, each well past 50, leaning heavily on canes just to walk. His expression instantly collapsed. "Guillermo, this was the sisterhood you promised." "Is this what you call sisters?" Guillermo couldn't help but question. The expression on the big wavy-haired girl's face remained smiling as she nodded and locked the door. "Yes. These 2 are my sisters, the eldest and the second sister. We are indeed the real 3 sisters." Guillermo was left speechless. It seems there's nothing wrong with that, but this outcome feels so unexpected. Guillermo felt as if his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground. It felt just like when he first crossed over and encountered Kuan Ba, who deceived him by pretending to be a telephone operator. Can there still be the most basic trust between humans and the strange? He had come here full of expectations only to be shown this. Guillermo's expression gradually turned serious. He coldly smiled and said with righteous indignation to the big wavy-haired girl beside him, "You are too naive. Do you think I was seduced by you? Am I that kind of person? I have no interest in the big sword at all. My purpose in coming here is to see just how filthy you strange beings really are. Little brother, are you implying that you voluntarily got into this pit?" The big wavy-haired girl stopped pretending, as the fish had already been caught in the net, so there was no need to keep up the act. With her hands hanging down, the big wavy-haired girl's bizarre fingernails extended to a meter long, shining with silver light glinting like blades. She extended her bright red tongue to lick the finger blade, and her expression began to turn ferocious. She intended to use that finger blade to rip Guillermo open.
Instead of flaunting your tongue, you should think about how to live a little longer. You better not die too quickly. That would be quite uninteresting. I haven't heard the sound of a living person screaming for a long time. That sound will bring me great joy.
As soon as the big wavy-haired girl finished speaking, she charged directly at Guillermo without giving him time to react. The 5 long finger blades slashed down towards Guillermo. He swung out his blood-stained fire axe to defend himself. With a clang, both Guillermo and the big wavy-haired girl retreated 5 steps.
Midstage of the soul of fury.
Guillermo was greatly shocked. To be able to match him evenly, this big wavy-haired girl must be at the midstage of the soul of fury. What's worse is that there are 2 wavy-haired girl cousins here to assist. As Guillermo retreated, he countered and knocked back the 2 elder cousins, having also had a bout with the 2 bizarre elder cousins. Although they appeared old and frail, they also possessed initial stage soul of fury cultivation. Encountering 3 bizarre beings of the soul of fury at once, the situation was quite dire for Guillermo. During their earlier encounter, the big wavy-haired girl had already gauged Guillermo's strength.
Little brother, that hit earlier really hurt. It felt so painful and exciting. To be able to fight me to a draw, you must be one of those humans referred to as Quasa warriors, right? The flesh and blood of a warrior is a great supplement for us bizarre beings.
The big wavy-haired girl expressed her insatiable greed for Guillermo's flesh. In her eyes, this was her territory, with 2 sisters assisting her. She would wear Guillermo down.
Do you think you've got me all figured out?
Guillermo smiled, for just moments ago, he had discovered a way to turn the tables. Guillermo first feigned a swing at the big wavy-haired girl, knocking her back, while forcefully using the axe in his hand to throw it at one of the elder cousins, forcing her to retreat. Guillermo's body quickly pressed toward the other elder cousin, who in her panic was caught in close range by Guillermo. Wanting to attack Guillermo with her finger blades, she was easily pinned down by Guillermo's capture technique. Guillermo gathered all his strength, his fist imbued with the aura of suppressing demons, striking repeatedly at the elder cousin's head.
Not good. He intends to risk everything to kill one of us.
The big wavy-haired girl quickly realized Guillermo's intention, but what she didn't expect was that Guillermo excelled not in axe attacks, but in martial arts. To capture the elder cousin so skillfully, he must have mastered some martial technique to perfection. The 2 bizarre beings quickly surrounded him. Under the siege of the 2 bizarre beings, Guillermo sustained multiple injuries, especially a 1-finger-long wound on his left arm from a finger blade. Yet even so, Guillermo did not let go of the captured elder cousin. Even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries, he had to take down this bizarre being. He knew this was his only chance. After a series of punches, he finally killed the elder cousin, bizarre being, dark blood staining the ground, a sight that was utterly gruesome. Mixed in with the black blood was red, which was Guillermo's blood. But he didn't care about that. He was waiting for the system's notification sound.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a junior soul of fury succubus bizarre being, earning 5 years of life force.
Finally it has come.
System allocate points all to the suppressing demon body refinement technique.
Guillermo was all in this time, pouring all available time into the suppressing demon body refinement technique. Not 5 years, but 7 years. Guillermo had only 1 day of remaining time left. Guillermo knew that if he couldn't break through the final barrier of the suppressing demon body refinement technique this time, he would most likely meet his end here. Given his current injury level, he wouldn't be a match for the 2 soul of fury bizarre beings. Ding. You have spent 7 years diligently practicing the suppressing demon body refinement technique. Without the aid of pills, your progress is slow. But hard work pays off. Just as the 7 years were about to end, you finally felt the elusive essence of martial arts. You have officially upgraded the suppressing demon body refinement technique to a state of consummation. Ding. Congratulations, your vitality has risen to 2.0. You have become a first-level warrior.
Ding. Warning. The host has only 1 day of life left. Please quickly harvest monsters to gain life force or risk dying. Your brother has just ascended and doesn't want to find a new host so soon. Good.
Guillermo couldn't help but shout with joy. He was thrilled. Perfected. He had finally reached perfection. Do you know how long I waited for this moment? Guillermo felt that he had invested 50 or 60 years to reach this stage. It's evident how difficult it is to become a warrior. No wonder in this world everyone reveres warriors. However, considering the overall number, the proportion of warriors doesn't even reach 5. Most importantly, Yemo had broken through. Breaking through to a vitality of 2. 0. The level of a first-level warrior.
A vitality of 2. 0 is 0. 2 more than the standard threshold of 1. 8 for a first-level warrior. This time the breakthrough to perfection directly raised my vitality by 0. 3.
This is a significant advancement. An increase in vitality corresponds to an enhancement in combat power, which is not as simple as 1 plus 1 equals 2. Even though it's just an increase of 0. 3 in vitality, it allowed Yemo to break through that layer of bottleneck and reach the next realm. Now Yemo's combat power could easily overwhelm 4 or 5 of his former Quasa warrior selves. After his vitality reached 2. 0, Yemo felt the vitality within him surging, endlessly filled with inexhaustible power. Is this the feeling of a warrior? It feels so good. Yemo let out a comfortable moan. His excited expression left the two succubus bizarre beings stunned. They couldn't understand why Yemo, who was so severely injured, was so self-entertained. Does he fear that he isn't dying fast enough?
Kill him!
Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. The big wavy-haired girl swung her finger blades, leading the charge at Yemo, while the other elder cousin succubus assisted in the ambush. But just as the finger blades were about to strike Yemo, he didn't even turn his head. He merely raised his hand lightly, and that seemingly casual action easily caught the 5 finger blades coming at him between his 5 fingers. This is the martial sense brought to him by the perfected suppressing demon body refinement technique. Every movement subtly resonating with the essence of martial arts.
This is impossible. You can't possibly block my attack so easily.
Yemo knows his own strength, and the big wavy-haired girl is well aware. So after Yemo became stronger, the big wavy-haired girl stared at him, as if he were a strange being. What surprised her even more was that Yemo exerted force, with his fingers easily breaking the 5 finger blades. Just as the elder cousin bizarre being attacked, Yemo casually tossed the 5 broken finger blades, turning them into 5 shooting stars directly aiming at the elder cousin bizarre being, 3 striking her head, 2 hitting her heart, nailing the elder cousin bizarre being firmly against the distant wall. She was dead beyond redemption. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a junior soul of Fury succubus bizarre being, earning 5 years of life force. The perfected suppressing demon body refinement technique is indeed powerful, not only enhancing the martial technique itself, but also providing a higher comprehension of weapon use. Yemo is now more accurate than Shaoli Fado in throwing his knife.
You.
The last remaining big wavy-haired succubus was left speechless, shocked by Yemo's performance. With just a wave of his hand, he could repel one and kill another. Is this still the little brother she knew? At this moment, Yemo gave the big wavy-haired succubus a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain. This kid is no longer a Quasa warrior. He is a warrior. And not just an ordinary warrior. The succubus realized that this kid is a big shot. He came here to fish. What left the succubus speechless was that since he is so powerful, why pretend to be a naive little newbie at the start, making her fall for it? Otherwise, if she had known how strong Yemo was, she would have definitely kept her distance. Are all humans now so cunning? In her heart, she couldn't help but complain about Yemo, yet the mouth of the seductive demon dared not voice such thoughts. She quickly concealed her ferocity, and a charming and flattering expression replaced it, exuding a pitiable demeanor that completely belied her previous second of being a lethal predator.
Big brother, you're so powerful. I know I was wrong, please spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to do anything for you. I can do much more. Happy paradise, playful dragons, crows on airplanes, grinding iron pestles.
Before the seductive demon could finish her words, Yemo stepped forward, directly grasping her neck and lifting her up. The speed was too fast. The seductive demon didn't even have time to react. The seductive demon attempted to attack Yemo with her broken finger blade, but he easily twisted her arm, using her own blade to stab into her heart, pinning her against the wall. With her heart pierced, the eerie energy emanating from the seductive demon instantly dissipated by a large portion. Yemo turned around, picked up a fire axe, and with one swing severed the seductive demon's head, granting a swift end.
Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain an intermediate evil spirit seductive demon and gained 15 years of life essence.
Yemo whistled. 1 intermediate evil spirit was equivalent to 3 beginner ones. Don't underestimate this intermediate evil spirit, it was nearly equal to the life essence he harvested from the first residential building. Adding in the harvest from the big cousin seductive demon, Yemo's life essence now stood at 20 years. He had escaped the imminent danger of having only 1 day's worth of life left. Apart from Yemo, the happiest one was likely Brother Tongzi, who no longer needed to worry about finding a new partner.
It seems that to gain more life essence one must slay stronger evils.
Yemo pondered. It's laughable that the big cousin seductive demon would try to beg for mercy to escape her fate. What a dream. What use are you? Is 15 years of life essence that appealing? You spouted a lot of nonsense like crows on airplanes and playful dragons, but Yemo found he understood none of it.
In this era, there aren't many pure souls like me. What kind of place is a club? I have no clue. It's a pity that someone as pure as me has to be targeted by single female evils when going out, and they lust after my body. Fortunately, I am powerful, and have not fallen victim.
Yemo sighed in relief. In his memory, the Demon Suppression High School had mentioned information about seductive demons. This peculiar method of killing often involved draining the victim before killing them. Such methods were extremely cruel. Moreover, they specifically targeted exceptionally handsome and strong young men. Yemo couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for the male readers being so handsome. He was surely among the primary targets of seductive demons. When out and about, young handsome men must protect themselves well. Yemo wanted to hunt more advanced evils, but he understood the need to be cautious. With his current strength, he wasn't powerful enough to ignore all risks. The path of humble and low-key development was the way to go. He sought to find stronger evils, but if he accidentally encountered a formidable one, it would surely spell his doom. Considering the risks, this lakeside community was the best place to grind monsters. These adorable low-level evils were like a treasure trove in front of Yemo.
There are still 2 buildings left to harvest. If I take out all the evils in these 2 buildings, I could probably gain around 30 years of life essence.
Yemo glanced at the time. It was only 2 in the morning, and there were still 4 hours until dawn. 4 hours was more than enough for Yemo. However, to quickly lock onto the hiding places of these evils, he sent a message in the community's chat group.
Delivery service from the evil group. A handsome young man included for free. If any residents are interested, please leave a message.
After sending the message, many evil residents quickly responded in the group. A resident from Building 2, Room 1314 replied.
Evil group delivery. I've never heard of it. Which company is it from? I've only heard of Kill Me Delivery.
A resident from Building 3, Room 1215 replied.
A young man coming to my door, how considerate. That's exactly my taste. Please bring me a stack. I love the Orland-style fried young men. Hee.
A resident from Building 3, Room 407 replied.
Who the hell is sending messages in the group so late? Free delivery service. Are you trying to fool us?
Soon over 20 evil users left messages in the chat group. Yemo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It was clear that the evil residents were quite enthusiastic. They were eager to reveal themselves so quickly. This community chat group was truly a great asset. With its help, Yemo could quickly pinpoint the locations of these evil residents. Yemo sorted through the information about these evil residents, visiting each one. Soon a series of knocking sounds echoed through Building 2, accompanied by eerie gasps, before returning to silence. However, after a while the knocking resumed. Until the sky began to brighten, Yemo finally concluded the night's work. The fatigue on his face could not conceal his excitement.
46 years. More than I expected.
The evils in these 2 buildings were indeed formidable, even more so than those in the first building. Yemo had also found 3 beginner evil spirits among them. With Yemo's current strength, defeating them was like child's play. This greatly supplemented his life essence.
Adding this 46 years of life essence, I now have 66 years of life essence.
He opened his attribute panel, and Yemo's information appeared before him.
Host Yemo, available life 66 years, vitality 2.
0 inch.
Rank level 1 warrior, martial skills, demon suppression, body refinement technique mastered.
Excellent. This night Yemo reaped abundantly.
When EMO first crossed over, his life essence seemed to be 28 years. After this night's work, not only had his remaining life essence risen to 66 years, but his strength had also advanced to the level of a level 1 warrior. Level 1 warrior. Seeing this title, EMO couldn't help but feel immense excitement. Is it difficult to become a level 1 warrior? The answer is yes, it truly is. Especially at his age. To become a level 1 warrior at his age requires exceptional talent and an immense amount of training resources. Among the 2,500 students in the senior year of Demon Suppression High School, there were only 3 level 1 warriors. All 3 of these warriors were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional talent and noble backgrounds. Oh wait, that's not right. Including him, it should be 4. Has he become one of the top 4 geniuses of the entire grade so quickly? EMO felt that in terms of overall strength, the other 3 might not necessarily surpass him. Who could have imagined that EMO could master the low-tier level 5 demon suppression body refinement technique to such an extent that it allowed him to break through to the level 1 warrior realm? He was probably the best in the entire Dragon Nation. EMO had calculated that to train the demon suppression body refinement technique to such an extent, he had invested a total of 57 years. Good heavens! If he had invested those 57 years into a higher level martial skill, his progress would surely have been even greater. Not to mention reaching level 1 warrior, he might have even reached level 2 warrior. The problem is EMO didn't not want to train higher level martial skills, it was simply that he had no access. In this world, martial skills are also ranked. Quasi-level 1 martial skills, level 1 martial skills, level 2 martial skills. All the way to level 9 martial skills. The stronger the martial skill, the greater the difficulty in training, and the higher the degree of improvement. The demon suppression body refinement technique belongs to the category of quasi-level 1 martial skills. Being able to train it to the mastered level, allowing me to break through the threshold of martial skills, is already quite impressive. It is also the limit of this demon suppression body refinement technique. To become stronger, one needs a higher level martial skill inheritance. But higher level martial skill inheritances, let alone level 2 or 3 martial skills, even level 1 martial skills, are prohibitively expensive. They also require handling fees, referral fees, and someone to vouch for you. It's simply not something a commoner like me can access. Damn the class divide. Indeed, a penny can crush a hero, and this world is no different, reflecting a malicious attitude towards the poor. Unfortunately, EMO is just one of those impoverished souls. The impoverished families emerging from the shelter possess neither money nor power. Martial arts, as a rare strategic resource, are all controlled by various major forces. This is also their method of controlling the poor. If you wish for a humble family to produce a noble child, I'm sorry, but you'll first have to shed a layer of skin here. Want martial arts? No problem, but you need to offer enough money and sign a series of unequal agreements. For instance, if you purchase martial arts from me and become a martial artist, you will have to work for me for a few years, buying your life back. Don't want to sign a contract? I'm sorry, then you won't be able to purchase martial arts from me. This seems to be an established rule among all major forces. In EMO's memory, the civilian class in the Demon Town 2 has produced talented individuals, with 3 outstanding prospective martial artists emerging in previous years. For civilians, unlike wealthy families, who can afford blood essence pills and other expensive cultivation materials, becoming a prospective martial artist by the end of high school is already quite an achievement. EMO, without the support of cultivation resources, also invested nearly 40 years into his training, barely elevating his skills to that of a prospective martial artist. This shows how high his talent is. Yet these 3 civilian prospective martial artists did not fare well afterward. 2 prospective martial artists signed a 5-year contract of servitude with a major force to obtain the first-level martial arts book, and they are now working for this force for free every day. The remaining prospective martial artist fared worse, as he was left crippled after being hit by a truck just before the college entrance examination. The official explanation was that the truck driver was under the influence, but whispers say that in the past, during the competition for the top scholar at Chihung City, he was first place, while the son of a prominent figure was second. Knowing that every year's top scholar in Safe City receives substantial rewards and benefits, he blocked the path of that person, thus being eliminated by that influential figure.
being of civilian origin without a powerful backing in this apocalypse, even if you are killed, who can be held accountable? In this era, it is incredibly difficult for talented individuals from civilian backgrounds to transcend social classes and make a name for themselves. After merging with the memories of his past life, Emo feels that the world's malice towards the poor is somewhat exaggerated. Is it really that severe? As dawn broke, Emo took out his phone to search online for information on purchasing first-level martial arts. First-level martial arts are indeed strategic resources controlled by the major forces, but they can circulate in the market. Each major force advertises on platforms like Chengdu and Douyin to attract customers. Emo chose a well-designed company webpage named Alpha Battle Alliance and called the 24-hour customer service number listed. The call was answered by a sweet-voiced customer service representative who had a good attitude. "Hello, are you inquiring about purchasing first-level martial arts books?" "Yes. I would like to ask about the price of first-level martial arts and what conditions are required for purchase," Emo directly inquired. "Your voice sounds very young. Wanting to cultivate first-level martial arts at such a young age is impressive. You truly have an eye for talent by calling our Alpha Battle Team's purchase hotline. As one of the 4 main battle teams in Safe City, Alpha Battle Team possesses the largest first-level martial arts library in the city. Whatever first-level martial arts you desire, we've got them all at great value, and the cheapest in the city. All for just 1 million dragon coins. 1 million dragon coins for a first-level martial arts book." Emo immediately spat out his HT in shock, not because he was disgusted by the customer service representative's voice, but because he was terrified by the price of the martial arts book. 1 million dragon coins. Are you kidding me? You must know that the salary in this world is similar to the one from which Emo came, and possibly even less. In Safe City, a person working the grueling 996 schedule earns only about 300 to 400 dragon coins a month. 1 million apocalypse coins. Can an ordinary person save up to buy one in 20 years without eating or drinking? And this is just the price of a first-level martial arts book. If it were second-level or third-level martial arts books, the prices would skyrocket. Are you telling me this price is the cheapest in the city? Looking at the 281 dragon coins in his balance, Emo seriously suspected that the person on the other end was a scammer. Not wanting to expose his thoughts, Emo continued, "If I spend 1 million apocalypse coins to purchase a first-level martial arts book, can I use it directly once I bring it back? Or do I need to sign other agreements?" "Sir, you must be joking. You definitely need to sign a cooperation agreement." The customer service representative quickly replied, "To purchase a first-level martial arts book, in addition to the 1 million dragon coins purchase price, you also need to sign a 2-year work contract with Alpha Battle Team. You will need to work for us at Alpha Battle Team for 2 years after becoming a first-level martial artist. This is a rule in the industry. No one can change it. If you go to other companies to purchase first-level martial arts books, you will also need to sign a work contract for several years. But rest assured, our Alpha Battle Team has one of the shortest work contract requirements in the industry. Just 2 years, while other business associations and battle alliances require starting at 3 years. Moreover, during your work period, we will also provide you with a salary of 5,000 dragon coins per month, so you won't be working for nothing. And considering your health, you only need to work 12 hours a day, with 1 day of free rest each month, dear." Emo spat out in disbelief. 12 hours a day, 1 day off a month. This is even more exploitative than 996. You think 5,000 dragon coins in salary makes me grateful? Where can a first-level martial artist find a job with a salary starting at 30,000 dragon coins? A total scam. Emo chuckled twice and hung up the phone directly. With such harsh conditions, only a fool would agree. Not willing to accept defeat, Emo sought another company selling first-level martial arts books, dialing the contact number for a company named Overbearing Chamber of Commerce. The call connected, and it sounded like a middle-aged man with a serious case of morning grumpiness answered. There were sounds of a woman breathing heavily and getting dressed on the other end, and it was unclear what was happening. "Who is this? Why are you calling so early?" I want to purchase a first-level martial arts book. Selling 150,000 dragon coins each with a 3-year work agreement." "What the hell?
Guillermo explained, thinking that the customer service girl was already quite black-hearted, only to find that there was even more darkness. Is the martial skill book really that expensive? I just asked. The previous shop's level 1 martial skill book was only 1 million dragon coins. Guillermo couldn't help but ask. Then he heard the middle-aged fat man on the other end say impatiently, "Dude, we're at least practitioners. Asking such questions makes you seem immature." Level 1 martial skill books are divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. For instance, attack-type martial skills are more expensive, while defense-type or supportive martial skills are cheaper. A martial skill book costing 1 million dragon coins is probably only for something like a movement technique, which is only useful for running away. How could it not be expensive? Similar level 1 martial skill books usually start at 2 million. The top-tier level 1 martial skill books can sell for around 5 million. You don't happen to be broke, do you? You've come to the right person. He'll lend you money. Since today is a slow day, he'll give you a 5% discount on the loan, charging you only 30 interest for a year. That's generous, isn't it? What the hell? Guillermo was so angry, he almost cursed on the spot. 30 interest for a year. This is worse than loan sharking. Is selling martial skill books worse? One is more unscrupulous than the other. This is even worse than what comes from Africa. Just play well at home. Guillermo complained and hung up the phone again. He called a few more sales hotlines, and the results were similar to the first two, even more unscrupulous. They all required over 1.5 million for the purchase, and a 3-year body selling contract, with one trade company trying to get him to sign a 5-year body selling contract outright. Guillermo. The most awkward thing was that the shop you thought was blackhearted was actually the most conscientious one. He misunderstood the customer service girl. Without a level 1 martial skill book, he couldn't continue to improve. Was he really going to sign a body selling contract? Guillermo fell into a deep dilemma. Looking at the remaining life value of 66 years on the panel, and the perfected demon suppression body refinement technique, Guillermo, who was in distress, suddenly had a bold yet peculiar idea. Since life value can catalyze the cultivation of martial skills, what if Guillermo continued to invest a large amount of life value to further refine the demon suppression body refinement technique? Indeed, according to common sense, reaching perfection in a martial skill is the endpoint. But that is the common sense of the mundane world, not Guillermo's common sense. Guillermo, who possessed the life master system, believed that great effort could yield extraordinary results. He didn't believe that even if a martial skill reached its peak, it would remain stagnant for years or even decades. There would surely be breakthroughs. Others wouldn't be foolish enough to continue cultivating a martial skill that's already reached its peak, but Guillermo was different. With the life master system, he would never lack time. Even if life value was wasted, wouldn't he just need to kill a few strange creatures to replenish it? For Guillermo, it wasn't a big loss. There isn't much life value left this time. I will invest up to 30 years to see if the demon suppression body refinement technique can break through. If it breaks through, that would be best. If it can't break through, then forget it. Guillermo set a plan and a stop-loss line, and the next step was to catalyze the practice of martial skills. A large amount of life value was invested into cultivating the demon suppression body refinement technique. Ding! You devoted a year to the demon suppression body refinement technique, yearning to take another step beyond perfection, but unfortunately, after a year of hard practice, your martial skill stagnated, yielding no results. Ding! You defy fate and continue to practice the demon suppression body refinement technique for 5 years, but it seems there is no room for further improvement. Ding! You continue to practice, and 10 years passed. Ding! In the blink of an eye, you have practiced the demon suppression body refinement technique for 20 years. Guillermo. So far, he had already invested 20 years into the demon suppression body refinement technique, but unfortunately, not a single drop of progress had emerged. Could it be that this path truly leads to nowhere? When a martial skill reaches perfection, it becomes impossible to improve. Even investing more life value would be futile. There is no turning back on this path. My life is my own to control. Having already invested 20 years of life value, Guillermo could not give up halfway. After all, his stop-loss line was 30 years. Ding! You practiced the perfected demon suppression body refinement technique for 25 years, and you feel your martial skill maturing. Inspiration strikes, and martial arts follow the heart. You have reached the supreme realm of perfection, unity of heart and martial arts. Is there a new hint?
Unity of heart and martial arts. Although the realm of unity of heart and martial arts still seems to be within perfection, the new hint made Guillermo exceedingly excited. There's hope. Guillermo feared the situation where there were no hints at all. Seeing the glimmer of dawn, he continued to increase his investment. Finally, after Guillermo invested 30 years of life value.
Ding. You have spent 30 years diligently practicing the demon suppression body refinement technique. You have achieved perfection and unity of heart and martial arts.
You have comprehended the operational principles of every move and technique.
Finally, at the 30-year mark of your practice, you had a realization, and through inspiration you integrated the moves of the demon suppression body refinement technique, creating a more destructive and higher growth limit original technique. You named it Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique. Congratulations, host, for your long-term hard work and understanding creating your first Level 1 Martial Skill Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique. Level 1 Martial Skill Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique. Progress Minor Achievement. Congratulations, host, for opening up the 3 yang meridians among the 108 meridians. Congratulations, host, for your vitality value increasing by 1. 0 reaching 3. 0. Note the Level 1 Martial Skill Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique is the maximum upper limit that the standard Level 1 Martial Skill Demon Suppression Body Refinement Technique can be upgraded to. The Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique has no further possibility of advancement. Please pay attention, host.
Good heavens. Finally succeeded. Guillermo excitedly waved his fists. He always said great effort yields miraculous results. And here comes the miracle. There is nothing that 30 years of life can't buy. If it's not enough, then just continue to invest another 30 years. Beyond reason yet expected, Guillermo never thought that by continuously investing his life force, he would truly forge a first-tier martial technique. And it's a first-tier martial technique created by himself. Amazing. The biggest problem is temporarily resolved. This was the most exciting point for Guillermo, having solved the issue of the first-tier martial technique. Guillermo could temporarily stop worrying about finding martial techniques and continue to enhance the Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique to upgrade his vitality. The Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique bestowed by the heavens aligns with the essence. For Guillermo, it was like heavenly nectar truly quenching his thirst. Especially since he had just acquired it, directly achieving a minor accomplishment, boosting his vitality by 1. 0. Don't underestimate this 1. 0. You must know that Guillermo's total vitality was only 2. 0, and with this 1. 0 vitality, Guillermo effectively increased his vitality by 50. Indeed, as a first-tier martial technique, its enhancement to vitality is an increase by 1 unit. The Demon Suppression Body Refinement Technique at this minor accomplishment stage provides only 0. 2 to 0. 3 of increase. At this moment, the stark contrast in vitality enhancement between the powerful martial techniques became apparent. Having a first-tier martial technique, Guillermo was generous, directly investing the remaining 26 years of life, putting in 25 years. What is life force for if not to be spent? With just 1 year of life left, Guillermo felt it was enough. He was playing with fire. Ding. You have diligently practiced the Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique for 10 years, and finally mastered it. You have opened another meridian. Your vitality increases by 1. 5 reaching 4. 5. Ding. You have practiced the Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique for 20 years, and perfected it. Your vitality increases by 2 reaching 6. 5. Ding. You continue to practice the Heavenly Gift Body Refinement Technique for another 5 years, but unfortunately gain nothing. Now I have 6. 5 vitality. Am I already a mid-level first-tier martial artist? Guillermo felt it was unbelievable. According to the current standards for martial artists, when vitality reaches 10 points, one is considered a second-tier martial artist, and exceeding 5 points means reaching the level of a mid-level first-tier martial artist. Many talented cultivators, upon just stepping into the threshold of first-tier martial artists, wish to elevate their vitality to over 5. 0, achieving a mid-level first-tier martial artist status. This usually requires at least half a year of arduous training and a significant amount of rare medicinal materials, or else it is impossible to break through. But Guillermo's situation was much better. Believing that great effort yields miraculous results, he did not need any pills directly investing a massive amount of life force to elevate his cultivation. Most importantly, with EMO using life force to enhance his cultivation, it was an instant upgrade. It hadn't been long since he became a first-tier martial artist, not even half a day, and now he had directly become a mid-level first-tier martial artist. What speed! Eternal legend. Having opened 2 meridians, EMO felt that even breathing had become extremely comfortable, his vitality surging like an endless source of power. EMO threw a punch as if slowly unleashing his fist, yet that fist moved so quickly it was barely visible, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Clearly it was a punch moving too fast to see, but it stirred up no dust, instead leaving a deep impact of half a meter on the thick heavy stone pillar. On EMO's fist there was a faint layer of golden light enveloping it. Incredible. This is the power of the heavenly gift body refinement technique. This martial technique has stillness within motion and motion within stillness. It's simply extraordinary. Did I really create this martial technique? EMO felt a sense of unreality, especially after witnessing the capability of the martial technique he had forged. It left him feeling incredulous. One must know that there are individuals in this world capable of creating martial techniques above the first tier, yet they are invariably masters of level 6 or above. A mere first-tier martial artist like him creating a first-tier martial technique likely belonged to the category of advanced martial techniques. Who would believe such a thing if it got out? But EMO had done it. One can only say that the life mastery system is an eternal legend. It's time to go back to the sports field and report. In this assessment, every participant in the practical assessment must report to the outdoor main examination site set up at the sports center in the southern city center of the safe city before 8 a.m. The examination ends after the report is completed. Looking at his watch, it was now 6:50 in the morning. Thankfully, the lakeside community is located in the southern part of the city, and with EMO's speed, he could probably make it there in about half an hour. He would make it in time. But just as EMO was preparing to get up and leave, a fierce flame suddenly erupted from the entire apartment building, the flames igniting spontaneously without wind. Before EMO could figure out what was happening, the fire quickly spread from the first floor to the third floor. At this rate, it wouldn't take 3 minutes for the fire to engulf the entire 18 floors. This was the first time he had witnessed a fire spreading so quickly. With strange occurrences, there must be something sinister. EMO saw a figure on the third floor corridor, all ablaze, ignoring the burning flames, pacing back and forth in the corridor. Wherever he walked, the surroundings began to burn spontaneously. It's him. Upon seeing this figure, EMO suddenly recalled that rumor. Years ago, a fire in the lakeside community claimed the lives of 75 people, and the entire community was forced to evacuate, becoming an abandoned area. The cause of the fire was also discovered to be arson. It was said that the person living in this community had not paid the contractor for 2 years, and in a fit of rage set the entire community ablaze. The contractor's entire family of 5 died in the fire, and even several relatives of the contractor in the community perished. Strangely, afterward, the arsonist's whereabouts could not be found. Some said he fled abroad after setting the fire, while others speculated that he had no intention of surviving after committing arson, and the reason nobody could find him was that he had been turned to ashes in the fire. It seems that the arsonist indeed died in this blaze. There must be a reason for such misfortune. Avenge is not wrong, but harming the innocent is where you went wrong. You feel good avenging yourself, but who is responsible for the dozens of innocent lives? Having studied at the Demon Suppression High School for 3 years, EMO also knew that the strange awakening event was definitely the most fearsome and powerful anomaly in this place. It probably reached the level of a late-stage malevolent spirit or even higher. Half an hour ago, EMO might have considered the danger level, but there was no need for that now. With 6.5 vitality plus the perfection of the heavenly gift body refinement technique, would he fear a mere newly awakened anomaly? EMO's iron fists were already itching for action. He wanted to find this anomaly to practice his punches. Thinking of this, EMO strode toward the direction of the fire-starting anomaly.
Pain! So painful! I'm in so much pain!
Wrapped in raging flames, the arsonist stumbled aimlessly upstairs, letting out low-pained howls. Having been resurrected, he had no memories of his past life, only an overwhelming hatred for this world. It wanted to use its flames to burn all humans in this world alive, making them feel the same pain it did. The world was bathed in blood red, devoid of any humanity, filled only with a frenzied desire to destroy the world and slaughter humanity. This was the anomaly, a monster born to annihilate humanity. Trying to persuade a creature that harms humans is futile. It can only be eliminated completely to remove the threat. After transforming into an anomaly, this community was like the arsonist's domain. What puzzled him was that he instinctively felt there should be many compatriots like him in this community, yet he hadn't encountered a single one after walking for so long. Where have the other anomalies gone? He could hear no cries of their suffering, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness and boredom. But it didn't matter. Standing at the edge of the balcony, the arsonist gazed outward, sensing numerous human presences in the distance. A grim smile appeared on his face. Wasn't there where he wanted to burn the living to death? As many as it takes. Only by continuously torturing and burning the living can it satisfy its raging inner turmoil, and lessen the pain of being scorched by flames. Having just revived, the arsonist was ready to make a big move. Should he burn 100 people today or 200? What a dilemma. As the arsonist reached the first floor, he suddenly saw a figure blocking the doorway. A human. The arsonist became excited. Who would have thought a human would linger in this community? This was a human head delivered right to him. How daring to run straight up to the arsonist's face. Wasn't this akin to sticking one's head into a latrine? However, the arsonist was puzzled. The human before him didn't seem afraid at all. The greed and cruelty in that person's eyes were even stronger than in his own. That ravenous gaze resembled a wolf spotting its prey, or a rogue seeing a bikini. The arsonist felt a chill run down its spine. What was wrong with this human? Could it be that he had thoughts about anomalies? Glancing around the empty hall, a man with a fierce glare blocked the entrance. Was he up to some nefarious scheme? Indeed, there was that possibility. In this apocalyptic era of collapsed order, all sorts of absurdities could happen. Under the greedy gaze of Emo, the arsonist surprisingly took 2 steps back in fear. But soon the arsonist remembered that it was an anomaly. It was a high-level anomaly. Why should it fear a mere human? You dare block my way? The arsonist stammered, its voice hoarse, like old tires scraping against the ground. It seemed that having just revived, it wasn't quite used to speaking.
Friend, you misunderstand. I am from the property management of this community. I heard reports from residents that someone was setting fires here, so I came to take a look. The arsonist. It had transformed into an anomaly, not into a fool.
This was clearly an empty community. Where could the complaints from residents come from? Pretending to be property management, was he trying to deceive an anomaly? Seemingly sensing the arsonist's doubts, Emo hurriedly explained.
My friend, you are mistaken. This is a new property management that just opened today. It is normal for you not to know. Our main service is to provide free warmth to all residents free of charge. So far, none of the residents we have served have given us a bad review. You know, a newly opened property needs good word of mouth. I heard from a resident that someone was burning things for fun, so I rushed over immediately. The arsonist was once again speechless. What do you mean by burning things for fun? Does this guy even know how to talk? Why did it feel like this human was mocking it, yet the arsonist had no evidence?
The arsonist originally planned to kill Emo directly, but was left dumbfounded by Emo's unconventional tactics. It was the first time it had seen someone so serious while talking nonsense, and even coming to tease an anomaly. Dumbfounded? That was accurate. During the conversation, Emo noticed that the arsonist seemed rather dim-witted. He was best at dealing with such not-so-smart anomalies, because these anomalies typically relied on their peculiar abilities, lacking combat skills. Moreover, they were easy to be deceived.
Friend, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. In our lakeside community, burning things for fun, or even setting an entire building on fire, is perfectly fine. It doesn't violate our community's property rules. Burning things for fun only affects oneself. Setting fires in the community lets all residents enjoy a free bonfire show. This is a good thing. Our property management has just been established, and is a bit unprepared. Otherwise, I would have awarded you an Outstanding Resident Award. Emo, seeing that the arsonist's mind wasn't quite sharp, bombarded it with verbal persuasion, completely disorienting the arsonist.
Burning things is a commendable act. This was the first time it had heard of such a thing. The arsonist felt a sense of emotional warmth, looking at Emo, as if seeing a kindred spirit. They were like old friends meeting too late. If only it had met such a considerate person earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have taken such an extreme path. Just as the arsonist felt moved, it noticed the change in Yemo's expression as he looked at the arsonist's legs and said seriously,
"Dear friend, when you just went down the stairs, you stepped with your right leg, right?" The arsonist,
"What's wrong with stepping with my right leg?"
"Stepping with the right leg is against our community's property regulations," Yemo said seriously.
"According to our property committee's regulations, when going downstairs you must step with your left leg first. This way it reflects that our community's residents are well-trained and of high quality.
Violating the community rules means you must face punishment. After all, to maintain the harmony and stability of a community, no one can be an exception. No worries, the punishment is simple, it's just a light 3 punches to remind you. Don't worry, I'm just going through the motions. Afterwards, you'll still be one of our community's best residents.
You can burn things for fun, and if you want to set a building on fire, do it. No one will stop you."
Yemo made a face at the arsonist, pretending to consider the other's feelings.
The arsonist made a sound of understanding. One was bold enough to speak, while the other was gullible enough to believe. Even a patient from the 3rd mental hospital would shout in awe at this scene. Originally thinking that Lu Bu was unrivaled, who was this fierce general that had completely bewildered the anomaly. Seeing Yemo approach, the arsonist felt no fear. Wasn't it just 3 punches? It was just a light drizzle. As an anomaly, could it possibly fear 3 punches from a human? It could handle even 100 punches without any problem. It was this dangerous mindset that led Yemo to approach the arsonist, his fist wrapped in magical energy raised high, yet the arsonist still failed to grasp the seriousness of the situation.
"I'm going to hit you, brace yourself,"
Yemo kindly reminded, and the next second his fist, carrying trails of afterimages, struck the arsonist's face directly. The arsonist suffered a critical hit, taking the full force of Yemo's strike. The entire anomaly flew out like a cannonball, crashing through 2 walls and getting stuck in the 3rd. That trembling appearance indicated that the arsonist had nearly lost half its life from Yemo's punch. It had never imagined that Yemo's punch could possess such power. Wasn't this supposed to be a light punch? This was clearly a punch that could send me away.
Refreshing.
This feeling of hitting flesh is exhilarating. A single punch can send a powerful anomaly flying, and this overwhelming strength makes Yemo yearn for more. Yemo began to anticipate how much life force he would gain after defeating this arsonist anomaly.
"Bro, that was a mistake. I used too much force just now and accidentally overdid it. No worries, we still have 2 punches to practice. This time stand firm, and I will aim for a one-shot finish."
Yemo stepped forward to apologize, hoping to find an opportunity to get close to the arsonist anomaly and hit it with 2 more punches. Unfortunately, this time, the arsonist anomaly was not fooled by Yemo. It may be foolish, but it is not stupid. After that last punch, it realized that Yemo was not ordinary. Of course. Could a regular person send it flying over 10 meters with a single punch? Isn't that nonsense? Only an anomaly would believe your tricks. Humans are treacherous. Realizing it had been toyed with by Yemo, the arsonist anomaly could not contain its rage. It felt its emotions had been played with. What happened to the fundamental trust between humans and anomalies? The arsonist anomaly let out a furious roar and charged at Yemo, its flame surging to over 1 meter high in its rage, creating a scorching wave. This was no ordinary flame, but a strange fire generated by the anomaly infused with peculiar energy. Under the roasting of the strange fire, the temperature around them reached around 80 to 90 degrees, nearly boiling. If an ordinary person were in this environment, they would likely perish from the heat in no time, but Yemo remained completely unaffected. Surrounding Yemo was a faint layer of golden energy shield. This was the protective chi he cultivated after reaching the perfected realm of the heavenly gift body refinement technique, capable of resisting the invasion of strange energy. Every advanced martial technique possesses its unique effects. Yemo's ability to withstand the assault of strange energy is one of the effects of the heavenly gift body refinement technique.
The basic effect of the ordinary demon subduing body refinement technique is to inflict damage on anomalies, but it lacks the ability to resist strange energy attacks. The heavenly gift body refinement technique clearly elevates the power to restrain anomalies, not only inflicting damage, but also resisting strange energy.
With this discovery, Yemo's confidence in defeating the arsonist anomaly grew even stronger. When Yemo first engaged with the arsonist anomaly, he realized it was not simple. In terms of physical prowess, it possessed qualities not inferior to his own. It's important to note that Yemo is a first-tier middle-grade martial artist with a vitality score reaching 6.5. This means the arsonist anomaly's strength is roughly on par with his own.
Anomalies cannot be underestimated. The power disparity among anomalies is vast. At any moment a much stronger high-level anomaly could appear. Many martial artists have met their end simply by encountering a formidable high-level anomaly.
From now on, hunting anomalies must be done with caution. Yemo was grateful that he had comprehended the first-tier martial technique, the heavenly gift body refinement technique, and cultivated it to perfection. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against these anomalies. Furthermore, Yemo felt fortunate that his sneak attack on the arsonist anomaly just now had clearly dealt significant damage, slowing its reactions and diminishing its strange energy. With Yemo's perfected combat skills, whenever the arsonist anomaly revealed a weakness, he could unleash a flurry of punches, causing it to scream. In this back-and-forth struggle, the arsonist anomaly began to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Yemo executed an uppercut that knocked the arsonist anomaly to the ground, denying it any chance to recover, and crushed its heart, followed by a fire axe that severed its head. This battle concluded with Yemo's absolute victory.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the high-level ferocious spirit arsonist anomaly, gaining 40 years of life energy. Current remaining life energy 41 years.
40 years of life energy. Yemo whistled. High-level ferocious spirits are indeed valuable. That is equivalent to the value of 2 mid-level ferocious spirits. It was worth the effort he put into taking down this high-level ferocious spirit, and he was very satisfied with the reward, as his life energy once again reached over 40 years.
This can be considered as having some surplus funds. I'll save it for now. Perhaps in the future, I will stumble upon some martial techniques through other channels that I might need. Moreover, my speed of advancement is too rapid. Being discovered by others isn't a good thing.
Yemo was keenly aware that as an ordinary person emerging from a refuge, he had rapidly ascended to the rank of a first-tier martial artist in a short time. He could still excuse it as having concealed his strength before, but if he were to rise to the level of a second-tier martial artist in such a short period, he felt he would truly be at a loss for words. Even the finest treasures of heaven and earth wouldn't allow such rapid advancement. Yemo did not wish to be targeted so soon. If he were captured for research, it would be disastrous. He chuckled, knowing that in the early stages, he should keep a low profile. Keeping a low profile is the key. Yemo jogged towards the examination site at the sports center. As he moved away from areas where anomalies might awaken, the number of pedestrians gradually increased. This was Yemo's first time witnessing the scenery of this world. Looking at the bustling traffic and pedestrians, it felt like two completely different worlds compared to the neighborhood where the anomaly had awakened. Yemo felt a significant difference from the world he had crossed over from, with various neon signs, holographic screens floating above buildings, magnetic levitation cars that did not require tires, and drone-powered flying machines. Yemo felt as if he had entered a cyberpunk world.
It seems the technological advancement of this world far exceeds that of my previous one.
Yemo understood that in this era of high martial arts apocalypse, humanity had united their strength to create a safer life amidst the threats of demons, magic, and anomalies, constructing thousands of secure cities, encased in copper walls and iron fortresses. These secure cities, built with the collective strength of humanity, possess the highest levels of technological defenses and the strongest martial artist defense units. The secure city can be considered the most coveted place of residence for all humans surviving in the apocalypse. In the Dragon Country, there are only 200 secure cities, each with a population exceeding 300,000. They are not named simply as the first secure city, second secure city, third secure city. The smaller the number before the secure city, the higher its overall level. Yemo resides in Secure City No. 188, which is considered one of the lowest in terms of economic strength within the secure cities. However, even the weakest secure city is still a secure city. It is far superior to the underground shelters where basic living conditions cannot be met. Aside from secure cities, the next tier down for human habitation is the shelters. These are named as Shelter No. 201, Shelter No. 202, Shelter No. 203. Somewhat similar to towns beneath the city. However, the living conditions in shelters are far worse than those in towns. To enhance survival rates, and better evade the pursuit of demons and anomalies, most of these shelters are built underground. They carve out several thousand or even tens of thousands of square meters of living space underground, housing populations ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands. For those living inside, going without sunlight for extended periods is quite normal. Due to food shortages, most shelter residents are emaciated. This is unavoidable during the apocalypse. Resources are scarce, and secure cities cannot provide enough food and resources for all the populace. It is already commendable to take care of those living within the secure cities. Guillermo came from shelter No. 1111.
Novel as it may be, staying here for too long feels quite oppressive.
Guillermo looked at the surrounding skyscrapers wrapped in colorful glass, each soaring to over 100 stories. The spacing between these buildings is barely 50 meters, with some places even less than 10 meters apart. Such short distances for skyscrapers that are 100 stories high are practically indistinguishable from being right next to each other. Even though it is daytime, sunlight does not penetrate the sky. The brightness on the ground relies entirely on various technologically advanced streetlights. Guillermo understood this, as it is a secure city, a place where every inch of land is precious. Since the secure city is so small, it is obvious that the buildings have been made taller to accommodate more residents. After walking for a while, Guillermo could already see students from the demon-subduing second middle school in white uniforms. These students must have just finished their exams, heading to the sports center to report and await their results. The students were chatting and laughing in groups, clearly in a good mood after finishing their tests. A few cheerful girls, noticing Guillermo's handsome appearance, exclaimed in awe and waved for him to come over and chat, but Guillermo politely declined with a smile. This cannot be blamed on Guillermo. His current appearance is quite similar to how he looked in his previous life, possessing a face that is equally as handsome as readers could imagine. Moreover, having become a first-tier martial artist, the enhancement from his vitality has made Guillermo's already handsome face even more striking. Throughout this journey, he could consistently hear quite a few passing girls gasp in admiration, which is a testament to that. Unfortunately, Guillermo does not enjoy relying on others. Otherwise, with this appearance, he believes he could navigate the apocalypse quite well. Not conversing with girls is Guillermo's way of avoiding unnecessary complications. If the conversation gets too lively, what if it ignites a spark? Before he is fully developed, keeping a low profile is paramount. Unfortunately, Guillermo's desire to keep a low profile is not permitted by his strength. He was soon targeted by others. Two guys with slick-back hair and cigarettes dangling from their mouths, clearly dressed in the second middle school's uniform yet looking like delinquents, approached Guillermo from either side, blocking his way. Upon noticing the nameplate on Guillermo's chest, they exchanged knowing smiles and draped an arm around his shoulders, saying,
"You're Guillermo from class 21 of the 3rd year. You're from the commoner class, right? Come, our boss wants to see you."
Guillermo initially did not react, but when the two spirited young men led him to a narrow alley, he saw 3 other delinquents beating 2 students for protection fees. Guillermo immediately understood that they had encountered school bullies seeking to extort. In this apocalyptic era, order has collapsed, and the law of survival is one of the survival of the fittest. This survival rule manifests within the school, where campus violence runs rampant. Every school has several shameless bullies who gather a group of incompetent youths, extorting students without power or family backgrounds, which includes collecting protection fees. After all, even bullies need to make a living. They also wish to acquire more cultivation resources. If they do not collect protection fees, where will the money come from? Due to the lack of supervision, this group of bullies is exceedingly rampant. Among these delinquents, the leader with a hairstyle reminiscent of Hao Nan is someone Guillermo recognizes. He is quite a notorious bully from the second middle school named Wang Ba. His real name is Wang Fugui, but feeling it too rustic, he changed it to Wang Ba, perhaps thinking it sounds more imposing. Guillermo was speechless. The name Wang Ba is even worse than Wang Fugui. If he wanted to be imposing, why not just change his name to Wang Ba Dan? It is definitely a name that leaves a lasting impression. At this moment, Wang Ba is hitting a bespectacled male student in the face, causing the student's nose to bleed, clearly having been dealt a beating. Despite this, the bespectacled boy tries to struggle one last time, guarding his wallet boss, Wang Yam, under the protection of Brother Run. The protection fee has already been paid at the beginning of the semester. Wang Ba inhaled deeply, and blew 3 smoke rings at the bespectacled boy's face. Brother Run. Which brother Run? Ah. You mean Run Fa. You're Run Fa's underling. Why didn't you say so sooner? Run Fa got caught cheating at the casino last month, and had both hands broken. He's still lying in the hospital. He probably won't graduate this year, and will have to repeat a year. Since he's not around, the protection fees he collected naturally don't count. From now on, protection fees have to be paid to me. A monthly protection fee of 200 yuan, not a penny less. The bespectacled boy immediately protested. Brother Run only charges 100 yuan for a semester. Your monthly fee of 200 yuan is too exorbitant. We only have 2 months until graduation. Why do we still have to pay protection fees? Hearing the bespectacled boy's desperate inquiry, a lackey immediately roared, "It's precisely because you're about to graduate that we charge you 200 yuan a month. Once you graduate, there won't even be a chance for you to pay protection fees to our boss." And who gave you the courage to shout at our boss? Our boss has a blood value reaching 1 to a potential martial artist. With some effort, becoming a martial artist is within reach. Everyone in school has heard of our boss Wang Ba's great name. A blood value of 1.5 is considered a potential martial artist. This is the first time Emo has heard of a potential martial artist. Truly, they are inflating their own importance. Watching Wang Ba and his lackeys act so arrogantly, Emo couldn't help but laugh. Is a blood value of 1.2 really that impressive? What about my blood value of 6.5? No need to waste breath on him, since my brother has an opinion. Let's just teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ba ordered the bespectacled boy to be taken away by 2 of his lackeys, who began to beat him mercilessly. Looking at the remaining 3 unfortunate students who were caught, they trembled in fear as they awaited their protection fees. In the end, the bespectacled boy capitulated, handing over 80 yuan to Wang Ba before leaving. Why 80 instead of 200? Because that was all he had. After all, he was just an ordinary student with no money. Poor guy can't even scrape together 200 yuan. Make sure to pay the rest tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll be waiting at the door of your class for you. The bespectacled boy, frightened, quickly left. Emo glanced at his Alipay balance, which had only 1.28 yuan left, feeling that Wang Ba's words were mocking him for being poor. Especially after seeing the tuition payment reminder SMS from the school, he felt even worse. Emo almost forgot that he hadn't finished paying the 5,000 yuan tuition for this semester. He had only paid 2,000, still owing over 3,000. If he didn't pay the tuition, he wouldn't be able to graduate, let alone enroll in a martial artist university. The reality of the apocalypse is harsh. Without money, how can one graduate? Today is the last day for Emo to complete his payment, or the school will suspend him. This is too harsh. Emo complained again, feeling that a school should be a place of education, not one that suspends students for non-payment of tuition. It seemed the troubles were piling up one after another. To access more advanced martial arts, attending a martial artist university is a crucial step. He cannot afford to be suspended. However, with only a day to collect 3,000 yuan, Emo couldn't think of a way. He had just arrived, unfamiliar with the place, and couldn't possibly resort to robbing like these delinquents. With Emo's current strength, robbery and theft are easy, but he would never stoop to such actions. That is his bottom line. Besides that, Emo also needs money for food and living expenses. He has none of that. He only has 1.82 yuan. Perhaps he is the poorest first-level martial artist in this world. Just when Emo was feeling frustrated, the 2 spirited young men who had brought him spoke up. One of them nudged Emo, "Stay alert. Soon my brother Wang Ba will be asking you questions. Just answer whatever he asks. The monthly protection fee is 200 yuan. You should have seen the rules. Don't act like you don't know anything." "But I have no money." Emo, being good-natured, directly voiced his current frustrations. These delinquents didn't seem to find Emo worth getting angry over, given that he posed no threat. Emo was speaking the truth, and amusingly, one of the yellow-haired delinquents suggested a solution to Emo's problem. The yellow-haired guy chuckled and said, "No money. Just borrow some." Emo's eyes lit up as if awakened from a dream. "No money. Just borrow." He excitedly clapped his hands. "Speaking of borrowing, isn't there someone right here who can lend him money?" Ignoring the 2 delinquents, Emo directly walked towards Wang Ba. At this moment Wang Ba was leaning against the wall doing a wall slam pose collecting protection fees from a shy short-haired beauty named Rose Xiaoyu from class 21. You better hand over your money, don't make me resort to violence. I don't want to hit a woman today. The short-haired beauty Rose Xiaoyu hugged her arms and bowed her head low, clearly terrified, but refusing to speak. One of the lackeys, seeing how Rose Xiaoyu was acting, leered, "Boss, this girl is pretty, she can compete with the pampered rich girls in the elite class." As soon as the lackey finished speaking, he received a slap from Wang Ba, who angrily reprimanded him. "I've told you several times we are professional bullies. We only seek money for cultivation resources, and nothing else. Can you be more professional? Don't forget our original dream, just because you see a pretty girl. What good is a girl? Can she provide you with cultivation resources, or help you cultivate faster? Thinking only about girls will lead to your downfall. You'll never become a martial artist in this lifetime." After being scolded by Wang Ba, the lackey dared not say another word. Who knew he was such a principled bully? After finishing with his lackey, Wang Ba turned to Rose Xiaoyu saying menacingly, "You've seen it, I'm ruthless enough to hit my own people. Don't think you can ignore me, I only recognize money, not people. My patience is limited, if you don't hand over the money I'll beat you." With that, Wang Ba raised his hand and brought it down hard towards Rose Xiaoyu's face, but before he could slap her, he was suddenly struck from behind with tremendous force, nearly toppling him to the ground. A teasing voice came from behind Wang Ba. "So you're called Wang Ba? Coincidentally, my dog is also named Wang Ba. You actually share the same name with my dog. In light of our fateful encounter, how about lending a brother some money?" Wang Ba sprang upright like a carp, wanting to see who was so lacking in martial ethics as to launch a sneak attack from behind, calling me by the same name as a dog. Who the hell are you insulting? As Wang Ba turned around, he saw Yi Mo's harmless smiling face, and for a moment Wang Ba was dumbfounded. This kid was too damn handsome. Is he a student from our school?
Who are you, kid?
Yi Mo was overly enthusiastic, which made Wang Ba hesitate to act recklessly. Seeing this, the two little brothers, who had just captured Yi Mo, rushed over and hurriedly said to Wang Ba,
"Boss, his name is Yi Mo, he was just captured. He's also a commoner student from class 21. He said he had no money, so I let him borrow some. I didn't expect him to come here to borrow money from you."
Wang Ba felt speechless after hearing this. You let him borrow money, and he comes to me for it. Are you going to return the borrowed money to me later? With this kind of practical application, you can be considered a talent. Since he's a commoner without a background, it's easier to handle.
You kid of some decent strength. Want to borrow money from me? Sure. How much do you want to borrow?
Wang Ba asked fiercely. But Yi Mo seemed dazed, staring blankly ahead without speaking. In front of Yi Mo, he once again saw the system's notification box.
Ding. Wang Ba is extremely frustrated, his blood surging. The heavenly gift body refinement technique absorbs the excess blood energy from Wang Ba, increasing your blood energy by 0.001. Note: when the opponent's emotions fluctuate significantly, your heavenly gift body refinement technique can automatically operate, absorbing the opponent's excess blood energy. The greater the fluctuation, the stronger the opponent's blood energy, the more you absorb.
Yi Mo exclaimed in surprise. He never expected that the heavenly gift body refinement technique had such remarkable effects. To attract the opponent's excess blood energy and enhance his own. This technique was something Yi Mo had never even heard of. Are you sure this is an effect that a first-level technique can possess? What on earth have I created? Yi Mo suppressed his excitement. With this, he had another path to enhance his strength. For a way to increase power, the more the better. Many martial arts have their special effects, but absorbing the opponent's excess blood energy was something Yi Mo was seeing for the first time. Just based on this effect, the heavenly gift body refinement technique could be considered a divine skill. Yi Mo suddenly felt that investing 100 years of life energy in the heavenly gift body refinement technique was worth it. Could it be that upgrading existing techniques would produce special miraculous effects?
Kid, Wang Ba is asking you a question.
One of Wang Ba's little brothers asked Yi Mo. But the punch that came swinging down was easily dodged by Yi Mo. Seemingly unaware of Wang Ba's explosive emotional state, Yi Mo spoke up.
I don't need much. Just lend me 180,000.
PFF.
Wang Ba almost choked on his drink, calling 180,000 not much. Besides collecting protection fees, Wang Ba also engaged in high-interest lending. If he lent out $100, he would collect $150 after 7 days. With only a 50 interest rate and no price increase for 3 years, it was quite reasonable. Normally there were some students who urgently needed money and borrowed from him. But heaven could see students in the school usually borrowed 50 to 100. Where would you find someone like Emo who opened his mouth to ask for 800,000? Why not go rob someone? Who the hell can come up with 180,000? This amount you're asking for is too much. Wang Ba couldn't help but sigh. Yemo's borrowing ability made it impossible for him to lend at high interest. But then Wang Ba heard Yemo's soul-searching question. You can't even come up with 800,000. How did you even become a school bully? 800,000 is too much. Where's the excess? Sometimes you should reflect on yourself and see if you've been a good school bully. Why has your savings not increased after all these years? If you can't even come up with 180,000 with no funds at all, how can you grow big and strong and create brilliance again? Wang Ba never expected that in his lifetime a student from a commoner's class would leave him speechless. His face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. How much savings do you have? Wang Ba finally asked after a long time. $1.86. Yemo answered truthfully. He didn't like to be evasive, and he was all about being real. Wang Ba seemed to have found a breakthrough, revealing a smug and mocking smile. You, a poor student with only $1.86, laugh at me who's about to reach 5 figures in savings. Where do you get the face? It's precisely because I have no money that I'm borrowing from you. If I had money, why would I need to borrow from you? Hearing Yemo's response, Wang Ba's smile froze. This reasoning was too sound. I was left speechless. All right, I can't come up with that amount, but I can find a way for you to borrow it, but I'll charge a 2% commission. No problem, right? As for how much you can borrow, it depends on your personal qualifications. When this money comes to you, when do you plan to pay it back? To seal this deal, Wang Ba suppressed the impulse to beat Yemo up. After all, he was a principled person who only recognized money. As long as there are benefits, personal grudges can be put aside. But after asking this question, Wang Ba found Yemo looking at him as if he were an idiot. What do you mean he'll have to repay money borrowed based on ability? Wang Ba. Yemo's one line directly fried Wang Ba's CPU. Money earned through ability, why should it be repaid? What kind of person says such a thing? Is your skin made of city walls? Wang Ba thought he was shameless enough, but in front of this guy, he was several realms behind. Wang Ba clutched his heart. This conversation with Yemo nearly gave him a myocardial infarction. Is this kid a professional at infuriating people? Ding. Wang Ba was so angered by the host that he began to doubt life. Blood energy surging outside. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically operates and absorbs, gaining blood energy value of 0.002. 0.002. Yemo nodded, understanding that through this period of exploration, he learned how to utilize the heavenly gift body refinement technique to gain blood energy, which was to cause significant emotional fluctuations in the opponent, leading to blood energy leakage. Blood energy reflects the operation of a person's meridian system. Fluctuations in emotions will cause instability in blood energy. However, to reach the level where a person's blood energy leaks out, slight emotional fluctuations are not enough. It must be extreme emotional fluctuations to the point where one cannot control themselves, such as raging with anger or experiencing great joy or sorrow. The more intense the fluctuation, the higher the blood energy value he gains. This time he gained 0.002 blood energy from Wang Ba. That's twice as much as last time. Don't underestimate this tiny fraction of blood energy. Once accumulated on a large scale, it becomes a substantial value. Even a mosquito is still a piece of meat, right? After several attempts, Yemo became even more excited about the heavenly gift body refinement technique's ability to absorb blood energy. But at the same time, Wang Ba's gaze towards Yemo grew increasingly dangerous. He felt like his emotions were being toyed with. What he originally expected was daring, but instead it turned out to be the opponent's merciless ridicule. Who can stand this? Let whoever wants to endure endure. Wang Ba could not endure. I'm going to kill him today. It won't matter who comes. Wang Ba said it. Everyone get out of my way. I'm going to deal with him now.
Wang Ba rolled up his sleeves, pushing aside the little brothers in front of him, and swung his fist towards Yemo's head. But Yemo couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. He extended his right hand and gently flicked it, as if flicking a head hitting Wang Ba's incoming fist. Wang Ba felt as if a car crashed into his right arm. Not only did he fly back 5 meters, but his right arm was also broken, hanging down like a noodle. At that moment, there were no cries of pain or noisy shouts, only a deathly silence, and the bobbing of the little ruffian's Adam's apples. With just a finger, Wang Ba, with a blood energy of 1.2, could be flicked away and incapacitated. Anyone with common sense would understand the situation. In the end, it was still Wang Ba's incredulous roar that echoed through the entire alley.
What the hell? You are a martial artist. Ding. Wang Ba was stunned into a mental crash by the host's blood energy leaking outside. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically operates, absorbing and increasing blood energy value by 0.008. Ding. Rose Xiaoyu was stunned into a mental crash by the host's blood energy leaking outside. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically operates, absorbing and increasing blood energy value by 0.002. Ding. Gao Haishan was stunned into a mental crash by the host's blood energy leaking outside. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically operates, absorbing and increasing blood energy value by 0.003. Ding. This time a total of 0.018 blood energy value was absorbed.
Wang Ba was stunned, his underlings were stunned, and several students, including Rose Xiaoyu, who were collecting protection fees, were stunned as well. Yemo was also startled. He did not expect that the absorption of blood vitality also had a team mode, which startled several people at once, unexpectedly increasing his blood vitality income significantly. Through the enhancement of blood vitality gained from the heavenly gift body refining technique, he broke through the 0.01 barrier for the first time.
So this is the correct use of the heavenly gift body refining technique. This is collective shock. As long as you shock enough people, blood vitality will come in abundance. Yemo felt as if he had discovered another path to becoming stronger.
With this, he was no longer anxious about obtaining high-level martial arts. The shock absorption of blood vitality could sustain him for quite a while. The future was full of hope. In stark contrast to Yemo's excitement and joy, Wang Ba and his group of underlings wore expressions as if they had just eaten something foul. They never imagined they would rob a martial artist. If they had known Yemo was a martial artist, even 100 of them wouldn't dare. They had just witnessed how powerful a martial artist could be. The strongest among the thugs, Wang Ba, was easily incapacitated with just a snap of Yemo's fingers. This was the result of Yemo holding back. Had he not, Wang Ba felt his head could have been snapped off. Thinking of this, a chill surged from Wang Ba's feet up to the crown of his head. He nearly wet himself from fear. In this apocalyptic world, martial artists held privileges. Even if they killed this group of thugs, it would only result in some compensation. Moreover, they were the ones who provoked the martial artist first attempting to rob Yemo. According to current martial arts retaliation laws, even if Yemo eliminated them all, it would merely be self-defense. Within 10 seconds, Wang Ba's Adam's apple bobbed up and down 6 times. He knew that if he couldn't handle this situation well today, he might not see the sun tomorrow. After much contemplation, Wang Ba made a decision that went against his family's teachings. He directly took out all his savings, a total of 83.2506 yuan, and pushed it towards Yemo.
Brother, I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare us.
Wang Ba, enduring the agonizing pain of his severed arm, bowed his head and apologized to Yemo. How arrogant he had been at first! Now he was as humble as could be. There was no way to be otherwise. His life was at stake. Seeing this, the other thugs also understood Wang Ba's intention. This was a way to spend money to avoid disaster. They also brought out their savings, pushing them in front of Yemo, bowing at a 90-degree angle to apologize, like Wang Ba.
Big brother, we were wrong. Please spare our lives.
Cold sweat dripped down their faces. They knew too well what it meant to offend a martial artist in this cruel world. Especially since they had even attempted to rob a martial artist, they were truly as bold as bears. At this moment, the 2 thugs who had brought Yemo over were also feeling wronged in their hearts. Who would have known this martial artist was so treacherous? It was one thing to become a martial artist at a young age, but wearing the uniform of Jinmono to school was bound to lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, Yemo displayed powerful strength, and this group of thugs suspected he was most likely a martial artist. Ironically, not a single one of them believed Yemo was from Jinmono to school. They all thought he was pretending to be a student from there for fun. The reason was simple. Ever since the establishment of Safety City No. 188, there had been no precedent for high school martial artist graduates. The strongest were merely semi-martial artists. There were 3 semi-martial artists at Jinmono to school who were prominent figures within the school, and this group of thugs recognized them. Moreover, even if Yemo were a student of Jinmono to school with such powerful strength, he could not possibly be an ordinary class student. He must be in the elite class. Based on the above 2 points, the group of thugs concluded that Yemo was clearly an outsider pretending to be a martial artist. They were thugs, not fools. Such a simple deduction had already revealed everything to them. Even so, this group of thugs did not dare to act recklessly, or speak out against this treacherous young martial artist that would only add fuel to the fire and invite disaster. What they were thinking now was to best be able to leave unscathed. Spending money to avoid disaster was already the best outcome for them. But then, they heard Yemo chuckling as he waved his hand, casting a reassuring glance at the few of them.
What do you mean by this? You make me look like a robber. Let me tell you, I never do such things. You can take your money back, I won't take it. What a misunderstanding. By doing this, you are being too distant.
Yemo's touching words made the thugs feel a profound respect. Is it really going to end like this? Could he truly be the legendary good person? In this apocalypse, good people were rarer than giant pandas. To their surprise, they were so lucky to encounter one this time. Recalling that they had previously considered robbing Yemo, and comparing it to Yemo's broad-mindedness, the thugs felt they were truly despicable. If circumstances had allowed, they would have been so moved that they would have wanted to swear brotherhood with Yemo. But before they could finish feeling moved, they heard Yemo say,
I have a habit of giving massages and adjusting bones for people. This is my ancestral massage technique specifically for treating the old traditional Chinese medicine. I also support my family with this. Today meeting you is fate, so I'll show you a thing or two.
No one else would get this treatment.
Without waiting for the thugs to agree, Yemo moved towards them.
The perfected heavenly gift body refining technique was not to be taken lightly. After all, it was a primary martial skill focused on body refinement, which made one very familiar with the bodus meridians and joints. With Yemo's immense strength, it was as if he were playing with straw dolls, directly dislocating the arms of this group of thugs. The thugs screamed in pain. Yemo paid no mind to their cries, continuing to dislocate while proudly explaining.
Do you see? This is my ancestral massage technique. It can unblock the meridians in your arms. It takes decades of skill to achieve. Pain. That's just right. Where there is flow, there is no pain. Where there is pain, there is no flow. What? You say your arm is broken. Don't worry about that little issue. It can be reattached.
After saying that, Yemo indeed reattached the arms of this group of thugs, and they moved as if nothing had happened, leaving them in awe.
This is my ancestral bone-setting technique, complementary to the massage technique, forming a unique style. First dislocate, and then reattach, achieving a complete and unified effect. I just want to ask if you are moved.
Knowing full well that Yemo was playing them, not one of the thugs dared to show any dissatisfaction, all shaking their heads in response.
We don't dare to move, we don't dare to move. It's good that you don't dare to move. Now please hand over the fees for the massage and the bone setting.
As Yemo spoke, he collected the possessions from the thugs.
This is my rightful payment for the work I've done. Who has any objections?
The thugs were nearly brought to tears by Yemo's antics. After all, that they ended up with their money taken.
After torturing us once before collecting money, you might as well have robbed us.
The thugs were at a loss, not knowing what sins they had committed in their past lives to encounter such a despicable martial artist.
Ding. Wang Ba was driven to emotional collapse by the host's blood. Vitality surged and overflowed. The heavenly gift body refining technique automatically activated to absorb it, gaining 0.003 points of blood vitality. Ding. Gao Haishan was driven to emotional collapse by the host's blood. Vitality surged and overflowed. The heavenly gift body refining technique automatically activated to absorb it, gaining 0.001 points of blood vitality. Ding. Lu Shan, who was driven to emotional collapse by the host. Ding. Total gain 0.007 points of blood vitality.
Yemo nodded in satisfaction. Even the smallest mosquito is still a piece of meat. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Over time, the value of his chi and blood would achieve a terrifying effect. Moreover, a value of 0.007 for chi and blood is already quite substantial. At least it represents 3 to 4 days of arduous training for an average martial artist, and Yemo achieved this in just a short while. However, Yemo also noticed that as time passed, the total amount of chi and blood he obtained significantly decreased. This was also due to Wang Ba and others being injured, and fatigue leading to a drop in their chi and blood. Continuing to waste time with him was meaningless. Yemo needed a larger stage.
I won't waste any more time with you all. You're lucky. Considering the money and your attitude of admitting your mistakes, I'll let you go this time. From today on, change your profession. If I catch you still engaging in extortion, it won't be as simple as a massage. And you Wang Ba, right? Your name is the same as my former dog's, and it sounds unpleasant. From now on, you'll be called Little Teddy. Little Teddy.
Wang Ba nearly fainted upon hearing Yemo's words. If he had to change to that name, it would be the source of endless laughter. Who would dare to associate with him? If asked who their boss was, they would have to reply,
"My boss is Little Teddy."
How embarrassing. If it weren't for Wang Ba's strong mental fortitude, he would have been infuriated on the spot.
Ding. Wang Ba's chi surged, feeling that something was wrong with him. The Heaven's Gift body refinement technique activated, automatically gaining 0.001 chi. Indeed, as I anticipated, the absorption of chi and blood will decrease more and more. The most he could gain would be from the initial waves of vigorous chi.
After completing this transaction, Yemo didn't waste any more words with this group, simply waving his sleeve and departing.
After finishing the matter, I shall leave quietly, concealing my achievements and name.
However, before leaving, he returned the money taken from the innocent students, keeping the rest for himself. Watching Yemo's departing figure, the victimized students revealed envious gazes.
So cool. Are you referring to his strength or his looks? He's cool everywhere. If only we had such formidable strength. Don't dream. He's a martial artist.
The likes of us commoners will never reach such heights in our lifetime.
A few victimized students merely sighed and quickly left. They hadn't forgotten that Wang Ba and his gang were still around. Once those thugs recovered, they wouldn't have it easy. Big brother, everyone has left.
In the empty alley, only Wang Ba and his 4 underlings remained. Surviving this ordeal, Wang Ba didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. The happy part was that they survived, and this martial artist didn't hold it against them. Otherwise, after taking their money, if he had dealt with them, he would have merely gained the title of eliminating evil for the people, who told them to act recklessly and rob a martial artist. The sad part was that they had lost their money.
You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet.
Wang Ba cursed his bad luck this time. He had to admit defeat.
Let's go, we need to report back to the stadium. We'll be late if we don't hurry.
Feeling sore all over from Yemo's beating, these thugs had to struggle to stand up, supporting each other as they headed to the sports center to report in. Otherwise, if they didn't get results from this exam, they wouldn't graduate.
Boss, isn't it bad to go back now? That guy seems to be a student from the second magic town. What if we run into him again and he beats us up?
Remembering Yemo's ruthless methods made the group of thugs feel a chill in their hearts. This clearly showed the deep psychological trauma Yemo had inflicted on them, which would take a lifetime to heal.
Are you stupid? That guy is definitely a martial artist in disguise. How could he possibly be a student from the second magic town? In our safety city, no. 188, there has never been a martial artist appearing before graduating from high school. If he's really a student from the second magic town, I'll take my head off and give it to you as a ball to kick. He looks so young, he's probably a genius student from some martial arts university. As wise as I am, I've seen through everything. Damn it, with such a powerful martial artist, why not go out and form a team for exploration missions instead of coming here to fish for our group of poor students? Meeting him is also bad luck.
Wang Ba resignedly shook his head. Besides shaking his head and sighing, what else could he do?
Go seek revenge on Yemo. Are you hoping to die faster? Boss, but I...
Another underling tried to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Ba.
The road to becoming a martial artist is always full of obstacles and thorns. This is all a trial for us. Don't worry, these are just minor issues. As long as we're alive, there's hope. We must forge ahead. One day, we will become martial artists. We will rise above others.
Wang Ba tirelessly instilled motivational words into his underlings. They had indeed lost, but their mindset had improved. In this situation, it was most suitable to serve a bowl of motivational soup to warm their hearts and boost morale. However, another underling spoke up.
Boss, what I mean is I'm out of money. I don't even have money for food. If you have any spare cash, could you lend me a bit?
Wang Ba.
Get lost. I don't even know who to borrow money from. Awesome.
Yemo had just visited the bank, deposited his money, and conveniently paid his tuition. After paying the tuition, the balance on his phone was 8,021 yuan, and the corners of Yemo's mouth slightly rose. It goes to show that happiness can be contagious. The joy of Wang Ba and his gang had not vanished, but merely shifted to Yemo's face. After completing this deal, Yemo found a new method to increase his qi and blood value, and he also secured a huge sum of over 10,000 yuan, truly a double blessing. Yemo finally escaped the predicament of having just 28 yuan left in his balance. With Yemo's current substantial financial resources, he could afford to take his time in this world, plan his next moves, and for the time being he didn't need to worry about food and living expenses. Yemo even had spare money to spend, investing 150 yuan in a 6-layer beef burger. In this world, meat is surprisingly expensive. Any food related to meat costs upwards of 50 yuan. A beef burger costing 150 yuan is considered to be in the mid-range price bracket among burgers. Due to the price previously, Yemo could only afford cheap vegetable rice. When he craved meat, he would settle for inexpensive synthetic meat or insect protein. After all, at that time, Yemo's monthly living expenses were only 200 yuan, and he could barely afford a meal of meat. This was the first time Yemo indulged in luxury in his life. Yemo realized something. He clearly knew that the thoughts he had just had were events that had occurred to the previous owner of this body, yet, after merging all the memories, it felt as though he had experienced them himself. What Yemo felt at that moment was that these events were things he had once gone through.
Is it because I've crossed into this body that I've inherited its original life and experiences?
Yemo didn't reject this. Instead, he found it quite interesting. This way, it would help him integrate into this world more quickly. As he ate his burger and strolled leisurely, Yemo finally arrived at the Southern Stadium. By the time Yemo arrived, it was already considered late. Outside the stadium gate stood 500 to 600 students from the second magic town, dressed in white school uniforms, lined up outside the stadium according to their arrival order. Why 500 to 600 instead of 2,500? Because besides the Southern Stadium as an examination center, there were also centers in the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Central districts. Other students took their practical exams at locations closer to those centers, and would gather there. Those centers would also gather around 500 students or so. Yemo was also a rule-abiding person. While eating his burger, he obediently found a line at the back to queue, listening to the surrounding classmates boast and reliving the feelings of high school. Just as Yemo was happily listening to these students gossip, a loud shout came from the back of the line.
All students from ordinary classes, move aside. Who allowed you trash to block my way?
The scene fell silent in an instant, as all the students craned their necks towards the source of the sound, soon spotting a male student, with a hooked nose, a gloomy expression, and dressed in a golden uniform, walking towards the group. Behind him were nearly 50 other students, also wearing golden uniforms.
They are the elite class students. The elite class students have returned from the blood factory after slaying bizarre creatures.
Upon seeing this group, the ordinary class students immediately understood why they dared to be so arrogant. It turned out to be the elite class students. That clarified everything. In the second branch of the Demon Suppressing Academy, there is a distinction between ordinary and elite classes. There are a total of 50 classes in the senior year, with Class 1 being the elite class. The entire class has more than 50 people. It's safe to say that students entering the elite class are either rich or noble. To enter the elite class, at least 2 standards must be met. The first standard is that the blood vitality value must be at least 1. 2. The second standard is that the annual tuition fee is 200,000. This tuition is 40 times that of the ordinary class. One semester costs 200,000, a year 400,000, and 3 years amounts to 2 million. And that is just the tuition fee, not including various real combat training fees, separate martial arts guidance fees, advanced warrior training fees. If you calculate over 3 years, it could easily reach 3 million. With that amount, one could buy a half-sized apartment in the safe city. This price is not something an ordinary family can bear. Besides these 2 points, there is also the most important hidden third point. The number of elite class students is fixed at around 50, and will not exceed 60. This means that even if you are wealthy, if you do not have the connections and power that other students in the class possess, once the elite class is full, you cannot enter. Despite 1's blood vitality value being at 1. 2, he doesn't even qualify to enter the elite class. The elite class is like a wall where students outside wish to enter, but cannot, while those inside look down on those outside. It is an unchangeable chain of disdain. While ordinary class students merely aim to obtain a graduation certificate, the purpose of elite class students is to get admitted to a martial university and become warriors. For them, the content of this midterm examination is also different. For ordinary class students, like EMO, it is simply to find a place where bizarre occurrences might happen, stay the night, and that counts as completing the practical assessment. In the eyes of warriors, such an assessment is akin to child's play. What danger could there be? Unless, like EMO, one wins the jackpot, it is merely a formality. However, the examination for elite class students is different. Their task for this midterm examination is to go to a low-level bizarre domain called Blood Factory, and slay the low-level bizarre creatures that have awakened within. Each student must kill at least one low-level bizarre creature to pass the examination. Being able to personally slay low-level bizarre creatures is enough to make this group of ordinary class students envious. After all, if they encountered a bizarre creature, they could only run. Despite the high difficulty of the midterm examination for elite class students, for them, it is an added bonus for getting admitted to a martial university, and it will be recorded in their files.
Have you heard? For this Blood Factory task, the elite class students performed exceptionally well. All students completed the assessment. More than half of the students killed 3 or more bizarre creatures. I also heard, according to insider news, that the student who killed the most bizarre creatures took down 13 in one night, including a low-level fierce soul bizarre creature. That is simply impressive. Even the proctor marveled that this year's elite class is probably the most outstanding in history. Oh my god! 13 bizarre creatures. And a low-level fierce soul bizarre creature. That's incredible. This is a record that high school students can achieve. It's like a divine existence. Who says otherwise? To have the ability to kill a low-level fierce soul bizarre creature is terrifying to think about. After all, I only have the option to flee when encountering a low-level ghost bizarre creature.
A group of ordinary class students sighed in admiration. No wonder they are so impressive. Elite class students can even kill bizarre creatures. The ordinary class students were all excited, but EMO was left speechless. Killing 13 bizarre creatures is seen as divine existence. These students have such low standards. If I killed nearly 100 bizarre creatures in one night, wouldn't that be a slaughter that surpasses the divine? Is a low-level fierce soul so impressive? Isn't it something that can be dealt with in a single slap? EMO shook his head with a smile, suddenly feeling that, after his power increased, his perspective had also changed compared to others. What others regard as remarkable figures in EMO's eyes are merely insignificant. Listening to the ordinary class students' exclamations, the elite class students wore proud expressions on their faces, looking quite pleased.
I told you to step aside. Can't you understand human language?
The hook-nosed male student said again. This time all the students blocking the elite class stepped aside obediently. Even if they harbored countless grievances, they dared not show them on the surface, especially towards this hook-nosed male student. Upon seeing this male student, EMO recognized him, as well a prominent figure in the school, one of the 3 Quasa warriors, the top bully of the second branch, Mawinbu.
Isn't that Biao Biao?
EMO teased. Mawinbu can be described as an uncultured scion who often picks fights with ordinary students. He doesn't like that was a common occurrence. His status as the top bully of the second branch is mainly due to not just his strength as one of the 3 Quasar warriors in the school, but because he is a father who is the chief of security.
What's all the fuss about? Just because you have a father who's the chief of security. I've heard that to cultivate Malwynbu into a warrior, his father spends 5,000 on a single chi-boosting pill, and he consumes 3 a month.
The number of chi blood pills and active circulation powders is countless. It's estimated that after 3 years, he could have consumed enough to buy 5 large apartments. If I had that kind of investment, I could also become a warrior.
Not just you, even a pig could ascend with that many pills. This is the disparity of classes. To become a warrior without a significant investment in precious medicines, it's impossible to succeed.
But how can ordinary people afford this? This is also the reason why common families struggle to produce talented individuals. I refuse to believe that in an ordinary family anyone can increase their cultivation to that of a warrior without relying on pills.
For ordinary families, it's difficult to cultivate warriors, let alone Quasar warriors. Unless that kid has extraordinary luck.
EMO. He felt as if someone was insulting him without evidence.
I told you to step aside, can't you understand?
Malwynbu stood in front of a square-faced student, and all the other students obediently moved aside, but this square-faced student along with his group of underlings showed no intention of budging. Yemo recognized this square-faced student as well as Zhao Gang, who is also one of the bullies in the second branch, consistently ranking second among the bullies. It is worth mentioning that Zhao Gang is a student from the ordinary class. As a bully, he naturally has confidence. Upon seeing Malwynbu approach, Zhao Gang remained calm and greeted him amiably, saying,
"Wenbu, my brothers and I were among the first batch to arrive. You know that the first batch of candidates will receive extra points, so how about we stand here? Rest assured, we'll keep the path clear for your elite class friends. We won't block your way."
However, what Zhao Gang did not expect was that his gesture did not earn him Malwynbu's favor. Instead, Malwynbu coldly sneered and said,
"Wenbu is not something you can call. Who gave you the face to speak on equal terms with me? Get back or I'll beat you up."
Zhao Gang's face turned dark in an instant. He knew that Malwynbu was a spoiled brat, but he never expected Malwynbu to openly insult him, calling him shameless. Zhao Gang was a notable figure at school. If he just walked away like this today, how could he face others in the future?
"Malwynbu, don't go too far." "Too far? What have I done that's too far? You're unhappy, aren't you? Fine, I'll give you a chance to show yourself. You'll stand right here. If you can last a minute in front of me, I'll admit defeat. How about that?"
Malwynbu directly provoked Zhao Gang, and the crowd gasped. Was a fight about to break out? The top bully and the second bully of the school. Both of them were notorious for their tyranny on campus, and injuring each other was seen as a good thing. But when Malwynbu said that Zhao Gang should last a minute, wasn't that a bit too dismissive? After all, Zhao Gang was the second bully, and his strength was formidable. With a blood value of 1. For he was just a step away from becoming a martial artist. He could be considered the best among the common class. The strength of both should not be too different. Zhao Gang still had a chance to win. Expecting someone to last a minute just to win was a bit too belittling of Zhao Gang. To be honest, if a victor had to be determined, the onlookers were still hoping Zhao Gang would win. After all, Zhao Gang was the strongest martial artist representing the common class, and a win for him would bring glory to the common students. Malwynbu's arrogant demeanor was too dismissive of the students from their class.
"You're asking for it."
Zhao Gang was furious. Having been slapped in the face by Malwynbu multiple times, and feeling utterly humiliated, he charged at Malwynbu. Between Zhao Gang's punches, it was evident he was using the school's common technique, the widely practiced demon suppression refinement fist. Zhao Gang's execution of the demon suppression refinement technique was precise, with the force of his punches creating gusts of wind and blood energy faintly visible around his fists.
Blood energy leaking. My goodness, this is a sign of achieving great mastery in the demon suppression refinement technique. Not to mention, Zhao Gang is indeed one of our school's top martial arts geniuses. He mastered the demon suppression refinement technique before graduating high school, while my own practice is still at the beginner level. Although the demon suppression refinement technique is a first-tier martial skill, it was compiled by several martial arts masters, and once mastered, its power is considerable.
At that moment, Malwynbu definitely had something to endure. However, as everyone was marveling, they saw all of Zhao Gang's heavy punches were easily dodged by Ma Wenbu. Not even the hem of Ma Wenbu's clothing was touched. Zhao Gang was quick, but Ma Wenbu was quicker.
Trash! You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. With your level of strength, you think you can challenge me?
Dodging Zhao Gang's attack, Ma Wenbu sneered coldly, jumped, and kicked with his legs, like a blur towards Zhao Gang. Despite being 3 meters away, it looked as though Ma Wenbu's leg extended, landing directly on Zhao Gang. Such a rapid and unexpected attack was something Zhao Gang could not evade. 3 dull thuds echoed, as Zhao Gang fell to the ground, spitting blood. In less than 10 seconds, Zhao Gang was directly taken down by Ma Wenbu. With the help of 2 underlings, he could barely stand up. It was evident he had no strength to fight back. Defeated, lost. Zhao Gang's defeat was expected by everyone, but such an easy loss was hard to accept. He didn't even touch the hem of Ma Wenbu's clothing, and was treated like a monkey by Ma Wenbu. Was the gap between the strongest student of the common class and the elite class really so vast?
Martial skill. That's a first-tier martial skill.
Some recognized the technique Ma Wenbu used earlier. To this, Ma Wenbu did not shy away.
That's right. It's a martial skill. The first-tier martial skill, Shadow Leg. It was a birthday gift from my dad last year, a top-level first-tier martial skill worth 3 million dragon coins.
So far I have already mastered it.
Everyone gasped. Being wealthy is nice. 3 million for a martial skill is nothing to them. It's like giving away a half-sized apartment.
Most importantly, Ma Wenbu has connections. His father can trade for benefits and purchase martial skills. Unlike them, who have to sign a contract to sell themselves and work for years. No wonder Zhao Gang lost so decisively. Ma Wenbu's blood value was inherently higher than Zhao Gang's, and combined with the practical power of a first-tier martial skill, it was far superior to the demon suppression refinement technique. It was understandable for him to lose. Then Ma Wenbu said,
"What if I use a martial skill? Are you saying it's unfair?"
How ridiculous. Don't forget that financial strength is also a part of strength. Do you expect your opponent to use the same level of combat skills on the battlefield?
This is the most ridiculous part of you poor folks. You always fantasize about miracles that can surpass someone like me, a child of destiny. You people don't even think with your wooden heads. My family has produced martial artists for 6 generations. How can I be worse than you, who have studied hard for 9 years? Without cultivation resources and advanced martial skills, you think being slightly stronger in blood value is impressive. It's nothing. And you still dream of challenging me. That's not a dream, it's just daydreaming. Ordinary students without resources or martial skills are destined to be the bottom of society.
Zhao Gang is trash, and you guys are the same.
Ma Wenbu scanned the crowd, relishing the feeling of bullying the weak, which greatly satisfied his twisted inner self.
As if sensing the furious gazes of the ordinary class students, Ma Wenbu continued,
"Don't be unhappy. I'll stand right here. If anyone can defeat me, I'll let them call me daddy."
But do you have that ability?
So arrogant. So much so that everyone wanted to beat him up. Each ordinary class student was filled with rage.
He insulted them as trash to their faces. That was too condescending. Yet in the end, no ordinary class students stepped up. The gap in strength was evident. They saw the strongest Zhao Gang from the ordinary class was taken down in 3 moves. If they went up, they would probably fare even worse than Zhao Gang.
Perhaps this is the fate of us ordinary class students living at the bottom of society. Without resources or opportunities, ordinary class students can never surpass the elite class in strength. In this era, how can a child from a poor family rise to greatness? It's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Don't dream. If you're bullied, just accept it. What else can you do but endure?
After graduation, just find a construction site and work honestly. Yeah, in this era, ordinary players can never compete with pay-to-win players.
The ordinary students resigned to their fate, while the elite class students jeered.
That we gave you a chance, but you're useless.
A bunch of trash. Ordinary class students are truly a bunch of cowards.
As he spoke, Ma Wenbu was about to lead his group to the door, but when he looked up, he was stunned. A student, who appeared from nowhere, had already reached the door first, holding a hamburger in his right hand with his back to him, leisurely eating. Ma Wenbu was immediately infuriated. He never expected that while he was fighting someone would take advantage. Did this guy not want to live anymore to dare pick up his scraps? Especially since this person was wearing the uniform of the ordinary class students. Didn't he hear his warning just now? Someone like this is not even worthy of making me Ma Wenbu take action.
Ma Wenbu coldly said,
Who the hell are you?
Dare to stand in front of me. I'll give you 3 seconds to crawl out from under my pants. Otherwise I'll throw you into that garbage bin.
Before Ma Wenbu could finish his sentence, Yemo executed a graceful turn and kicked, landing on Ma Wenbu's chin. Ma Wenbu flew through the air like a smooth parabola, landing perfectly in the garbage bin 10 meters away, his whole body getting stuck in it. Yemo brushed off the dust from his shoes and curiously asked the person next to him,
Did anyone hear that guy barking like a dog just now?
Who heard the guy barking like a dog just now? This statement fell into the ears of the students like a thunderclap. Whether it was the ordinary class students or the elite class students, they couldn't believe that Yemo not only ambushed Ma Wenbu, but also dared to insult him as a dog.
Fog. Fog grass. Has this kid gone mad? Offending Ma Wenbu and calling him a dog. Doesn't he know Ma Wenbu's reputation in the second town of demon slayers? Looking at his attire, he seems to be a student from the ordinary class. That's even worse, the ordinary class students have no identity or background. Once Ma Wenbu comes out of the trash can, he's finished.
All the ordinary class students were sweating for Yemo except for Wang Ba and the others who had just arrived.
Boss, that person seems to be.
Wang Ba made a shushing gesture signaling his little brother not to speak. Wang Ba and the other little brothers looked at this scene in surprise. They originally thought Yemo was a student disguised from some martial arts university, not realizing he was genuinely from the second town of demon slayers. This is truly miraculous. However, it seems that Yemo has not shown all his strength. He wants to toy with them for a while. Wang Ba knew of Yemo's skills. Unlike others who were worried for Yemo, Wang Ba was worried about Ma Wenbu and the elite class students. This person is quite adept at playing tricks. In his hands you won't be able to leave without shedding a layer of skin. Indeed, after Ma Wenbu was ambushed, his two little brothers were not pleased.
Daring to ambush my brother Biao. Does this ordinary class student not want to live anymore? Go! Get him!
The two little brothers from the elite class rolled up their sleeves and charged forward. With two loud bangs, they landed precisely in the two trash cans beside Ma Wenbu, flanking him on both sides. At this moment everyone noticed that Yemo's kick was too fast. Not a single person saw how he made his move. It seems that Ma Wenbu being kicked into the trash can was not as simple as an ambush. 3 elite class students were kicked into the trash can, and they were all gritting their teeth in anger. When has the elite class ever suffered such a loss in front of the ordinary class students? What made them even more furious was Yemo's next words.
Trash is just trash, I like trash cans.
Immediately an elite class student was displeased.
You country bumpkin, who are you cursing?
Yemo pressed his hand down, making a gesture of don't misunderstand.
Sorry, please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the 3 I just kicked are trash. I mean all the elite class students present, every single one of you is trash.
What? This kid actually dared to say that everyone in the elite class is trash. The scene exploded instantly. Provoking Ma Wenbu was one thing, but this kid even provoked everyone from the elite class. With this statement, he offended all the elite class students. Not hearing the system prompt for absorbing blood energy, Yemo knew the shock wasn't enough and needed to add fuel to the fire. Then came Yemo's next sentence, which directly ignited the atmosphere. He extended 3 fingers towards the elite class students and said,
3 punches. If anyone can withstand my 3 punches, I will kill myself on the spot.
As everyone wondered why Yemo said this, they heard him shake his head and continue.
If it takes more than 3 punches to deal with you elite class trash, then what's the point of me living?
Everyone. Is that how you say it? So arrogant. Too arrogant. Everyone realized they had underestimated Yemo. Not only did he provoke Ma Wenbu, he also provoked everyone from the elite class, and boldly claimed no one could withstand his 3 punches. Even a farmer wouldn't dare to say such a thing. They thought Ma Wenbu was arrogant, but it turned out this guy was even more so. Everyone in shock expressed that they had never seen such an arrogant person in their lives. The most shocking were the elite class students, who listened to Yumo's words in a state of disbelief, taking a long time to recover. Were they being ridiculed collectively? What kind of confidence allowed you to be so self-assured and arrogant? How could this be tolerated? Definitely cannot tolerate it.
Ding. Elite class student MOCA is enraged by you. Blood energy begins to surge and overflow. Heavenly gift body refining technique automatically operates to absorbing blood energy value 0.005. Ding. Elite class student Aguituo is enraged by you. Blood energy begins to surge and overflow. Heavenly gift body refining technique automatically operates to absorbing blood energy value 0.004. Ding. Elite class student Lin Fangju is enraged by you. Blood energy begins to surge and overflow. Heavenly gift body refining technique automatically operates to absorbing blood energy value 0.006. Ding. You absorb the blood energy power from 56 elite class students, gaining 0.3 blood energy value. Your blood energy value has increased from 6.52 to 6.82.
Instantly increased by 0.3 blood energy value. This rhythm is right. As I said, the best way to gain blood energy value is through collective shock. The more people shock, the better. Relying solely on one or two people to provide blood energy is not promising. This group of elite class students obviously has rich blood energy, and almost every one of them can contribute over 0.005 blood energy, allowing EMO to instantly increase by 0.3 blood energy. This is the most blood energy gain the Heavenly Gift Body Refining Technique has achieved so far. 0.3 blood energy value equivalent to these students' hard training for over half a year. Feeling ecstatic, EMO couldn't help but smile.
Damn. This kid is still laughing. Does he look down on us? Looked down upon by a civilian student? Who does he think he is? He's a bit too arrogant. Let's all go together. With so many of us, even a spit from each can take him down. Don't hold back. It's best to cripple him. If he dies, it doesn't matter. The law doesn't punish the crowd. Charge!
Someone took the lead, and a large group of elite class students rushed towards EMO, intending to use a swarm tactics to take him down. In the eyes of the elite class students, the opponent was just one person. With so many elite students, defeating him should be a simple matter. But soon this group of elite class students realized they were wrong, terribly wrong. Yemo's figure moved like a ghost within the encirclement of elite students with his agile movements and extremely fast speed. More than 50 elite class students couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes.
Such fast movements! Did he grow up eating rabbits? How can his speed be this fast? Lin Yue, block him. Don't let him escape. You make it sound easy. With this speed, come and try to block him. Do you want to use your mouth to block him?
1 against 50, a whole class of students was thrown into chaos by Yemo alone. Instead, while moving, Yemo took advantage of the gaps in the attacks from this group of elite students, taking down one after another. Yemo's method of attack was unique, directly grabbing the opponent's hair, lifting them up, and slamming them hard to the ground, causing one elite class student to go from kill to ah. Yemo controlled his strength well, ensuring that the elite class students he threw were dazed and unable to stand up for a while, but would not be in any life-threatening danger. Yemo didn't want to cause any fatalities. After all, this is a school. If someone died, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, these elite class students were not yet at the point of deserving a death sentence. Thus, over 50 elite class students were knocked down by Yemo, like whack-a-mole, rolling on the ground while covering their heads and shouting. In less than 3 minutes, not a single elite class student could stand. They were all rolling on the ground. The ordinary class students watching were completely shocked this time.
What's going on? Did we win? That ordinary class student won.
They thought it was outrageous for Yemo to provoke an entire elite class. However, they never anticipated that even more outrageous was that Yemo actually won. Many students thought they were seeing things, rubbing their eyes multiple times to confirm that in this battle Yemo had won. Yemo had defeated an entire elite class.
Is this something a human can do? Who exactly is that person?
Is he really a student from the ordinary class? Not some martial arts big shot who sneaked in. I've seen him. He seems to be from class 21. He is indeed from our class. His name is Yemo. He came from the refuge to study. But this person usually in our class is just good-looking with no other outstanding qualities. Who would have expected him to be so fierce in a fight? He took down an entire elite class.
It can be foreseen that after this battle Yemo's name will resonate throughout the entire second school. Hey, did you notice that during the fight the guy was eating a hamburger with his right hand the whole time and never used it? What did you say?
Someone reminded, and the watching students then noticed that Yemo had never used his right hand throughout, only using his left to fight against a group of elite class students, just as the saying goes.
Back in the day, I kept my right hand in my pocket, unaware of what a true opponent was.
They originally thought it was outrageous for Yemo to take down an entire elite class, but he completed the battle using only his left hand. This was simply outrageous. The watching students collectively felt defeated. They knew Yemo was amazing, but being so powerful to the point of breaking the rules was simply unacceptable. All being from the ordinary class, why should you be so awesome?
Ding. Ordinary class student Ding Xiaoyang's heart is broken, his worldview is shattered, blood energy surges and overflows. Ding. Ordinary class student Chen Xiaochun's heart is broken, his worldview is shattered, blood energy surges and overflows. Ding. Ordinary class student Wang Ming's heart is broken, his worldview is shattered, blood energy surges and overflows. Ding. Ding. You absorb the overflow blood energy from 531 ordinary students, gaining a total of 0.6 blood energy. Your blood energy value has increased to 742.
Are these people asking him to push a few more times? Although each ordinary student can only increase their vitality by about 0.001, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. Yemo felt that at this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the level of a second-tier warrior.
Is that it? The ordinary class is just a bunch of trash. It's not that I didn't give you a chance, I did, but you all are useless.
Yemo brushed off the dust from his clothes and addressed the elite class students present. They never expected to be mocked as trash by a student from the ordinary class. One day, the tides of fortune turn, and the world shows no mercy. The ordinary class students were thrilled, while the defeated elite class students were nearly driven to madness. They wanted to argue, but looking at their classmates lying together in less than 3 minutes, words almost came to their lips several times, only to be swallowed back down. So infuriating.
Ding. Elite class student Ding Xuqiang is enraged, causing his vitality to surge outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing 0.005 vitality. Ding. Elite class student Kai Guomen is enraged, causing his vitality to surge outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing 0.007 vitality. Ding. Ding. You have absorbed the vitality of 13 elite class students, gaining 0.3 vitality.
In such a short time, another 0.3 vitality was added to his account. Yemo remarked that young people are indeed hot-tempered. With just a little provocation, 18 students fell into the trap. He wondered if this group of people knew that after being beaten, they could still provide vitality for him. Would they be driven to madness? Just then Ma Wenbu crawled out of the trash can. Yemo's kick had briefly knocked him out, and only now did he wake up to hear someone mimicking his words. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Isn't that what he said to mock the ordinary class students? Quite the coincidence. Who the hell is copying me?
Is it you? How dare you, a lowly nobody, imitate me?
Ma Wenbu saw Yemo, who had just ambushed him, standing right in front of him. Perhaps it was because he had just regained consciousness, or maybe he was furious that Yemo had kicked him into the trash can, but Ma Wenbu was so enraged that he failed to notice the classmates lying on the ground.
Flying shadow kick.
Ma Wenbu directly unleashed a first-tier martial skill to attack. But before Ma Wenbu's shadow kick could land on Yemo, Yemo used an astonishingly swift movement technique to close the distance, kicking him away once more, landing him straight back into the trash can. Double whammy. Ma Wenbu, this time while falling headfirst into the trash can, finally realized one thing: Yemo was simply faster than him. Just now Yemo had struck before he even had a chance to see what was happening. This meant the opponent's speed surpassed his own. Is this guy also a prospective martial artist? But Ma Wenbu thought long and hard and couldn't recall anyone like that in school. Ma Wenbu was used to being domineering in school, and after being sent flying by Yemo twice today, he was furious. When had he Ma Wenbiao ever suffered such a loss?
Ding. Ma Wenbiao's vitality surged outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing 0.012 vitality.
Yemo let out a sound of surprise. 0.012 vitality. This was the highest single income of vitality he had ever received. The vitality provided by a prospective martial artist was indeed different. It was equivalent to the vitality provided by 12 ordinary students. This guy is quite the temper, he can't handle being kicked out. Before long, Yemo saw Ma Wenbiao crawling out of the trash can again, his face filled with indignation, approaching Yemo and pointing at him.
You have the guts to kill me. Otherwise, it'll kill you. In this match, only one of us can leave alive.
Ma Wenbiao's words carried the air of a social thug. Yemo responded, unable to deny that just based on this fierce attitude, he was indeed a cut above the average person. Even knowing he was no match for Yemo, Ma Wenbiao still dared to provoke him. It seems that Ma Wenbiao's ability to become a prospective first-tier martial artist isn't solely due to his family's wealth and resources. He indeed possesses the temperament suitable for a martial artist, showing talent in that regard. As a martial artist without grit and resilience, it's hard to persist. It's a pity Ma Wenbiao's tenacity is misdirected. Yemo looked at him with amusement, thinking he was trying to intimidate him. This fool doesn't even realize that his running over here is just making him a tool for me to harvest vitality. In the third round, as expected, Ma Wenbiao was once again kicked into the trash can, completing a cycle of 3 entries and exits. Due to choosing to kick back against Yemo, Ma Wenbiao ended up with a broken leg, limping as he walked. Yet even so, Ma Wenbiao crawled out of the trash can, a face full of defiance, returning once more. Out of anger, his vitality surged even more violently.
Ding. Ma Wenbiao's vitality surged outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing 0.015 vitality.
Ignoring his leg injury, Ma Wenbiao slapped himself in the face, saying,
You brat, you better kill me today or else. You, a common student, how dare you be more arrogant than me? Today it's either you die or I die. This matter cannot end peacefully. Even if you kneel down to apologize, it won't conclude.
Oh, this fool is still trying to act tough. Yemo realized what it meant to lose, but not lose face. Even after being beaten to a pulp, he was still talking big. In the face of absolute strength, he found that being brave and tough was useless. Seeing Ma Wenbiao throwing punches at him, Yemo countered with a punch, directly incapacitating Ma Wenbiao's arm, sending him flying back into the trash can once again.
Don't call him Ma Wenbiao anymore, call him Ma Trash. The world is vast, but the trash can is your eternal home.
Upon hearing this, Ma Wenbiao jumped out of the trash can, his face flushed with anger, shouting at Yemo.
No one has ever dared to hit me like this. I will kill you. I will kill you. Ding. Ma Wenbiao's vitality surged outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing
0.02.
What the hell? A single transaction of 0.02, breaking the record for single income again. Is this guy a perpetual motion machine?
So impressive. Interestingly, as Yemo was draining Ma Wenbiao, he heard cheers coming from behind.
Brother Biao, well done. Brother Biao, nicely done. Brother Biao is stalling for us with his life. He truly deserves to be our class leader. Brother Biao, hold on for a bit longer. We will recover soon. Once we are all ready, we will take this little guy down first.
Yemo turned around and noticed the elite class students, who had been rolling on the ground, now able to stand after drinking recovery potions. After all, they were elite class students, either rich or noble, each having some strong recovery potion. Moreover, Yemo hadn't hit them too hard with just one potion, and a few minutes of rest they could recover. By the time Yemo was done schooling Ma Wenbiao, the elite class students had mostly recovered, almost fully back to normal. Now they were looking forward to Ma Wenbiao stalling for a bit longer, allowing them to recover more, so they could use a wheel battle to wear Yemo down. They wanted to see whether Yemo could fight, or if their recovery potions were more abundant. In this battle, the elite class would surely win. Moreover, one of Ma Wenbiao's little brothers jumped out, pointing at Yemo and cursing.
You, a nobody without a background or family, dare to beat Brother Biao into this state. This time you're dead meat. Do you know who Brother Biao is? His father is the captain of the patrol team. With any excuse, he can have you taken to the patrol station. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't attack Brother Biao's lower regions. The one thing Brother Biao hates most is having his lower regions attacked. The last person who fought with Brother Biao and targeted that area ended up crippled and thrown outside the city. You can fight, but try hitting Brother Biao's lower regions. When the time comes, he will kill you and your entire family, little brat. Did you hear that?
The little brother's rant left both Emo and Ma Wenbu speechless, especially Ma Wenbu. He wasn't scared of facing Emo, he was brave, and didn't fear being crippled. After a while of fighting, Ma Wenbu realized that while Emo was ruthless, he wouldn't truly kill him. The opponent also had his reservations. As long as he didn't die, Ma Wenbu wouldn't be afraid. But hearing that little brother's threats, Ma Wenbu gulped, feeling anxious again. This idiot exposed his weakness. Hearing that threat others might not dare, but Ma Wenbu was 100% sure that this one would. Ma Wenbu admitted he had never felt so flustered. Looking at Emo's dangerous gaze should he sweep through his lower regions. Ma Wenbu hurriedly waved his hands, trying to explain.
No, big brother, let me explain. Big.
Bang. Emo delivered a flying kick followed by the sound of something cracking and a heartbreaking wail. Ma Wenbu, who landed in the trash can, was filled with sorrow, unable to utter a word. My precious eggs are shattered. Suppressing his pain, Ma Wenbu shouted angrily.
Lu Xiaolong, you dumbass.
When I get back, he'll kill you.
Ding. Ma Wenbu's vitality surged outward. The heaven-sent body refinement technique activates, automatically absorbing
0.03.
The little brother who had just shouted was also stunned, not expecting Emo to really target Ma Wenbu's lower regions. Even more confusing was why Brother Biao was cursing him.
He hadn't done anything wrong.
Brother Biao is sacrificing his shattered eggs for us, buying us precious time. Even with his eggs broken, Brother Biao won't surrender. What reason do we have to give up? I'm all healed up, let's take him down. I'm healed too, let's get him.
Looking at the elite class students charging again, this was just an opportunity for him to harvest their vitality. One round of harvesting wasn't enough. This group was asking him to harvest a few more times. Emo was quite curious about which genius came up with this wheel battle method.
Instructor Lu, I'm not just bragging. The student named Ye Feng from our town Demon First High School possesses extraordinary talent and strength. In his second year, he had already become a Kwasa warrior. His current vitality value is even stabilized at 1.7. Instructor Luo should come to our town Demon Fourth High School to see. We have a female student named Ning Kiki whose vitality value has already reached 1.8. It's exceedingly rare for a female student to achieve a vitality value of 1.8 in this era.
In the conference hall of the sports arena, the high-ranking officials from various universities led by a silver-haired beauty tirelessly recommended their outstanding students, mostly to showcase their school's strength and gain the admiration of this silver-haired beauty named Rosa, the chief examiner sent from the first safety city to oversee the exam at the 188th safety city. Not only is she beautiful and strong, but her background is also quite formidable. Even the lord of the 188th safety city must show her respect. Rosa's impression of these university officials directly impacts their futures.
Everyone quiet down. Instructor Luo came directly to our town Demon Second High School's examination point without visiting other locations. Don't you understand what that means? This time our elite class at town Demon Second High School has produced 3 Kwasa warriors. The strongest among them, Ma Wenbiao, not only has a terrifying vitality value of 1.95, but also masters an entry-level martial skill. He alone can easily defeat a group of elite students from other schools. So who among you can compare? If you want to show off, you should consider in front of whom you do it. Don't you agree, Instructor Lu?
Principal Wang from Town Demon Second High School approached, his belly protruding, and in an attempt to appear dignified, he picked up a comb and brushed his sparse black hair. The leaders from several other universities gritted their teeth in anger, feeling belittled by this plump Wang. However, there was no denying that this time, the elite class from Town Demon Second High School indeed had the strength to be the strongest. Overall, their strength is extremely strong with 3 Kwasa warriors, which is unmatched by several other universities. Especially regarding Ma Wenbiao, the school leaders knew that his father is the chief of surveillance and his mother is the daughter of a wealthy consortium pouring abundant resources into him. Regardless of whether it's a matter of financial capability, he is exceptionally talented, maintaining a vitality value of 1.8. 95 before graduating from high school. He surpasses all schools. If he advances further, he will become a warrior. If Mawinview can become a warrior before graduation, he will set a historical record for the 188th safety city. Since the establishment of the 188th safety city, there has never been a warrior graduate. Rosa specifically came to the examination point at Town Demon's Second High School to see the elite class and assess Mawinview's caliber. The higher-ups from other schools were envious and jealous yet helpless.
When the candidates arrive, Instructor Luo makes sure to take a good look. I guarantee that after Instructor Luo sees our elite class students, she won't want to look at the students from other schools. Especially Mawinview, his current achievements are not only due to his hard work and exceptional talent, but also to our school's vigorous training. I heard that during this practical exam, Mawinview killed 13 strange creatures, including a junior-level evil spirit.
Principal Wang continued to promote, completely ignoring the increasingly ugly expressions of the other university leaders relishing the moment of showing off. Hearing Principal Wang's words, Rosa felt a bit of anticipation.
All right, open the gates and let the candidates in.
As the assembly time arrived, Rosa instructed her subordinates to open the large gates of the sports arena, and the candidates waiting outside began to enter one after another. However, as they watched, everyone found it strange that the ones coming in were all ordinary class students dressed in white uniforms. Where were the elite class students dressed in golden uniforms? Did they get lost? After searching for a while, an official from another school pointed out to Principal Wang, who was helping a group of candidates in the distance, saying,
Principal Wang, look at those candidates. Are they your elite class students?
Principal Wang:
It really is.
They looked like they crawled out of a garbage dump, but their golden uniforms indicated their extraordinary identity. Only elite class students could wear golden uniforms. But why were they so injured? According to Principal Wang's expectations, elite class students should be marching and confidently right. The gap between imagination and reality is a bit vast. However, Principal Wang, being an experienced figure in society, quickly found a way to shift the public perception of elite class students.
Our elite class students are exceptional, they are just too hardworking. This time during the practical assessment task, they had to kill strange creatures. They were determined to deliver a good performance even if it meant risking their lives.
So that's how it is they were injured while striving hard during the task. The higher-ups from various schools couldn't help but marvel at the elite class students from Town Demon's Second High School truly daring to fight. Each of them looked battered and bruised just for a midterm exam. Why were they fighting so hard? Rosa counted the number of students and asked, puzzled.
Principal Wang, didn't you say there were over 50 elite class students? Why are there only 18?
Yes, Principal Wang had noticed the discrepancy in numbers earlier.
Perhaps other students are still on their way and haven't arrived yet.
Principal Wang made up an excuse, feeling dissatisfied with the auxiliary examiner overseeing this examination. After this assessment ended, the supervising examiner informed him that everything was going smoothly. Yet these elite class students were so injured. How could you tell me the examination went smoothly? It embarrassed him in front of Instructor Luo and the higher-ups from other schools. Though the higher-ups from these schools didn't show it on their faces, they were likely laughing inside. A bunch of gloating individuals. Coincidentally, the examiner leading the group of elite class students was one of the examiners responsible for overseeing the midterm exams. Seeing him approach, Principal Wang immediately scolded the examiner.
Examiner Ling, the students are putting their all into the assessment, and you didn't keep an eye on them. If a life-threatening incident occurred, would you be able to take responsibility? Look at how injured each of them is.
Hearing Principal Wang's accusations, Examiner Ling felt aggrieved. This was clearly not his fault, so why was he being blamed? He immediately explained.
Principal, please don't misunderstand. This group of students wasn't injured during the assessment. They were beaten by EMO.
What? Beaten by EMO? Upon hearing this shocking news, Principal Wang immediately exploded.
Which gang dares to beat our school's candidates? They must be incredibly bold. I said it, the gangs in the safety city are becoming too arrogant, fighting for territory, snatching resources, and now they even dare to beat our elite class students. If the tiger doesn't show its might, do they think I'm just a harmless kitty? Instructor Luo, you saw it. I'll report this immediately to have someone sent from above to deal with that gang led by EMO.
To set an example.
At this point, Examiner Ling couldn't help but remind.
Principal Wang, please don't misunderstand. EMO is not a gang member. he is a student from our town demon's second high school's ordinary class. Examiner Ling didn't have many opportunities to speak, and he had only said a couple of sentences, but each one silenced the crowd. Hearing Examiner Ling's words, the higher-ups from other schools looked at him in disbelief, while Principal Wang's furious expression also froze. An ordinary class student beat elite class students. Principal Wang felt like he was hearing a tall tale.
Are you saying that the student named EMO beat these 10 or so elite class students?
No. Examiner Ling shook his head.
That's good.
Principal Wang let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, an ordinary class student couldn't possibly have that capability to beat 10 or so elite class students. That would simply be a joke. What kind of qualifications do elite class students have, and what kind of qualifications do ordinary class students have? How many resources do elite class students use during their training? Vitality pills worth over 10,000, and they consume countless nourishing tonics. What resources do ordinary class students use during their training? Not to mention expensive training potions, they hardly get to eat meat even a few times. To say that ordinary class students could beat elite class students, that was obviously impossible. They are simply not on the same level. If you said elite class students had beaten 10 or so ordinary class students, that would be more believable. Just as Principal Wang was thinking this, he heard Examiner Ling say,
It was EMO who beat an entire elite class of students, not just those 10. These students are less injured and could walk, and those who are more seriously injured are still crawling outside.
Principal Wang. The other school principals. Rosa. Why does it feel like this person is telling us a tall tale? But facts speak louder than words. Through the door one could see the remaining 30 or so elite class students staggering and helping each other as they walked. Especially Ma Wenbu, upon seeing Principal Wang, looked like he had seen a savior enduring the excruciating pain in his body, and rushed over, hugging Principal Wang's leg tightly.
Uncle, you must stand up for me. That brat EMO actually dared to hit me. Yes, Principal, look at what he did to me. My face is ruined. He kicked me so hard my leg feels like it's broken. I never expected someone to be so shameless, even hitting a woman. The way he attacked was ruthless. I was an A, and he made me AC. Damn, this kid is too fierce. I took 3 recovery potions, and still couldn't keep up with him. Does he have the energy of a bull? It's my first time seeing such a strong student from an ordinary class, and truly amazed.
The elite class students complained to Principal Wang. Principal Wang. Other school principals. Rosa looked at Ma Wenbu, who was clinging to Principal Wang's leg without letting go.
Who is this?
Principal Wang's face was full of shame, but he still said,
This is Ma Wenbu. Don't be fooled by his current state. He usually isn't like this. This time he was scared by EMO. That student named EMO deserves to die. Students should help each other, yet he beats his classmates. He must not be let off lightly.
This time it was solid evidence. It was definitely EMO's doing. With so many victims pointing fingers, it could only be EMO.
Who is EMO?
Principal Wang asked coldly, excluding the fact that Ma Wenbu was his nephew. The elite class students present were all privileged nobility, either rich or powerful. If he didn't come up with a solution, the parents of those elite students might come to him for trouble.
It's that one, the most handsome and flamboyant one.
Someone shouted, pointing, and indeed, it was EMO standing out among the students. EMO's outstanding appearance was one thing. On the other hand, as a first-level warrior, he had an aura of independence, exuding confidence and vitality. This further hurt the feelings of the elite class students. It's one thing for this kid to be stronger than us, but he's also handsome and charismatic. How are we supposed to live with this?
Come here.
EMO was quickly called over. As EMO approached, the school's higher-ups, including Rosa, were somewhat skeptical. Could this seemingly sunny and handsome boy really be the one who beat up many elite class students? He didn't look like it, mainly because EMO was too clean. His clothes were spotless. There were no visible injuries on EMO. Since it was a group fight, he should at least have some dirt on him, right? Principal Wang looked at EMO and directly asked,
Did you do this?
EMO glanced at Ma Wenbu and the other elite students present and understood what Principal Wang was referring to.
Yes, I did.
EMO boldly admitted.
It was me. At that time, these elite students were rude and tried to hit me, so I had no choice but to take action. Given the circumstances, it should be considered as emergency self-defense. They wanted to hit me, I couldn't just stand there waiting for them to strike. Emergency self-defense, my foot. You're not a lawless rogue. Besides, how could emergency self-defense result in them being beaten so badly that their own mothers wouldn't recognize them?
Principal 1 shouted angrily.
Shut up. You think you have a justification for beating your classmates. And you did it all at once. Now that you admit it, let the security department come over and take him away to the patrol bureau. Let the patrol bureau investigate thoroughly and see how to handle it.
Good grief. He was directly sent to the patrol bureau. This was cutting off all of Yemo's escape routes. Who doesn't know what the patrol bureau is? That's Ma Winbio's father's territory. Given that Yemo beat Ma Winbio to such a state, he would never be able to go in and come out safely. This delighted the elite class students on site, each making faces at Yemo or raising their right hands to make international gestures. What does it matter if he's powerful? In the face of absolute authority, he still has to crawl. They have powerful backers, right? This group of people completely forgot how they were beaten by Yemo before. Yemo thought, should I mess with them one last time before leaving? He admitted that he had gone too far this time. He forgot that these elite students were not the type to be easily bullied. Each had a powerful father or mother, which Yemo was not comparable to at this stage. It was fine to have gone too far, it wasn't a big deal. Yemo had already planned his next moves. He definitely couldn't enter the patrol bureau. When the security department arrived, he would find an opportunity to slip away. With his current first-level warrior strength, he could do well in any safe city. The Ma family's influence was only significant in safe city No. 188, they wouldn't chase him down to other safe cities just because he got beaten up. Once he hunted some more strange creatures, and past the initial development phase, Yemo could soar freely. No one would be able to touch him. It was just that the early stage might be a bit tough.
Wait!
What Yemo didn't expect was that Rosa stood up at that moment.
Principal 1, I believe this matter needs to be investigated clearly before handling. If both parties share responsibility, one side shouldn't be punished alone. You're Yemo right. You just said that the elite class students provoked you and tried to hit you, which forced you to retaliate, is that correct?
Yemo looked at the silver-haired beauty, and was unsure where she came from, but he still nodded and replied,
Yes. That Ma Winbio provoked all the ordinary class students, and even made Zhao Gang spit blood so many people witnessed it. He wanted to hit me but just didn't succeed. Who can prove that?
Hearing Yemo say this, Rosa looked at the students present, but not a single ordinary class student dared to stand up, including Zhao Gang, who had been injured by Ma Winbio. The elite class students were aware of their privilege. Standing up to testify would only invite trouble from the elite students later, which was not worth it. Yemo had anticipated this situation, but he was still somewhat disappointed in their performance. They lacked any fighting spirit. No wonder they were looked down upon by the elite class students. If one is afraid of responsibility, then everyone should stand up. If they banded together, would the elite class still dare to make trouble?
It's frustrating to see such an action,
Yemo sighed. Just when he was about to give up and think about his escape route, someone stood up and said,
I can testify. It was Ma Winbio who first provoked the ordinary class students, and even tried to beat Yemo, forcing him to retaliate.
To Yemo's surprise, the one who stood up was Wang Ba, the small teddy bear he had previously taught a lesson to. Yemo had considered many possibilities, but never expected Wang Ba to stand up for him at this moment. What was going on with this guy? Yemo had previously beaten him up and even robbed him of his money, yet Wang Ba stood up to testify for him in this situation.
Wang Ba, are you looking for death?
Ma Winbio asked viciously. By standing up to testify for Yemo, he was opposing Ma Winbio. Wang Ba responded firmly.
I'm just stating the facts.
Not only did Wang Ba respond firmly, but he also called over his younger brothers.
They can all testify what I'm saying is true.
Several younger brothers seemed to not understand Wang Ba's actions, but since the big brother had stood up, they couldn't back down. In this situation, the 4 younger brothers could only stand up and say,
What Brother Wang said is correct. Good. With witnesses and bystanders, I believe the principal should investigate this matter thoroughly before making a decision, and not simply punish the student from the innocent victim's perspective.
Rosa clapped her hands and said,
Who the hell are you?
You think you can just speak here?
Seeing Emo, who was sentenced to death, being pulled back from the edge of crisis, Ma Wenbu was furious.
Did he just take a beating for nothing? He directly yelled at Rosa, but as soon as he said it, Principal Wang slapped him across the face, nearly knocking out his front teeth.
Watch your words.
Don't cause trouble for your dad.
Ma Wenbu immediately fell silent, lowering his head and standing aside.
He was a tiger, not a leopard. Principal Wang's meaning was clear. The silver-haired beauty in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If he angered her, even his backup would not be able to save him. Emo watched the scene unfold as if it were a palace intrigue drama. Was he really going to escape without resolving this matter? The development of events was surreal, but one thing was certain: this silver-haired beauty, who could influence Principal Wang's decision, was not simple. Especially the way the silver-haired beauty looked at him made Emo feel something unusual.
Come with me. The other examiners continue reviewing the scores.
After Rosa spoke, she gestured for Emo to come to a private office for an unknown discussion. This scared Emo, and he tightened his clothes, thinking, this beauty. Wouldn't she want to keep me as a pet? As soon as Rosa entered the office, she locked the door and pulled the curtains, creating an atmosphere of a closed space. Especially as Rosa sat down in the office chair, tapping the table rhythmically, her beautiful eyes fixed on Emo, saying nothing. Emo tightened his clothes further. Could this beautiful girl really have feelings for him? In this room with just a man and a woman, and with this strong-looking beauty, if she were to do something to him, Emo estimated that resisting would be futile. He would have to lie down and let her do as she pleased. Just thinking about it was terrifying. This was the sorrow of having no strength. Rosa remained silent, and so did Emo. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Finally, it was Rosa who spoke, breaking the awkwardness of the situation.
Very good. Your character is commendable. However, no matter how good your character is, it cannot solve your current predicament. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused this time?
Rosa got straight to the point.
As a commoner with no identity or background, you have provoked so many noble youths. If I hadn't stepped in, do you know how miserable your fate would have been? In this apocalyptic era, power outweighs law. If you want to survive, it's best not to provoke those in power. But you're in luck. I'm willing to give you a chance. If you can manage to enter the Dragon Country Seed training camp, it'll help you resolve this matter. How about that?
So she has a request. Emo thought, why is this silver-haired beauty being so kind to help him? As the chief examiner of Safety City No. 188, besides monitoring exam violations, Rosa had another important task: to unearth a new generation of elite warriors for the Dragon Country. This was a requirement. Rosa initially wanted to choose Ma Wenbu, but after seeing Ma Wenbu beaten to a pulp by Emo, she quickly changed her mind and set her sights on Emo. Who wouldn't prefer a stronger man? Getting into the Dragon Country Seed training camp is not an easy task. It requires examinations from various aspects. Clearly, Emo has a better chance of standing out than Ma Wenbu. Hearing this from Rosa, Emo breathed a sigh of relief, loosening his clothes. If only he had known earlier that she had a request. Since it wasn't about anything else, it was easier to discuss.
Sure,
Emo agreed readily. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Although Emo didn't quite understand what the Dragon Country Seed training camp was, he could guess it was probably a place that gathered the best young students of the Dragon Country for training. Emo's reasoning for agreeing to Rosa was simple: it was better to develop steadily than to be constantly on the run. If he took the escape route, who knew what unexpected events might occur along the way?
Getting into the Dragon Country Seed training camp isn't something you can just decide to do.
Rosa then explained the details of the Seed training camp to Emo, and as he had anticipated, it was indeed a place that brought together the new generation of elites from the Dragon Country. However, there were two hard requirements to enter the Dragon Country Seed training camp. One was to reach the strength of a level 1 warrior before graduation, and the second was to achieve a top 3 score in the graduation exam from Safety City. Emo felt that both conditions were no problem for him.
Don't underestimate these two conditions. Each year only 60 students are admitted to the Dragon Country Seed training camp.
While it's said that only those above level 1 warriors can enter, the students who actually make it to the training camp generally possess the strength of level 2 warriors.
The students who can enter the Dragon Country Seed training camp possess talents and qualifications beyond your imagination. They cannot be compared to the bottom-ranked students of Safety City No. 188. Don't think your qualifications are so impressive compared to the geniuses of the seed training camp. You are far behind. You wouldn't even make the list. At your age, I was already a level 2 warrior.
Rosa boasted slightly as she spoke. Unfortunately, Rosa's words didn't impact Guillermo much. At his age, being a level 2 warrior, that wasn't anything remarkable. In just one day, Guillermo had risen from an ordinary person to the strength of a high-level level 1 warrior. Could her upgrade speed compare to his? Showing off in front of me.
I need to assess your strength. If I'm not mistaken, you are a level 1 warrior, right?
Rosa asked.
Yes,
Guillermo added.
My chi and blood value is 742.
Rosa spat out the tea she had just drunk, choking slightly. She looked at Guillermo incredulously. She knew that Guillermo's strength as a level 1 warrior could easily defeat someone from the elite class, but she hadn't expected his chi and blood value to be so high. A chi and blood value of 742 already placed him in the realm of high-level level 1 warriors. Rosa had indeed become a level 2 warrior at Guillermo's age, but what kind of resources and training conditions did she have in the first Safety City? She had access to numerous resources above level 5 warriors, consuming pills that couldn't be found in other Safety Cities. In a resource-poor place like Safety City No. 188, it was already difficult to produce a level 1 warrior, yet suddenly a high-level level 1 warrior appeared. This shocked Rosa. She couldn't believe Guillermo's words, and took out a crystal ball-like chi and blood detection device to test him.
Chi and blood value 8.5.
This was the number displayed on the detection device.
Did you not say your chi and blood value was 742? How is it 8.5?
Rosa questioned Guillermo in shock. Guillermo was also at a loss. He had forgotten that 742 was his chi and blood value after beating Mawinview, and after that group of elite class students insisted on giving him experience, his chi and blood value had changed to 8.5.
Chi and blood values increase quickly. Is that my fault? I'm curious, how did you cultivate such a high chi and blood value in a resource-scarce place like Safety City No. 188?
Rosa circled around Guillermo, as if trying to see through him, which made Guillermo feel uneasy.
Perhaps I'm a genius. Haha, a genius. There is no such thing as a genius in this world,
Rosa said.
The improvement of a warrior requires a large amount of precious materials to support the chi and blood supply within the body.
Try doing it without resources. Can you become a warrior in a lifetime? Many people remain ordinary their entire lives because they lack resources, living mediocre lives. Rosa expressed her disbelief, believing that Guillermo must have some unknown resource acquisition channel that allowed him to obtain a large amount of resources for his cultivation. Guillermo did not speak about this, and Rosa had no interest in asking.
All right, genius, if you sign this agreement, you can leave.
Rosa revealed a sly smile and took out a blue file folder presenting an agreement for Guillermo to sign.
A contract of servitude.
Guillermo became highly alert.
It's the selection agreement for the seed training camp,
Rosa explained with a smile.
Signing this agreement means you are my trainee, Rosa's, not someone else's. Oh.
Guillermo carefully read through the agreement from front to back. He wasn't a naive young man. His experiences from 2 lifetimes taught him that being cautious was always right. He wouldn't believe everything just because Rosa said so. As expected, Guillermo saw a peculiar clause in the agreement.
If at graduation the signatory's strength does not reach the level of a level 2 warrior, chi and blood value reaching 10.0, then the signatory must work for instructor Rosa for free for 5 years to compensate for her losses.
Guillermo was at a loss for words.
Isn't this a slave contract? Working for free. You are worse than those unscrupulous merchants.
Rosa, being exposed, showed no sign of embarrassment. Clearly she was an experienced hand.
It's just a precaution. If I offer you a free meal, would you dare to accept it? In this world, risks and opportunities coexist. No one would treat you well for no reason. Those who do often have ulterior motives. If you have the capability to become a level 2 warrior before graduation and enter the seed training camp, I won't lose out. If you don't have that ability and fail to get in having you work for me for 5 years, I won't lose out either. Instead, before you graduate high school, I will protect you, ensuring no one dares to lay a finger on you. How about that?
Her words were firm, making Yemo feel as if he was being supported. But it also proved that this beautiful girl had a powerful background and strength capable of intimidating many formidable opponents.
About this agreement,
Yemo pondered before being interrupted by Rosa, who frowned.
Are you dissatisfied with the severity of the terms?
Rosa was always decisive with a military demeanor, and she hated it when others were indecisive or challenged her decisions. Yemo was indeed a rare talent in Safety City No. 188, but he was not irreplaceable. Just as Rosa was about to get angry, Yemo shook his head and said,
Severe. Wrong. It's too easy. Reaching a chi and blood value of 10 before graduation is as easy for me as drinking water. Just change this clause to reaching a chi and blood value of 15.
If I can't achieve that, I will work for you for free for life.
Rosa. Truly he spoke in a way that startled.
You must know that the high school exams in this era are different. After the midterm exams, 1 month later it's the final exams. In just a month, wanting to raise the chi and blood value by 1.5 is no small feat. What is this kid saying? To reach a chi and blood value of 15 means increasing the value by 5. This is like a fairy tale. Even Rosa herself at the level 1 warrior stage wouldn't be able to increase her chi and blood value by 5 in just a month. What gave this kid such confidence and audacity?
Are you sure? Absolutely sure.
Yemo said affirmatively.
But if the conditions increase, I have a condition. As Sister Rosa said, there is no free lunch in this world. If I were to work for Sister Rosa for no reason, would you dare to accept that?
Rosa's lips curled slightly, appreciating the application of what she had learned. She found herself increasingly admiring this young student.
Speak, what is your condition? I want a level 1 martial arts manual.
Yemo finally expressed his demand. As someone who had just become a quasi-affluent individual, Yemo felt that with his ability, obtaining a level 1 martial arts book would be quite troublesome. Now that Rosa, the wealthy lady, was right in front of him, he didn't hold back. In fact, the tension and confusion earlier were all an act by Yemo. Upon seeing that Rosa only prepared an agreement requiring him to achieve a chi and blood value of 10, he was secretly laughing. Who does he think he is? To reach a chi and blood value of 10. 0 is just a matter of hours for him. He was just afraid of scaring this wealthy lady, otherwise he could have signed an agreement for a chi and blood value of 50. 0 before graduation. After saying this, Yemo felt a bit uneasy, wondering if he had set the bar too high. After all, in this era, level 1 martial arts manuals are not exactly cheap. The cheapest ones cost at least 100. If he asked for a martial arts manual outright, what if the other party thought the price was too high?
Just this.
Rosa was amused by the condition Yemo had put forth with great effort. As she casually took out a dozen or so scrolls from a cabinet, like they were toys, and placed them on the table, she said to Yemo,
I didn't bring many level 1 martial arts manuals this time, just about 17 or 18. These aren't worth much, they're just things I play with. Pick whichever one you like.
Yemo. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Yemo felt as though he saw a wealthy lady waving at him.
Young man, are you thinking of giving up on your efforts?
Is Luofupo really that wealthy? The few hundred units worth of first-tier martial arts books seemed like mere toys, as she effortlessly produced more than 10 of them. One must understand that these items are regulated. Acquiring them requires not only money, but also reliable channels. Ordinary people need to sign years of labor contracts to purchase them. But here with Luofupo, there are no such requirements. She offers you a selection of over 10 martial arts books. Yemo regretted it, thinking, damn, I should have offered a lower price. If I had known Luofupo was this rich, why would I settle for just one? I should have asked for 10 or 8. Watching Yemo's painful expression, Luosha smirked, inwardly regretting it now. Let this kid boast. Young people are often prone to arrogance. They think that just because they achieved a little success at a young age, they are invincible. With only a month until graduation, it would be difficult to raise his blood chi value to 10.0 within that time. Yet this kid boldly claimed he would elevate it to over 15. Such audacity. Is it because in this era boasting comes without tax? Nonetheless, now that the words were out, Luosha would not give Yemo a chance to backtrack. He should just prepare to work for her for a lifetime. In Luo Sha's heart, she was already assured of Yemo. Yemo browsed through the 17 or 18 first-tier martial arts books. These scrolls were all top-tier first-tier martial arts techniques, offensive and defensive skills. Yemo even discovered a rare mental-type martial arts book.
Can I take 2 more?
Yemo asked cautiously. Luo Fupoa began to toy with a dagger she carried, responding meaningfully.
What do you think? Well, it seems that's not possible. For Luo Fupoa, these first-tier martial arts books are indeed like toys, but she isn't someone who likes to let others take advantage of her.
Dealing with Luo Fupoa requires cunning. Direct confrontation is not an option. After much consideration, Yemo chose a first-tier martial arts technique called Dragon Shadow Fist. This was an extremely powerful offensive technique empowered by dragon-shaped chi, capable of repelling malevolent forces and dealing extra damage and intimidation against the strange. Yemo was about to embark on a large-scale hunt for the strange to increase his life value. This offensive martial art was the most suitable for him. Having chosen the martial art, Yemo solemnly signed the agreement and turned to leave. During this time, neither Yemo nor Luo Fupoa spoke. They seemed to have an unspoken understanding, simply completing all the procedures without further discussion. Once Yemo left the office, a smile of uncontrollable joy appeared on Luo Fupoa's face as she looked over the contract again.
This kid really dares.
He actually signed a lifetime contract to work for me if he doesn't reach 15 points of blood chi before graduation.
Haha, I want to see how you accomplish this impossible task. The kid looks decent even if his strength is lacking. Having him at home for foot massages won't be bad.
Luo Sha had already started planning Yemo's future. Meanwhile, Yemo, who had just exited Luo Sha's office and found a secluded corner, could finally laugh out loud. He took out the Dragon Shadow Fist martial arts book to admire it excitedly, saying,
"I've got it.
Finally, it's in my hands." The coveted first-tier martial arts book was obtained so easily, making Yemo feel as though he was in a dream. No wonder so many people do not want to work hard anymore. They aspire to rely on wealthy women. It's not that the path of hard work is bad, it's just that depending on a rich woman offers better value. In less than half an hour, he had resolved a significant issue that had troubled Yemo in enhancing his strength. To raise blood chi, the best method is to increase the proficiency of martial arts. When you cultivate a martial art, as your proficiency increases from entry level to minor success, major success, and then perfection, your blood chi will naturally rise. The higher the martial art level, the more blood chi you can gain. However, there are also requirements for cultivating martial arts. As a first-tier martial artist, Yemo could only train in first-tier skills.
Combined with my innate body refining technique that absorbs blood chi, my blood chi enhancement will yield results greater than mere addition.
Yemo felt that his training speed would increase significantly. Anything that could help him quickly pass through the early accumulation phase was beneficial.
This item is a first-tier martial arts book resembling a jade slip.
Yemo examined the first-tier martial arts book in detail. It looked like an ancient bamboo slip rolled into a cylindrical shape, but its material was made of green jade. Upon opening it, Yemo saw golden characters floating on the jade slip, all written in incomprehensible tadpole script.
These are characters inscribed using spiritual power.
Yemo had heard that the reason martial arts books are hard to counterfeit is that the techniques are inscribed by powerful spiritual masters using spiritual power rather than ordinary writing. When someone reads them, the spiritual characters will directly enter the reader's sea of consciousness, conveying knowledge about the techniques and how to use them, including the flow of chi through the meridians. Spiritual masters are extremely rare among martial artists. Without certain resources and financial means, one simply cannot afford to hire them. As Yemo finished reading this first-tier martial arts book, the tadpole characters seemed to come alive, floating in the air and swimming toward Yemo's head, where they transformed into twinkling starlight and vanished. Yemo realized that although he could not comprehend these spiritual characters, by the time he reached the last character, he had already mastered the training and application methods for the Dragon Shadow Fist. It felt as if the information was directly etched into his mind.
Amazing!
Yemo exclaimed, then found a secluded spot and eagerly began practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist. To be honest, after struggling through the Dragon Shadow Fist, Yemo had to admit a point: he truly lacked talent for cultivation. Those who knew he was practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist would think he was dancing mechanically. Even for a first-time practitioner like Yemo, his performance was not expected to be this poor. Yemo refused to give up and tried again. The Dragon Shadow Fist consists of 76 movements, each requiring a unique method of circulating chi. During this second attempt, Yemo was particularly serious, determined to redeem himself. However, before he had even practiced halfway through the movements, he found himself rolling on the ground, clutching his head in pain.
Ugh! Is the meridian opening this painful?
Yemo felt as if hundreds of ants were crawling on his brain, as the first-tier martial arts required opening the Bodis meridians. This is known as meridian opening. For the Dragon Shadow Fist, it requires opening the two crucial points located at the head Bai Wei and Tianing to ensure smooth chi flow during the technique. However, during the previous attempt at meridian opening, Yemo almost fainted from the pain. After resting for a while, he managed to stand up, saying,
No wonder it's said meridian opening is comparable to torture. The more difficult the martial technique, the more meridians must be opened. The pain from opening these meridians increases. Wealthy martial artists often take meridian expansion pills during this process to increase the success rate of opening their meridians. Even if they succeed, they need to take meridian nurturing powders long-term to prevent the meridians from closing again. But both of these medicinal materials are not cheap. The most affordable meridian expansion pill starts at 20,000 yuan.
Yemo sighed, realizing how expensive it is to be a martial artist. No wonder impoverished families can't produce martial artists. The monthly cost of medicine likely equals an ordinary family's living expenses for a lifetime. Who can afford that? With Yemo's current worth being less than 10,000 yuan, he obviously fell into the category of impoverished families. Thankfully, he had a system. Yemo opened the system, and indeed the prompt for Dragon Shadow Fist appeared.
Host Yemo. Available lifespan 41 years. Blood chi value 7.
42-inch.
Rank first tier martial artist. Martial techniques. Heavenly gift body refinement technique. First year perfect Dragon Shadow Fist. First year not started.
As long as it's displayed on the system panel, it can be cultivated with lifespan.
Thanks to my fire brother for the strong support.
Yemo sighed. If it weren't for the arsonist delivering him lifespan, he wouldn't have any lifespan left to upgrade his martial techniques. The reason Yemo could continuously grow stronger was largely due to the desperate contributions of those strange beings behind the scenes.
I will directly invest 40 years of lifespan into cultivating the Dragon Shadow Fist.
Yemo waved his hand grandly, risking 40 years of lifespan. He only needed to keep 1 year's worth for himself. If not for the current situation, Yemo would have invested that last year of lifespan as well, playing for the thrill and excitement. The remaining year's lifespan would definitely be enough. Once Yemo's strength increased, the lifespan gained from hunting strange monsters would be plentiful. Before long, Yemo heard the system's notification sound. Ding. The host has painstakingly practiced the Dragon Shadow Fist for 3 years, but unfortunately your aptitude is mediocre, and without the aid of elixirs your progress has been slow, making it difficult to grasp the technique. Ding. After 5 years, the host has finally grasped the threshold of the Dragon Shadow Fist, gradually understanding its circulation route, yet the pain from channeling remains your greatest obstacle to progress. Ding. After 10 years, the host has finally opened the Bai Wei acupoint, and your Dragon Shadow Fist has successfully entered the entry-level realm. Your vitality has increased by 1. 0, reaching 9. 5. Hush. Yemo let out a sigh of relief. It took him 10 years just to progress from not knowing to entry-level. The speed of this advancement. Even without the aid of elixirs, Yemo felt that his progress in practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist was too slow. Is my aptitude really that poor? Yemo sighed. Previously, he had high hopes, believing himself to be a genius in martial arts, but now he realized he was deluded. His martial arts talent was merely at an ordinary person's level. Could it be that all his aptitude points went into looks in this body? There is indeed that possibility. Fortunately, Yemo has the life mastery system, which means that aptitude does not significantly affect him. As long as he has vitality, he can continuously catalyze the advancement of martial skills. So what if others have great talent? They might spend their entire lives mastering a few skills to perfection. Yemo is different. With the support of the system, as long as his vitality is sufficient, it is possible to master hundreds, or even thousands of martial skills to perfection in a short time. especially this time investing 10 years to bring the Dragon Shadow Fist to the entry level. Yemo suddenly discovered another advantage of the system: the absence of pain from channeling. Yemo attempted the Dragon Shadow Fist again. At the entry level, the fist wind howled, and as Yemo swung his fists, he could faintly see wisps of gray mist forming dragon-like shadows swirling around his arms. There was no longer a feeling of awkwardness while practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist, and he felt no pain from the Biwi acupoint. His Biwi acupoint had indeed been opened. This is great. Yemo clearly remembered the excruciating pain he felt when trying to channel his vitality, which was worse than death. But with the system, he could completely bypass that painful experience. Yemo estimated he was probably the only martial artist in the world who could channel without pain. If other martial artists knew, they would probably be envious.
The system is amazing,
Yemo explained, continuing to invest the remaining vitality into practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist. Ding. In the 20th year after your diligent efforts, you have opened the Tiangong acupoint, and your Dragon Shadow Fist has successfully reached the Grand Mastery level. Your vitality has increased by 2.0. Ding. In the 30th year, you have touched the elusive threshold, and your Dragon Shadow Fist has reached perfection. Your vitality has increased by 3.0. Ding. In the 40th year, you have finally completed the last step of the Dragon Shadow Fist, reaching the ethereal realm. Your fists, like a ferocious dragon emerging from the world dragon shadows following. Congratulations on reaching the peak level. Your vitality has increased by 4.0. Your current vitality is 16.5. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to become a second-level martial artist. The system's prompts echoed one after another, and significant changes occurred on the attribute panel.
Host Yemo, available life 1 year, vitality 16.
5-inch. Rating first level martial artist. Martial skills, heavenly gift, body refinement technique, first level martial skill, perfect Dragon Shadow Fist, first level martial skill, peak.
Yemo whistled, astonished.
Has my vitality really reached 16.5? Too easy. With the system support, reaching a vitality of 16.5 is a piece of cake. It's laughable that Luo Fupa thought she had him under control, believing Yemo to be arrogant and complacent, thinking he wouldn't reach a vitality above 15.0 before graduation. If Luo Fupa knew that Yemo managed to increase his vitality to 16.5 in less than a day, she would undoubtedly have a spectacular expression on her face, perhaps even a dramatic change, like in a Sichuan opera. While Yemo was pondering about Luo Fupa, his phone rang. It was a call from Luo Sha. Yemo answered the phone, curious about what this rich lady wanted.
How do you plan to resolve the conflict with the elite class students? This matter was originally their fault, but you severely injured the elite students, and you need to show some acknowledgement.
I'll handle the aftermath,
Luo Sha stated directly. It turned out to be about the elite class students, and Yemo understood her intention. Even if Luo Sha had the ability to completely resolve this issue, some face-saving measures were necessary.
One must at least take a stand.
Then at tomorrow's oath-taking ceremony, I will go on stage and apologize to the elite class students in person. Yemo was quite clever, not needing much thought to come up with an excellent idea. Perhaps he could earn some vitality from it too.
The oath-taking ceremony refers to the gathering of all third-year students from the 4 high schools of the 188th safe city after the midterm exams to chant slogans for motivation before the final college entrance examination. At that time, over 10,000 third-year students from the 4 high schools would be present. Yemo proposed that during that time he would go up on stage to apologize to the elite class students in front of thousands of third-year students and the leaders from various schools.
That works.
Luo Sha pondered for a moment before agreeing. Her intention was actually for Yemo to apologize privately to the elite class students. Unexpectedly, Yemo was more timid than she had imagined, proposing to apologize publicly at the oath-taking ceremony. It seems this kid is not completely fearless. After fighting, one would still fear retaliation from the other party. Publicly apologizing at the oath-taking ceremony has much better effects than apologizing privately, making it easier for her to handle the aftermath. This was also the reason Luo Sha agreed to Yemo's proposal. After saying that, Luo Sha hung up the phone. To her, Yemo was just an ordinary collaborator, not someone worth wasting time on. Helping Emo to this extent was merely because it was something Luo Sha had previously promised him. Otherwise, for someone like Emo, who wasn't even a second-level martial artist, she wouldn't bother wasting more time.
Luo Fu Pa is truly heartless, not even willing to say a word more to me.
Emo knew in his heart that Luo Fu Pa's attitude towards him was certainly because he held no weight in her eyes. The road to cling to the rich lady is long and arduous. However, Emo was quite happy to be left alone, as not being overly scrutinized gave him greater maneuvering space. Especially with Luo Fu Pa's backing, he could at least ensure his safety for the month before graduation. This was extremely important. Being powerless and insignificant, what Emo feared most in the early stages was having someone trip him up. With Luo Fu Pa, he could use her as a shield whenever he encountered problems. As for a month later, I'd give Emo a month of free development time along with the system support. Did you not see Emo only took a little more than a day to rise from an ordinary person to the level of a second-level martial artist? Give him a month, who knows what level he could reach. Would he still need the protection of Luo Fu Pa?
After the public apology at tomorrow's oath-taking ceremony, I will look for opportunities to hunt the anomalies.
Emo formulated a plan in his heart. The things he promised to Luo Fu Pa still had to be followed through. It's likely the elite class students would go crazy with joy upon hearing that Emo would apologize on stage in front of so many people. They would think Emo had lost face. Well then, let's see who really loses face tomorrow. At this year's oath-taking conference, over 10,000 senior students from 4 high schools gathered together with the leaders of those schools. According to the rules, each school's principal would take the stage to address the senior students below, causing the students to feel increasingly drowsy with some even snoring.
On behalf of all the teachers and the teaching team at Jinmono, one high school, I would like to say a few words to the diligent students present.
The speech droned on for half an hour.
I'll say a few last words.
The speech continued for another half an hour.
Alright, finally, I wish that each graduating senior can give their best during this final sprint, and may each student achieve their ideal results in the upcoming college entrance examination. Wish.
The speech went on endlessly, and we all just wished it would come to an end. The students below were quite puzzled, wondering how the leaders could practice such eloquence, able to drone on for over an hour without interruption about meaningless topics. By the time the 4 school leaders finished their speeches, more than 5 hours had passed. Just when all the senior students thought they could disperse for a meal, Principal Wang from Jinmono 2 High School walked onto the stage with a serious expression.
Students, pay attention. At the end of this oath-taking conference, I have an important announcement to make. As warriors of humanity, the hope for our future in the face of the relentless pressure from demons, we senior students should help one another and overcome difficulties together. However, during this midterm examination period, an incident occurred where one of our students, Emo, physically assaulted fellow classmates of the same grade. This has severely impacted the reputation of Jinmono 2 High School.
As the principal of Jinmono 2, I also feel that our honor has been tarnished. Fortunately, after reflecting on the incident, student Emo has acknowledged his mistakes. He realizes that his actions were disrespectful to his teachers, classmates, and the school that has diligently nurtured him over the years. After discussions by the school committee, it has been decided to give Emo a serious reprimand, and he must publicly apologize to the students he assaulted. This is to serve as a warning so that it never happens again. Upon hearing Principal Wang's words, the students below became interested, no longer drowsy, wiping the drool from their mouths, each one stretching their necks like ducks, looking up at the stage, eager to see who was brave enough to fight during the midterm exam period. Caught red-handed and treated as an example. Watching the excitement is human nature, especially for these students, who are in their gossiping phase, each one finding a topic to discuss.
Is it true that there was a fight at Jinmono 2? Who is Emo? I've never heard of this person. You didn't know about such a big thing.
I heard from an informed friend that it happened at the testing site in the southern city of Jinmono 2, and the person was beaten so badly that they were disfigured. Apparently one of them almost had their eggs crushed. Isn't it? Emo is quite courageous, a student from an ordinary class daring to fight against students from the elite class. I heard that a big shot visited the school yesterday to demand an explanation, and Jinmono 2 probably couldn't handle the pressure leading to this incident.
No wonder. Fights happen every day. Why would this incident be singled out as an example? Turns out he offended some noble descendants.
Emo is indeed a fierce character. Fierce. That's just reckless bravery. How can an ordinary person offend noble descendants and expect good results? In the end, wasn't he going to come out and apologize? Apologizing in front of so many people, how embarrassing.
Upon hearing Principal Wang's remarks, the public opinion in the crowd was almost unanimously against Emo.
Almost everyone was waiting to see Emo's joke, to see how he would embarrass himself in front of so many people. Upon hearing Principal Wang's statements, Emo was equally speechless. Realizing his mistake, he thought, how did I not know about this incident? Emo, holding the prepared speech, walked confidently to the stage. As he passed by the line of elite class students, each one greeted him enthusiastically, some giving him the finger, some pretending to cut their throats, and others slapping their butts.
Kid, you're done for. Didn't expect you to have such a humiliating day. Bowing your head to admit your mistakes in front of so many people. Keep being arrogant, ha 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 ha.
Emo responded to the enthusiastic greetings from the elite class students with a faint smile, letting this group of teddies enjoy themselves a little longer, for soon they might not be able to laugh anymore.
Hello everyone, I am Emo. Emo stood on the stage, took the microphone, and even remembered to introduce himself. His confident demeanor did not resemble that of someone coming to apologize or reflect. Instead, it looked like he was there to receive an award. Wow, Shinma no. Too has such a handsome student. What good is being handsome? Handsome doesn't fill your stomach. Who says it's useless? Some people really like it.
Later you could ask for a WeChat contact and see if he has a girlfriend. Come on. After such an incident, his future will be affected. A serious reprimand will be recorded in his file. Don't even think about higher education. Which company would want a student with a record of fighting?
These words were not wrong. Although this world respects martial prowess, personal character is still highly valued behind the scenes. Any school or organization would not prefer a hot-headed student who enjoys fighting right.
With this stain, Emo's future is worrisome. At this moment, Emo also spoke up.
Dear fellow students, teachers, and respected school leaders. After this fight, I have deeply reflected on my mistakes. I have also recognized my wrongdoing. Here I want to apologize to the elite class students whom I assaulted. They are Li Chao Wang, Gang Wang, Bagua, Su Chaoran.
Emo started reading names from the list he had prepared, consisting of the elite class students. Since he had beaten up all the elite class students, it was impossible for him to make a mistake in reading from the attendance list. When Emo first read 5 or 6 names, the audience was still calm, but when he listed over 10 names, the students below began to lose their composure.
What the heck?
How many people did he actually hit? 10 or 20? That can't be possible. He is just one person. How could he possibly fight 20 people? Moreover, those were elite class students. I heard that the elite class students of Jinmon 2 are the strongest in history. How could an ordinary class student beat so many of them?
Don't doubt it. Just listen, he's still continuing to read. Shi Wei Zhao Aojiu Lungi Hong Xing.
When Emo reached 30 names, the murmurings of the students below turned into chaos. It's not over. It hasn't ended yet. There are already over 30 people.
Ji Yuan Li Chia and Ran Yang Yang Nung.
When Emo read over 50 names, both the students and teachers present were in an uproar. At that moment, they finally understood that this was no simple fight. Emo had beaten up an entire class of students. And they were elite class students.
One person beat over 50 elite class students. This is just absurd.
The crowd was left dumbfounded upon realizing the truth.
Ding. The ordinary student Mu ran from Jinmon No. 1 has been shocked to the core, and his blood energy is surging out. The bestowed body refining technique automatically absorbs this, gaining
0.001 points of blood energy. Ding. The ordinary student by feud from Jinmon No. 3 has also been shocked to the core, and his blood energy is surging out.
The bestowed body refining technique automatically absorbs this, gaining 0.001 points of blood energy. Ding. The second level martial arts teacher Fan Yong from Jinmon No. 3 has been shocked to the core, and his blood energy is surging out. The bestowed body refining technique automatically absorbs this, gaining 0.022 points of blood energy. Ding. Ding. This time you have absorbed a total of 3,541 points of blood energy, gaining a total of 11 points of blood energy.
Your blood energy value has been raised to 27. 5 points. Gained 11 points of vitality. Yemo's lips curled into a joyful smile. This is the largest vitality reward Yemo has ever received. 11 points. This means he can practice first-tier martial arts. The thrill of a group shock is exhilarating. Now his vitality has reached 27. 5, pushing to break through 30. Looking at the elite class students below who wore expressions as if they had just eaten something distasteful, Yemo wanted to sincerely thank them. If it weren't for the elite class students' divine assistance, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to harvest vitality. After Yemo finished reading the entire roster of elite class students, the murmurs among the students on site shifted from mockery to incredulity, their gazes towards Yemo filled with envy and admiration. If Yemo had only fought with 1 or 2 people, it wouldn't have meant much. But Yemo directly beat up a student from the elite class, which is impressive. Putting aside their previous ridicule of Yemo, this person is indeed formidable. To take down an entire class in one go, how strong must this person be? Could he be a first-tier martial artist? Someone speculated, their gaze towards Yemo increasingly filled with envy and desire. To become a first-tier martial artist before graduation is something that over 10,000 high school seniors dream of, but unfortunately it can only remain a dream. They are well aware of how difficult it is to become a first-tier martial artist. By the time graduation arrives, let alone first-tier martial artists, even those on the verge of becoming one are few and far between. In this era, it is the age of martial artists. Everyone envies the strong. Especially after learning of Yemo's achievements, he transformed from an object of ridicule in the eyes of these students into an idol. As for being marked for punishment as a blot on his life, that's a joke. A person who beat up over 50 elite class students, isn't that a noteworthy achievement? How can that possibly be considered a blot? With such an achievement, any martial arts university or company would be eager to recruit such a fierce individual. Yemo was oblivious to the thoughts of these students, otherwise he would certainly chuckle. A first-tier martial artist. Who does he look down upon? I am a second-tier martial artist. At this moment, the elite class students wished they could find a hole to burrow into. They were utterly embarrassed. They would likely be pointed at in the streets in the future. Isn't he the elite class student who was beaten by Yemo? Thinking about it felt hopeless. The joy they lost was all transferred to Yemo's face. Some students even shouted feverishly, Yemo idol. Yemo. 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 The crowd erupted in chants, and more people joined in. The situation gradually became uncontrollable. Principal One never expected things to escalate to this point. What was supposed to be a rally against Yemo turned into a commendation ceremony. Everyone quiet down. This is a swearing-in ceremony, not a place for noise. Unfortunately, no one listened to Principal Wang's words, still shouting Yemo's name. Principal Wang could only say a few more words before hurriedly leaving the stage. As the ceremony concluded, the higher-ups from various schools began to depart one after another. Yet Yemo spent half an hour and still hadn't managed to leave the square. There was no helping it. The enthusiasm of the students on site was overwhelming. After learning of Yemo's astonishing achievements, everyone wanted to come over and get to know this remarkable figure. Some came to curry favor, some sought to be taken along, some asked Yemo if he had a girlfriend, and others came to claim kinship. They crowded around Yemo, making it impossible for him to move. Yemo, you're so powerful. Are you a first-tier martial artist? In Safety City, no. 188. There has yet to be a case of anyone reaching first-tier martial artist before graduation. How could I directly mention the name of the great Yi? Call me Brother Yi. Don't be so informal. Brother Yi, do you need any loyal subordinates? I'm quite capable. Brother Yi, do you not have a girlfriend? Now I do. Brother Yi, I want to have your children. Brother Yi, after beating so many elite students, aren't you afraid of retaliation? Brother Yi, I'm your long-lost little cousin. The topics were all over the place with everything imaginable. Yemo felt treated like a superstar. In this world, as long as you have strength, you become an object of admiration for others. Yemo felt for the first time the added benefits that strength brings, receiving respect and adulation from others. Yemo also had a sense of vanity. He was quite happy to be praised by this crowd. However, having lived 2 lives, he was more rational knowing which words to listen to, and which to ignore. For instance, the one talking about having children, how could humans give birth to monkeys? Isn't that nonsense? As for retaliation from the elite class students, that was no longer a concern for Yemo. He had Luo, the wealthy lady. Luo, the wealthy lady, would take care of it for him, as it was a matter clearly written in their agreement. Brother Yi, you're so imposing. On the podium, smacking those ungrateful elite students in the face was simply impressive. Can you tell me more about it? Yemo heard someone speaking near his ear, with an arm draped over his shoulder. This time it was Yemo who wasn't pleased. Sure, talk is talk, but getting too familiar is inappropriate. Seizing the opportunity to take advantage of successful people, Yemo turned his head and saw Rosa's pretty face, which though smiling was ablaze with fiery intensity. Yemo's expression suddenly froze. He never expected Rosa would appear at this moment. Oh no, trouble has come knocking. Yemo was about to speak when he heard Luo, the wealthy lady, say with a gentle smile, while wrapping her arm around Yemo's shoulder, Brother Yi is so imposing. To be able to talk so closely with you is truly a blessing I've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. I wonder if I have the honor to have Brother Yi accompany me to the small grove over there for a chat. As Rosa spoke, Yemo felt her small hand on his shoulder tightening almost to the point of crushing his bones. This girl is indeed a peak-level 4th-tier martial artist. Her strength is incredible. Yemo had no doubt that if he said even a half-hearted refusal, Rosa would unhesitatingly crush his shoulder. All right. Enduring the pain in his shoulder, Yemo agreed. The two walked towards the small grove like a sweet couple. This scene once again sparked heated discussions among the observing students. Who is that silver-haired beauty? So beautiful and impressive. You don't know her. She's the chief examiner for our senior year, Rosa. Said by Safety City No. 1. Her background is quite significant. I recognize Rosa. She appeared once at our Demon Town No. 1. Just once, and with her high looks and ethereal aura, she was regarded as the goddess in the dreams of all boys. I was thinking such a goddess with such grace would be taken away. I didn't expect it to be by Brother Yi. Truly, Brother Yi can even handle a goddess like Rosa. Going into the grove so quickly, is their progress really that fast? Do I not have a chance anymore? Yemo's departure with Rosa sparked envy and jealousy among many. Especially among the male students. Seeing Yemo and Rosa enter the grove, tears of envy flowed from the corners of their mouths. But the current Yemo was not as excited as everyone imagined. Once away from the crowd, Rosa's grip showed no sign of loosening, rather it seemed to be tightening. Sister, can you let go for a moment? We can talk this out. Yemo was softening for the first time. He had no choice but to. Yemo clearly sensed that this wealthy lady had murderous intent. If he didn't admit his mistake, he might not be able to leave this grove alive, and could even be killed by Rosa. Rosa ignored Yemo, leading him to a secluded spot. Her smile faded, and in a cold tone, she addressed Yemo. Hello. You're quite something. Daring to toy with me. I expected you to apologize to the elite class. What did you do? You slapped them in the face. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? Did you think I couldn't handle you? Yemo knew what Rosa was referring to. Her original intention was for him to lower his head and admit his mistake, and with her mediating, the matter could have been settled. But Yemo had gone and done this on the podium to the elite class students. It was truly adding fuel to the fire. The pressure immediately fell onto Rosa's shoulders. Rosa indeed had significant background, but facing the anger of numerous high-ranking officials, she found herself in a difficult position. I misjudged you for the first time. Really? I thought you were just an arrogant student, but I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Do you think the people behind the elite class students are pushovers? Just because I'm backing you, do you think I can solve everything? There are depths to this matter. You overestimate yourself, overestimate me, and at the same time underestimate those elite class students. Their parents may just be high-ranking officials in Safety City No. 188, but don't forget their parents have connections with some big shots in Safety City No. 1. If you push them too hard, and they decide to use those connections to deal with you, I won't be able to help. You've essentially dug your own grave. I was right about you. But your value to me isn't enough for me to mobilize all my connections to help you. Rosa sighed deeply, unwilling to even look directly at Yemo, and finally slowly uttered, You're finished.
Oh my! Is he going to be abandoned by the wealthy lady? Based on Yemo's understanding of Rosa, this beauty wouldn't frame him in this regard. Today's incident seems to have truly caused her a lot of trouble. It's reached the point where even the wealthy lady is feeling overwhelmed. Yet Yemo also understood from her words that this matter could still be resolved by the wealthy lady, albeit by employing some means and paying a price. Considering the cost-benefit ratio, the wealthy lady felt that it might be more appropriate to abandon Yemo. Yet sadly she underestimated Yemo. Given the current situation, he had already prepared a contingency plan. Having boarded Yemo's ship, does she think she can easily disembark? That's not an easy task. Can I interject? Yemo asked. You? Rosa glared at Yemo with flushed cheeks, realizing he merely wanted to interrupt. She cleared her throat and regained her composure. Just interrupting is fine. Why say you want to interject? You have one sentence as a chance. Rosa's patience with Yemo had reached its limit. She wanted to quickly distance herself from this troublemaker. One sentence. That's enough. Yemo paused for a moment, then spoke. I've mastered the Dragon Shadow Fist to perfection. Rosa suddenly turned to look at Yemo, her eyes wide with shock. Dragon Shadow Fist to perfection? That's impossible. I only gave you the martial arts manual for the Dragon Shadow Fist yesterday. It had only been a day. Before Rosa could finish her sentence, she saw the shadow of a fist Yemo threw with a dragon-shaped energy spiraling around it, each punch accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. This was the hallmark of having mastered the Dragon Shadow Fist. Wow, 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 wow. Rosa's jaw dropped to the ground. She was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. In just one day, she elevated a martial technique to the peak of perfection. Rosa vowed that she had never witnessed such a genius. Even the most talented individuals known to Rosa could not possibly achieve such mastery of a martial skill in just one day. It is important to understand that advancing in martial arts is exceedingly difficult, especially beyond the realm of mastery, which requires not only a profound understanding of the technique, but also a unity of heart and martial will. This necessitates long hours of practice and accumulation, slowly integrating the martial skill with one's essence. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Achieving such a level of mastery in a single day is utterly ridiculous. Is this a standard attainable by a mere human? The issue is that Rosa witnessed this with her own eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. Seeing Rosa's little mouth nearly drop to the ground in shock, Yemo knew that he had successfully turned the tide this time. Yemo had not intended to reveal his trump card so quickly, but to elevate his status in Rosa's eyes. He had no choice but to showcase some of his strength, making her aware that he was the most valuable investment to date. He seized the moment and said, Sister Rosa, you saw it too. This is my strength. After receiving the martial technique book yesterday, I merely practiced a few times, and it felt as if I was aided by the heavens. The more I practiced, the more proficient I became. Unconsciously, I reached this level. I briefly explained this as it was essential to clarify. I could not reveal the workings of the system, so I fabricated an excuse. To close the distance between himself and Rosa, Yemo chose not to address her as Instructor Rosa, like others, but rather as Sister Rosa. What I say is to prove that I am the most valuable investment you have ever encountered. While saying this, Yemo felt a bit of shame. Translated, it sounded like he was saying, please, rich lady, do not abandon me, making him feel like a man living off a woman's wealth. Am I really that kind of person? After a pause, Yemo continued to guide her on the path of martial arts. Advancing further is quite challenging, especially in this apocalyptic era. Without a reliable aid to assist, encountering any issues could make it exceedingly difficult to resolve them on one's own. I can assure you that whatever resources Sister Rosa invests in me today, I will repay tenfold in the future. Yemo spoke with utmost sincerity. Although this was a spurofthemet fabrication, it was also the truth. Yemo found it exceedingly difficult to navigate the early stages solely on his own strength. If he had a wealthy benefactor like Rosa to assist him, his path would be much smoother. Once Yemo established himself, he would not mind lending a hand to Rosa. That is certain. Yemo was not someone who lived off others. The kindness shown today would undoubtedly be repaid in the future. Rosa gently stroked her chin, pacing back and forth beside Yemo. He had grown accustomed to her silent demeanor. Rosa The wealthy lady always liked to create an atmosphere, crafting a unique ambience to instill a sense of unease in her conversation partner. Unfortunately, this tactic was ineffective against Yemo. If Yemo's guesses were correct, given Rosa's cautious nature, her cleverness, and her lack of trust in others, it would not be long before her next round of probing would begin. Sure enough, after walking around Yemo several times, Rosa lifted her head, her sharp eyes locking onto his "Something is off with you. You are lying. Even the most gifted martial artist in this world could not attain such a level in one day's time. You have been misleading me. In fact, when you received the Dragon Shadow Fist technique book yesterday, you had already mastered it to perfection. You must have learned the Dragon Shadow Fist beforehand, right? You are doing this to set a trap for me, drawing my attention to you for your ulterior motives. Am I wrong?" Rosa's every word was reasonable, as if she had seen through all the truths. Otherwise, how could a wealthy lady like her have such a mind, always thinking that everyone in the world wanted to harm her? Could it be that advanced martial artists are all so suspicious? Yes, Yemo admitted that he had a slight interest in Rosa, but perhaps it wasn't as severe as she claimed. Therefore, I will give you another test to see your true caliber. Without waiting for Yemo to explain, Rosa continued, pulling out 2 level 1 martial technique books from her package, waving them at him. "Did you not claim to be a prodigy? Here are these 2 martial technique books for you. If you can master these 2 techniques to perfection within 3 days, I will believe that you are the prodigy you claim to be, otherwise you are deceiving me. If you manage to do so, that would be one thing, but if I find out you are deceiving me, this is the final test I am giving you, and you have no right to refuse." Yemo looked at the 2 level 1 martial technique books being handed over. This time, it was he who found it unbelievable. Is Rosa really testing me, not sending a fortune my way? Just informing me without allowing me to refuse? You want me to eat soft rice and hard labor, don't you? Aren't there any principles or rules? Yemo was nearly bursting with laughter. The way this wealthy lady tested him was extraordinary, starting with $2 million skill books. Which man could receive such a test? In this case, I will not hold back. Having learned from past experiences, Yemo had grasped Rosa's thoughts and tactics. If she wants to test Yemo, then Yemo will turn the tables on her. 2 skill books, who do you look down upon? Yemo smiled and raised his right fist. Rosa did not understand what Yemo meant. I want 10 books. If I cannot master all 10 martial technique books to perfection within 3 days, my life will belong to you. Yemo once again stunned everyone with his words. Rosa had only been shocked during their previous encounter, when Yemo used the same method to entice her into signing a lifelong servitude contract upon reaching a blood value of 15,000. However, to be fair, Rosa was indeed falling for it. Yemo enjoyed dealing with those who defied him, and Rosa liked it too. So you want to act tough in front of me? I will facilitate you. It's just 10 martial technique books after all. Rosa indeed pulled out 10 martial technique books and placed them in front of Yemo. Yemo was speechless. Where did this wealthy lady pull these 10 martial technique books from, like a magician? Although the martial technique books were presented by Rosa, Yemo did not rush to take them, feigning a sense of guilt. He said, "Sister Rosa, the difficulty of this challenge has increased. Could you lend me a small favor? I fear that with my abilities alone, it would be impossible to master 10 level 1 martial techniques to perfection in such a short time." Seeing Yemo's guilty expression, Rosa felt happy again. Now he knew to be afraid. Where was that bravado he had earlier? To master 10 level 1 martial techniques to perfection within 3 days was an utterly impossible task. Rosa was certain Yemo would fail the challenge. "Then I will speak." Yemo thought for a moment and said, "I need 2 master-level experts to help me channel energy. Sister, you know that practicing martial arts requires a substantial amount of vitality to impact the meridians. I'm afraid my own vitality won't suffice. With 2 master-level experts continuously channeling energy for me, the effect would be entirely different." Rosa was speechless. She was curious about what was going on in Yemo's mind. Master-level experts refer to level 7 martial artists. There are only so few level 7 martial artists in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Each holds a significant position, and their status is extraordinary. Do you think they would come to assist an unknown martial artist like you? Seemingly noticing Rosa's speechlessness, Yemo paused and continued, "Sister, it's fine. If no master-level experts can help, just prepare me a dozen creation pills." Rosa. 8 great creation pills, each valued at 100 billion.
It is said that consuming them can regenerate flesh and bones, with a certain probability of significantly increasing vitality. Such precious pills, I have never even seen what they look like, and this kid opens his mouth to ask for a dozen. Does he think creation pills are cabbages? Unable to hold back any longer, Rosa waved her hand saying, "If you can speak sensibly, continue, if not, sign the contract and get lost. I asked you to make demands, not to come here making wishes." Seeing Rosa's impatience, Himo knew his opportunity had come. A subtle smile appeared on his lips, as he finally said, 3 days is too short. How about extending it to 10 days? Just enough to practice one martial skill a day. I also want a channel to learn about strange occurrences, so I can practice in real combat, allowing my progress to accelerate. Indeed, the last 2 points are the ultimate goals of Himo. To extend time, and to find a channel for bizarre incidents. Other things hold little significance for Himo. Upon hearing Himo's final request, Luo Fu was first stunned, then she covered her mouth and chuckled. Initially her laughter was not very loud, but it soon became exaggerated, even causing her to clutch her stomach in pain from laughing. This was the first time Himo had seen this Ice Mountain beauty laugh in such a manner. What could possibly be so funny?
All right. Clever. You first proposed 2 things I can't accomplish just to create a sense of contrast, so that I would agree to the last 2 things you proposed that are easy to handle. It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. I am increasingly enjoying our conversations.
Luo Sha was no longer the aloof and cold person from before, smiling as she walked towards Himo. Himo suddenly realized that when Luo Sha smiled, her aura also changed. She was no longer the dominant woman she used to be. Each smile and frown was filled with charm, igniting a desire to conquer. Himo's little thoughts were seen through by Luo Sha, but fortunately his thick skin prevented him from showing too many unnatural expressions.
Unknowingly, I've been tricked by this little clever girl again.
Luo Sha gently lifted Himo's chin. Himo. He did not expect Luo Sha to make such a move towards him. This was not appropriate. It's one thing to talk, but it was excessive to engage physically. In this desolate wilderness, it would be disastrous if things went awry. Am I being teased by a rich woman? Teacher Luo have some reason. Luo Sha seemed oblivious to Himo's discomfort, staring into his eyes, and saying,
"Although we haven't known each other long, I realize that I seem to be entirely at your mercy, being led by the nose."
Hearing Luo Sha say this, Himo hurriedly denied it.
"Sister Luo, where is that? Am the one being completely at your mercy. Even if I gain some advantage, isn't it because Sister Luo allows it?"
Upon hearing Himo's response, Luo Sha finally removed her finger from his chin, nodding in satisfaction.
"At least you know how to speak. I haven't laughed this happily in a long time. In light of you making me laugh once, I will generously agree to this condition."
After saying that, Luo Sha tossed over another betting contract for Himo to sign. The requirements on the contract were the same as previously discussed. Himo needed to refine 10 martial arts books to perfection within 10 days, or he would have to work for her Luo Sha for a lifetime. What difference was there between this condition and becoming Luo Fu Pa's personal plaything for life? Himo would certainly not allow such a deplorable thing to happen. The reason for extending the time from 3 days to 10 was for precaution. In the 3 extra days, failing to gather enough life energy would be disastrous. After signing the betting contract, Luo Fu provided Himo with a specialized communication device. It resembled a large version of a mobile phone.
"This is the Martial Artist Task Terminal. Here you can see martial artist tasks issued from all over the world, from slaying demons to suppressing bizarre occurrences. Just a reminder, practical tasks can be fatal. There is only one life, so be careful."
Himo looked at the communication device in his hand as if it were a treasure. It was fantastic. Isn't this exactly the source of information he needed? With this martial artist's task terminal, Himo no longer had to worry about not finding the bizarre. However, to avoid raising Luo Sha's suspicions, Himo concealed his excitement and thanked Luo Sha.
"Thank you, Sister Luo. I will definitely repay today's kindness and double in the future." "Enough already? You just like to talk. It's better to calculate less against me than anything else."
Luo Sha yawned and stretched.
"You go do your thing. You'll find a way to suppress the matters here. See you in 10 days. I hope you won't disappoint me."
Luo Sha seemed not to want to waste more words with Himo and turned to leave. Guillermo also intuitively turned around and walked in another direction. Once back in the safety of the 3 rings of Safety City at his home next to the city park, Guillermo dared to let out a heavy sigh of relief, locking the door securely, and excitedly waving his fists in the air.
I've hit it big! 10 first-level martial arts books along with a martial artist's task terminal. That's enough for me to cultivate for quite a while. If all goes well in 10 days, will I become a 3rd-level martial artist?
Thinking of this, Guillermo was filled with joy. A 3rd-level martial artist is already considered a decent level in this world. One would have a certain degree of self-defense. Especially as Guillermo saw that among the martial arts books given to him by Luo Fu Pa there were the defensive martial art,
8 Gates Golden Armor,
and the evasive martial art,
Carefree Steps.
Guillermo felt that he had struck gold this time. Once these 2 martial arts are perfected, he will possess a well-rounded talent in offense-defense and evasion with no significant weaknesses. The remaining issue is to quickly find a way to gather life energy. On a side note, after Guillermo came into money, he moved out of the underground bed space that cost $100 a month and moved into a rental apartment on the 16th floor of the Warm Garden complex near the indoor park. Opening the window, he could see the only park in Safety City and the only artificial lake. Compared to the underground bed space, the living environment was like heaven and earth. This location is in the 3-ring area of Safety City with convenient transportation. Taking the subway or maglev bus makes it easy to go anywhere. The rent is $6,000 a month, which is a bit expensive, but Guillermo feels it is worth it. Becoming a martial artist is all about improving one's life, isn't it? It should be noted that in this post-apocalyptic world 80 of people can only live in dark underground spaces. Being able to reside in a comfortable room that overlooks the park means Guillermo's living conditions have surpassed 90 of the population. However, this also resulted in Guillermo running out of money after buying some daily necessities, leaving him with less than $200 enough to buy a meat sandwich, and that's it.
I'm at a point where even a penny is hard for a hero. I need to find a way to make money.
Guillermo discovered that no matter which world it is, making money is the priority. Who would complain about having too little money? Guillermo decided to check what tasks were available on the martial artist's task terminal and see if he could earn some dragon coins. This device powers on like a phone. Once turned on, he saw the task interface. Guillermo found that Luo Sha had even registered a membership for him to facilitate taking on tasks.
How thoughtful!
Guillermo's appreciation for Luo Fu Pa increased. The task interface initially showed 3 options:
Demon Suppression Task, Monster Suppression Task,
and
Bizarre Suppression Task.
For the 3 options, Guillermo clicked to view them.
Demon Suppression Task: Suppress the demon cave near Safety City. No. 85 task difficulty level B requires a team of martial artists above level 3 with over 500 members. For details, please click to enter.
Monster Suppression Task: Find the monsters that have infiltrated Safety City. No. 166. The opponents can disguise themselves as humans. Task difficulty level D requires martial artists above level 2 with true sight or sensing skills. For details, please click to enter. Bizarre Suppression Task: The bizarre revival in the Emperor Gate community on San E Road of Safety City. No. 188. Some claim to have seen bizarre creatures crawling out of the toilet at night. Codenamed Toilet. Bizarre Task difficulty level E requires martial artists with demon suppression skills. For details, please click to enter. After browsing through the tasks, Guillermo understood that most demon suppression tasks involve suppressing demon caves or hunting wild demons, while monster suppression tasks primarily focused on identifying monsters that infiltrated Safety City. These monsters can morph into human forms and infiltrate human society, often indulging in human flesh and blood, making them extremely troublesome. Bizarre suppression tasks involve quelling bizarre revivals. Because bizarre revivals mostly occur within Safety City, and unlike monsters, bizarre creatures have no qualms about killing at will. For bizarre creatures, who are only focused on slaughter, giving them an opportunity to create chaos means they will find ways to kill every human they encounter. It can be said that bizarre creatures are the gravest threat to humanity. After careful consideration, Guillermo ultimately felt that the task of subduing anomalies was more suitable for him, as the demon-suppressing missions required extensive travel, leaving insufficient time for the journey. The task of subduing monsters required searching for creatures, which was also a waste of time. The subduing anomaly task was more practical, as it could be executed directly within the city. Moreover, the quantity was abundant, satisfying Yemo's urgent need to eliminate anomalies to gain vitality. Furthermore, Yemo had never encountered demons or monsters, and he had no idea whether killing them would grant him vitality. The difficulty of missions was categorized from high to low into 6 levels: E, D, C, B, A, and S. The A level was the easiest, while this level was the most challenging. The lowest A-level tasks could be handled by one or several low-level warriors, while the highest level tasks required a mastery level above 7 just to qualify. Looking at the various types of missions, Yemo felt as though he had entered a new realm.
So this is the world of warriors.
Hunting monsters and anomalies was to ensure that humanity could live more safely on this land. No wonder warriors held such a high status in this society. Calling them the protectors of humanity was not an exaggeration. Amidst thousands of tasks, Yemo classified and searched, and at first, he certainly chose the easiest task: to test the waters, preferably one that was close by and had a lot of anomalies. Soon Yemo locked onto his target.
Subduing anomaly task: corpse anomaly emerging from the grave. Task difficulty E level. Task introduction in Safety City No. 188 at the North City Prince's Tomb. Anomalies have begun to revive. Several nights people have reported seeing numerous corpse anomalies crawling out of the grave. Nearby warriors are requested to handle this. Task reward 100000. Additional reward from the reporter 200000. Minimum requirement to accept the task: level 1 warrior. With a reward of 100000 plus 200000 from the reporter, that totals to 300000.
Yemo marveled internally as he clicked to view the task details, realizing that completing tasks came with a reward. The task reward was the official completion bonus, while the additional reward from the reporter referred to a personal gratuity. The Prince's Tomb, where this anomaly revival incident occurred, happened to be a privately owned burial site. Clearly, such an event had affected their business. To resolve the issue quickly and minimize losses, the person added an additional reward totaling to 300000. This was a substantial sum for Yemo. It's important to note that the average salary in Safety City is around 3000, meaning it would take 7 to 8 years to earn 300000. No wonder everyone aspires to become a warrior. This job has prospects. An important point for Yemo was that there were numerous corpse anomalies, precisely meeting his requirement for a high anomaly count.
No more choices. This is it.
Yemo clicked to accept the task. He also discovered that when Rosa registered him, she used the alias Night God, not Yemo's real name. This way there was no need to worry about information leaks. Quite thoughtful. However, the section marking his warrior information indicated Yemo was a level 1 warrior. To change this information, he would need to go to the Warrior Association for testing. This was a troublesome matter. Being a low-level warrior would affect his ability to take on higher-level tasks. After this task, he planned to find time to get certified at the Warrior Association. Yemo had everything planned out, packed his belongings, and took the maglev train directly to the Prince's Tomb. About an hour later, Yemo arrived at the Prince's Tomb. This was a large private burial site, quite luxurious, with a 5-meter-high gilded gate that made Yemo feel as if he were entering a grand estate, though it was not an estate, but a burial site. It made sense in this apocalyptic era. Being buried in a private cemetery indicated the person held some value. Otherwise, ordinary people after passing would simply have their ashes scattered outside the city. As Yemo entered, he was stopped by a portly manager in a suit. This overweight middle-aged man had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well in a long time. Seeing Yemo attempt to enter the private cemetery, the middle-aged manager came over to block him, saying,
"The private cemetery is under renovation. No outsiders are allowed. Go back."
It was clear that the middle-aged manager regarded Yemo as a young person seeking thrills at the graveyard, speaking unkindly.
"I am here to complete the task you posted, you understand?"
Yemo was not angry and offered a brief explanation. The middle-aged manager quickly understood what Yemo meant, but his gaze towards Yemo was still filled with distrust. Yemo looked no older than a high school student. Was he the warrior here to undertake the anomaly subduing task? Yemo smiled slightly, turned and executed a back kick, sending a 3-meter tall boulder flying 10 meters away. This stone weighed over 1,000 kilograms, yet Yemo kicked it away as if it were a toy.
What the hell? He has so much strength.
Although the middle-aged manager was not a warrior, he had been around long enough to recognize strength. This was not something a typical level 1 warrior could possess. Perhaps a peak level 1 warrior. A peak level 1 warrior so young. The middle-aged manager suddenly shivered, thinking Yemo might be a genius child nurtured by a prominent family out to gain experience. Such a person was someone he could not afford to offend. His attitude turned a complete 180 degrees, displaying a fawning smile, as he ushered Yemo into the office, saying,
"Oh, so you're a warrior here to help. Please come in, come in."
Yemo nodded and walked in. Upon entering the office, he noticed the large office was empty, much like the security room outside, seemingly only occupied by the middle-aged manager. From the earlier introduction, Yemo learned that the middle-aged manager was named Fat Tiger, and he was not the owner of this private burial site, but rather an employee.
"You are the only one watching such a large burial site. Where are the others?"
Yemo asked. Fat Tiger hurriedly poured Yemo a bowl of tea, and upon hearing Yemo's question replied with a bitter expression,
"They all ran away. Who would dare stay here after such an anomaly revival incident? I only managed to become the manager because I have older and younger family members to support. It's hard to find such a high-paying job again if I resign, so I have no choice but to endure here. Thank goodness you, the warrior, have come. Otherwise, I would find it hard to get through these days."
It was evident that Fat Tiger had indeed been through a tough time lately, living in constant trepidation without a good night's sleep, his eyes resembling those of a panda. Noticing there was still some time before dark, Yemo inquired of Manager Fat,
"I need to know the specific details of this anomaly revival incident. Tell me everything you know, the more detailed the better." "Sure. The incident happened 10 days ago. We had a security guard named Xiao Lu who during a patrol saw someone digging in the cemetery. Who would dig at night? Xiao Lu thought it was a grave robber and went over to ask. Unexpectedly, that person replied ominously, 'I am digging your grave,' and when Xiao Lu saw his face, it was clearly that of a dead man covered in corpse spots. Scared, Xiao Lu ran back and told his colleagues in the security team, but when they all went to the spot Xiao Lu mentioned, they found nothing. At that time, the others thought it was a prank Xiao Lu played, since the security team often joked with each other in such ways. They didn't take it seriously. Then 2 days later, Xiao Lu went missing."
On that day, while patrolling the cemetery, the team members found a new grave-marked grave of Xiao Lu. When they dug it open, Xiao Lu was lying inside. He had clearly been dead for some time. This incident gradually spread, saying there were signs of anomaly revival in our cemetery. Not long after, 2 more security guards reported seeing someone digging graves in the cemetery, and within a few days those 2 guards went missing. When they found them, they were lying in the cemetery.
Originally, our big boss wanted to suppress this incident for the sake of business, but as the number of deaths increased, he couldn't keep it under wraps. The security guards were all afraid something would happen, so they all ran away. Only I remained. Fortunately, I was hiding in the manager's office during this time, and nothing happened. Then a few days later you arrived."
Yemo listened to Manager Fat's account, nodding. This sounded like a typical anomaly revival event, with corpse anomalies being born from the cemetery and coming out to harm people. From his studies in demon suppression too, Yemo learned that corpse anomalies were considered low-level anomalies. Newly revived corpse anomalies would at most possess the cultivation level of vengeful spirits. To him, they posed little threat.
"Do you have anything else to add?"
Yemo asked further.
"Actually, yes."
Fat Tiger thought for a moment and said,
"I heard those guards mention before they left that they saw on the surveillance footage that as time went on, more and more graves were showing signs of disturbance. That group of corpse anomalies is increasing in number." "Really?"
Yemo's eyes lit up. If the number of corpse anomalies increased, it would be fantastic. This indicated that he would gain a significant amount of vitality from this task. Yemo's excitement left Fat Tiger speechless. Why was he so happy about the increasing number of corpse anomalies?
"Let's go, take me to see the place."
Yemo urged Fat Tiger to lead the way to the scene of the incident. Fat Tiger was extremely reluctant to go, but after weighing it for a while, he let out a heavy sigh and agreed. The grave where the incident occurred was quite a distance from the main gate, and it required walking through 2 tree-lined paths to reach it. To create such a large cemetery, in the precious land of Safe City No. 188. It is evident that the owner behind it is very wealthy. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yemo saw a cemetery filled with crosses.
From here on is our cemetery. This is the outer cemetery, and further inside there is an even larger section. The first place where the weirdness was discovered was near the cemetery inside.
As he spoke, Fat Tiger tightened his clothes and huffed.
Why has the weather suddenly turned so cold?
Yemo also noticed that the surrounding temperature had dropped, especially as they approached the cemetery, where the temperature suddenly fell by several degrees. This was not due to the weather, but rather the manifestation of a large-scale weirdness. When many weird entities gather together, they create a chilling phenomenon. Previously, Yemo had encountered this in the lakeside community. It was clearly summer, yet the entire building felt as if it were running an air conditioner. As they continued walking, Fat Tiger, familiar with the cemetery, keenly noticed 2 new graves appearing at the edge. Fat Tiger approached, puzzled, and said,
I know the layout of this cemetery well.
I don't remember anyone purchasing these 2 graves recently.
Looking at the color of the graves, it seems they were just erected not long ago.
Fat Tiger said, puzzled, as he curiously went to take a look. When he saw the photos and names on the gravestones, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, crawling back, trembling, and pointing at the gravestone.
It's Zhao Chenghe and Su Dabo. These are the graves of Zhao Chenghe and Su Dabo. These 2 security guards clearly resigned from me 5 days ago. I watched them leave with my own eyes.
I didn't expect them to still fall victim to the weirdness. This cursed weirdness not only kills, but also enjoys tormenting people, making them feel boundless fear for amusement. It is well known that weird entities torment people. Before killing, they like to instill a sense of overwhelming terror and despair, just as humans seek entertainment. Because of this, among the 3 evils of demons, monsters, and weirdness is the most detested by humanity. Yemo approached to take a look at, indeed, was a newly erected grave. The weirdness in this place is also intriguing. It kills people, and still sets up a grave for them just to satisfy its malicious whims. However, if what Fat Tiger said is true, and the people are gone, yet they can still find a way to bring them back, that is not a good thing. This indicates that the revival of weirdness here has begun to slowly extend to the outside world. We need to quickly eliminate the weirdness in this area.
By the way, sir, I forgot to tell you something. Looking at the increasingly dark sky, Fat Tiger said with concern.
This group of weird entities seems to have a strong curiosity. If you see them, and don't leave immediately, they will suddenly appear behind you and scare you.
Previously, we had a security guard here who was almost scared to death by this weirdness.
A strong curiosity. Yemo's eyes lit up. He was thinking about how to find this group of weird entities, and now he had a good method.
Go help me find a shovel, Yemo told Fat Tiger.
Since these graves are not fond of scaring people, then let's see who can scare whom. A shovel. Fat Tiger, not knowing what Yemo wanted the shovel for, ultimately went to find one as Yemo requested. After completing Yemo's task, Fat Tiger did not leave, but hid in a nearby corner he deemed safe to observe Yemo. Fat Tiger was not foolish. After seeing the graves of the 2 departed security guards, he understood that anyone who entered this cemetery would not be spared by the weird entities. It was only a matter of time before they came looking for him. Rather than run away, it was better to stay by Yemo's side. This individual was a powerful warrior. If anything happened, he could save him, right? Seeing that it was still early, Yemo did not act immediately. He closed his eyes and leaned against the gravestone for a while, waiting for nightfall. Then Yemo picked up the shovel and began to dig in a vacant area. While Yemo was digging deep within the cemetery, a withered arm suddenly emerged from the ground. Soon a cemetery weird entity slowly crawled out from the grave, dressed in tattered clothing with hollow eyes and disheveled hair resembling Captain Jack. His body was stiff as if he had just awakened and was still a bit unaccustomed. He twisted all his joints 360 degrees several times before adapting. Once he emerged, this cemetery weird entity caught the scent of humanity. Someone had entered their cemetery. Moreover, he could clearly sense Yemo's identity. This was a unique ability belonging to the cemetery weird entities. Anyone who visited the cemetery would have their soul mark locked onto, and even if that person fled to the ends of the earth, the cemetery weird could still capture them.
He, Yemo.
The cemetery weird entity raspily uttered Yemo's name. Next he would dig a pit in the ground. Undoubtedly there would be another victim tonight. He was already eagerly anticipating the sight of that human being buried in the grave, looking terrified and helpless. But just as the cemetery weird was about to start digging, he heard the sound of digging from afar. This cemetery weird was puzzled. Late at night, who was digging? Could it be other cemetery weird entities? No, that couldn't be. I was the first to awaken. None of the other cemetery ghosts had awakened yet. Driven by intense curiosity, the cemetery weird approached the direction from which the digging sound was coming. Soon he saw a young man vigorously digging a pit. The man was digging with great enthusiasm. It wasn't until the cemetery weird was only 3 or 4 meters away that the man finally noticed it.
"Brother, you're here." Yemo, seeing the cemetery weird approach, revealed excitement in his eyes. He warmly greeted the cemetery weird, pointing to the rusty shovel in his hand, and then to the shovel in his own hand, which was covered in a ghostly blue paint.
"You're here to dig a pit too."
"What a coincidence, so am I."
Yemo's enthusiastic attitude left the cemetery weird baffled. At a time like this, shouldn't the other party be screaming and running away or collapsing in place, scared out of their wits? This was the first time the cemetery weird had encountered such an enthusiastic attitude. Especially the eager tone from the other party. It truly felt as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. What was he so eager for? In the eerie cemetery, as Yemo's series of actions left the figure in confusion, he mysteriously leaned closer and said,
"Buddy, considering you resemble my son-departed friend, let me introduce you to something quite enviable." "You've heard right. The world is unstable, strange occurrences abound, and lives are as worthless as grass. Many innocent people have been killed by these anomalies, and some have even endured tortures worse than death. In light of current trends and public needs, I've developed a grave digging project. Before these anomalies can kill you, just dig a hole and bury yourself. This way, you won't have to worry about being killed or scared by anomalies, and you'll avoid 40 years of detours."
After saying this, Yemo left the cemetery figure utterly stunned. The dark figure's face was filled with disbelief.
"To avoid being killed by anomalies, you're suggesting I bury myself first? What kind of genius thought of this method? Is this project funded by Wangduyu?"
Seeing the cemetery figure's skeptical expression, Yemo was displeased, raising a finger and pointing at the cemetery figure.
"Don't think this project was just developed recently. You have no idea how popular it is. How many victims there are? There are this many."
The cemetery figure looked at Yemo's outstretched finger, confused about what Yemo meant. Was it 101,000 or 10,000?
"Just you,"
Yemo said proudly. The cemetery figure thought,
"What the hell, just me alone?"
With only one victim, he spoke as if there were 1,000. But soon the cemetery figure's eyes widened in realization. "What do you mean, just me?" The cemetery figure realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Yemo unleashed the dragon shadow fist, delivering a punch with dragon-shaped energy swirling around his arm, a faint dragon's roar echoing. At such close range with Yemo's sneak attack, the cemetery figure had no time to react before Yemo's punch struck his chest. With a thunderous sound, one punch obliterated the upper half of the cemetery figure. The cemetery figure was left in pieces.
"Damn! Such power!"
Yemo knew that the Dragon Shadow Fist had an enhanced damage effect against anomalies, and combined with his strength, as a level 2 warrior, the results were extraordinary. But he didn't expect it to be this powerful. This wasn't just injuring an anomaly, it was completely annihilating one.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a medium-level malevolent spirit anomaly, gaining 15 years of life.
This cemetery figure was a medium-level malevolent spirit anomaly. Yemo had a clearer understanding of the anomaly's strength here, roughly on par with medium-level malevolent spirits. Back at the lakeside community, Yemo had already possessed the strength to deal with high-level malevolent spirit anomalies, let alone now. When it came to this level of malevolent spirits, Yemo could say he could take them down with a single punch. So why should he be afraid? Tonight Yemo planned to go on a killing spree. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly gazed towards the inner circle of the cemetery. That was the place for a large-scale resurrection of cemetery figures, each one a source of life emerging from the ground. This method of digging pits to deal with anomalies was far too slow. Yemo decided to take the initiative. Thus, he decisively grabbed a shovel and ran into the inner circle of graves, beginning to wield the shovel to dig. Surprisingly, the anomaly rate in this cemetery was quite high. When Yemo reached the third grave, he discovered a cemetery figure that had just awakened. This cemetery figure had dark skin like a dried corpse, even uglier than the previous one. When Yemo pulled it out of the ground, it looked quite dazed, having enjoyed the human awakening service for the first time after such a long period of resurrection.
Friend, you're awake. Now that you're awake, let's settle the bill.
Yemo pointed to himself, and then to the hefty tiger behind him.
I'm the new employee of our cemetery here to collect the cemetery fees. I heard you haven't paid your cemetery fees, and have behaved poorly by killing several of our employees. Such atrocious behavior, according to our current cemetery regulations, warrants punishment. I'll just punish you with 2 punches, that's fair, right?
The cemetery figure pulled out of the grave looked a bit stunned. It was the first time it had heard that anomalies had to pay cemetery fees. However, upon seeing Yemo before it, the cemetery figure let out a sinister laugh. This was a meal delivered right to its door. Humans were the most favored ingredients for anomalies. Since it's come to me, don't blame me for being rude. 2 punches, you say? I've never heard of a human wanting to punch me twice. A mere human. What power could 2 punches have against me? With such thoughts, the cemetery figure saw Yemo's fist carrying dragon-shaped energy rushing towards it, not giving it a chance to regret. The cemetery figure was obliterated by a single punch, leaving only 2 thin dry legs behind its death, even more tragic than the previous cemetery figure.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a media-level malevolent spirit anomaly, gaining 15 years of life.
Refreshing. Another 15 years of life gained. With this, it was a total of 30 years of life. 2 punches for 30 years of life. Isn't this just like picking up money? Yemo felt ecstatic. In fact, while Yemo was killing the cemetery figure, many already awakened cemetery figures in the cemetery were secretly observing Yemo's actions. They had initially thought Yemo was just a soft target to be easily bullied, yet to their surprise, he had the strength to obliterate a cemetery figure with a single punch. Especially when they heard Yemo slowly say,
"This cemetery friend is quite clever. He understands the principle of life and death debts. To avoid paying cemetery fees and compensation, he directly sacrificed his own life. I didn't expect there would be such a clever cemetery friend in our cemetery. However, punishment cannot be avoided. 2 punches means 2 punches.
This is the rule of our cemetery. If everyone disregards the rules, how can our cemetery continue to operate? How can we create a harmonious, stable family for the many cemetery friends?
This life, this cemetery friend has died, but in the next life, we must make it up to him."
Yemo's words struck fear into the hearts of the surrounding anomalies. To be killed in this life was one thing, but to face the same fate in the next life. This human. Why is he so ruthless? This is even more brutal than us anomalies. One cemetery figure had already been dug out and killed. Who would be next? Oh no! This feels like death is looming. One by one, the cemetery figures quietly retracted their half-exposed bodies back into the graves, and some even piled on 2 more layers of coffins, fearing that the killing god Yemo would find them. From a distance, the hefty tiger felt a pain in his heart while watching this scene. These anomalies had been so arrogant, enjoying tormenting and hunting humans as a hobby. Why did they turn into timid little creatures when it came to Yemo? Truly, it takes a professional to deal with malevolent anomalies. This group of graveyard spirits seemed to have lost their courage, but this only excited Yemo even more. So many strange beings. As he struck it rich. Adhering to the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go, Yemo thoroughly searched the graveyard from where he heard the strange noise. Soon he unearthed another graveyard spirit. The graveyard spirit exerted all its strength, but could not escape Yemo's large hand. With Yemo's current strength, he easily subdued the graveyard spirit with just one hand. Seeing itself dragged out of the grave by Yemo, the spirit was terrified, crying out in a slurred voice, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I haven't defaulted on the graveyard fees. The deaths of those few security guards have nothing to do with me." Yemo became displeased upon hearing this. "Brother, you are an adult spirit, and I am an adult. Can't we talk with some logic here? Isn't the price for storing living beings the same as for storing the dead? The graveyard is the same. You, a dead person buried here, and you, a spirit after death, can't be the same price. That definitely means a price increase. You need to make up the difference." "Huh?" The graveyard spirit stopped resisting, finding this human's argument quite reasonable. Seeing that the graveyard spirit accepted his reasoning, Yemo nodded,
and said, "How about this? I won't charge you too much. I'll charge you 20 million. 20 million. The graveyard spirit nearly jumped up in shock. What graveyard is worth 20 million? Is it made of pure gold or embedded with diamonds? A flat price of 20 million. How can you say that's not too much? Why don't you go rob someone instead? I'm going to fight you." The graveyard spirit roared in anger and lunged at Yemo. Unfortunately, the difference in power was too great. It was easily defeated by Yemo with a single hand, and after just 3 punches it lost all its vigor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a high-level malevolent spirit earning 40 years of life energy. Yemo whistled, surprised that this graveyard spirit was actually a high-level malevolent spirit worth 40 years of life energy. The battle before the grave yielded 70 years of life energy. Who will be next? Yemo stood like a war god, scanning the surroundings, causing the group of spirits to tremble in fear, hiding in the graves without daring to breathe. Looking at Yemo, and then at the corpses of the spirits on the ground, a thought crossed the minds of the remaining spirits. Could this be the legendary Violent Debt Collection? An hour later, Yemo clapped his hands, revealing a satisfying smile. After an hour of Violent Debt Collection, he had dealt with a total of 15 spirits. The total life energy gained was as high as 300 years. 300 years of life energy. This was a significant sum for Yemo. With life energy he had strength. Yemo eagerly sought a place to upgrade his martial arts at the first opportunity. After all, in this dangerous apocalyptic era, possessing powerful strength is the hard truth. Everything else is just fluff. Yemo had long decided which martial arts to upgrade first: the defensive martial art 8 Gates Golden Body, and the agility martial art Ethereal Steps. One for defense, the other for agility. These are what Yemo currently needed most. Without further ado, Yemo invested 50 years into each of the 2 martial arts. Ding. In your tireless training over 10 years, you have opened the UN Acupoint, achieving minor success in 8 Gates Golden Body. Vitality increased by 1. 0. Ding. After 30 years of diligent effort, you have opened the Tongu Acupoint, and your 8 Gates Golden Body has successfully entered the Great Success stage. Vitality increased by 2. 0. Ding. After 40 years, you have touched the elusive threshold, and your 8 Gates Golden Body has reached perfection. Vitality increased by 3. 0. Ding. After 50 years, you have finally completed the last step of the 8 Gates Golden Body, reaching that ethereal realm. Your entire body shines like gold. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of skill. Vitality increased by 4. 0. Ding. In your tireless training over 10 years, you have opened the Shangsu Acupoint, achieving minor success in Ethereal Steps. Vitality increased by 1. 0. Ding. After 30 years of diligent effort, you have opened the Zhongju Acupoint, and your Ethereal Steps have also successfully entered the Great Success stage. Vitality increased by 2. 0. Ding. After 40 years, you have touched the elusive threshold, and your Ethereal Steps have reached perfection. Vitality increased by 3. 0. Ding. After 50 years, you have finally completed the last step of the 8 Gates Golden Body, reaching that ethereal realm. Your steps, like a gentle breeze, able to tread the wind over distances. Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of skill. Vitality increased by 4. 0. Your current vitality is 47. 5. Good heavens. Achieving the pinnacle of a first-tier martial art can grant him a boost of 10. 0 in vitality. Yemo now possesses 10 first-tier martial arts. If he were to cultivate all 10 of these first-tier martial arts to the pinnacle, his strength as a level 3 martial artist would be secured. Thinking back on this journey, he not only had to thank those spirits who sacrificed their lives for Yemo's strength, but also thank the wealthy Luo. Without Luo's divine assistance, how many more years of detours would he have to take? These 2 first-tier martial arts took longer than the Dragon Shadow Fist. The Dragon Shadow Fist took 40 years to reach the pinnacle, while these 2 martial arts took 50 years each. To cultivate a first-tier martial art to the pinnacle requires about 40 to 50 years. Yemo had to admit one thing: his aptitude was indeed lacking. However, considering that he did not need to prepare expensive pills for cultivation, and did not have to endure the pain of channeling chi, Yemo felt relieved again. What does it matter if others have better aptitude? Can they upgrade as quickly and smoothly as he does? Absolutely not. In the remaining 200 years, Yemo did not rest, either investing 30 years to bring his heavenly gift body refining technique to the pinnacle, increasing his vitality by 7.0. As the first martial art created by Yemo, the heavenly gift body refining technique holds great significance. Moreover, this martial art possesses the ability to grow stronger by manipulating mindset, which is definitely not something ordinary martial skills can possess. Yemo felt that perhaps the system encourages him to create more martial skills. If he can create new martial skills, it might grant some unique abilities. This point Yemo also wanted to verify. Based on Yemo's accumulated experience, as long as a martial skill reaches the pinnacle, continuing to invest life energy for cultivation, and being willing to spend life energy, it could potentially advance. With so many first-level martial arts techniques in Yemo's hands, if this method works, he could completely acquire 10 second-level martial arts techniques by sacrificing his life force. This way, wouldn't the issue of second-level martial arts be resolved as well? It's important to know that with each level increase in martial arts, their value and the difficulty of acquisition rise significantly. First-level martial arts books barely reach 100 spirit stones in the market, while second-level martial arts books require 500 spirit stones. The price has multiplied by more than 5 times. For Yemo, who is currently so poor that he can only cling to a wealthy patron, if this method works, it would be like finding a life-saving grace in a snowstorm. He couldn't keep exploiting the wealthy patron for second-level martial arts books. That would be inappropriate. You can't just fleece one fat sheep. Should I raise a few more fat sheep? Yemo began to feel a sense of crisis. However, he quickly realized his mistake in thinking. As someone who dislikes relying on wealthy patrons, he actually found himself harboring such thoughts, all thanks to the wealthy patron. Yemo got an idea and began to pour his life force into the Dragon Shadow Fist. That's right, this time Yemo chose the Dragon Shadow Fist. For someone like him, who needs to quickly hunt bizarre creatures, to acquire life force, an offensive martial art is definitely the first choice. The stronger the attack martial arts Yemo can use, the faster he can defeat monsters. Consequently, the speed at which he gains life force also increases. Anyone who often plays Xiao Yun knows that there's no such thing as going jungle with defensive or support gear. Yemo understood that upgrading a first-level martial art to a second-level one is not easy. It requires 50 years of life force right from the start. Ding. You have diligently practiced the Dragon Shadow Fist for 10 years, but unfortunately your Dragon Shadow Fist has reached a level of perfection. 10 years have passed, and you have made no progress. Ding. It's the 20th year, and you still have not gained anything. Ding. It's the 30th year, and you have not made any headway. Ding. In the 50th year you stared blankly at your hands, feeling that this was the peak of the Dragon Shadow Fist, and you couldn't take it any further. Yemo exclaimed in disbelief. 50 years of life force invested, yet not a single splash was made. This felt as disappointing as drawing 10 times in a game without hitting a guaranteed reward. Yemo remembered that he had elevated the first-level martial art demon suppressing body refinement to the first-level martial art heaven's gift body refinement, which took him 30 years. This upgrade to the second level indeed felt quite challenging. Fortunately, Yemo was financially stable, and had invested 50 years of life force, with another 121 years available. He would just go for it, who was afraid of whom? Yemo was determined, refusing to believe that pouring all 121 years of life force wouldn't yield at least a splash. 50 more years. Ding. It's the 60th year, and you sighed to the sky, tears in your eyes. Who knows? Ding. In the 70th year you practiced to the point of depression, almost going astray. Ding. In the 80th year you had driven yourself to madness while practicing the Dragon Shadow Fist, yet, in this frenzied state, you seemed to sense an extraordinary way to utilize the Dragon Shadow Fist. Ding. In the 90th year, based on the glimmers of inspiration you previously caught, the Dragon Shadow Fist you practiced became increasingly wild, entirely different from the previous form. Ding. In the 100th year you finally grasped that elusive opportunity, forging the extreme fist from the state of extremity. You named this martial art Dragon Demon Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the second-level martial art Dragon Demon Fist. Ding. Your Dragon Demon Fist has reached the entry level, increasing your vitality by 10. Current vitality 57. 5. Ding.
No dragon demon fist is the limit of this martial art, and cannot be further upgraded with life force. Dragon demon fist great. Guillermo excitedly exclaimed 3 times. For him, there was nothing that could not be resolved with life force. If 50 years of life force wasn't enough, he could just invest another 50 years. A total of 100 years of life force poured in wouldn't the second-level martial art dragon demon fist be created. For Guillermo's martial arts journey this might be a small step, but for the present Guillermo it represented a monumental leap. This indicates that Guillermo's idea of using first-level martial arts to promote to second-level martial arts is achievable. He currently has 10 first-level martial arts techniques, which means he effectively possesses 10 second-level martial arts techniques. This second-level martial art grants a vitality boost of 10.0 upon entry, equivalent to the vitality increase from first-level martial arts reaching perfection. Remarkable. Guillermo felt hopeful for the future, but he also clearly recognized that catalyzing second-level martial arts isn't easy. He needs a substantial amount of life force. After this transaction, the life force Guillermo obtained was insufficient even to elevate 10 first-level martial arts to perfection, let alone promote them. In short, him still poor. Guillermo felt the need to embark on the next hunt, and once he returns, he will look for suitable tasks nearby. No one can stop him. At this moment, Guillermo had 71 years of life force remaining, and without hesitation, he invested 70 years of life force into the second-level martial art Dragon Demon Fist. Ding. You have diligently practiced the Dragon Demon Fist for 30 years, achieving the Great Perfection realm. Vitality increased by 20 points. Ding. You practiced the Dragon Demon Fist for another 40 years, reaching the state of completion. Vitality increased by 30 points. Current vitality 107. 5 points. 107. 5 points of vitality. Am I now a third-level martial artist? Guillermo exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as if everything were a dream. What's going on? How did I reach 107? 5 points of vitality. He was completely unprepared, and had directly broken through. Feeling the surging power within him, Guillermo knew this was not an illusion. With the system's support, upgrading is indeed extraordinary. In just over 2 days, he went from an ordinary person to the strength of a third-level martial artist. Who else can match this speed? The entry-level threshold for a third-level martial artist is 100 points of vitality, while that for a fourth-level martial artist is 1,000 points. This is a significant leap. More than 90 of martial artists get stuck before reaching the third level and cannot progress any further. Martial artists from first to third levels are considered junior martial artists, while those above the fourth level are regarded as senior martial artists. Guillermo reflected on the classification of martial artists in this world. Achieving the strength of a third-level martial artist isn't difficult with money and talent. Many martial artists, as long as their families are wealthy and willing to invest resources, can eventually reach the third level. The challenge lies in breaking through to the fourth level, which requires crossing a gap of 900 points of vitality. Most people spend their entire lives without crossing it. He just doesn't know how long Guillermo will be stuck at this level. Guillermo's rate of progress completely depends on how much life value he possesses. Guillermo took a deep breath and unleashed the Dragon Demon Fist. Instantly, a black mist enveloped the surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, Guillermo's pupils gleamed with a golden vertical slit resembling those of a dragon. As the mist emerged, it coalesced into a dragon shape swirling around Guillermo's body, as if it sought to devour everything, resembling a mad dragon pouncing on its prey. While the dragon shadow produced by the Dragon Shadow Fist was merely the thickness of an arm, the mist dragon created by the Dragon Demon Fist extended 2 to 3 meters in length. In terms of momentum and power, they were not even on the same level. Guillermo retracted his fist, feeling rejuvenated. With the strength of a level 3 warrior, and the enhancement from the Dragon Demon Fist, his speed in hunting the bizarre would surely increase. Guillermo then utilized the 8 Gates golden body, and the carefree steps, both of which he had mastered to perfection. One allowed him to shine radiantly like a golden figure, greatly resisting the invasion of strange forces, while the other made his form like a phantom so fast that only after images could be seen, and he could even walk in the air below 10 meters high. It was akin to ancient light work. Incredible. This is truly amazing. With these 3 powerful martial skills at his disposal, Guillermo felt like a Pentagon warrior, with no weaknesses whatsoever. Seeing Yemo emerge from behind the hill, manager Fat Tiger hurried over. Earlier, when Yemo requested to go alone to the back of the hill for some business, Fat Tiger wisely chose not to follow. Upon seeing Yemo, he immediately fawned, saying,
"My lord, you have finally come out. I just saw flashes of golden light behind the hill. Did my lord bring a large flashlight? My lord truly has great insight, knowing that at night in this graveyard it's dark and unclear, and that one should use a large flashlight."
Yemo was speechless. A large flashlight, really? That was my 8 Gates golden body skill. When the 8 Gates golden body is perfected, it emits a glowing effect. This is not a large flashlight at all. Noticing the displeasure on Yemo's face, Fat Tiger immediately realized he had stepped on a landmine while flattering. He quickly changed the topic, saying,
"My lord is too powerful, truly a divine warrior.
In just one night, you annihilated such a large group of bizarre entities. Truly worthy of being a master sent by the Bureau of Anomaly Control. Simply a divine soldier descended from the heavens."
With this matter resolved, eliminating harm for the people also solves a major hidden danger for our private graveyard. Now, my lord, let us leave. I will report to my superiors immediately and settle your reward for this task.
Yemo nodded. Since all the bizarre entities were slain, it was indeed time to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Yemo keenly sensed something was amiss.
"Do you feel a bit cold here?"
Yemo asked. The temperature here had indeed risen considerably compared to before, but it was definitely not the same as outside the private graveyard.
"Yes, it is a bit. The temperature inside the grave is usually colder than outside. There shouldn't be any issues. After all, my lord, you have cleaned out all the graves in this area."
Indeed. Adhering to the principle of preferring to mistakenly kill 1,000 rather than let one escape, Yemo did not overlook a single grave. He dug up every grave and checked each one, eliminating the bizarre entities. Those without bizarre entities were placed back inside, allowing them to rest once more. With Yemo's drastic measures, it was impossible for any bizarre entity to be overlooked. However, Yemo increasingly felt that something was off. If it was cold, it shouldn't feel this eerie. This temperature only arises when bizarre entities appear.
There are still bizarre entities that haven't been eliminated.
Yemo was 1,000% certain. The strength of a level 3 warrior granted Yemo an acute sensory perception. He closed his eyes, feeling the source of the cold aura, and pointed to a direction in the north, asking,
"Is there still a grave over there?" "There is no path over there. How could there be a grave?" "My lord, you jest."
Just as Fat Tiger was about to deny Yemo's assertion, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed as he said,
"There is indeed a grave. How could I have forgotten this? To be precise, that is the oldest grave here."
Fat Tiger did not intend to hide anything from Yemo, and he explained everything clearly. It turned out that before this private graveyard was established, there was already an ancestral grave here, along with an old man who made a living crafting coffins. Initially, Fat Tiger's boss wanted to buy this piece of land to develop his private grave business, but the old man living here stubbornly refused no matter how much was offered. According to the old man, he had buried his ancestors here for generations, and he would never forsake the resting place of his forebears for money. Later, due to a building collapse incident, the coffin-making old man was crushed to death. The official explanation was that the old man's house had fallen into disrepair over the years, leading to the wall's collapse. After the old man's death, this piece of land naturally came into the possession of Fat Tiger's boss, who opened it as a private graveyard.
Years of neglect.
It must have been the work of someone with ill intentions.
Yemo scoffed.
Fat Tiger shivered beside him, as he also knew there was something suspicious about this matter. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the old man died under the rubble while arguing with the big boss? Yemo did not hold Fat Tiger accountable for this matter, as it had nothing to do with him. There are many pitiable people in this world, but no matter how pitiable you are, you should not become a bizarre entity and harm others. For every grievance there is a head. If you seek revenge, go after that big boss.
This cold aura can drift so far, it is likely the source of the revival of these bizarre entities.
Yemo quickly reached a conclusion. Yemo had just been curious about how strange this place was. After killing so many bizarre entities, all were of medium or high-level malevolent spirits, yet not one was even slightly stronger. Logically speaking, to cause such a large-scale revival of bizarre entities, There should be a source of inducement similar to the arson anomaly at the lakeside community. Now he had found it. It was likely that after death the old man's unkind obsession was polluted by the bizarre apocalypse, turning him into a bizarre entity, which in turn affected this graveyard, and led to the transformation of corpses. Guillermo felt a sense of anticipation. How much life value would he gain from hunting down this source of bizarre entities? If he had faced this source of bizarre entities, when he first arrived at this private graveyard, he might have had a bit of concern, but now Guillermo felt no worry at all. With the strength of a level 3 warrior paired with a perfected second-tier martial technique and 2 mastered first-tier martial techniques, if he could not eliminate even such a low-tier bizarre entity, he might as well crash into a wall and end it.
"Wait here for me, I will go take a look,"
Guillermo said to Fat Tiger.
"Farewell, sir. I'll accompany you instead. I can't bear to stay here alone. It makes my heart race."
Hearing that eerie remnants still lingered within the cemetery, Fat Tiger dared not remain by himself. After all this time, he had grasped one irrefutable truth. If left alone, he would inevitably encounter something unnatural, and perish without a trace. Only by staying close to Guillermo could his safety be assured. After all, this was the man before whom even the unnatural recoiled in fear. When Fat Tiger insisted on following, Guillermo raised no objection. The two set off in single file, heading toward the source of the chilling aura. After walking roughly 200 or 300 meters, Guillermo spotted their target deep within a neglected corner of the private cemetery. A hunched spectral elder hammering and chiseling a coffin. Clad in coarse black hemp robes, the spectral elder appeared nearly human, except for his hollow lifeless eyes and ashen-gray skin. More unsettling still, as soon as Guillermo and Fat Tiger arrived, still over 20 meters away, the spectral elder pointed toward a nearby coffin and intoned,
"Fat Tiger, you've come at last. This is your coffin."
At those words Fat Tiger's gaze went blank, as if entranced, and he walked forward, laid down inside the coffin, and settled motionless.
"Guillermo, you've come too. 18 years old, what a pity. This is your coffin, step inside."
Guillermo heard the elder's insidious voice, his own eyes growing dull and vacant like Fat Tiger's, as he approached the coffin indicated by the elder. The spectral elder let out a low sinister chuckle, thinking he'd drawn some formidable figure. Yet even this one couldn't withstand his ghostly resonance. Two hapless souls now trapped in sealed coffins, helpless at his mercy. Once sealed inside, how he chose to deal with them would be entirely up to him.
Steamed or braised?
Difficult choice. Yet just as Guillermo placed one foot inside the coffin, he withdrew it, then turned to the astonished elder and remarked,
"Elder, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying your craftsmanship is poor. It's simply that this coffin doesn't align with our generation's aesthetic sensibilities. It's unsuitable for me, and frankly quite uncomfortable to inhabit. My requests are modest ocean-facing views, spring blossoms, a two-bedroom, one living room layout, at minimum 5 well-lit windows. Just those few points. I ask for nothing more. After all, I'm an ordinary person, no need for anything extravagant."
The elder blinked, baffled. Was this truly modest? Ocean vistas and spring blossoms, fine. But what kind of phantom was a two-bedroom 5-window layout?
"I craft coffins, not build houses. These demands are clearly designed to vex me."
He was about to retort, then paused abruptly. He remembered he was the unnatural. Why bother explaining anything to a human? He'd nearly been led astray by this youth.
"You were unaffected by my ghostly resonance,"
the elder hissed, voice dripping with menace. Guillermo stood alert and composed. Clearly his earlier day's walk had been feigned. How strange. This human showed no signs of influence, yet pretended otherwise. Wouldn't anyone flee instantly upon confronting such a formidable entity? Had he feigned compliance merely to draw closer, to ingratiate himself? Guillermo, seemingly oblivious to the elder's murderous intent, continued,
"Elder, that's where you're mistaken. Running a business hinges on reputation above all. If you dismiss every customer's feedback, if you refuse to listen, how can your enterprise possibly thrive? Take inspiration from private cemetery staff, immerse yourself in the grounds, understand clients' needs deeply, serve each one with unwavering dedication, so they feel like gods themselves."
The elder fell silent. This youth spoke nonsense, But he knew full well what had transpired in the cemetery. Alone Yemo had subdued every loat or specter within its bounds. Make every client feel like a god. More like sending them straight to meet one. The elder would sooner believe Phantom spoke truth than trust a single word from Yemo's mouth. Still even aware of Yemo's prowess, the elder felt no trepidation, for the youth's demonstrated strength against lesser entities paled beside his own. This was his domain, his sanctum.
Open the coffin, prosperity awaits.
With a guttural roar, the elder summoned dozens of coffins rising from the earth in perfect alignment. Should Yemo fall into any one, he would be sealed forever, unable to escape.
This is a ghostly technique. Only specters ranked as vengeful phantoms or higher possess such power.
Spectral hierarchies proceed as follows: Wisp, feral shade, vengeful phantom, doombringer, abyssal nightmare, cataclysmic scourge. By all logic, with the ground transformed into coffins, Yemo should have plummeted helplessly into one. Yet Yemo stirred the air beneath his feet. With effortless feather-light steps, he hovered midair and surged forward to strike the elder.
He walks upon empty air.
The elder gasped in shock, for during Yemo's prior battles with specters, he'd never witnessed such mastery. Seeing Yemazuri close in, the elder snapped his jaws wide, releasing a torrent of pitch-black mist that swallowed the surrounding 10-meter radius whole. His second ability, the bone-dissolving mist, a venomous fog capable of melting human flesh, so potent that prolonged exposure could even dissolve spectral heads. The elder intended this miasma to force Yemo back. Yet once again, he miscalculated. Emerging from the mist was not a weakened Yemo, but one radiant with golden light. Shielded by the agate golden body, Yemo was impervious to all toxins. The elder stammered, stunned.
What is this thing?
Before the elder could utter another sound, Yemo struck, his dragon demon fist crashing into the elder's face. Simultaneously, the elder felt his own demonic energy being devoured, shredded, and consumed by the coiling black dragon aura spiraling along Yemo's arm. A single simple blow stole half the elder's vitality. The ground shattered, cracks spreading outward, the earth collapsing 5 meters downward. Staggered, the elder realized he could not withstand even one strike. This youth was terrifyingly powerful. But wait! From what he'd observed earlier in the cemetery, Yemo shouldn't possess such might. Could it be he'd been concealing his true strength all along?
Any final words? Speak now,
Yemo said calmly. The elder sputtered incoherently.
Let me speak first. Remove your hand from my mouth.
So this was how he'd earn his final indignity, being mocked at the very threshold of death. What karmic debt had he accrued across lifetimes to suffer such a wretched human?
Seems you have nothing left to say. Rest in peace.
Yemo drew back his fist. The elder thought, furious.
Damn it!
A futile, humiliating end.
Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a low-rank vengeful phantom. Awarded 100 years of lifespan. Ding! The elder's psyche shattered under your assault. His spectral energy spilled forth and was absorbed by your dragon demon fist, granting 1-0 vitality.
Yemo. I never expected that a treacherous mindset could absorb vitality this time. The heavenly gift body refinement technique and the dragon demon fist, one absorbs vitality with a treacherous mindset, while the other does so with a deceptive one. These two are quite a perfect match.
Is this strange creature of the level of a sinister being?
To be fair, this old fellow possesses impressive strength. It is clear to see that although the sinister being is only one level above the malevolent soul type, its power exceeds greatly. It can even perform 2 sinister techniques. It's just a pity that it was completely restrained by Yemo, who possesses the 8 gates golden body and the carefree steps. Otherwise, with this old fellow's strength, he could have put up a decent fight against Yemo. 100 years of vitality. Yemo is quite satisfied with this outcome. 100 years of vitality is enough for him to elevate 2 first-level martial techniques to an extraordinary level. Initial level sinister beings can grant 100 years of vitality, which has Yemo looking forward to just how many years a higher level sinister being might provide. After killing the old fellow, Yemo felt the chilling aura around him completely dissipate. He was correct in his assumption this old fellow was indeed the source of this sinister domain. Shortly after the old fellow perished, Fat Tiger also awakened from the coffin, shocked to find himself lying in one, and hurriedly leaped out.
What the hell? What is going on?
Fat Tiger clearly had no memory of what had just happened. He scratched his head deep in thought, unaware that he had a habit of sleeping in coffins. Guillermo didn't want to waste more words, with Fat Tiger patting him on the shoulder as he spoke.
The matters here have been resolved. We can return and settle the reward.
Although Fat Tiger's mind was still buzzing, unsure of what was happening, he trusted Guillermo's words. If Guillermo said it was over, then it was definitely over. After all, Guillermo is a professional. Upon reaching the office, Fat Tiger reported the situation to higher-ups. After completing the report, he apologetically told Guillermo,
"Sir, after the mission ends, the Demon Suppression Division will send a special reviewer to verify that there are indeed no remnants of the sinister being before settling the final payment. You'll need to wait 1 to 3 working days for this."
Guillermo nodded in understanding. He was anxious to use the money, but this process was necessary. Otherwise, if he claimed the mission was completed without thoroughly eliminating the sinister being, wouldn't that be deceiving? It was essential for professional personnel to come and verify the results. Goodness, he had to wait a few more days. He wondered if he could last through those days with just a few hundred in his pocket. Just as Guillermo was leaving, Fat Tiger rushed over and handed him a package, opening the red pouch to reveal 100,000 dragon coins.
"Is this your private bounty for me? Aren't the bounty rewards also settled by the Demon Suppression Division in one go? You don't need to provide anything extra."
Guillermo was a bit puzzled, and Fat Tiger quickly explained,
"This is not the commission from the company. This is my personal thank you for you."
Although Guillermo and Fat Tiger were 20 years apart in age, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, Fat Tiger showed great respect toward Guillermo, referring to him as Sir. Fat Tiger rubbed his hands and awkwardly explained,
"You know, no one wants to encounter a resurrection of sinister beings. Outside, they say that those who have encountered a resurrection of sinister beings are more likely to face sinister beings again in the future. I'm just worried about that. If I were alone, that would be one thing, but I have a family with wives and children. It's not a matter of being cautious. If a sinister being comes knocking, there won't even be anyone to call for help. I might die without issue, but what about my wife and parents? I'm only worried about them. I know that the money is insufficient to hire a martial artist of your caliber, but this is all I have saved. Last year I was doing a bit better, but my family elder fell seriously ill, and all the savings went to that. This year my daughter is going to college. Please don't think poorly of me. I just want to ask a martial artist like you to help when my family is in trouble. I beg you."
Fat Tiger pleaded with Guillermo. Guillermo saw the helplessness and hardship of those living in this era reflected in Fat Tiger. Indeed, if a resurrection of sinister beings really occurred, how could these ordinary people defend themselves? The Demon Suppression Division has limited capabilities and cannot cover everything. When something happens, most people can only pray for heavenly protection, hoping to survive the ordeal. Guillermo thought for a moment, and finally chose to take out a 100 dragon coin note from the pile of money.
"I'll take this job. This is your payment to me, and if you need anything, just call."
Guillermo waved the dragon coin in his hand and said,
"In these times, no one has it easy." "You?"
Fat Tiger understood Guillermo's meaning, and his eyes suddenly grew moist. In these times, good people are rare. Fat Tiger wanted to ask Guillermo to take more, but when Guillermo insisted on only taking 100, Fat Tiger decided not to press the matter further. After leaving his contact information, Guillermo thought of something and said,
"By the way, if you call me within 2 months, I can arrive immediately. After 2 months, it won't be certain."
Fat Tiger, is the time limit only 2 months?
Looks like I really didn't pay you enough.
Fat Tiger thought with a bitter smile. Seemingly noticing Fat Tiger's misunderstanding, Guillermo explained,
"Don't get me wrong, I will graduate from the Demon Suppression Second High School in 2 months. After graduation, I might not know which martial arts school I'll attend for college. I can't just quickly return from other safe cities. That's unrealistic."
Fat Tiger's eyes widened in shock for the first time in his life. What is going on? This martial artist in front of him is actually still a student who hasn't graduated from Demon Suppression Second High School. Wow! When did such an impressive senior high school student appear? Wasn't it said that Safe City 188 has never produced a first-level martial artist graduate throughout history? This person's power clearly exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist.
"May I ask, what is your current martial artist level?"
Yemo had no intention of hiding, as after participating in the martial artist level assessment, his level would soon be known.
I just reached level 3.
Yemo answered honestly. His fat tiger pinched his own flesh to prevent himself from fainting from excessive shock. A third-level martial artist, who hasn't even graduated from high school. Holy heavens! Am I seeing a deity? Having left the private tomb, the remaining matters were no longer for Yemo to consider. He would leave them to those in the finishing department of the Demon Suppression Division. Yemo stretched lazily, not expecting such a bountiful harvest from this mission: a second-tier perfected martial art, 2 first-tier peak martial arts, and an extra 100 years of life force. After some thought, Yemo invested 50 years of life force into the training of the Dragon Demon Fist. Soon, he heard the system's notification sound.
Ding! You have diligently practiced the Dragon Demon Fist for 50 years, and have finally mastered it to perfection. Your vitality increases by 40 points. Your vitality is now raised to 148. 5 points. All martial skills are at a perfect level. They look so much more pleasing now. Yemo opened the long-awaited attribute panel, which also showed significant changes.
Host Yemo. Available life force 51 years. Vitality 148. 5-inch.
Rating Tier 3 Warrior. Martial skills: Heavenly Gift Body Refining Technique, first year perfected. 8 Gates Golden Body, first year perfected. Carefree Steps, first year perfected. Dragon Demon Fist, second year perfected.
Yemo pondered over the remaining 51 years of life force, deciding not to use it hastily, keeping it in reserve for emergencies. It seemed that to progress quickly one must continuously take on tasks. After a busy night, when Yemo finally emerged, the sky had just begun to brighten. At such an early hour, around 6 o'clock, the streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians rushing to work. The scene of heavy traffic gave Yemo a momentary illusion. He felt he was no longer in the apocalypse, but had returned to the original world where most people lived a 996 lifestyle. However, getting up for work at 6 o'clock seemed to indicate that the people in this world were busier than those in a 996 routine. Could it be a 790? Compared to this group of weary office workers, Yemo realized that although he hadn't slept all night, he still felt energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. Yemo's sunny and spirited demeanor on the maglev bus drew admiration from a number of office workers.
Youth is truly great. So full of energy. Able to wake up early to have fun. Unlike us working from 7 to 8 every day with only 1 day off a month. By the time we get home, we're exhausted like dogs. How could we have the energy to play? It's the same for everyone. If you don't work hard, you won't even have food to eat. To find a job that pays $3,000 a month in this apocalypse is already pretty good. Why work so hard? Isn't it just for the basics of life? The authorities have stated that this year, even within the safe city, 30 of people live below the subsistence line, relying solely on government aid to survive. Don't envy him. We were also carefree at his age. When we grow up, want life smooth out our edges. Initially, they said the post-00s would reform the workplace, but later on didn't. They also become seasoned wage slaves for the sake of survival. Hey kid, you look promising. How about working at our Duck King bar? Don't be misled by the name, it's actually a respectable place. We have surprisingly many wealthy clients. You could start with a base salary of $10,000, which is hard to find in this safe city. Think about it. I'm into tablet photography. How about becoming an online store model with a guaranteed $8,000 with little work and no stress?
Yemo was amused by this group of gossiping citizens, thinking he was just riding the maglev bus for the experience. Was it that extraordinary? They continued to gossip about him, and later, even those who wanted to introduce him to jobs. Through the bus window, Yemo noticed that after advancing to a Tier 3 warrior, and with the nourishment of vitality, he had become more charismatic, masculine, and handsome. Yemo's appearance was already quite high, belonging to the top echelon of this world, only slightly inferior to the esteemed readers present. It was only natural for him to be so sought after. Indeed, regardless of the world, when one's looks reach a certain level, it equates to righteousness.
I don't need it, I'm a warrior.
Yemo smiled, and with just one sentence, he silenced the chattering passengers. They looked at him with astonished eyes, shocked that such a young and handsome individual was actually a warrior. A warrior's identity represented a separation between two worlds. While ordinary people struggled for jobs that paid $3,000 or $4,000, a warrior could easily earn over $100,000 from a single task. They considered a salary of 10 to 20,000 to be high, but to a warrior, it was nothing at all. How ridiculous that some still wanted to offer Yemo a job at Duck King Bar for 10,000 a month. Would he even consider it? Yemo got off the bus amid the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd.
Indeed, after becoming a warrior, one becomes a person from two different worlds compared to ordinary people.
Yemo felt increasingly sentimental about the harsh reality of this apocalyptic world where martial might was revered. If you have strength, you can obtain more resources, and a voice. This is something that too many ordinary people yearn for but cannot reach. For ordinary people, being able to survive safely in the apocalypse and have enough food to eat every day is a luxury. Yemo had breakfast at a small breakfast shop at the foot of his apartment. The place was not large, but the taste of the buns was quite good. Vegetarian buns were 3 each while meat buns were 31. Damn, what a ridiculous price difference. Yemo decisively ordered 10 vegetarian buns. There was no other choice, since the commission from the Demon Suppression Division hadn't been paid, and he was a bit tight on cash. Just need to get through these few days. But when the vegetable buns arrived, Yemo found that the proprietress had mistakenly given him 2 extra meat buns.
"Boss lady, you gave me too many. I didn't order meat buns."
Yemo thought the proprietress had made a mistake. The proprietress, dressed in a white dress, wiped her hands with a towel and smiled kindly at Yemo.
"You must be Yemo Xiaoyu's classmate. These are a gift from Xiaoyu to thank you for helping her out that day. They're made by Xiaoyu herself. Don't mind if they're a little few. Hey Xiaoyu, come out and greet your classmate."
The proprietress called out, and the kitchen curtain lifted to reveal a short-haired beauty who could only be Xiaoyu. Looking at the girl whose face resembled that of a little lowly and was quite beautiful, Yemo remembered that during the incident when he taught Wang Ba and his gang a lesson, Xiaoyu was the only student who had been robbed. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu was actually in the same class as him, but she was quite low-key and didn't like to engage with others. Yemo had had little interaction with her in class.
"Come out and greet your classmate,"
Aunt May called out to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu responded with an "Oh," then once again tucked her head back into the kitchen. Aunt May stood awkwardly for a moment before smiling at Yemo and explaining,
"This child just has a bit of social anxiety. She means no harm. This meal is on me. Eat as much as you like, and don't be polite."
Yemo sat at the dining table eating, while Mei Rose Xiaoyu's mother sat next to him engaging in conversation. What seemed like casual chatting was more of an interrogation. The questions about how many people were in Yemo's family, what food they liked, what shoe sizes they wore, and their zodiac signs left Yemo speechless. It was his first meeting with this aunt, and she was even more difficult to deal with than distant relatives. Especially after hearing that Yemo had become a martial artist, Mei beamed with delight, drawing the attention of other diners.
"If I were 20 years younger, forget it. I'll go inside and call Xiaoyu out. You are classmates. There must be a lot of common topics."
Yemo then saw Mei walk into the kitchen. After some commotion, he heard her scolding Rose Xiaoyu.
"Why are you so stubborn, child? As a girl who can't even become a martial artist, what achievements can you hope to reach in this apocalyptic world through your own efforts? The most you can hope for is to have a small breakfast shop like me. The opportunity for a meteoric rise is right in front of you. Why don't you cherish it properly? Do you know that the ones closest to the water get the moon first? It's not that your efforts are bad, but aligning with martial artists is far more cost-effective."
Yemo thought. The conversation between these two women was truly unguarded around outsiders. Especially that last sentence. Yemo felt it sounded familiar. Yemo felt he could no longer stay in this place. Without needing Mei to treat him, he calculated the number of buns he ate and settled the bill. To his surprise, he had eaten 37 buns, including 7 meat buns. And that was only enough to reach 70% full.
"Wow!"
he exclaimed.
"I didn't expect my appetite to increase so much after becoming a martial artist."
Yemo knew that martial artists generally had a much larger appetite due to their higher energy consumption compared to ordinary people. However, he hadn't anticipated his appetite would increase to this extent. If he were to eat freely, he could probably consume enough food for an ordinary person over 3 days in one meal. No wonder martial artists require a massive amount of money to cultivate. Without money, not only could they not buy expensive pills, but they might even starve. After placing 400 dragon coins on the table, Yemo was left with nothing in his pockets. Not long after Yemo left, he heard Mei calling out from a distance.
I already said I would treat you. Why are you paying? We are family, and this child is being so distant with me. Come again. I will return the money next time you come.
Yemo stumbled, thinking to himself, never again. All he wanted was to have breakfast without getting involved with anyone.
What a blunder! I didn't expect danger to be everywhere in this world.
He never imagined encountering such an awkward situation as being forced to meet someone's daughter. He couldn't hit them nor scold them. Yemo was truly at a loss. What was it about being a martial artist that made people look at him with such admiration? Alone in the world, he had to be careful and protect himself. Due to this unexpected incident, Yemo urgently needed to find some money, otherwise he would go hungry today. The task review at the town's mysterious bureau was still uncertain as to when it would finish. While Yemo was contemplating his options, he suddenly noticed 3 young men approaching him. One of them with dyed yellow hair slapped Yemo on the back and said,
Buddy, let's step into that alley over there. We've been a bit short on cash lately and need to talk to you.
Yemo's eyes lit up. This scene felt familiar.
Sure,
he readily agreed, walking into the alley with the 3 spirited young men. The 3 young men were surprised. Clearly they had intended to rob Yemo, yet he seemed more eager than they were. In less than 2 minutes, they were all beaten black and blue, huddled on the ground. They realized they had run into a case of black eating black.
A total of 1300. How did you 3 end up with so little money on you?
Yemo rummaged through all of their belongings and didn't forget to transfer their Alipay and WeChat money into his own account. In total, it only added up to 1300 yuan. Yemo had robbed Wang Ba and the others last time and made over 10,000. He expressed that he had never seen such broke robbers. The 3 young men were still feeling dejected. This guy, a martial artist, was playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger by robbing them. Was 1300 yuan worth it? A martial artist's worth should be in the hundreds of millions. Just taking a single pill could be worth tens of thousands. To fish for 1300 yuan. He had never seen such a poor martial artist. What a disgrace to martial artists.
Next time you come out to rob, remember to bring more money. Otherwise, if I see you again, I will beat you up again.
Did you understand that?
Yemo said sternly while stuffing the money he had taken into his pocket. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for a few days' worth of meals.
Thank you, Mother Nature. The 3 young men were speechless. How could he say that? Clearly we were the ones being robbed. Who the hell would rob someone else if they had money? And now, he wants us to bring more money. What? Does he want to rob us again? With money in hand, Yemo was at ease. On his way back, he spent 300 dragon coins to buy 2 meat burgers and felt that the air on the road was filled with fragrance. Sometimes, the happiness of youth is that simple. Yemo enjoyed this moment of leisure. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing something was off. It seemed someone was following him. Yemo turned around abruptly, but the path behind him was empty with nothing there.
Was that just an illusion?
He muttered to himself. After walking a few more steps, he suddenly spun around and ran towards the end of the alley, yet still found nothing.
It truly was an illusion. It must be because I just dealt with that strange group that am a bit jumpy.
After confirming twice that no one was following him, Yemo finally felt relieved and headed home, leaving Rosa on the rooftop in shock. In just one day, how had this kid become so much stronger? I can even feel my own existence. In just one day, how could he advance from the late stage of a first-level warrior to a second-level warrior? Rosa looked at him, as if she had seen a deity, muttering in disbelief. She originally saw Yemo using the task system terminal she provided to accept a mission, and came over to take a look. She wanted to advise Yemo to give up. After all, a rookie without hunting experience, still a first-level warrior, taking on tasks alone was far too difficult. Who would have thought that she would encounter Yemo at his doorstep, and what happened just now would unfold? Yemo's existence overturned her understanding. She had never seen a low-level warrior whose power upgrade speed was like riding a rocket. The first time they met, he was a first-level warrior, and the second time he was already a second-level warrior. Is it possible that when they meet again in a few days, he will be a third-level warrior? Moreover, judging by Yemo's previous performance, and the fluctuations in his blood energy value, although Rosa did not use a blood energy detector on Yemo, she estimated that his blood energy value conservatively exceeded 40 points.
In less than a day, a person's blood energy value directly increased from below 10 points to over 40 points. Even for the well-informed Rosa, she had never seen such an outrageous rate of improvement. This kid must be cheating. If only Rosa knew that Yemo's blood energy value was not just 40 points, but nearly 150 points, far exceeding the level of a third-level warrior, she would probably faint on the spot. This kid must have a huge secret. Rosa was absolutely certain that Yemo was different from others. His rate of advancement was simply too fast to the point of being outrageous. With such a speed of advancement, he could astonish all the geniuses in the capital's safety city. Suddenly Rosa remembered the footwork Yemo had just used, which was nothing but the exquisite Xianyao step. Rosa never expected that in her lifetime, she could be so shocked. In just one day, he had mastered a first-level martial skill to the highest level. Rosa patted her chest to calm herself down. She had been shocked too much today. If she continued to be shocked, she might develop heart problems at a young age. Rosa originally wanted to continue observing Yemo, but a phone call came in forcing her to leave reluctantly. No worries. After all, she was just busy for a few days. Once she finished her tasks, she would come to find Yemo and delve into his secrets. Rosa didn't believe that in just a few days Yemo could escape from her grasp. No matter how fast he leveled up, could he be stronger than her? She was a peak 4th-level warrior. With that thought, Rosa felt much better, and directly left Yemo's residential area. After Rosa had left for a while, Yemo no longer felt the sensation of being watched. Could it really have been my illusion? Perhaps it was because he was too excellent. Yemo felt that wherever he went, he could become the focus of attention, and that feeling was incredible. Who doesn't have a bit of vanity? Leaving that aside, after napping for a few hours on the bed, Yemo started to browse the warrior's task terminal to see if there were any tasks suitable for him. Just completed a task late at night, and now getting up in the morning to continue taking on tasks. Who else is as diligent as him? Which warrior finishes a task without resting for 10 days, or half a month? Yemo felt that if he continued at his current efficiency, in a few months, he would become a model worker in the town's supernatural office. TSK. No way. Yemo searched several times, but found not a single task that satisfied him. After being promoted to a 3rd-level warrior, he looked down on the tasks of dealing with 3 or 4 low-level supernatural beings. It wasn't worth it to run for just 3 or 4 low-level supernatural beings. And with the high-level tasks available in Safety City No. 188, he as a 1st-level warrior did not have permission to view or accept them. Am I growing too fast? Is it my fault then? Yemo decided to find time in the afternoon to visit the Martial Arts Association to get his warrior rating confirmed. With a low rank, even accepting tasks is a challenge. Once the process was determined, Yemo immediately dialed the reservation number for the Martial Arts Association. Yes, assessing a warrior's level requires an appointment. It's not a place you can just go to whenever you want. What the heck? To conduct a warrior level test, you need to wait until tomorrow. Yemo was surprised. He had never heard of needing to wait another day. Isn't this delaying my efficiency in farming? Seemingly hearing that Yemo was a young man, and not understanding the rule of needing to wait a day after making an appointment, the staff on the other end responded impatiently. This is the norm. It's basic knowledge for assessing warriors. You don't even understand this. Yemo. I truly don't understand. I've only just become a 3rd-level warrior from an ordinary person a few days ago. But to quickly undergo the warrior assessment and seize the golden period of early development, Yemo still mustered the courage to ask, "Can I pay more?" Upon hearing the words "pay more," the other party's tone noticeably turned friendly. In this world, anything that can be settled with money is not a problem. As long as you pay enough. What's wrong with getting assessed a day earlier? How much are you planning to offer? The operator asked expectantly. I'll give you all my savings, $1,000. Yemo gritted his teeth and decided. $1,000? Are you kidding me? The other party shouted in both surprise and anger, and directly hung up the phone. Yemo exclaimed, "What a fine fellow are the officials in this world, so upright. Even bribery doesn't work." But Yemo felt more that he had offered too little. Another day where a penny can defeat a hero. Yemo increasingly felt the importance of wealth. He needed to become richer than that rich Lady Rosa. However, before that he needed to raise his strength, otherwise no matter how much money he had he couldn't maintain it.
Temple Air Go Line 2 of the subway,
Wang Ba said anxiously.
Okay. It'll be there right away,
Yemo immediately responded. Knowing the location of the Eerie Revival makes things easier. Yemo agreed so readily that it left Wang Ba speechless. Just knowing the time and place he's coming over. You're not some post-apocalyptic hero. Is this classmate of his that formidable? Not even asking about the situation here. After a while, Yemo also realized this issue, and inquired Wang Ba about the situation regarding the Eerie Revival on his side. Are there many of them? Are they fierce? Wang Ba was left speechless by Yemo's way of questioning, who starts off by worrying about the number of them. However, Wang Ba still took this chance to tell Yemo about the Eerie Revival events he had experienced.
Brother Yi, you must have heard about the subway ghost train incident.
The subway ghost train incident. Surprisingly, Yemo really knew about this incident, or rather everyone in Safety City know. 188 knew about this Eerie Revival event. There are always a few instances throughout the year when a mysterious subway train carrying spirits inexplicably appears on the subway lines of Safety City No. 188, and a series of bizarre supernatural revival events occur at the randomly passing stations. However, this ghost train appears without any pattern. Despite several organized crackdowns by the authorities, they have been unsuccessful in eliminating the ghost train. And the subway beneath Safety City No. 188 is the lifeline of the entire city's transportation. 30 of the working population relies on the subway, which means that even with the danger of eerie revivals, the subway cannot stop. If someone encounters an eerie revival, they can only consider themselves unlucky. After the midterm exams, there will be 2 days of rest. Wang Ba originally wanted to go shopping in the main urban area this afternoon. Who would have thought that while waiting for the subway at Temple Air Go, the ghost train passed by and several eerie beings descended from the ghost train, launching a massacre against the people in the station, directly leading to the eerie revival at this subway station. Wang Ba was also speechless, never expecting to encounter an eerie revival event in broad daylight. It's known that eerie beings prefer gloomy environments. They mostly come out at night, making the chances of encountering them during the day very slim. He might as well have won the lottery.
Couldn't you find a chance to escape?
Yemo asked. The layout of the subway station is quite simple. Couldn't he just find a chance to run towards the exit?
If it were that easy,
Wang Ba said irritably, suddenly realizing his tone was off. He then explained softly.
These eerie beings are very powerful. They seem to possess some kind of invisible eerie domain similar to a ghost wall. I ran with a few passengers here 2 or 3 times, clearly running towards the exit, but somehow ended up back at the waiting area. It seems that unless more than 10 eerie beings in this area are killed, we cannot leave.
More than 10 eerie beings? Yemo's eyes lit up. Having more than 10 eerie beings indicates a lifespan of over 100 years, and those that can invoke the ghost wall effect are certainly not low in level. At this moment, the television was also reporting the occurrence of eerie revival events at the subway entrance. The eerie revival event wasn't limited to just the Temple Air Go subway station. The nearby Samba Square subway station and the slightly further Shingung Street subway station were also affected. A total of 3 subway stations experienced eerie phenomena. Doesn't this mean that Yemo's gains will be even greater?
Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing over 100 eerie beings within 3 days, activating a special reward event.
In the next 24 hours, the more eerie beings you kill, the better the rewards.
Additionally, an extra reward task was triggered. The system is quite generous.
After being inundated with countless tales of transmigration, Yemo knew that once a special task was activated in the system, the rewards would be extraordinary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a preliminary fact and reward. Yemo packed his belongings and hailed a passenger airship at the entrance to set off, fearing that if he were late, other warriors might snatch the task. The reason why this task did not appear on the warrior task terminal, Yemo speculated, was likely because the eerie revival event had just occurred, and the demon suppression department needed to send relevant personnel to the scene to assess and calculate the threat level of this eerie revival event, causing some delays. Yemo did not plan to wait for the task to appear on the terminal before taking it and leaving. Compared to the rewards, he valued accumulating life force quickly. Moreover, with Yemo's current assessment level as a first-level warrior,
even if the task came out, he felt it was highly unlikely he would be able to take it. The passenger airship was quite fast under Yemo's offer of double the fare. What was originally an hour-long journey took less than half an hour, and the airship brought Yemo to Temple Air-Go Station. When Yemo arrived at the Temple Air-Go subway station, the perimeter of the subway entrance was cordoned off with warning tape. Over a dozen city defense personnel were maintaining order, and the outside was crowded with people not there to watch the excitement, but because their relatives and friends were trapped inside the subway.
Don't stop me, my wife is inside the subway. Let me in. My son is also in the subway. When will the people from the Demon Suppression Department arrive?
If they come too late, the situation will be dire. Looking at the scene, it was clear these people were anxious. But regardless of the urgency of the people, outside the city defense personnel would not let them in. A group of ordinary people entering would only create more trouble. The fierce-looking city defense captain, Ah-Tai, was using a loudspeaker to drive back the crowd while shouting loudly,
"Don't crowd! What use is it for you to go in? This incident is urgent. The Demon Suppression Department is rapidly assessing and analyzing the situation, and will send personnel over to handle it soon. You ordinary people just caused chaos by gathering here. Step back. Hey, you over there. Didn't you hear what I said? You crossed the warning line."
The person Ah-Tai referred to as having crossed the warning line was Yemo. Seeing Ah-Tai approaching him, Yemo straightforwardly said,
"I'm a warrior here to handle this matter."
Ah-Tai's eyes widened in disbelief at Yemo's words. How could he believe this? After all, he was also a captain of a city defense team possessing the strength of a Kwasa warrior. He had seen many warriors, but how could he have encountered someone as young as Yemo? This kid looked like he hadn't even graduated from high school. The warriors Ah-Tai had seen were all at least 25, or older, most of them over 30. Moreover, even if this kid was a warrior being so young, how much strength could he possess? A first-level warrior at best. For such a significant incident, the Demon Suppression Department would definitely conduct multiple layers of review and send capable personnel. They wouldn't send a greenhorn first-level warrior to handle it. After thinking for a moment, Ah-Tai felt that Yemo was lying to him.
"You say you're a warrior. Where's your warrior badge?"
The warrior badge is a sign that a person becomes a warrior after passing the assessment of the Martial Arts Association, proving their warrior identity. Yemo. He didn't have one. He hadn't even been to the Martial Arts Association. Where would he get a warrior badge? Seeing that Yemo remained unfazed, Ah-Tai sneered coldly, having already seen through everything. However, he still decided to give Yemo another chance.
"It's fine if you don't have a warrior badge. Just tell me your name and ID number. I have a connected query system with the Martial Arts Association. If you're a warrior, I can look it up."
Yemo. Yemo remained silent, as he knew that even if he gave his name it would be useless. Seeing that both methods were ineffective, Ah-Tai laughed.
"Neither works. Then tell me, how can you prove you are a warrior?"
Ah-Tai initially intended to see Yemo make a fool of himself, but Yemo looked at the electric car nearby.
"Your electric car?"
Yemo pointed at the new energy electric car and asked.
"Yes, it's my newly purchased Ideal L9. What's wrong?"
When Ah-Tai answered, he still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Yemo walked over and suddenly smashed it with a punch, directly turning the electric car into a flattened disc. Just that punch left the surrounding onlookers dumbfounded.
Goodness! To smash an electric car into a disc with one punch, how powerful must he be? An ordinary first-level warrior couldn't do that. At least a second-level warrior. I thought he was joking. I didn't expect he was actually a warrior. At this age, he looks about the same age as my daughter. My daughter isn't even a Kwasa warrior. Did you not notice that not only is this person young and a warrior, but he is also too handsome?"
For the compliments of the passers-by, Yemo was already used to it. What can he do? Who told him to bear far more excellence than expected at this age?
"Now can I prove him a warrior?"
Yemo smiled and said to Ah-Tai. Upon hearing Yemo's words, Ah-Tai looked at his wrecked electric car and was almost in tears.
"I understand the reason. But why did you smash my electric car?"
Yemo. Fortunately, after witnessing Yemo's strength, Ah-Tai did not engage in a pointless argument with him, not because he did not want to, but because he dared not. Ah-Tai understood that cultivating a young second-level warrior like Yemo required immense financial and material resources. He assumed Yemo was a disciple of a major power, and with his own status, he naturally did not dare to offend him. Yemo naturally entered the subway entrance of Sirgu, but just as he came in, a middle-aged couple dressed in mink coats eagerly handed him a photograph, which depicted a girl with a ponytail, youthful and beautiful.
"Warrior, my daughter is trapped inside. Here's her photo. If you see her, please bring her out. I will reward you with 500,000.
The mention of a 500,000 reward caught the attention of those around, with some even beginning to count on their fingers.
"I earn 3,000 a month, 30,000 a year. It would take me decades without eating or drinking to earn 500,000. Warriors make money too quickly. Just saving one person costs 500,000. Oh, please. If you had that ability, you would go in and save her yourself. This is a technical job. I hate that I'm not a warrior. I will definitely make my child a warrior."
This situation stirred quite a commotion, with some wishing it were them going in to save the person, but unfortunately they lacked the ability. Yemo agreed, observing that the couple dressed rather well, and given their mink coats, in the apocalypse, they probably had a large business at home. He didn't mind taking on a little side job while hunting. As soon as Yemo entered the subway entrance, he felt a chilling aura rush towards him, invigorating him.
"Exactly. This is the feeling."
Yemo detected an eerie scent. It was bright and sunny in the middle of the day, yet the light entering the subway tunnel felt as if it had been shattered, casting a gloomy shadow. When Yemo officially stepped into the subway passage, he looked back and realized there was no way out behind him, only an endless staircase ahead.
"Ghost wall."
Yemo had heard of this from Wang Ba, and was aware that if a ghost wall appeared, it was necessary to cleanse all the eerie entities in this cursed area. Yemo's smile that suited his intentions perfectly. Each of these eerie beings was a walking source of vitality, and if even one escaped, it would mean losing money from his pocket. He planned to determine whether the ghost wall effect had dissipated to assess whether the anomalies in the tunnel had been cleared. Yemo continued down the descending passage, puzzled that this subway route to the platform should only take 1 or 2 minutes, yet he had already walked for 10 minutes, traversing nearly 1,000 steps without seeing the entrance to the subway waiting area. This likely represented another form of ghost wall. In this passage there were not just one type of ghost wall effect. Woo-woo. As Yemo pondered, he heard a woman sobbing from the stairs below. The dim environment combined with the sound of weeping created an indescribable eeriness. This discovery immediately invigorated Yemo, with something about to unfold. Yemo hurriedly rushed downwards. As Yemo's footsteps echoed through the stairs, just as he approached the source of the sound, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him around the corner of the staircase. Turning his head, Yemo saw a beautiful girl with a ponytail, wearing a baseball cap and having an oval face, looking like a university student. Besides this ponytail girl, there was also a boy with a buzz cut, who appeared to be about 18 or 19, and a girl with short black hair, who looked around 15 or 16. To his surprise, there were 3 survivors hiding here. The ponytail girl made a shushing gesture towards Yemo, pointing to a white-clothed woman squatting at the corner of the staircase, covering her face and crying continuously, and whispered,
"Eerie."
Yemo nodded.
"I know. I'm here for her."
His words left the ponytail girl Su-ing speechless. Others would run at the sight of an eerie being. Why did this person look so eager? What are you expecting? Seeing that Yemo looked similar to the buzzcut boy, Su-ing assumed he was also a fleeing passenger, ignoring the flaw in his words. She thought for a moment and said to the other 2,
"If we don't kill this eerie being, we won't be able to escape from its cursed domain. I'll go up and give it a try. If I win, we will continue to escape upwards. If I lose, you 2 don't need to worry about me, just run for your lives."
Su-ying's declaration made the buzz-cut boy Lu Feng and the short-haired girl Lin Miaomiu extremely worried. Though they had only known each other for a short time, Su-ing had helped them through many challenges along the way, making them friends who had shared hardships.
"Sister Ing, how confident are you?"
Lin Miaomiu asked. Hearing the name Sister Ing, Su-ing looked speechless and knocked Lin Miaomiu on the head, saying, "How many times have I told you not to call me Sister Ing? It makes me sound like a whiny brat. I'm at least a first-level warrior. I won't die so easily. Protecting you is the duty of a warrior. I cannot let you take this risk." Su-ing only said that she wouldn't die easily, but facing this white-clad female ghost, she was filled with worry. A female ghost who can lure survivors with her cries and possesses a mysterious domain. This white-clad ghost must be of a high level. She is likely above the level of a high-grade evil spirit. With her strength as a first-level warrior, even if she could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If we don't defeat this ghost, they'll be trapped in this mysterious domain and unable to escape. Once other ghosts find them and launch a pincer attack, it will be certain death. We have to at least try, even if there's a risk of death. Just as Su-Ying was about to take action, she saw a handsome young man in casual clothing stepping forward before her. It was none other than Yemo. At this moment, Yemo placed one hand on the white-clad ghost's shoulder and asked with concern, "Miss, have you encountered some troubles? Did a scumbag dump you, or did your friend betray you? Whatever it is, don't keep it bottled up, you might end up getting sick. Why punish yourself for someone else's mistakes?" And one of the rescue personnel said from above, "Seeing you cry so sadly pains my heart. How about we add each other on WeChat and talk about life ambitions, discuss Shakespeare, and share some heartfelt words?" Yemo's demeanor made it seem as if he genuinely cared about the mental well-being of the white-clad ghost. His words left Su-Ying and her companions utterly stunned. Rescue personnel said from above, "Aren't they supposed to save people? It's the first time I've seen someone here to rescue a ghost." "Oh no," another person bewildered by the weeping ghost. "I didn't expect this young man to be so indecisive." Su-Ying lamented, as the weeping ghost was the official name for this white-clad ghost. They use cries to confuse passers by, making them feel inexplicably sympathetic, and even arousing certain sinister thoughts. Once these people are lured in, the weeping ghost will strike and kill them. It's safe to say that it's a particularly malevolent ghost. "If you want to help me, that would be great. I really need assistance right now." Upon hearing Yemo's words, the weeping ghost lifted her head in excitement, revealing her featureless face and only a pair of fiery red lips. Her mouth stretched wide, splitting down to her ears, exposing her sharp, jagged teeth. With a sharp screech, the weeping ghost's fingers, like blades, lunged toward Yemo's neck, aiming to sever his head from his body. Unfortunately for her, Yemo was faster. With the enhancement of his third-tier warrior physique, he unleashed a dragon demon fist, not only striking first, but also piercing through the weeping ghost and crushing her heart. The weeping ghost stared in shock at her hollow chest, exclaiming, "You were supposed to share heartfelt words, but you actually took my heart." Ding. The weeping ghost is left speechless by your devastating move, her mindset collapsing. The ghostly energy overflows. The dragon demon fist automatically absorbs and transforms it, gaining 1,0 health points. Yemo's smile. The heart and head are weaknesses for most ghosts, and attacking these two spots first is always a sound strategy. With her heart destroyed, the ghostly energy within the weeping ghost dissipated significantly. "Look at you. Your features are all in disarray from crying. Was it worth it for a scumbag? You still want to run? Is it not enough for me to share heartfelt words with you? Do I need to take your heart and lungs as well?" The weeping ghost exclaimed in shock. "What? You took my heart, and now you want my lungs too? How cruel can you be? If I stay here too long, I might just be toyed to death by you." Ghosts are not as clever as humans, but like ferocious beasts, they possess an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the weeping ghost instantly understood that this man was not someone she could handle. She had hit a brick wall. Who would have thought that the weeping ghost intended to fish only to catch a shark instead? "Woo!" The weeping ghost cried even harder, unsure if it was from fear or anger at Yemo's taunting. The weeping ghost wanted to flee, but Yemo showed no mercy. He lunged forward with another punch, directly exploding the weeping ghost's head. The corpse of the weeping ghost crashed heavily to the ground. With just 2 punches, he had obliterated a ghost. Impressive. Su-Ying marveled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with disbelief. She hadn't expected this seemingly younger youth to be a warrior. He took down the weeping ghost so easily. "I previously thought Yemo was lured here by the ghost." Her face slightly flushed, Su-Ying looked at the corpse of the weeping ghost on the ground, filled with relief to be taken down so effortlessly. "It seems the weeping ghost's strength isn't that impressive. I thought she was a high-grade evil spirit, but it appears she's merely a mid-grade evil spirit, or perhaps even lower." Ghosts are classified into grades: specter, evil spirit, malevolent ghost, lethal ghost, nightmare, disaster. After defeating the weeping ghost, Yemo quickly heard the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a low-grade malevolent ghost, earning 100 years of life points. So it was a low-grade malevolent ghost. No wonder it was so easy to deal with. With Yemo's strength, as a third-tier warrior, handling a low-grade malevolent ghost is hardly more difficult than having a meal. If the ghosts in the temple subway are all of low-grade malevolent ghost level or higher, it could be a tremendous harvest. A low-grade malevolent ghost is worth 100 years of life points. If I kill 10 of them, that would be 1,000 years of life points. He could finally see a way to enhance the remaining 8 first-tier martial arts. Perhaps, he could even have surplus life points to upgrade to a few second-tier martial arts. Yemo was extremely excited. His best decision was to come early this time. Otherwise, when other warriors arrived, he wouldn't have had a chance to seize this gold mine. Hi, hello. You're also a warrior, right? Thank you for your timely assistance. You look so young at first. I thought you were an ordinary civilian. Su-Ying ran over to greet Yemo, playfully sticking out her tongue. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su-Ying, a sophomore at the Zongheng Martial Arts University, and am a first-tier martial artist. These two are my friends I met on the way, Lu Feng and Lin Miao Miao. They are students and not martial artists. Upon hearing Su-Ying's introduction, Lu Feng and Lin Miao Miao also stepped forward to greet Yemo. Yemo, I'm here to save you. Yemo briefly introduced himself, thinking that, after this mission, they would have no further interactions, so he didn't want to engage with this group too much. Yemo glanced at Su-Ying a couple more times, not because she was beautiful, but because she was a student at Zongheng University. Yemo had heard of Zongheng University, a prestigious 985 martial arts university located in the 18th safe city. It was quite difficult to get into. Every year only about 20 or 30 people from the 188th safe city manage to get into such a top-tier martial arts university. Without exception, those who attend are martial arts geniuses. He didn't expect to meet one in this place. However, after seeing Su-Ying's face, Yemo's eyes lit up as he pulled out a photograph and compared it, saying, "Are you the person in this photo?" Yemo realized that Su-Ying was indeed the daughter of the couple who had entrusted him with her rescue. He didn't expect to encounter her so soon. "This is a photo from my high school days. Where did you get it?" Su-Ying exclaimed in surprise. "Your parents gave it to me." Yemo briefly recounted what had happened when he entered. Upon hearing her parents' worries for her, Su-Ying felt both touched and saddened. At her age, still being a first-tier martial artist, she was still causing her parents concern. "By the way, your parents said that if I rescue you, they'll give me 500,000. You just need to follow me, and it'll ensure your safety." Looking at the money involved, Su-Ying was definitely Yemo's priority protection target. Joking aside, that's a walking 500,000. Su-Ying. The touching atmosphere was instantly shattered by Yemo's words. Is this person a conversation ender? Furthermore, Su-Ying scrutinized Yemo from head to toe. He didn't seem that old, probably just a first-tier martial artist. Her parents really are something, making a desperate move. What could a first-tier martial artist do? And having her follow him, does he think himself so grand? Which martial arts university are you a student of? Su-Ying asked, coldly, devoid of the initial enthusiasm from their first meeting. Yemo was unconcerned. Am not a student of any martial arts university. A person who didn't even graduate high school, how could he possibly be a university student? Ah, I see. Su-Ying's expression shifted to one of understanding. Since he wasn't a university student, he must have graduated just looking younger than he actually was. She estimated that he might be 7 or 8 years older than her. With that thought, Su-Ying felt relieved. She initially thought she had encountered a genius who became a first-tier martial artist at a much younger age. Seeing Yemo lead the way down, Su-Ying curiously asked, "Where are you going? If we go down, we'll be heading back. Aren't we supposed to go up to regroup with the other rescue personnel?" "No need, I'm the only one here for the rescue," Yemo replied without a second thought. "Besides, I've assessed this place's eerie domain, and it has a multi-layered ghostly wall effect. Going up would be pointless. The only way to get out is to eliminate all the anomalies here." Su-Ying and the other 2 survivors were surprised that Yemo was the only one who came to support. Only one person was sent for support. Was the martial artist shortage in the 188th safe city this severe? However, Su-Ying agreed with Yemo on one thing: they needed to resolve all the anomalies here to escape this eerie domain. If they couldn't eliminate the anomalies within delaying even a moment would mean more lives would be lost to the anomalies.
I'll go with you. If the two of us join forces, we definitely have a chance to clear out the anomalies in this eerie domain.
Suing glanced at the crying ghostly corpse on the ground and encouraged.
Let's do this.
If the anomalies here were all like the crying ghostly ones, being only of low to medium level strength, two first-tier martial artists should stand a chance against the risks here. Guillermo looked at Suing speechlessly. He didn't understand where she got the courage to mention cooperation. Could she really handle low-level ghostly creatures? To reach the level of fierce ghosts, one would need at least the strength of a medium second-tier martial artist to barely cope. Guillermo just wanted to say today's university students are really arrogant. Thinking that a first-tier martial artist could easily deal with low-level fierce ghosts, Guillermo wouldn't dare to play around like that. However, he also had no habit of slapping people's faces in public, so he remained silent, tacitly agreeing. With Suing joining him, Guillermo discovered an advantage. After being trapped in the subway for a long time, Suing seemed to know that there were anomalies hidden in the subway and could articulate some of their strange abilities.
Up ahead is the C exit of the temple ergo. I heard from some survivors that this place is very eerie. If you pass through here, you'll find an additional person in your team. This is actually a disguised anomaly. But strangely, you cannot identify this anomaly in any way.
You clearly know that there's an extra person in your team, yet when you look at everyone, you feel as though these people have been with you from the start.
Ah, is that a good thing?
Guillermo was delighted, not expecting that anomalies would deliver themselves. This would save him the trouble of searching. How considerate. Suing was speechless. How could an extra ghost be considered a good thing? Just as Suing was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed.
Not good. How did our team become 5 people?
Clearly there were only 4 of us when we arrived. Could it be that the anomaly infiltrated our team as we entered the C exit of Temple Ergo? Suing looked fearfully at the 4 people in front of her, counting herself. Weren't there 5 of them? Yet she was certain about this matter. When she arrived, the team was supposed to have only 4 people. This was a number she clearly remembered. It couldn't be wrong. Except for Guillermo, the others were all frightened by this inexplicable phenomenon.
Wait, along the way, weren't there just Ying Jia, Yi Gu Lu Feng Zhao Rui Rui and me? Just these 4. No, how did it become 5?
Lin Miao Miao said, looking at the people present. She clearly remembered that there were 4 people when they arrived, but after counting it turned out to be 5. Guillermo, Lu Feng, and Zhao Rui Rui felt the same. They clearly knew there was an extra person among them, yet, no matter how they looked, everyone around seemed familiar. Guillermo smiled. This was quite interesting.
Who among us is the intruder? Step forward now.
Lin Miao Miao, clearly terrified, shouted aloud. But her demand was futile. The anomaly had already slipped undetected into their midst. There was no chance it would reveal itself.
Guillermo, do you have any insight?
Suing asked him. As the team's other martial cultivator, and one whose strength surpassed her own, she turned to him instinctively in this crisis. Guillermo nodded.
Stand still. Each of you will take a single strike from me. Those who survive are the anomalies. Those who fall are human.
Suing and the others reflexively agreed, then recoiled in dismay. The method sounded brutally effective. Yet, if everyone died, identifying the anomaly would be meaningless. Without hesitation, they discarded the idea. Next, they tried recounting their journeys, their reasons for arriving at this subway station, but none of these approaches yielded answers. The anomaly appeared capable of altering memories, so seamlessly that each person seemed from the outset to have known one another perfectly.
Impossible. We cannot identify it. Having infiltrated our ranks, it surely intends to isolate and eliminate us one by one. With senior brother Guillermo and I both present as martial cultivators, it dares not strike openly. No one must stray from the group,
Suing warned. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. After Suing finished speaking, Zhao Ruirui, a young woman with soft cherubic cheeks, suggested,
Staying here indefinitely is no solution. What should we do next? If we linger too long, what happens if more anomalies appear? Perhaps we should withdraw from here, for now.
Zhao Ruirui's proposal found unanimous support. Though the hidden anomaly remained undetected, remaining in place any longer was untenable. Prolonged stillness in one location boded ill. Once they confirmed the direction of the waiting platform, Guillermo and the others set off toward it immediately. Yet 2 minutes later they inexplicably returned to their starting point. Gazing up at the sign hanging above the corridor, Sirgu exit C. Suing sighed.
It seems we've circled back.
Emo nodded.
It appears we cannot leave until we unmask the disguised anomaly concealed among us.
At that moment Lin Niaomu clapped a hand over her mouth and cried out.
Something's wrong. Look at our group. 6 people. There are 6 of us now.
Her cry jolted them. They counted again. Indeed, their number had swelled to 6. An extra person stood among them. Ma Yong slammed his fist against the wall in frustration.
When we arrived, weren't we just Sister Suing, Lin Niamiao, Zhao Ruerwei, Lu Feng, Senior Brother Yi Imo, and myself? How did we become 6? Clearly during that circuit another anomaly slipped in. But who is it?
2 anomalies now lurked within their ranks, their faces darkened with dread. All except Imo. His eyes gleamed, not with fear but exhilaration. He hadn't expected such fortune so soon after entering the subway. 1 circuit, 1 anomaly. Where else could such opportunity be found?
Do not panic, I have a plan.
Imo called out, gesturing for them to follow.
Come with me.
Bewildered, they trailed him once more through the corridor, twice. As anticipated, 2 additional figures joined their ranks after those circuits. They now numbered 8. Yet no matter how many times they circled thereafter, the count remained fixed at 8.
So this thing has a cap on its numbers. Unacceptable.
Imo had briefly imagined he discovered an infinite source of anomalies, only to find the loophole abruptly sealed. For anomalies, this appeared to be the upper limit of the disguised anomaly's capacity.
Imo, how many circuits have we done? Just tell us your plan.
Suing grew increasingly frustrated with Imo's erratic conduct. Only his swift dispatch of the mid-tier wailing specter had impressed her at first. Since then she'd witnessed no further feats of brilliance. Instead, she'd endured wave after wave of baffling, seemingly unhinged decisions. Were it not for his striking appearance, she might even suspect he escaped from the psychiatric ward under Director Wang's care. Such unconventional problem-solving defied ordinary logic. Then came the true astonishment. Imo rummaged through his pack and withdrew a sealed manual, a level 1 martial art technique. What on earth did he intend? To study the technique mid-crisis. Suing was utterly speechless. She'd heard of lawyers cramming before exams, but never of anyone attempting to master a martial art on the spot. Martial arts were not skills one could grasp overnight. Even a first-tier technique demanded 1 or 2 years to master. Suing understood Imo's intent. He likely hoped to exploit some unique effect inscribed in the manual to break their impasse. But by the time he mastered it, their graves would be overgrown with grass 3 meters tall.
Brother, please, stop joking. What good is pulling out a martial manual now? Do you expect to learn it instantly?
Suing asked, her voice drained, too weary to muster even a proper retort.
You understand me,
Imo said, glancing up at her. Astonishingly, she guessed correctly. Suing stared back, silent. Understand you? Not a chance. As if she'd voiced the thought aloud, he added,
You think I'm capable of that? Trusting you would be as foolish as trusting an anomaly.
The 4 hidden anomalies watched Imo's seemingly desperate act and exchanged quiet, scornful amusement. Look, he's lost his mind. This human has truly succumbed to madness. Little did they know, in the very moments they mocked him, Imo had already perfected the level 1 martial art minor sealing hand.
Ding. Cultivator has devoted 70 years of cultivation to mastering the minor sealing hand, attaining consummate mastery. Vital energy increased by 10. 0. Current vital energy 158. 5. Cultivator's remaining lifespan 81 years.
The minor sealing hand proved exceptionally demanding. Imo expended a full 70 years of lifespan to reach this peak. Fortunately, slaying the wailing specter had replenished his reserves. Gratitude to loyal supporters. He'd chosen this technique deliberately. The minor sealing hand possessed 2 rare properties. Not only could it strike anomalies and occasionally suppress their spectral abilities, but it could also seal the user's own senses, temporarily nullifying the effects of anomalous techniques upon him. Now, at consummate mastery, Imo extended 2 fingers and struck 23 major acupoints across his skull, flickering shadows barely visible yet executed in a single breath. Chi surged into his body, sharpening his thoughts. The mental fog cast by the disguised anomaly, its confusion-inducing influence, was now sealed away by the minor sealing finger. Gazing upon the assembled figures, Yemo instantly discerned the truth. Only He Su-ing, Lu Feng, and Lin Miaomu were human. All the rest were anomalies. The effect of the small sealing hand is remarkable. As the saying goes, one thing restrains another. Yemo did not expect the small sealing hand to be so effective, instantly breaking the strange trick. However, having seen through the truth, Yemo did not immediately identify the four strange beings. Their strength was unclear, and there were 3 deadweights present. If a fight broke out, Yemo could not guarantee the safety of Su-ing and the others. If anything happened to Su-ing, who was worth 500,000, he would be heartbroken. Yemo decided to lead the 4 strange beings away and deal with them in a deserted place. I have an idea. As long as we walk in the opposite direction, we will eliminate 1 strange being with each loop. Think about it, we just walked in a clockwise direction, and each loop added 1. So if we walk counterclockwise, we eliminate 1 with each loop. This statement from Yemo left everyone speechless. Walking backward would make the strange beings disappear. You are truly a logical genius. Also, it's better to split into 2 groups. I'm afraid the strange beings might be shy and feel embarrassed to leave. Yemo proposed again. Shy. This was the first time he heard that strange beings could be shy. In the end, however, Su-ing and the others agreed with Yemo's viewpoint. This was because the 4 strange beings wanted to seize the opportunity to eliminate Yemo. As long as they took out the strongest combat force in Yemo's team, the remaining people would pose no threat. Su-ing was extremely disappointed with Yemo and did not want to stay with him any longer. Thus Yemo successfully grouped the 4 strange beings into his team and headed toward the left tunnel, while Su-ing and the other 2 headed toward the right tunnel. While walking, the 4 strange beings behind Yemo exchanged glances, revealing sinister smiles. One of the strange beings wanted to attack Yemo, but was stopped by the others. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be alone with him. They wanted Yemo to feel the despairing fear. Ma Yong retracted his smile and ran to Yemo's side, saying, "Brother Yi, do you think this method will work? Is it reliable?" Zhao Ruiwei walked to Yemo's other side and said, "Ma Yong, you're questioning Brother Yi now. Brother Yi is a martial artist. He sees everything clearly. What seems like a crazy approach actually has profound meaning behind it. The scope of Brother Yi's vision is not something we can fathom. I believe Brother Yi must have figured out who among us is the hidden strange being, which is why he suggested that we split up. Brother Yi, please tell us, who is the hidden strange being among us? Is it Sister Su-ing, Lu Feng, or Miao Miao? Or could it be all 3 of them? Strange beings love to toy with human hearts. Especially strange beings that disguise themselves. They enjoy leading people in the wrong direction. Once Yemo was misled by them, these disguised strange beings even concocted a plot to have Yemo eliminate Su-ing and the others. At that time, they would jump out and tell Yemo that he had killed humans while they were the strange beings, leaving Yemo filled with guilt and despair. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. They were looking forward to how to lead Yemo to mistakenly believe that Su-ing and the others were the strange beings. But just then Yemo stopped in his tracks, his eyes sparkling with mischief, and said to the 4 strange beings, "Don't you understand by now? The hidden strange being among us is me." This statement from Yemo directly fried the CPUs of the many strange beings. They had thought of 100 responses, but none had anticipated Yemo would say this. Who would a human claim to be a strange being? Ding. The 4 disguised strange beings are rendered speechless by your shocking statement, and their strange energy surges and overflows. The Dragon Demon Fist automatically operates to absorb, gaining 4,0 vitality points, breaking the mindset of a strange being and gaining 1,0 vitality points. For strange beings yield 4,0. Not bad, not bad. It was worth the long-term planning. With gains in hand, Yemo was naturally happy and continued to relentlessly disrupt the strange being's mentality. Before killing this group of strange beings, he wanted to squeeze out some more vitality points from these few strange beings. After some thought, Yemo came up with a rather perfect explanation. Think about it. If I weren't a strange being, why would I make an effort to turn multiple times to increase the number of strange beings? If I weren't a strange being, why would I suggest splitting up in such a dangerous situation? This completely defies logic, right? There is only one truth. I am the strange being. The 4 disguised strange beings. You make a compelling argument. We are left speechless. If they didn't know that the four of them were the strange beings, these four disguised strange beings would probably have believed Yemo's strange words. If you are a strange being, what are we? It's always the strange beings that disguise themselves. This is the first time I've seen a human disguise as a strange being. Truly an eye-opener. Don't joke around, brother Yi. If you were a strange being, could we still be alive now? You should know that strange beings kill. Ma Yong's face twitched as he helplessly said to Yemo, trying to correct Yemo's misunderstanding. But just as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, Ma Yong's body stiffened. Looking down, he saw an arm protruding from his chest. His heart shattered. Yemo's dragon demon fist was swift and urgent. At such a short distance, Ma Yong had no time to react. By the way, thank you for reminding me. Strange beings kill. Yemo said with a chilling smile. Now I am one strange being, and you are four isolated humans, so don't blame me for being rude. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. Pulling out his arm and delivering another punch, black dragon energy swirling Ma Yong's head was also shattered by Yemo. With two punches, the disguised strange being Ma Yong was eliminated on the spot. Ding. You have killed a level 1 fierce disguised strange being. Gained 100 years of life points. So it turns out it was just a level 1 fierce strange being. It seems that aside from their disguise ability being a bit tricky, these four strange beings are nothing more than a group of novices. What are they even afraid of? Shaking off the blood on his hands, Yemo smiled at the other three strange beings and said, strange beings are here to kill. Are you ready? The three disguised strange beings. Wow. 2 punches to take down one disguised strange being. This human is truly ruthless. Ding. The three disguised strange beings did not expect you to be so fierce, shocked to the point of their strange energy overflowing. The dragon demon fist automatically operates to absorb, gaining 5,000 vitality points. The shock intensified further. Although there were only 3 anomalies, the health value obtained was even greater than the last time. It totaled a health value of 9,000. This is comparable to the health value gained from mastering a first-tier martial technique. Of course, this is also related to the level of the anomalies. If these 3 disguised anomalies were not of the fierce anomaly level, it would have been impossible to increase the health value by so much. Damn it! The nearest disguised anomaly, Zhao Ruirui, reacted swiftly as well. The moment she saw Yemo make a move, her claw-like hand shot towards him. Unfortunately, Yemo was even faster. With a punch thrown, the 2 fists collided. Zhao Ruirui's right arm was not only shattered, but with the aid of the dragon demon fist's dragon energy, her upper body was also obliterated. Ding! You have killed a junior fierce anomaly disguised anomaly. Gained 100 years of life value. The other 2 disguised anomalies were so shocked they nearly dropped their eyes. This was achieved with a single punch. A single punch to kill the disguised anomaly Zhao Ruirui. This punch shattered the illusions of the remaining 2 disguised anomalies. It wasn't that Yemo had ambushed Ma Yong, but rather that he possessed the strength to kill them. This seemingly young human was actually a formidable killer of anomalies. Clearly capable of killing them, yet he had been biding his time, waiting until they were isolated before striking. Are humans nowadays so cowardly? Run. They must run. The 2 disguised anomalies were terrified, not even thinking of continuing to fight Yemo, and turned to flee. Run. Where do you think you can escape? Humans cannot flee from the pursuit of anomalies. Yemo's voice, like that of the underworld, echoed behind them. The 2 disguised anomalies were left speechless. Not only did this human kill them, but he also stole their lines. Ding. The 2 disguised anomalies were driven to despair by you. The dragon demon fist automatically absorbed energy, gaining 6,000 health value. Su Ying, Lu Feng, and Lin Niaomu walked along the road, having not spoken for a long time, as they all were unaware if any anomalies had infiltrated among them. Don't worry, there are no anomalies among the 3 of us. Suddenly Su Ying said this. Lin Niaomu perked up immediately. Sister Ying, are you serious? Su Ying immediately gave Lin Niaomu a playful hit. I've told you countless times, don't call me Sister Ying. My name is Su Ying, call me Sister Su, don't make me sound like a whiny brat. Then Su Ying explained. The first-tier martial technique I practice is called unique facial techniques, which is an auxiliary first-tier martial technique. Although it cannot completely identify the identity of anomalies, it can discern the unique features of humans through their faces. Just now I carefully observed your features again.
Yours, mine, and Lu Feng's are all human. There's a high probability that you are not anomalies. Seeing the unusual look in Lu Feng's eyes, Suing also gave him a playful hit.
What kind of look is that? Are you doubting that I'm an anomaly in disguise?
If I were an anomaly with your two incompetent combatants, I would have killed you both long ago. Why wait until now?
Lu Feng scratched his head, chuckling a bit that made sense. While feeling relieved that none of them were anomalies, Lin Miaomu suddenly thought of something.
Not good. If none of us are anomalies, then Brother Yi over there is in danger. Brother Yi is with 4 anomalies.
Mentioning Yemo made Suing furious.
Don't mention him.
What kind of person is he?
A perfectly good situation was thrown into chaos by him. Initially, when there was only one anomaly infiltrating among us, if I had a little more time, I could use my martial technique to likely identify who that anomaly was. But this person went ahead and made a circle around 3 times, resulting in 3 more anomalies appearing. It directly made the situation uncontrollable. With Yemo and I facing 4 anomalies, even if I had a way to identify who those 4 anomalies were, I wouldn't be confident in winning 2 against 4. How could someone so unreliable be sent down to rescue us?
By now the clever and astute Suing had roughly guessed who the anomaly was. The only fortunate thing now is that Yemo had drawn away the other 4 anomalies, giving them a bit of breathing room to plan their subsequent strategy. But just as Suing sighed in relief, she heard hurried footsteps coming from the end of the tunnel, sounding frantic and urgent. Then Suing saw Ma Dongqiang and Su Lai, the 2 disguised anomalies, rushing towards her in a panic.
Not good, it's those 2 disguised anomalies. Are they coming for us?
Suing, having already guessed the identities of the 2 anomalies, became tense, thinking they were coming for her. Without further thought, Suing took a stance and prepared to attack. When the 2 anomalies reached her, she launched a powerful kick at Su Lai. But to her surprise, her full-strength strike was easily caught by Su Lai. Grabbing Su Ying's leg, the disguised anomaly Su Lai casually threw her against the wall, causing her to crash heavily into the tunnel's wall before falling to the ground.
Get out of the way, don't block the path,
Su Lai yelled angrily. Suing, what is happening? This disguised anomaly is actually at the fierce anomaly level. Being able to block her attack so easily, Suing could think of no other possibility than that it was a fierce anomaly. Lying on the ground, Su Ying's head buzzed. She couldn't understand what was happening. Wasn't it said that the anomalies in this subway station were all at the fierce spirit level? Previously, she had seen Yemo easily kill one. But how come there are fierce anomalies appearing now? Fierce anomalies. Those are beings that only middle to high-level second-tier martial artists can barely deal with. Not something she, a first-tier martial artist, could handle. What surprised Suing even more was that these 2 fierce-level disguised anomalies, clearly capable of easily killing her, seemed to completely ignore her and Lu Feng and Lin Miaomu. They appeared to be fleeing in panic. Could it be that some terrifying entity was hunting them? Even fierce anomalies were thrown into chaos and fleeing. Just when Suing was puzzled, a voice came from the end of the tunnel.
I told you can't escape. Where are you little cuties going? Don't run. The sooner you die, the sooner you're reborn. Why are you hiding from such a good opportunity?
Suing had not yet had the chance to clearly see where Yemo was when she caught sight of a fleeting shadow zipping past her, without a moment's pause, delivering a punch that split the fleeing Ma Dongqiang in 2. Suing exclaimed. Lu Feng and Lin Miaomu echoed. A single punch had cleaved a formidable enemy in 2. Was this the act of a mere human? After dealing with Ma Dongqiang, Yemo effortlessly lifted Su Lai with one hand. As a formidable enemy himself, Su Lai was as light as a chick in Yemo's grasp. Su Lai had thought about resisting, but his claws struck against the invulnerable form of Yemo, who had activated the 8 Gates golden body. After a long moment of observing, he realized he couldn't even nick a single hair on Yemo's glittering body. How could this kid be so tough? Did he grow up eating refined steel? Su Lai's mentality crumbled. Ding. The disguised enemy Su Lai has had his mentality shattered by you. The Dragon Demon Fist automatically operates to absorb, gaining 2. 0 health points. 2. 0 health points. Excellent. This disguised enemy truly lived up to the title of model worker, contributing health points even at the brink of death. If it weren't for our opposing stances, I wouldn't even want to kill you. Yemo expressed regret to the disguised enemy Su Lai. What does that mean? You don't want to kill me,
but you still plan to torment me for a while longer, don't you? Seeing that Su Lei's value had been thoroughly drained, the efficiency-driven and pragmatic Yemo decisively delivered 2 punches, sending Su Lei to meet his maker underground. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 low-level formidable enemies, earning 200 years of life points. Current available life points, 471 years. Yemo nodded in satisfaction. With this, his haul amounted to 400 years of life points, which included 17 health points contributed by the formidable enemies. Yemo's health points had now reached 175. 5. At this rate, once the subway incident concluded, there was no reason he couldn't increase his health points to 500. Thinking about becoming stronger soon, Yemo eagerly sought out other formidable enemies. You are Yemo. Upon hearing Su Ying's voice, Yemo noticed the 3 humans, who were left gaping in shock. Yes, indeed, it's me. Is there anyone else as handsome as me? I'm glad you're all fine. I've dealt with the formidable enemies. Yemo replied with a smile. Seeing that Su Ying was unharmed brought him relief. It had been a close call. Thankfully, the enemy's thought processes were straightforward, and they hadn't thought to take Su Ying hostage while fleeing. Otherwise, if something had happened to her, his 500,000 would have gone down the drain. Are you concerned about me? Su Ying's face flushed slightly, clearly not understanding the implication of Yemo's words. However, hearing that he had eliminated all 4 formidable enemies still left her somewhat incredulous. Especially when she recalled how effortlessly Yemo had dealt with the 2 formidable enemies in front of her. It was enough to astonish Su Ying for an entire year. How could a first-tier martial artist like you even kill formidable enemies? You eliminated 4 of them in one go. Su Ying couldn't help but ask. First-tier martial artist? Who was that? Yemo pointed to himself in confusion. I'm a 3rd-tier martial artist, not a 1st-tier. Oh my! A 3rd-tier martial artist. Su Ying's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her astonishment rivaling that when she had seen Yemo split an enemy in 2 with a single punch. She never expected that someone as young as Yemo could be a 3rd-tier martial artist. So the crying enemy you killed earlier was also a formidable enemy? Su Ying asked quietly. Indeed. Upon hearing Yemo's affirmative answer, Su Ying was left speechless, realizing she had completely misjudged him. She had thought Yemo was merely a 1st-tier martial artist like herself. Fortunately, Yemo didn't seem to hold her earlier misunderstanding against her. After all, he was a walking 500,000, who would want to be at odds with money. At this moment, Su Ying's perception of Yemo had greatly changed. Before knowing he was a 3rd-tier martial artist, she had found him utterly unsatisfactory, viewing him as laid-back and odd in his ways. But after learning of his true strength, she found Yemo increasingly appealing. Was he really laid-back and odd? No, he was approachable and methodical. As a dignified 3rd-tier martial artist, he showed no airs whatsoever. Such a strong character, with a humble disposition, was truly rare. Su Ying felt that meeting Yemo was the luckiest moment of her life. However, Su Ying couldn't help but marvel at Yemo's age. He looked quite young. Even if he maintained himself well, he should be around 25 or 26, having graduated from university. A 25 or 26-year-old 3rd-tier martial artist would surely be ranked on the genius list of Dragon Country. Yigo, which university did you attend? Was it one of the 4 major martial arts universities of Dragon Country? After learning of Yemo's strength, Su Ying's tone softened considerably, and she began addressing him with the respectful term Yigo, unlike before when she simply called him Yemo. I didn't attend university. Yemo answered honestly. Didn't attend university. Su Ying was even more surprised upon hearing Yemo's response. Not having attended university indicated that Yemo was a rogue cultivator. Becoming a martial artist didn't necessarily require attending a martial arts university. Joining a battle alliance or a private demon-slaying team, training in the wilderness, and seeking resources to break through were all valid approaches. Such individuals were known as rogue martial artists. The chances of becoming a martial artist through this path were lower, and far more perilous compared to enrolling in a martial arts university. Those who survived and emerged were truly remarkable individuals. A rogue martial artist without official support had managed to become a 3rd-tier martial artist at such a young age. Impressive. Su Ying admired Yemo even more. Throughout the journey, she struck up a conversation with him, chattering away beside him. Yigu, you are so amazing. I've never seen a martial artist with your talent at our school.
That golden light you had just now was at the pinnacle of the 8 Gates golden body technique. I've heard of the 8 Gates golden body. Among first-tier martial skills, it's quite renowned for its defensive capabilities. Few first-tier 5th level skills can rival its defensive effects. The pinnacle state is characterized by a resplendent golden aura. Our school has a few seniors practicing it, but unfortunately, they are merely beginners only wrapped in a layer of golden light. I once heard a senior say that it takes at least a decade for anyone to master the 8 Gates golden body to its pinnacle state. Today proves that it's not impossible, it's just that their talent is too low. I never dreamed I would have the fortune to witness a martial artist who has mastered the 8 Gates golden body to its pinnacle state. And that footwork you used earlier was at the top-tier first-level martial skill, the carefree step. Walking in the air. That is the hallmark of the carefree step at its pinnacle. Heavens! Yigu, you are so young yet, you have mastered 2 first-tier martial skills to their pinnacle. Yemo looked at Suing in silence. When he first met this girl, she was quite reserved. Why was she so unable to maintain her composure now, chattering around him like a little parrot? The fact that you have mastered 2 first-tier martial skills to perfection has shocked you this much. If Suing knew that he had also mastered a second-tier martial skill to perfection along with the heavenly gift body refinement technique and the minor sealing technique, she would surely be astonished enough to feign having a total of 5 martial skills perfected.
Sis, we are here to deal with the anomalies. Can you please be a bit calmer? I preferred the way you were initially so wild and unrestrained.
Yemo tried to persuade her, but it was clear that his words had no effect. This girl had finally encountered such a young third-tier warrior, and surely wanted to chat as much as possible to gain some advantage. In this era, admiring the strong, having the opportunity to chat with such a talented and handsome warrior is rare. Suing continued to chatter.
Brother Yi, you're so impressive, it's a pity you don't go to one of the 4 major martial schools for further studies. Otherwise, with your talent, you would surely achieve even greater success. Unlike me, who possesses mediocre talent. I spent 2 years in university, and just barely got a first-tier martial skill to the minor achievement stage.
How pathetic. I know I probably lack the talent for martial practice. Even if my family invests countless resources, I might only reach the third-tier warrior stage at best. A third-tier warrior. Entering high-level battles is merely a cannon fodder.
Brother Yi, do you think my talent is very poor?
Yemo shivered at the thought. 2 years for a minor achievement in a first-tier martial skill. Yemo glanced at the system panel. Achieving a minor achievement in a first-tier martial skill generally requires about 20 years of investment. Damn. The gap is a bit large. Is this the difference between a top student and a mediocre one? No wonder people say that in martial practice talent is crucial. It really is the case. Yemo.
Your talent is indeed quite poor. Right.
Upon hearing Yemo's response, Suing shook her head and sighed. She thought Yemo was referring to her, and continued to sigh.
So I've given up. I won't pursue the path of a warrior anymore. I transferred to a martial auxiliary major last semester to become an auxiliary master. You know what an auxiliary major is, right? It's being a secretary to powerful warriors, assisting them gathering intelligence and arranging plans. I'm doing quite well. As a first-tier warrior, I have a significant advantage compared to other non-warriors studying in the auxiliary major. My classmates say I'm wasting my potential. After all, I am a first-tier warrior, yet I chose to study an auxiliary major that non-warriors want to pursue. But I know my own capabilities, and this auxiliary major suits me best. I hope to find a powerful warrior in the future to assist.
If that happens, I won't be doing too badly. Chattering.
At this point, Suing was feeling a bit down herself.
If there were hope, who wouldn't want to become stronger? Suing made the decision to become an auxiliary master after weighing all the pros and cons. Seeing Yemo look at her, with a strange expression, Suing revealed a knowing look, shaking her head slightly, as she softly said,
Brother Yi, you must think I'm quite unambitious, right? This is also due to circumstances. Even if I get into a key martial university, the competition is extremely fierce. With my talent, I can't even obtain the 5th-tier reward resources from the school. You definitely can't understand how I feel.
After all, not everyone has a talent as outrageous as yours. Yemo.
It's indeed quite outrageous.
After listening to Su Ying's explanation, Yemo realized just how significant the talent gap was between him and these genius students. If he followed the regular path, let alone the 985 or 211, he wouldn't even qualify for the Blue Dragon Martial College. Yemo suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to have awakened. Otherwise, his current situation would be absolutely miserable. It seems that Yemo is just an ordinary person, nothing more ordinary than that. With a system at the start, is his strength solely dependent on fighting. It felt a bit like a survival game. Su Ying wanted to keep chatting, but suddenly the lights above the passage flickered twice and then went out. Noticing something was off, Yemo immediately stood in front of Su Ying and activated the 8 Gates golden body. The golden light from his body illuminated the dim passage, and he saw 2 figures flash past him, striking his arm with a series of thudding sounds. After a while, the lights in the passage turned back on, and Yemo discovered numerous deep cuts on his raised arm, as if it had been slashed by a knife. This was the first time Yemo had seen blood since entering the underground subway of the temple ergo. Seeing Yemo injured, Su Ying covered her mouth. She knew just how powerful Yemo's defense was as a third-tier warrior who had mastered the 8 Gates golden body to perfection. Even the initial level of the evil spirits couldn't break through Yemo's defense. This indicated that the opponent was at least of intermediate evil spirit level. Fortunately, Yemo defended against this round of attacks for her. If this attack had landed on her, she would have probably been done for. Su Ying was also smart. After expressing her gratitude, she quickly reminded Yemo,
"It's a hidden anomaly. It also came from that ghost train. They have special abilities capable of controlling the darkness around them and disguising themselves as any object. A table, a chair, the mural on the wall. Anything you see could be transformed by the hidden anomaly. The most bizarre thing they love is to scare people, making them run in fear. They suddenly appear behind you when you're not paying attention, scaring you out of your wits while hunting down the living they have targeted. I thought hidden anomalies weren't strong, but it seems that their power is likely above that of the disguise and crying anomalies, at least of intermediate evil spirit level. Brother Yi, you must be very careful."
Another type of insidious anomaly. Yemo realized that these anomalies emerging from the ghost train were all capable of extraordinary skills. Luring, disguising, hiding. Are anomalies all so clever? Yemo discovered that without genuine talent, he couldn't handle this group of anomalies at all.
Hee, keek, roar.
The taunting laughter of hidden anomalies echoed from all directions, seemingly telling Yemo and the others that they had entered the hunting ground of the anomalies. From now on, they might as well clean their necks and wait for death.
How arrogant!
Yemo liked this kind of arrogant anomaly. According to Su Ying's estimation, this hidden anomaly was at the intermediate evil spirit level. That's even better. Compared to the initial level evil spirits, defeating an intermediate evil spirit would surely yield double rewards. Wait for me a moment, Yemo said to Su Ying and the others, as the hidden specter's penchant for ambush provided Yemo with a brief respite. Unhurried, Yemo took out a first-tier martial arts manual from his backpack. Seeing him pull out yet another first-tier martial arts manual, Su Ying's eyelids twitched. Another first-tier martial arts manual. Could it be that Yemo intends to perform the act of learning martial arts on the spot? Su Ying was utterly unconvinced. Even if Yemo was extraordinarily gifted and a prodigy, Su Ying did not believe he could master this first-tier martial art just by glancing at the manual once. If Yemo could accomplish that, Su Ying would dare to write her name backward. However, Yemo pulling out 2 first-tier martial arts manuals did surprise Su Ying regarding his financial means. As a martial artist, she knew how precious a first-tier martial arts manual was. Especially these 2 first-tier manuals Yemo produced, which were high-end among first-tier martial arts. Each one started at least at 2 million dragon coins. Moreover, they were the kind that were very hard to acquire through connections.
Brother Yi, you are so wealthy,
Su Ying exclaimed.
Wealth. Am on the verge of starving.
I'm not from a wealthy family, I'm just an ordinary person. Yemo joked, realizing the martial arts manual he took out was not the right one, so he checked the remaining 6 manuals. Seeing Yemo reviewing 7 martial arts manuals back and forth, Su Ying was once again shocked by Yemo's financial resources. The value of these manuals alone was over 1,000 dragon coins, and he claimed to be an ordinary person. Is Brother Yi really that modest?
Found it.
Yemo pulled out a first-tier martial arts manual titled Yin-Yang Technique. This is a uniquely effective first-tier auxiliary martial art. Once mastered to perfection, it allows one to easily see through illusions and perceive things invisible to others, including revealing bizarre disguises, making it ideal for dealing with these hidden specters. Investing a significant amount of life force, Yemo quickly practiced the Yin-Yang technique to perfection. Ding! You have diligently practiced the Yin-Yang technique for 50 years and have finally mastered it. Your total vitality has increased by 15. 0.
Current vitality 190.
5. As he opened his eyes again, the Yin-Yang technique activated. 2 gray flames erupted from Yemo's pupils, the mark of mastery in the Yin-Yang technique. Under the Yin-Yang technique, all strange phenomena are laid bare. Yemo immediately saw where these hidden specters were hiding. One disguised as a safety entrance sign on the wall, another as a piece of gum on the ground, and one right next to Yemo on his left disguised as a cigarette, but seemingly waiting for Yemo to walk past before it would strike. These hidden specters' concealment methods disregard the size of the hidden objects. No matter how small the item, they can transform into it. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous cigarette, but on the ground a piece of gum, and a sign on the wall were actually bizarre transformations? Unfortunately, what these hidden specters did not know was that their proud concealment methods had long been seen through by Yemo, and they were still so smug. However, when dealing with 3 intermediate-level specters, Yemo did not dare to be complacent. He feared that his vitality was still a bit low, and it was best to boost it to above 200. Yemo took out another first-tier martial arts manual. Interestingly, during his earlier review, he discovered that among the martial arts manuals given to him by Lady Luo, there was even one titled Concealment Technique. Also an auxiliary martial art, this technique is quite interesting. Once mastered, it allows one to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, evading pursuers. This bears a striking resemblance to the abilities of the hidden specters.
This is it! Yemo finished reading the concealment technique and catalyzed it using life force, also spending 50 years of life force to practice this technique to perfection.
Let's see who can outplay whom. This is going to be interesting.
Ding! You have diligently practiced the concealment technique for 50 years and have finally mastered the Yin-Yang technique.
Your total vitality has increased by 10. 0. Current vitality 200. 5.
His vitality has gone over 200.
Feeling the continuous surge of power within him, Yemo let out a comfortable sigh. Now he was even more confident in dealing with the 3 hidden specters.
You all better hide well. I'm coming to catch ghosts. If I catch you, it'll be a deadly game,
Yemo said with a smile. The 3 hidden specters, Suing and the others. It has always been ghosts catching people. It was the first time hearing of a person catching ghosts. Why does that sound so awkward? They 3 hidden specters hiding, as if you could find them. If you can't even find the specters, what makes you think you can catch them? Just when the 3 hidden specters thought they were secure, Yemo suddenly swung his fist towards the ground, targeting the hidden specter disguised as a cigarette, but to his left. With Yemo's vitality at 200 points, this punch unleashed a triple sonic boom effect. Faster than a bullet. The hidden specter could not dodge in time, and had its leg broken by Yemo. The hidden specter exclaimed, "Damn! This human is serious. He can truly see through my disguise. Otherwise, how could Yemo attack him so decisively? No! How is this human so fierce? He broke one of my legs with a single punch." Unfortunately, this hidden specter still underestimated Yemo's ferocity, intending to take advantage of his injury. Yemo would not let such a great opportunity to kill a specter slip by. Another move of the dragon demon fist was unleashed as dragon shapes danced around Yemo, and with a punch, he created a large hole in the hidden specter's chest. Seeing that this hidden specter was still alive, Yemo delivered another punch, exploding the hidden specter's head. 3 punches, and he dealt with one hidden specter, directly sending this specter to the underworld.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing 1 intermediate-level specter, gaining 200 years of life force. 1 hidden specter, 200 years of life force. Nice!
3 punches to take down 1 hidden specter, as expected of an intermediate-level specter quite resistant to damage.
Yemo chuckled coldly, looking towards the direction where the remaining 2 hidden specters were hiding. The two hidden specters felt a chill down their spines, and the whole specter felt uneasy.
They had not expected Yemo's strength to be so outrageous being so young, and he could deal with an intermediate specter in just 3 punches. That ability to easily kill them was like beating up a chick. Yet they claimed that specters were hard to kill. The two hidden specters felt that Yemo looked down on them, but unfortunately, there was no evidence.
The game officially begins. You have 10 seconds to hide well. 10!
And before Yemo could even utter the full number, he shot forward, like a streak of wind, activating the freezy steps toward the two concealed phantoms. His speed left only a fading afterimage. In the blink of an eye he stood before them. With 2 precise strikes, he forced both phantoms into visibility, and shattered one's arm while cleaving clean through half the skull of the other. The two concealed phantoms stared stunned. And
you couldn't even wait a single second of that 10-second countdown.
Having exposed them, Yemo offered a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Apologies, I was lying to the phantoms.
And the two concealed phantoms fell silent. And he hadn't just played the joke, he'd mastered it. That statement held undeniable logic. And
ding. The two concealed phantoms' composure cracked slightly. Phantom chi spilled forth. The dragon demon fist activated, automatically absorbing it and granting 4-0 vitality.
No wonder they ranked as mid-tier dread phantoms. Merely a minor fracture in their mental fortitude yielded 4-0 vitality. What if they truly shattered? And
run. If I catch you again, you're dead.
Yemo issued the threat with a cold, mirthless smile. And the two concealed phantoms. And they had never dreamed, never imagined, that a human would dare threaten them. Yet Yemo's words were not to be ignored. They had witnessed firsthand how this human possessed some unfathomable ability to pierce through their perfect camouflage. More critically, his strength was terrifying. They simply could not match him. None phantom, still clinging to pride, attempted a direct confrontation, only to be hurled backward by a single punch. Its hands were reduced to pulverized bone, its chest caved inward violently. In having seen Yemo's sheer brutality, all will to fight vanished. They fled in blind panic. Their shrill mocking giggles,
660,
had devolved into desperate whimpering cries.
Whoa!
And alas, they faced Yemo, the so-called Phantom Terminator, and would pleading save them. To Yemo, every living phantom held far less value than the vitality gained upon its death. What shattered their composure further was this: Yemo had somehow suppressed their phantom arts, rendering them utterly incapable of transforming into inert objects. It was the minor seal hand. And as Yemo struck, he simultaneously deployed its power, briefly sealing their capacity to wield phantom techniques. Now stripped of their supernatural evasion, the two concealed phantoms could only hide like ordinary humans, in cramped shadowed corners, praying to escape Yemo's pursuit. Crouched tightly inside a corridor, fire cabinet, they heard Yemo's footsteps pass directly in front, finally allowing their suspended hearts to settle ever so slightly. Escaping this human's hunt had been no small feat. Just as the phantoms cautiously extended their heads to scan for Yemo's departure, a voice echoed from directly above them.
Oh! So you're hiding here?
And they looked up, and met Yemo's striking, composed face. And
damn!
And both phantoms voided themselves on the spot. Yemo had never left. He concealed himself atop the ceiling, waiting patiently for them to emerge. And
ding! The two concealed phantoms are overwhelmed with terror. Phantom chi surges wildly. The dragon demon fist activates, automatically absorbing and refining it. 5-0 vitality.
After delivering a sharp, contemptuous slap to each phantom, Yemo let them flee once more. Thereafter the two concealed phantoms endured Yemo's merciless, unrelenting torment. They never imagined Yemo possessed his own concealment ability. In from behind corridor floorboards, behind room doors, beneath ceiling canvas, Yemo erupted from utterly unexpected angles, startling them before landing twin blows that punched gaping wounds straight through their forms. Yemo shattered their composure utterly. And who could have guessed? A mere human was torturing two phantoms. Is he even human at all? Nan, judging by how effortlessly, how routinely Yemo tormented them, it felt chillingly familiar. And what kind of person takes pleasure in breaking phantoms? And damn it, this is pure unadulterated bullshit. And
ding! The two concealed phantoms' mental fortitude has collapsed irreparably, shattered beyond salvage. Phantom chi gushes forth uncontrollably. The dragon demon fist absorbs and refines it. 10. 0 vitality.
10. 0 vitality. And exhilarating. And this marked Yemo's single greatest vitality acquisition to date. What did it prove? In Phantom she was like water trapped in a sponge. Press harder and more would always seep forth. Yet in the end Yemo discovered even sponge water could be wrung dry. After repeatedly draining the two concealed phantoms of their phantom chi, they ceased producing any at all, leaving Yemo no choice but to annihilate them completely.
Ding. Congratulations, Cultivator. You have slain 2 mid-tier dread phantoms, concealed phantoms. Awarded 400 years of lifespan.
Adding these spoils to his prior gains, Yemo now possessed a total of 600 years of lifespan and 25 points of vitality. Opening his attribute panel, Yemo found it dramatically transformed.
N. Cultivator Yemo.
N.
Available lifespan 971 years.
N.
Vitality 225.
5-inch N.
Rank 3rd rank martial artist. Acquired martial arts in Divine Blessed Body Refinement Art 1st rank perfected in Agate Golden Body 1st rank perfected in Fiend Easy Steps 1st rank perfected in Yin Yang Divine Eye Technique 1st rank perfected in Concealment Movement Art 1st rank perfected in Minor Seal Hand 1st rank perfected in Dragon Demon Fist 2nd rank perfected.
And excellent. Outstanding. And he now commanded 6 first rank and 1 second rank martial art, all perfected. And he held a surplus of 971 years of lifespan. A veritable windfall. N.
This place favors me.
And this wasn't merely a subway station where phantoms had awakened. It was Yemo's personal feng shui sanctuary. Without even resolving the entire crisis, his lifespan had already surged close to 1,000 years, free for him to spend without restraint. Yemo was no hoarder of lifespan. To him, converting lifespan into tangible strength, immediately, was the supreme principle. Yemo began investing vast amounts of lifespan to catalyze his second and third second-rank martial arts, specifically the defensive Agate Golden Body and the mobility-based Fiend Easy Steps. Attack, defense, and mobility, the 3 pillars of combat. In advancing precisely these 3 arts first was always the wisest course. N.
Ding! After a century of arduous cultivation, you have finally grasped that elusive ethereal inspiration and forged the second-rank martial art Indomitable Golden Body. Congratulations, Cultivator. Indomitable Golden Body has been mastered. Awarded 10. 0 vitality.
N.
Ding! After 130 years of relentless cultivation, you have seized that intangible spectral inspiration and created the second-rank martial art Ethereal Steps. Congratulations, Cultivator. Ethereal Steps has been mastered. Awarded 10. 0 vitality.
Yemo spent a total of 230 years to successfully upgrade 2 martial arts techniques. This is of no concern, for Yemo is never lacking in life value. As long as it can be catalyzed, any amount of life value spent is worth it. Since the martial arts techniques were created through his own insights, they started at an entry-level proficiency. Subsequently, Yemo generously invested a substantial amount of life value to elevate these newly created second-tier martial arts techniques to an extraordinary level. Ding! You have spent a total of 180 years to cultivate the unyielding golden body to perfection. Your vitality value has increased by 100 points. Ding! You have spent a total of 200 years to cultivate the unyielding golden body to perfection. Your vitality value has increased by 100 points. You currently have a vitality value of 445. 5 points. Remaining life value 361 years. What? My vitality value has reached 445. 5 points. Yemo felt that his vitality value was increasing at a speed comparable to a rocket. Just a moment ago, it was only a little over 200, and now in the blink of an eye it had risen above 400. The small goal of 500 points is just one step away. Looking at the remaining 361 years of life value, Yemo could continue to enhance his martial arts techniques to achieve his set small goal, but after some thought, he decided against it. It's best to keep a certain amount of life value in hand. These peculiar abilities are special, and one needs to catalyze unique martial arts to deal with them. Once he runs out of life value, how embarrassing would that be? Yemo would never let such a situation occur.
I'm back, and I had such a great time with those hidden anomalies.
Hearing this, Suing and the others couldn't help but twitch their faces. To force the ferocious anomalies to the point of wanting to give up on life, Emo might very well be the first in history.
Big brother Yi, why do you have to torment the anomalies before killing them?
Lin Miao Miao couldn't help but ask, questioning Emo's methods of killing anomalies. The cries of those two hidden anomalies were simply too tragic, they could be heard from a distance. What kind of despair must they have faced to emit such wretched screams? Even Lin Miao Miao felt a pang of compassion, knowing full well they were anomalies.
Meow Meow, you're mistaken. Did you not see my deeper intention? I am using practical actions to let the anomalies experience the despair of those humans they have killed. Let them perceive from the depths of their hearts that they have done wrong. This way, they can be transcended and realize that if they know their mistakes, they won't dare to become anomalies in the next life.
Emo earnestly educated the two youths with this alternative knowledge. After hearing Emo's explanation, Lu Feng and Lin Miao Miao looked at him with even more admiration. They never expected that there was such a profound reason behind Emo's ruthless actions. Before killing anomalies, he even took the time to enlighten them, making them recognize their mistakes. What kind of person in this world could be so kind? The two youths were deeply moved by Emo's behavior, while only Su Ying's face twitched. Are you sure this method can lead the anomalies to repent? Why does it feel like this group of anomalies is filled with even greater resentment after dying? After dealing with 3 waves of anomalies, Emo led Suing and the others deeper into the waiting platform. He realized that after walking for quite a while, he had not encountered any anomalies, indicating that there weren't many anomalies escaping from that legendary ghost train. According to the numbers provided by Suing, there should only be about a dozen of them. However, along the way, Emo saw quite a few human corpses, some disemboweled and others missing limbs. The deaths were gruesome. Such a brutal scene felt like entering a hell on earth. Lu Feng and Lin Miao Miao, the two young people, were so frightened that they closed their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. There's nothing to be done. Encountering an anomaly resurgence event, not everyone has the ability to protect themselves like Emo. Especially in this anomaly resurgence event, the anomalies are not weak, they are all at the level of ferocious anomalies, making it even less likely for ordinary people to survive this incident. Except for a few lucky ones hiding away, most people have likely perished under the claws of the anomalies.
Don't look anymore. People cannot be brought back to life. What I can do now is to quickly eliminate all the anomalies present in the subway. The sooner we clear the anomalies in this subway, the more hope of survival those who are still alive will have.
Suing nodded heavily, agreeing with Emo's statement. Just as Emo was pondering where to find the other anomalies, his phone suddenly rang. Emo answered the call, and Wang Bia's voice came from the other end.
Brother Yi, have you arrived? I'm blocked by an anomaly at the door.
I can barely hold on. If you don't come, I'm going to die. If an ordinary person heard about such an anomaly encounter, they would run as far away as possible. But Emo, upon hearing the news of an anomaly, had his eyes gleaming green, like a ravenous wolf that had been thirsty for a long time. At a critical moment, it's Wang Ba again. Does this kid have an anomaly spotting physique?
I've already reached the Shirga subway station. I'm about to arrive at the waiting platform below. Where are you hiding? Quickly tell me.
Emo asked directly. On the other end of the line, Wang Ba seemed to be so moved by Emo coming to save him that he hurriedly said,
Brother Yi, I'm hiding in the men's restroom on the west side of the waiting platform. Come quickly to save me, the anomaly outside is about to break in.
Having the location made things easier. For Emo, as long as he knows the time and place, he just needs to check for anomalies. Suing was familiar with the route to Shirga subway station, and soon found the men's restroom located on the west side of the subway. Unsure if it was influenced by the anomaly's abilities, this men's restroom had also transformed into a 2-layer layout. Upon entering, Emo felt that the interior space appeared much larger than outside.
Wang Ba, where are you?
Upon entering the restroom, Emo shouted loudly, but there was no response for a long time. Was he not here, or had he been killed by an anomaly? Emo naturally would not leave so easily. He kicked open the restroom door and checked each stall. Finally, in one of the stalls, he found a trembling Wang Ba. Wang Ba was startled at first upon seeing Emo, then became excited.
Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to come save me. Just now when I heard you shouting outside, I thought it was the anomaly pretending to be your voice to lure me out.
Guillermo was speechless.
Wasn't it you who called me to save you?
Unexpectedly, this statement left Wang Ba dumbfounded as he shook his head in confusion.
Brother, you don't joke around. The anomalies have resurfaced in Shirga blocking electronic signals. I can't even use my Yao Yao Ling to contact you. How could I have made a phone call?
Guillermo, Suing and the others. Yes, I forgot about this. This is an eerie domain that is revived capable of shielding electronic signals. The people inside cannot use communication devices to contact the outside world. Otherwise, the emergency calls would have been overwhelming. Wang Ba is no exception. How could he possibly call Guillermo for help? A chilling thought.
This feeling seems familiar.
Guillermo recalled the incident when he first crossed over being pranked by Kuan Ba. The truth is about to be revealed. It was the Eerie that called him. Their aim was to lure Guillermo over. This is also a trick used by the Eerie, disguising itself as a victim to deceive the victim's family and friends to come over and kill them, thus extending their achievements. Unfortunately, this time the Eerie miscalculated its target, daring to scheme against Guillermo. Just ask if your skills are sufficient. Bang. The sound of the door closing echoed the bathroom. Door suddenly slammed shut. Su Ying rushed over, but could not open it no matter what. Su Ying's face turned grim as she said to Guillermo,
Ika, something bad has happened. We might be trapped in an independent Eerie domain. If we cannot find and kill the Eerie hidden in the independent domain, we will never escape from here. This is the ability of the Eerie that possesses an independent domain. Moreover, the Eerie that has an independent domain must be the strongest in this area.
Oh, this is going to be a case of closing the door and beating the dog. Guillermo likes this plot. It's just that who will be the one getting beaten is uncertain. As for finding the Eerie, it won't be a challenge for Guillermo. With the enhancement of the yin-yang eye technique, all hidden things are laid bare before him, and he quickly notices the unusual. Returning to the room where Wang Ba was squatting, Guillermo asked Wang Ba,
Did you not notice that your shoulder is very heavy?
Hearing Guillermo's reminder, Wang Ba nodded in surprise.
Iku, I know this. After I hid in this bathroom, strange things started happening. I always feel like something is following me, but I never see anything behind me. The weight on my shoulder is getting heavier, as if something is resting on my shoulder.
Wang Ba grew increasingly fearful and asked Guillermo,
Iku, do you think I might have encountered a dirty thing?
Guillermo immediately corrected his mistaken thought.
Remove the word might. You have indeed encountered a dirty thing.
Wang Ba is not foolish. Upon hearing Guillermo's words, he immediately realized that an Eerie was following him, but due to being an ordinary person, he couldn't see the Eerie lurking behind him. An Eerie has been following me. Thinking of this, cold sweat streamed down Wang Ba, not knowing what to do. Just when Wang Ba was in crisis, he saw Guillermo extending a helping hand to him. Wang Ba looked up at Guillermo, as if seeing a glimmer of light in the darkness, and Guillermo's figure became grander. At the crucial moment, it's still my Yigu. Wang Ba was almost moved to tears, reaching out to grasp Guillermo's hand.
Thank you, Yigu. Only you would come to save me in such a dangerous situation. Know from today on, you are my adoptive father. A call of adoptive father means a lifetime of adoptive father.
While Wang Ba was feeling touched, Guillermo slapped his hand aside.
Move aside, you are blocking my Eerie.
After saying that, Guillermo's outstretched right hand passed directly by Wang Ba's ear and reached behind him next to the Eerie. He then tenderly said,
Buddy, you must be tired of squatting. Did you bring any paper? Are you thirsty? Have you eaten? Squatting for so long must have made your feet numb.
No worries, as your brother'll pull you up.
Wang Ba. The Eerie. Unexpectedly, Guillermo's outstretched hand was to pull the Eerie, leaving Wang Ba feeling like he was foolishly touched.
Simply speechless. Even more speechless was the Eerie behind Wang Ba. She had crawled on so many people, and had killed quite a few. Which person upon seeing her was not scared to the point of losing control and begging for mercy? A human like Guillermo, so enthusiastic, she had never encountered before. This human is so warm towards the Eerie. The Eerie seriously suspects that Guillermo has some undisclosed fetish. Especially with the way Guillermo looks at her, his eyes shining with green light akin to a wolf seeing meat. This human indeed has a problem. What does this human want? Does he want her body? This realization sent shivers down the Eerie's spine, inducing an instinctive urge to flee. But soon the Eerie thought otherwise. She is the Eerie, while the other party is merely a human. Why should she be afraid?
Yeah. You want to pull me, right? All right. But let me say it in advance, if you pull me over you have to carry me until death.
The Eerie said ominously, and she was not wrong. The crawling Eerie is a special type of Eerie, and her favorite thing is to crawl on people's backs to absorb their yang energy, until she drains the person to death. Wang Ba might not have realized it, but in such a short time his face had turned quite pale, as if he had lost too much blood. This is the influence of the crawling Eerie. If Yemo had not intervened halfway in less than 3 days, Wang Ba would have turned into a dry corpse. The crawling Eerie also possesses the ability of invisibility, making it easier for her to hide behind others without being discovered. Unless you have a special ability to see through like Yemo's Yin-Yang Eye technique, or the crawling Eerie chooses to reveal herself. As the crawling Eerie spoke, she gradually became visible. She was a terrifying evil spirit wrapped in a white robe with long flowing hair. Although her complexion was gray and fierce, it was evident that she was a female Eerie. A long dark tongue hung from her mouth, and she crouched on Wang Ba using her 4 limbs to grip the ground. Seeing such a terrifying Eerie lurking behind him, Wang Ba's heart, which had been racing, finally calmed down. Feeling the massive Eerie energy from the crawling Eerie suing, and the others also took a few steps back in fright. Fortunately, Yemo was unaffected, and he stepped forward to grasp the crawling Eerie's hand, saying,
"So it turns out you're a beautiful girl. I'm sorry, I was mistaken earlier. But no worries, let's ignore those details. Sister, you obviously haven't been an Eerie for long. Crawling on a big man like this, there's no romance at all. Come on, let's go to the next room. I'll take you for some excitement."
Stimulating. In hearing Yemo utter such a provocative phrase, and crawling phantom was visibly stunned. Could this man possibly be attempting a second Ningkai-Shin? And before the crawling phantom could react, Yemo seized it by the arm and yanked it off Wang Ba. What immense strength! And the crawling phantom had no intention of following Yemo, yet it sorrowfully realized that Yemo's power dwarfed its own. He held it as effortlessly as one might grasp a chick. And no matter how fiercely the crawling phantom struggled to break free, it could not loosen Yemo's grip, ironclad, unyielding, absolute. As Yemo dragged the crawling phantom into the adjacent restroom, Stalnay slammed the door shut with a thunderous bang. And the crawling phantom. And what in the world is happening? And this man clearly has intentions toward me. And human and phantom, fundamentally incompatible. Now, at the very least, such a union is impossible. And have modern humans truly grown this audacious? Ding. The crawling phantom psyche destabilized under your influence. Phantom chi spilled outward. The dragon demon fist activated, spontaneously absorbing the energy and granting 2-0 vitality. Outside the restroom, suing Wang Ba and the others heard the crawling phantom's shrill anguish screams, piercing, desolate, harrowing, as if enduring unspeakable torment. And soon those screams dissolved into desperate pleas for mercy, and then into frantic, breathless cries, and finally into a warped, trembling rendition of conquering the world. That rendition abruptly ceased. Yemo emerged from the stall, his expression deeply satisfied. And smiling calmly at the group, he declared, "A most fruitful encounter. The crawling phantom has genuinely recognized the depth of her transgressions, and prostrating herself upon the floor and singing conquering the world as an act of profound atonement. She vowed that should she be reborn, she would never again harm another soul." Hearing Yemo's words, Lin Miamia and the others gazed upon him with reverent awe. And truly worthy of being called elder brother Yi. With but a single move, he had effortlessly reformed a malevolent phantom, turning it away from evil forever. Only Suing winced inwardly. And phantoms were by their very nature coalescences of malice. Now could they possess the capacity for moral awakening and rebirth? If rebirth were possible, her sole wish would surely be to never cross paths with Yemo again, lest even death offer no peace. Yet even after subduing the crawling phantom, and Yemo and his companions discovered they could not open the restroom door. The door seemed sealed by some arcane force. Neven Yemo, whose vitality exceeded 400 points, capable of shattering tank armor with a single punch, could not breach it by force.
Strange. The crawling phantom has been neutralized, yet the seal remains intact.
Ines Huing frowned in puzzlement.
There is only one explanation. Another phantom still lurks within this room, undiscovered.
Yemo recalled the system's prompt upon defeating the crawling phantom. Its strength ranked merely as a mid-tier vicious phantom, comparable to the hidden phantoms they'd encountered earlier. Such a being could not possibly sustain an independent phantom domain. And indeed another phantom must dwell here, none far more formidable than the crawling phantom. This second phantom remained unerringly patient. Even as its subordinate was eradicated, it gave no sign of emerging. Did it intend to simply wait them out, to suffocate them slowly within these walls? Nyamo sneered coldly. Such luxury would not be granted. He still had 2 unclaimed phantoms awaiting him, both born from subway station outbreaks of phantom resurgence. And he would not sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree. This phantom concealed itself masterfully. Nyamo swept the room repeatedly with his yin-yang divine eyes, yet found not a single trace. Where had it vanished? And with no external clues, Yamo turned his attention to Wang Ba, and man who had been trapped inside the restroom longest and thus most likely to have noticed something unusual.
Have you witnessed anything out of the ordinary?
And Wang Ba fell silent deep in thought, and then suddenly lifted his head.
Indeed, I have.
He recounted a bizarre incident he'd experienced moments after ducking into the restroom to hide. Panicked and disoriented, he'd rushed past the sink. Nan caught sight in the mirror of his own reflection utterly absent. Startled, he looked up, twice, but when he focused deliberately, his image reappeared in the glass. He dismissed it then, as mere illusion born of panic. Yet, as he turned away, his peripheral vision caught something chilling. His mirror itself remained motionless, and grin fangs bared. It was precisely this dread that drove Wang Ba to retreat to the farthest stall, and to put as much distance as possible between himself and that accursed mirror.
It's a mirror phantom.
Su-Ying, the team's de facto scholar, immediately identified it.
Mirror phantoms are among the most common varieties, and they dwell within reflective surfaces. Their methods of predation are insidious. Once provoked, they either drag victims into the mirror to slay them, or warp perception until the victim takes their own life. Wang Ba almost certainly encountered the mirror phantom upon entering, but because he was already ensnared by the crawling phantom, and mirror phantom yielded him as prey. Mirror phantoms are exceptionally dangerous, especially one possessing an independent phantom domain. It likely wields a formidable unique ability.
Wang Ba stared astonished. And so surviving the crawling phantom's assault had ironically saved his life.
A phantom dwelling within mirrors. Such an intriguing phenomenon demands first-hand inspection.
And having pinpointed its lair, Yamo wasted no time, eager to confront the mirror phantom directly. Su-Ying sighed wordless. Only Yamo could describe a lethal phantom as intriguing. And they gathered before the mirror, observing intently, yet detected no anomaly whatsoever.
Elder Brother Yi, do you perceive anything unusual about this mirror?
Su-Ying asked. Nyamo shook his head, the ashen flames flickering within his pupils faded.
No. It resists scrutiny. This mirror possesses an innate barrier against observation, and I cannot locate the phantom within. Naturally.
Su-Ying continued assuming her role as the team's living compendium.
The realm where mirror phantoms dwell is known as the mirror world, a separate inverted dimension diametrically opposed to our own. Mirror phantoms may traverse freely between both realms, but without extraordinary abilities we lack any conventional means to perceive the mirror world's true form. Do not consider shattering the mirror, it harms the phantom not at all. And rather it will render us utterly unable to locate or confront it, and trap us here forever. Sister Ying, surely there is a way to lure the mirror phantom forth.
Lin Miaomiao asked, voice edged with concern. Lin Miaomiao was also afraid of not being able to find the mirror ghost, fearing they would be trapped here forever.
There is a way.
Su-Ying for once did not get entangled with Lin Miaomiao over the address of Sister Ying, nodded and said,
It's to do the thing the mirror ghost hates the most in front of the mirror. The mirror ghost, like other eerie beings, is transformed from someone with deep grievances after death. If you do what they hate the most in front of the mirror ghost, it will definitely be unable to resist coming out to kill you. I remember there was a very powerful mirror ghost in Safety City No. 188. During its lifetime it despised others wearing gray clothes because it was forced to wear gray clothes all its life, which left it with deep grievances. I wonder if the mirror ghost we encounter is that one.
Su-Ying provided a direction which was worth a try. Coincidentally, in the mountaineering bag carried by Wang Ba, a gray jacket was found. According to Wang Ba, this jacket was originally used during his outdoor climbing trips, and he didn't expect it to come in handy now. But who would wear this jacket to lure out the mirror ghost? This left everyone in a dilemma. The strength of the mirror ghost was unknown. If someone accidentally got dragged into the mirror by it, that would be the end. A group of people looked at each other with no one daring to step forward. After all, life is precious. No one wants to play with their life.
I'll do it.
In the end, it was Yemo who took the initiative, bravely picking up the gray jacket. Wang Ba said,
"As expected of a foster father. So enthusiastic about everything. Thank you so much. Following you, foster father, is the wisest decision of my life."
Then Wang Ba watched as Yemo put the jacket on him. Brushing the dust off the gray jacket, Yemo joked,
"It's just a piece of clothing. Do we need to say thanks between father and son?"
Wang Ba was confused.
"Wait, you mean you're putting the jacket on me? I thought you were going to wear it yourself."
He felt moved again.
"This isn't good."
Wang Ba dared not offend Yemo, as the brutal way Yemo dealt with the crawling ghost left him with significant psychological trauma, which he might take a lifetime to heal. Wang Ba didn't want to upset Yemo, so he decided to offer him a set of methods to deal with the crawling ghost. Wang Ba could only awkwardly ask Yemo,
"Brother, I am not like you, just an ordinary person, at most a Kwasa warrior. Isn't it inappropriate for me to wear this to lure the mirror ghost? If I'm not careful, I could be done for."
Upon hearing this, Yemo became angry.
"If such a dangerous task is left undone by you and me, do you expect me to do it? You just called me foster father, and now you want to turn against me. Are you planning to murder your father? You ungrateful child."
After a verbal reprimand, he still needed to offer some encouragement. Yemo changed to a reassuring expression and gently said,
"Don't worry. With me here, you won't get hurt. If this task is accomplished, you will be one of us. If anything goes wrong on this date next year, I will burn more money for you, ensuring you won't suffer there."
Yemo was quite cunning, fully aware that when a teammate meets their demise, their abilities are boundless. He would never take on such a dangerous task himself. Especially with the opponent's eerie strength being unclear, who knows what kind of tricks this mirror ghost has. One misstep could lead to a disastrous situation. Using Wang Ba to scout was the most suitable choice. After all, Yemo wouldn't feel heartbroken if he died. Wang Ba initially thought Yemo was just comforting him, but after hearing the last sentence, his teeth clenched. He was already thinking about next year's paper money, wondering if he would survive until then. However, after pondering for a moment, Wang Ba decisively accepted Yemo's task simply because of Yemo's words, "If this task is completed, you will be one of us." In the social sphere, Wang Ba understood better than Yemo how difficult it is for ordinary people to rise up. Either one must be strong, or the person behind you must be strong. Wang Ba wanted to climb up the big tree that was Yemo, and he noticed with keen insight that Yemo's strength could easily hunt down even the most fearsome eerie beings. He was merely an ungraduated high school student. Such power is rare even globally. A definite promising future. Who knows what heights he might achieve in the future? It's just that Wang Ba is currently a high school classmate of Yemo, able to exchange a word otherwise. When Yemo develops in the future, let alone speaking, he might not even have the chance to meet him. Such an opportunity to grab onto someone powerful, how could Wang Ba let it slip by? Including the last time when Wang Ba disregarded Ma Wenbio's threats to testify for Yemo, it was all because he saw Yemo's potential and wanted to leave a good impression.
"Foster father, once this job is done, will I be one of you?" "All right, for the sake of that, I'm in."
Wang Ba agreed to Yemo's request, wearing the gray jacket, pacing in front of the mirror. Yemo stood not far from Wang Ba, ready to seize the best moment to catch the mirror ghost. As expected, after Wang Ba walked around in the gray jacket a couple of times, strange phenomena soon appeared in the mirror. Wang Ba's reflection in the mirror suddenly took on a ferocious expression filled with murderous intent, as he said to the Wang Ba outside the mirror,
"Good. Good. Good. Who dares to flaunt their clothing in front of me? Do you know I detest gray clothes the most? I originally intended to trap you here, but you chose to provoke me. I've changed my mind. I want to torment you before slowly killing you."
Su Ying's guess was not wrong. This mirror ghost was indeed the one that once caused a stir in Safety City No. 188. For some unknown reason, it ended up on a ghost train and mysteriously found its way here. After saying this, the mirror ghost stepped out of the mirror, reaching for Wang Ba outside the mirror. The mirror ghost's body elongated like a noodle, even though it was more than 2 meters away from the mirror. Its lower body was still inside the mirror. The mirror ghost's speed was too fast. Wang Ba didn't even catch a glimpse of its movement. Fortunately, Yemo was well prepared. At the moment, the mirror ghost was about to grab Wang Ba. He pushed Wang Ba aside and embraced the mirror ghost. Looking at the princess hold of the mirror ghost in his arms, Yemo smiled.
Friend, do you enjoy this? Should we go to the nearby restroom for some fun? I can give you something exciting.
Jing Gui was stunned by Yemo's request. Not only had he been princess carried, but did he also want to book a room upon their first meeting? How outrageous. Moreover, as the controlling spirit of this restroom, Jing Gui knew what had transpired between Yemo and the crawling spirit just moments ago. It was a story that could not be spoken of between humans and spirits, binding, beating, and repeatedly ravaging in a certain place. There were many tricks involved, leaving that virtuous female spirit on the brink of life and death, ultimately kneeling on the ground singing conquered. The process was too beautiful yet too eye-watering. Even Ning Kaichen wouldn't dare to play like this in the world. He, as a Jing Gui, did not want to have such unpleasant experiences. Moreover, the crawling spirit was a female spirit. It was somewhat understandable for her to be caught in a small dark room. But as a male spirit, you want to invite me to a small dark room. Are you trying to forcefully lock a man? Was this human so desperate? Jing Gui was taken aback by Yemo's ferocity. He wanted to retreat, but thinking about himself as a high-level spirit, and this being his territory, what was there to fear?
Die!
Jing Gui let out a deep growl from his throat, his spirit hand crystallizing as it reached directly for Yemo's heart.
So it turns out my brother also likes to speak from the heart. What a coincidence. I do too.
This Jing Gui wanted to confront Yemo Heiden, but Yemo was completely unafraid. With over 400 points of health, and the support of the second-tier martial skill Dragon Demon Fist, and the indestructible golden body, why should he be afraid? Yemo simultaneously launched an assault on Jing Gui's chest. As the dragon energy roared, Yemo's fist struck Jing Gui's chest. Then Yemo saw Jing Gui's chest transform into a mirror-like surface, and his punch went straight through the mirror, striking himself inside the mirror. Yemo saw his punch hit the shoulder of his mirror image, and then Yemo felt a heavy impact on his shoulder, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Yemo's chest was also clawed by Jing Gui, leaving 5 claw marks. Yemo, attacking Jing Gui, could actually pass through Jing Gui's body and hit himself. What sort of ability is this? Moreover, this time Jing Gui had directly broken through the defense of his indestructible golden body, showing that Jing Gui's strength was formidable. It was probably above high-level fierce spirits.
Brother Yi, this Jing Gui has the strength of a high-level fierce spirit. But with the enhancement of this spirit domain, his strength can be raised to the level of a quasi-deathly spirit.
Spirits are classified into levels: ghost, fierce spirit, deathly spirit, evil, nightmare, disaster. Su Ying realized the reality of Jing Gui and immediately warned Yemo. Quasi-deathly spirit. No wonder. Yemo said high-level fierce spirits cannot possess such immense power. It's nothing surprising that Jing Gui is a quasi-deathly spirit, but during their confrontation Yemo could feel that even if Jing Gui was a quasi-deathly spirit, his power was still 3 parts weaker than his own. The troublesome part was that Jing Gui had the ability to rebound, which could reflect all attacks back onto the attacker through that peculiar ability. That was the most tricky aspect. Sensing that Yemo had no way to deal with him, Jing Gui cackled.
You want to take me to a small room to play games? You think you deserve that? A human who doesn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth, thinking that just because you have some ability you can do as you please. You are nothing before me. You want to play, then I will play along. I will slowly devour your flesh and blood. Such a young third-tier martial artist must be quite tasty.
Jing Gui appeared to have decided on Yemo, and upon seeing Jing Gui's demeanor, Yemo couldn't help but smile. Another pitiful creature who had never experienced the world's dangers. His eyes revealed a clear foolishness. Did he think Yemo was at his mercy? You're just a wild monster that can't even afford to pay for upgrades. How could you compete with a player with cheats? In an instant, Yemo had already devised a countermeasure.
Investing health points to enhance. Little seal technique.
If there was a martial skill to seal spirit abilities, it had to be the little seal technique.
However, as a first-tier martial skill, the Little Seal technique was too low-level. It needed to be upgraded to a second-tier martial skill to be effective against Jing Gui. Soon Yimo heard the system's prompt sound. Ding. After practicing the Little Seal technique for 150 years, you finally found that elusive inspiration, refining the martial skill further, creating the more powerful second-tier martial skill, Great Seal technique. Great Seal technique initiated. Health points increased by 10. 0. Ding. After practicing for 210 years, you have finally mastered the Great Seal technique to perfection. Total health points increased by 100. Current health points 570. Current remaining lifespan 260 years. Health points have finally surpassed 500. Yimo felt excited. With this, the small target of entering the subway was accomplished. What remained was for Yimo to improvise, and see if he could find an opportunity to break through to a 4-tier martial artist. Great Seal technique. This newly acquired martial skill, though only one word different from the Little Seal technique, had an entirely different level of power. Extending 2 fingers meant possessing the ability to make spirits wish for life, but be unable to attain it. Let's not get it twisted. This simply refers to the Great Seal technique's ability to seal spirit techniques. In addition to being stronger than the Little Seal technique, the Great Seal technique can also seal spirit pollutants. Yimo's fingers fell like rain, quickly closing in on Jing Gui, touching him.
What did you do to me?
Jing Gui felt no discomfort from Yimo's touches. Could it be that this human was giving him a massage? In his confusion, Jing Gui quickly realized something was wrong. After the Yimo's attacks, he could not use his mirror ability to rebound back. His power had been sealed. Yimo's dragon demon fist rained down, and with each punch on Jing Gui, a new hole appeared on Jing Gui's body.
Impossible. You sealed my abilities. How did you do it? And why have you become stronger in such a short time? What the hell?
Jing Gui's mindset broke as he was beaten by Yimo. They say one should take another look after 3 days, but what does it mean when someone becomes so much stronger in less than 3 seconds? This speed of becoming stronger is a bit excessive. This is the first time I've heard of a human who can become stronger in 3 seconds. Is this human cheating? Isn't anyone going to report him for having a hacked account? Especially as Yimo sealed Jing Gui's rebounding ability, it left Jing Gui with no hope of turning the tables. He could only be pinned down and beaten by Yimo, rolling around like a mouse. While being battered by Yimo, Jing Gui heard Yimo say,
Come on, weren't you very arrogant? You still want to covet my body and consume my flesh. If you want to eat my spirit, there are plenty of spirits to eat. Ask if that spirit grave has grass taller than 3 meters. You're asking for it. Be even more arrogant.
The initial arrogance has now turned into utter despair. This is the true reflection of Jing Gui. Jing Gui has realized that these humans have no intention of killing him outright, despite having numerous opportunities to do so. They choose to torment him bit by bit. Jing Gui's mentality has crumbled repeatedly.
You dare to torment a ghost? Are you a devil? Ding.
Jing Gui's unstable state has led to an overflow of his ghostly energy. The dragon demon fist absorbs and transforms, gaining 10. 0 vitality points. Ding. Jing Gui has been repeatedly ravaged, his state of mind shattered and energy overflowing. The dragon demon fist absorbs and transforms, gaining 18. 0 vitality points. Ding. Jing Gui cursed you for being inhuman, having been beaten to the point of mental collapse, wanting to give up on life. The dragon demon fist absorbs and transforms, gaining 25. 0 vitality points.
Hearing the system's constant notifications, Yimo's face was beaming with joy. Truly, this quasi-deadly ghost is rewarding him handsomely.
Seeing that he was about to be forcefully beaten to death by Yimo, Jing Gui finally found an opportunity, reaching for the mirror nearby, and he was overjoyed. He has finally waited for this opportunity. This human probably doesn't even realize that for Jing Gui, the mirror is like water for a fish. As long as he enters the mirror, it becomes Jing Gui's world. No matter how powerful the human is, they cannot enter the mirror's world to chase him down.
A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. A ghost's revenge lasts from morning till night. You just wait, I've remembered you. I will kill you sooner or later. Jing Gui finally found a chance, roaring at Yimo in a fit of rage, looking just like a husky from the neighbor's house.
After saying that, Jing Gui tried to slip into the mirror,
but to his utter disbelief, he not only failed to return to the mirror, but also created a dent in the mirror with a collision, leaving his head buzzing. Jingui. Not entering the mirror is impossible. He is Jingui according to the rules. As long as there is a mirror, he can slip inside. Then Jingui saw Yemo's finger pointing at the mirror. Although Jingui did not know that Yemo possessed the Great Seal technique which concealed ghostly pollutants, he understood from this scene that Yemo had used some means to prevent him from entering the mirror's world. This is bad. Looking at the advancing Yemo, Jingui's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Slap. Yemo gave a resounding slap, sending Jingui spiraling into the air, a strike so solid it nearly wiped out the remaining half of Jingui's ghostly life.
Little ghost, are you very arrogant? You want revenge from morning till night, why don't you show me? Slap. Wait for you, I will be right here.
Why don't you come over? Slap. You want to kill me? Why don't you go to heaven instead? Slap, slap, slap.
After Yemo's enlightening method, Jingui's face was swollen, like a pig's head, guaranteed that even his father wouldn't recognize him.
Seeing Yemo walk towards him, Jingui was so frightened that he raised his hands and whimpered.
Don't hit me, I was wrong, please don't hit me.
Ding. Jingui has developed a psychological trauma from your beating, an incurable kind, and a massive overflow of ghostly energy. The Dragon Demon Fist automatically operates and absorbs, gaining 21.0 vitality points.
Su-Ing and others looked at Jingui in disbelief, not expecting that a grand ghost that devours people would be beaten into such a state by Yemo, nearly turning into a whimperer. A single human has scared a ghost to this extent. Probably only Yemo can achieve this.
Come on. Let's talk privately in the toilet cubicle. Aren't you embarrassed? It's just death, what are you afraid of? Yemo was hooked on extracting Jingui's essence, suddenly earning dozens of vitality points. If he didn't squeeze a few more times, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Yemo felt that Jingui still had value to be exploited, insisting on dragging him into the toilet booth for a good chat. Jingui clearly knew that once he was pulled into the booth by Yemo, something inhumane and horrendous would happen, so he would rather die than comply.
No! I don't want to go! You demon, let me go!
Jingui cried out in despair, feeling that his entire ghost self was in jeopardy.
If you force me again, I will summon all the ghosts in this subway to come over. You want me dead, I want you to suffer too.
Jingui threatened fiercely. Hearing that Jingui could summon all the ghosts in the subway, Yemo felt the world brighten and immediately urged.
Why didn't you say you had such a great ability earlier? Hurry up and call. What are you waiting for? If you summon the ghosts over, it'll let you go.
Jingui. This human must be mentally deranged. I want to summon all the ghosts in this subway to beat you up. Why are you so happy? Confused as he was, Jingui followed Yemo's instructions. For him to survive, there was no other way but to summon other ghosts to deal with Yemo. A series of strange sound waves, audible only to ghosts, spread out from the men's restroom, and the other ghosts lingering in other areas, hearing Jingui's call, rushed towards the men's restroom. Just because Jingui said that the humans view them as trash, as pests that can be crushed with a single hand. Can you tolerate this? They have been rampant for so long, yet still belittled by a human. Soon 11 ghosts gathered in the men's restroom. Hunchback ghost, hidden ghost, crying ghost, and several other types of ghosts he didn't recognize. He didn't expect so many ghosts to be hidden in this subway station. Why hadn't he noticed them before? As soon as these ghosts arrived at the men's restroom, they began to shout.
Who dares to say we are trash? You don't want to live anymore, daring to provoke ghosts. Don't hold me back, I'm going to dismember that human into 8 pieces. Even God won't help you, I swear.
These ghosts shouted louder than the last, each one more arrogant, completely disregarding Yemo. When there were no ghosts left, Yemo, using the stealth technique, pulled Jingui out from behind the door. He greeted the gathered ghosts, saying,
Hello!
Hello everyone. Thank you all for coming. I am Yemo, and I called you here.
Yemo's appearance startled the assembled ghosts.
This kid had hidden behind the door, but why hadn't a single ghost detected Yemo's presence earlier?
Is he the human who was boasting? He looks gentle and elegant, quite handsome, this polite young man. Is he the type who provokes ghosts on a whim?
I really want to take a bite out of his head to taste his brain's flavor. Is it him? Is it him? Is it him?
Jingui called us over, he should say something. Jing Kui is with that human. Has he betrayed us?
Upon seeing the appearance of the mirror demon, this peculiar group began to chatter excitedly once more. The mirror demon found himself at a loss for words, his demeanor refined, surely not a rude being. Do not be deceived by this human's hypocritical facade. Despite Yemo's stunning looks, this fellow can be quite ruthless. He is the best example. Moreover, there are peculiar beings questioning his betrayal, which is a complete insult to his character as a mirror demon. Is he the kind to betray? In a fit of anger, the mirror demon changed to a more agreeable expression, and asked Yemo, "Sir, I have brought over this group of mindless fools, as you requested. I have also completed my task. Can you let me go now?" This statement shocked everyone present. They never expected that this rotund mirror demon would actually betray them. To actually be so submissive to a human. Feeling the murderous intent from other peculiar beings, the mirror demon was nearly in tears. His life was in the hands of this human. What could he do? If he dared to utter a single word of dissent, Yemo could make him wish for death, but not find it. Death itself would be a luxury. One must bow their head under the eaves, and so must the peculiar beings. In this situation, the mirror demon could only temporarily avoid confrontation. As the rogue of the peculiar realm Zhang San would say, this is not called betrayal. This is called emergency avoidance. Well done. You can leave now. I'll see you off. After saying this, Yemo unleashed the dragon demon fist, sending the mirror demon, who had been squeezed of all his value, straight to hell. The mirror demon never anticipated that being sent off meant being sent to hell. This homophone played by the human was ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a high-level evil spirit, earning 400 years of life energy. The mirror demon had used a secret method to elevate his strength to the verge of a fatal level, yet his inherent power remained at the high-level evil spirit tier, so, after the kill, it was still calculated as a high-level evil spirit. 400 years of life energy. Yemo was very satisfied. This could elevate a first-tier martial technique to a second tier and practice it to perfection. Upon witnessing Yemo kill the mirror demon, this group of peculiar beings was not afraid. Instead, they became excited. Wow, impressive. This human actually dared to kill a peculiar being in front of us. That traitor mirror demon dying is just dying. Saves us the trouble of cleaning house. With one less peculiar being, there's also one less to share the food. Human warriors are a great supplement. I haven't eaten in a while. I want his arm. Everyone, don't worry, this is our domain. With so many of us, a war of attrition will tire him out. Surrounded by so many peculiar beings, we don't believe this human can escape from our grasp. Exactly. Exactly. Arrogant. Conceited. Possessing wisdom yet lacking cleverness. Overestimating their own strength is a common flaw among peculiar beings. This group of peculiar beings completely failed to realize the terrifying existence they were about to face, still chattering away about how to divide Yemo. Once again, a group of peculiar beings coveting Yemo's body, but what they did not know was that, while they coveted Yemo's body, Yemo was after their lives. You think you've surrounded me? Yemo looked at the circle of peculiar beings and smiled, turned around to shut the bathroom door, and even locked it from the inside. Rolling up his sleeves, he summoned his invincible body, casually kicking away a hidden peculiar being that had come close, and smiled at the peculiar beings in front of him. Don't get it twisted. It's not you who surrounded me, it's I who surrounded you. Every single peculiar being present here today will not escape. The numerous peculiar beings exclaimed. This human talks so arrogantly. Soon the sounds of thunderous fighting erupted from the bathroom. Before long, the sounds turned into the wails of peculiar beings, and shortly after, the wails transformed into whimpers and cries for mercy. Listening from their hiding place, Suing and the others were at a loss for words. Why did this situation feel so familiar? Would the peculiar beings soon be singing their submission? While Suing and others were lamenting, a disguised peculiar being finally broke through Yemo's blockade, opened the bathroom door, and ran out. Unfortunately, one of his legs had been crushed by Yemo. As he hopped out on one leg, a dragon demon fist came crashing and rendering his remaining leg useless, and this pitiable, innocent, and helpless disguised peculiar being fell to the ground. Where do you think you're going? Weren't you the loudest just now? Didn't you say you wanted my arm? Come, let's go inside and have a good chat. Yemo slowly walked out, grabbing the leg of the disguised peculiar being and dragging him back inside. The disguised peculiar being was clearly frightened to the point of breakdown by Yemo's methods. The last thing he regretted in his life was offending this ruthless person Emo. Who would have thought Emo could be this ruthless? In terms of methods, this whole group of peculiar beings would bow down in submission. As he was about to be dragged into the bathroom for a lesson in virtue, the peculiar being clutched the ground with one hand, pleading pitifully, "I was young and foolish back then, I shouldn't have said those things. Please spare me. Give me a chance to change and become a better peculiar being. I promise to turn over a new leaf and be a good peculiar being. I won't kill, won't set fires, won't do anything illegal, please spare me. Look at how this disguised peculiar being has been reduced to this state." It's hard to imagine what they had encountered to be so terrified. Unfortunately, the pleas of the disguised peculiar being were of no use. After leaving 10 deep nail marks on the ground, he was still dragged into the room by Emo. What the heck? I must be seeing things. Brother, you know my adoptive father is so ruthless, taking on a room full of peculiar beings and making them roll in fear. It seems my adoptive father had been holding back when he used to beat me. Otherwise, I think I would have already been reborn. Absolutely the god of the bathroom battles. Wamba sighed. After all, they were classmates, and Wamba understood Emo better than anyone else present. He knew Emo was powerful, but he never anticipated that Emo could so effortlessly dominate a group of peculiar beings. With Emo's current perspective, it was hard to imagine just how high his strength had reached. Suing felt the same. She initially thought Emo was a first-tier third-level warrior, but now it seemed that Emo's strength might have already reached the level of a middle-tier third-level warrior. She had underestimated him. She didn't expect Emo to be so young yet possess strength beyond imagination. Emo's earlier performance against the disguised peculiar beings was also noteworthy. Suing had been present at that time, and now it seemed that Emo must have been holding back. Otherwise, he would have beaten those two disguised peculiar beings into a state of soul scattering. Lu Feng and Lin Miao, his two admirers, gazed at the bathroom with admiration. In their eyes, Emo was nearly a divine figure. As long as Emo took action, there was nothing he couldn't resolve. After another 10 minutes, the bathroom fell completely silent. Emo wiped his hands and contentedly emerged from the bathroom, looking at Suing and the others with a smile. I convinced 11 peculiar beings to turn away from evil. In the end, they all knelt down to assure me they would never dare to harm others again in their next lives, asking me to send them to liberation. Seeing their sincere regret, I feel very gratified. Upon hearing Emo's words, there was nothing wrong with them. But upon careful consideration, Suing and the others couldn't help but wince. What kind of methods would make a group of peculiar beings feel that death was a form of liberation? To make a group of peculiar beings prefer transcendence rather than face him, could it be that Emo is the legendary nemesis of peculiar beings? Emo was quite satisfied with this harvest. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had struck it rich. As he mentioned, he loved such bizarre places where wealth was easily acquired. He needed to find a place to organize his gains. After sorting everything out, Emo would head to the other 2 subway stations where anomalies had appeared to take care of those issues as well. If luck was on his side, he might even witness the legendary ghost train. Emo realized that ever since he became stronger, his life had become vibrant and exhilarating. He was either dealing with the bizarre or was on the path of the strange.
Farewell, may we meet again. The anomalies in this place have been dealt with, and soon the relevant staff will come down to handle the follow-up. I'm in a hurry to get to the filming location. The schedule is tight. There are still many lost anomalies waiting for me to rescue.
Emo casually greeted a few people, feeling pressed for time. To prevent other warriors from reviving the remaining 2 anomalous locations, he needed to hurry. In this era of universal warriors, there were simply too many people competing for monsters. Emo's brief words left Lu Feng and Lin Miao, his 2 admirers, in awe. Although they had only spent a short time together, they were completely captivated by Emo's strength and charisma, turning into die-hard fans. Lu Feng nodded excitedly, saying,
"No wonder you are Brother Yi. So kind-hearted. In order to save more people quickly, you wouldn't even want to wait an extra second. How many people in this world are like Brother Yi, who are so just and righteous? Especially when Brother Yi is saving people, he doesn't forget to guide the anomalies to repent, to recognize their mistakes, and to resolve not to harm others again. I believe those anomalies, who were influenced by Brother Yi, would be very grateful for his contributions after their demise."
After Lu Feng finished speaking, Lin Miao raised both hands in agreement feeling that Lu Feng's words perfectly matched her thoughts. Only Suing looked at these two diehard fans with a sidelong glance. Thinking of the tragic state of those anomalies that Yimo had dealt with before their death, are you sure they would thank Yimo after dying? They might as well thank Yimo's ancestors instead. Today's youth are so easily fooled. However, before parting, Yimo gave Suing a note with his phone number. Su Ying's face flushed slightly as she accepted it, feeling a bit dreamy. Yimo had not given contact details to anyone else, but had done so for her. Could it be that he wanted to keep in touch more, that he was interested in her? Thinking about it, she realized she was indeed the campus belle at the university, beautiful and graceful, and still without a boyfriend. Just as Suing was lost in her thoughts, Yimo pointed to the back of the note and said,
"There's my bank account number on the back. Remember to deposit the money on time. Also a small business, no credit. All earned money is hard-earned."
Just kidding. This was a whopping 500,000. Having resolved this matter, the 500,000 must be secured. Otherwise, wouldn't Yimo be at a loss? Upon hearing this, Su Ying's smile instantly froze. She felt foolish for being touched, so it turned out he was just thinking about that little gratitude fee. But what puzzled Suing was that Yimo was a third-level warrior, and she knew very well from her time at the Warrior University that to become a third-level warrior, the monthly cost of medicinal materials was a significant amount. A bit higher, and one could easily spend 7 figures a month. 500,000 was a lot for an ordinary person, but for a third-level warrior, it was merely pocket money. Did he really care about such a small amount? However, since this was something her parents had agreed to, and Yimo had taken good care of her along the way, Suing could not possibly refuse this money. Yimo left. He truly left. When he departed, no one present noticed how Yimo vanished. He simply disappeared.
"Is this the power of a third-level warrior?"
Suing shook her head with a bitter smile. The more she interacted with Yimo, the more she realized his depth was unfathomable. After all, Suing was also a warrior, young and vigorous. To be accepted into the Zongheng Martial School was quite an achievement, making her a small martial arts genius. Suing admitted that when she first interacted with Yimo, she was skeptical of him and had thoughts of competing with him, but as their interaction deepened, her competitive thoughts quickly dissipated. Two equally matched individuals can challenge each other, but if your strength doesn't even allow you to see the other's back, what is there to compete about? Suing felt that her self-proclaimed talent was nothing more than a speck of dust in front of Yimo. This man was far too powerful.
"You're so lucky to have such a great brother,"
Suing couldn't help but say to Wang Ba. In this apocalyptic era, she also wished to have someone as powerful as Yimo to protect her, but unfortunately she didn't.
"Brother? What brother? Ah, you mean my foster father?"
Wang Ba was momentarily taken aback before immediately realizing that Suing was referring to Yimo. Speaking of Yimo, Wang Ba also felt quite proud.
"Let me tell you, my relationship with my foster father is quite special.
He was my classmate. He even gave me the nickname Little Teddy."
Wang Ba's admiration for Yimo was no less than that of the two diehard fans beside him. He vowed to become a warrior in this life and to rise above others. After witnessing Yimo's unmatched prowess, he had already found the direction he had long sought, calling him foster father for life.
He decided to stick with Yimo for life. To be fair, Wang Ba's ability to assess the situation was remarkable. Upon sensing Yimo's potential, he immediately jumped in to support Yimo against the pressure from Ma Wendu, all to leave a good impression on Yimo. Later, the subway incident proved that Yimo indeed had the value of Wang Ba's strong investment. In this world without resources or connections, achieving social mobility was practically impossible. Wang Ba didn't have Yimo's looks or opportunities. Aside from resembling Haonan in hairstyle, and a condensed version of Shan Ji in face shape. Without the means to associate with wealthy women, he could only cling to the big shots. Wang Ba was 1,000% sure that Yimo was undoubtedly the biggest thigh he would ever encounter in his life. If he missed out on this big thigh of Yimo, he would likely have to take a long detour on his path to progress. Determined in his heart, Wang Ba secretly resolved that in the future, he would make more efforts to show his value in front of Yimo whenever he had the chance. As for the nickname Little Teddy, Wang Ba had previously thought it was a slur, but now it seemed like a compliment. How many people in the world can be named by their foster father? For his foster father to give him a nickname was truly the honor of a lifetime for Wang Ba. While Wang Ba was feeling pleased with himself, Su Ying looked at him in confusion.
Your classmate. You are classmates. Wait, didn't Yemo tell me he never attended university?
Su Ying's words left Wang Ba speechless.
Of course, he hasn't attended university.
We didn't even graduate from high school, why would we attend university? Both Yemo and I are seniors at the second Magic High School, we haven't graduated yet.
Seniors? Not graduated yet. And he's already a third-level warrior.
Su Ying's eyes widened in shock, thinking to herself, have I encountered a deity?
I made it big. So much.
Walking through the subway tunnel looking at the attribute panel, Yemo trembled with excitement at this harvest. Excited? With this one move his life force increased by 2,100 years. Dealing with those strange beings also granted him an additional 122 points of health.
2,100 years of life force. I didn't expect those strange beings in the restroom to give so much. I didn't misjudge them. Good brother, so loyal.
Yemo was just short of shouting old iron awesome. Giving him so much life force, these strange beings were not just strange, they were like a benefactor. With over 2,000 years of life force, Yemo felt the joy of a wealthy person for the first time. With so much life force, Yemo immediately entered buying mode. As the saying goes, a fool with money should spend it. Life force is the same. Killing strange beings to gain life force wasn't that why Yemo was here for this moment. Practicing the first-tier martial skill Falling Leaves Dart to perfection by spending life force. The first-tier martial skill Wolf's Leg was perfected through the expenditure of life force. The first-tier martial skill Yin Yang Eye Technique had already reached the stage of perfection. This could directly upgrade his life force to become a second-tier martial skill. He only spent 120 years of life force to upgrade to the second-tier martial skill Holy Fire Eye Technique. This amount of life force consumption was negligible. He had nothing, just no shortage of life force. After Yemo's extravagant spending, not only were all 10 of his first-tier martial skills perfected, but they had all successfully upgraded to second-tier martial skills. Yemo felt an overwhelming power coursing through his body, so wonderful. Was this the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist? Absolutely. With Yemo's level of spending, he was directly elevated to a fourth-tier martial artist. After all, apart from Yemo himself, who else had the capability to spend 2,100 years of life force on martial skills all at once? The attribute panel was nothing short of luxurious.
Host Yemo, available life 1 year, health points 1,500, rating 4-tier martial artist. Martial skills, Heavenly Gift Body Refining Technique. First-tier martial skill perfected. Indestructible Golden Body. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Ethereal Step. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Holy Fire Eye Technique. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Breath Holding Technique. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Great Sealing Hand. First-tier martial skill perfected. Dragon Demon Fist. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Falling Sky Leg. Second-tier martial skill perfected. Tranquil Heart Technique. Second-tier martial skill perfected. 1,500 health points. Awesome.
Looking at this luxurious attribute panel, with all 10 of his second-tier martial skills perfected, one could only ask what practitioner possessed the ability to perfect 10 second-tier martial skills to such a degree. Most martial artists, even at higher levels, would be fortunate to have 1 or 2 second-tier martial skills perfected. Yemo had directly perfected 10. And this was not even his limit, it was just the beginning. Given enough life force and martial skills, Yemo could elevate several second-tier martial skills to perfection.
When I go back, I should visit Miss Luo to see if I can get a few martial skill books.
Mentioning martial skill books, Yemo immediately thought of Miss Luo. This wasn't about relying on a rich woman. Yemo had won it through his own efforts. What does it have to do with relying on a rich woman? Who doesn't know that Yemo is strong-willed, never relying on others? With the support of 10 second-tier martial skills, Yemo successfully broke through a barrier that many martial artists could never overcome in their lifetime, reaching the realm of a fourth-tier martial artist. In this realm, Yemo felt the blood energy within him flowing like a torrent, far more robust and powerful than when he was in the third-tier martial artist realm. Full of spirit with an endless supply of power.
Is this the realm of a fourth-tier martial artist? It doesn't seem that difficult to achieve. Isn't it just a matter of less than a week?
Yemo reflected on his journey from an ordinary person to a fourth-tier martial artist. Wasn't it achieved in less than a week? He heard from the outside world how difficult it was to become a fourth-tier martial artist, and he thought it would be quite challenging. But the reality was, it wasn't that big of a deal. If other martial artists heard Yemo's words, they would definitely curse. Which fourth-tier martial artist hasn't practiced hard from a young age, enduring decades of hardship, to reach the fourth-tier martial artist level? Listening to Yemo, it sounded like becoming a fourth-tier martial artist was child's play. But for Yemo, who possessed the Life Master System, becoming a fourth-tier martial artist was indeed as easy as child's play. As long as he had sufficient life force, there was truly no difficulty. Fourth-tier martial artists are also known as intermediate martial artists, representing the backbone among martial artists. In this apocalypse, anyone holding a position in any safe city could receive a decent job and become part of the ruling class. For many people, reaching this level is a lifelong dream. But Yemo is different. For him, this fourth-tier martial artist level is merely the beginning, as he has greater challenges ahead. Becoming a fourth-tier martial artist in less than 7 days, how far is he from becoming a fifth-tier martial artist? The sixth-tier martial artist isn't that hard. Then, there's the 7th-tier grandmaster, the 8th-tier great grandmaster, the 9th-tier martial god. Yemo feels a bright future ahead. He has great hopes of standing at the pinnacle of this world. The motto is, "My fate is in my hands, not heaven's." However, the road to the top requires taking one step at a time. For now, Yemo still needs to deal with the strange events at the remaining 2 subway stations. Since the Samba Square is only 1 stop away from the Temple of Ergo subway station, Yemo directly chose to travel to Samba Square through the subway tunnel, smooth sailing just like Yemo's mood. After walking for so long without encountering any strange beings, could it be that the strong aura he emanated as a fourth-tier martial artist scared them away? It's quite possible. Yemo was quite looking forward to his first battle as a fourth-tier martial artist. He couldn't wait to take down a few strange beings. Not long after, Yemo looked at the subway station sign marked Ocean Rhythm Square Station and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he had to admit one thing.
Damn! I went the wrong way!
The Samba Square subway station was just 1 stop away from the Temple of Ergo subway station. At this moment, a strange revival event was happening. Unlike the strange revival event at the Temple of Ergo subway station, the strange beings appearing in Samba Square were not coming from a ghostly tram, but were the result of the strange revival originating from the Samba Square subway station itself. Years ago, on a moonless and stormy night, a madman with a knife burst into the subway station of Samba Square, indiscriminately slaughtering everyone inside. Although this crazy killer was shot dead on the spot by the authorities, that bloody massacre resulted in the deaths of 13 innocent people. And just after the ghost train passed, the eerie revival of the Samba Square subway station began, and the killer returned. He carried out indiscriminate slaughter on the passengers of the Samba Square subway station. Those who could not hide in time were bizarrely killed by this murderer. At this moment, the killer was searching for the group of passengers who had hidden away. A bloodthirsty figure clad in a black leather coat stained red with blood emerged from a trash bin, grabbing a trembling middle-aged man by the throat with one hand, and without a word stabbed him 18 times. Blood sprayed everywhere as the middle-aged man screamed in despair. The most sinister part was that despite the 18 stabs being fatal, they all intentionally avoided vital areas. This was the killer's unique method. While other murderers aimed for a swift death, he did not. He sought to stab the most times without causing death. He would throw the wounded to the ground, allowing them to bleed out in despair. Thus, this killer earned the infamous title of 18 Knives. His notoriety spread far and wide. Listening to the pained and pitiful wails of the middle-aged man on the ground, the killer raised his hands to the sky, savoring this moment. What a wonderful sound! His killings were driven by the pursuit of that feeling of despair that cut deep into the human heart. Having finished this round, the killer wasted no time. Many more helpless souls were waiting for his attention. Who's next? The killer looked back. When Ning Xiaoxia, hiding in the storage room, saw the cold, mocking gaze of the killer, she realized they had been discovered. In such a large storage room, it was bound to be noticed by the killer. Ning Xiaoxiao just didn't expect to be found so quickly. Ning Xiaoxiu, a beautiful girl with long black hair and an anime-style appearance, had just graduated from university and was an intern at a news agency. She was supposed to take the subway to Beicheng for an interview with a promising young martial artist entrepreneur, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Upon witnessing the eerie revival, Ning Xiaoxiao immediately found a storage room to hide. With a strong sense of justice, she also pulled in 5 confused passengers to hide in the storage room, preventing them from being killed by the murderer at the first opportunity. Watching the killer approach step by step, Ning Xiaoxiao and the other 5 passengers broke out in a cold sweat. What should we do? Some passengers witnessing the situation spoke with a trembling voice. The others were no better off facing death. These ordinary people could hardly remain calm. Ning Xiaoxiao was the same. Despite being a budding martial artist, she was afraid of death. She tightly clenched her small fist, her palm slick with cold sweat, but after much hesitation, she firmly declared, "I'll open the door and lead the killer away. You all take the chance to escape quickly. As long as we can get to the surface for help, there's hope to survive." Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's intention to lure the killer away alone, the others, moved yet anxious, asked, "It's too dangerous for you to do this alone. Think of another way. If the killer sets his sights on you, you'll die." Ning Xiaoxiao shook her pale face, forcing a smile. "There's no other way. This is the best solution. In this apocalyptic era, someone has to stand up. Otherwise, if neither of us is willing to take the risk for humanity's survival, is there hope left for humanity? I have always believed that there is justice hidden within the hearts of humanity." After saying this, Ning Xiaoxiao ignored the protests of others and prepared to push open the door to lead the killer away. Whether labeled as an idealist or childish, Ning Xiaoxiao was afraid yet unrepentant. She at least upheld her beliefs and did not back down in the face of death. "It turns out that even when sticking to my beliefs, I am still afraid of death." Ning Xiaoxiao's hand trembled on the doorknob. She had once scoffed at those who stood by while their companions faced danger, believing that in such situations she would surely lend a helping hand. It was this sense of justice that led her to choose the press after graduation, wanting to uncover and report on more brave and righteous individuals. But when faced with real danger, Ning Xiaoxiao discovered that she too could be afraid, that she was just an ordinary person. Seeing the killer approaching the door, she realized that if she didn't go out now, she would be killed. Ning Xiaoxiao closed her eyes to motivate herself. "Ning Xiaoxiu, don't be afraid, you are the bravest. I'll rush out in one breath and lead the killer away. As long as I run fast enough, I might not die." Gritting her teeth and swallowing hard several times, Ning Xiaoxiao finally gathered her courage, pushed open the door, and dashed out. But in the next moment, she found herself being lifted by the neck with one hand by the killer. Whoa! Ning Xiaoxiu's long, beautiful legs were kicking in midair, but to no avail. The killer gripped her throat tightly, almost choking her. Ning Xiaoxiao overestimated her strength and underestimated the killer's abilities. Her speed was insignificant before the killer. In just one encounter, he had caught her. Ning Xiaoxiao had hoped to lure the killer away to a more complex terrain, to confuse him, looking for an opportunity to escape. But now it seemed she had thought too much. Wow! Mistake? Ning Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, while secretly cursing her own foolishness. As a reporter, Ning Xiaoxiao had read about the infamous 18 Knives killer, who had rampaged through the subway unstoppable and killed 13 people in a short time. One crucial reason was that this madman was a second-level martial artist. Now that he had become a killer, his strength was surely only stronger, if not weaker. He might have even reached the level of a powerful killer. There was no way Ning Xiaoxiao could handle him. The killer grinned, seemingly mocking Ning Xiaoxiao's arrogance, as he examined her alluring figure, apparently considering where to make an incision to enhance her beauty. Tears of despair streamed down Ning Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she looked. At the moment the killer raised his sharp knife, she saw no hope for survival. "Am I going to die?" Ning Xiaoxiao thought in despair. But just as she saw the killer's dagger about to fall, a hand reached out from the side, precisely grabbing the killer's wrist, while a teasing voice came from behind the killer. "Bro, this is my territory. Are you killing here without my permission?" A question caught the killer ghost off guard. He never expected that the subway would have territories. How was he unaware of this? Turning around, he saw a strikingly handsome guy. Who else could it be but Yimo? "Do you dare to ruin my plan? Are you looking for death? Don't worry, kill this girl and you'll be next." The killer ghost cruelly licked the blood on his face, and that ferocious expression on his eerie face became extremely terrifying. But Yimo seemed unfazed by the killer ghost's threat, sporting a smile even more arrogant than the ghost's, raising the knife in his hand and continued to say to the killer ghost,
"Buddy, we're both in this line of work, don't you recognize me? I do this too. I came over to greet you while you were working."
She had initially thought this person, who appeared out of nowhere, was there to save her unexpectedly. Like the Knife 18, he was also a killer ghost. With two killer ghosts teaming up against her, how could she withstand? Just when Ning Xiaoxiao was lost in her thoughts, the killer ghost found himself speechless before Yimo. Couldn't the killer ghost see that Yimo was human? He could smell the human scent from far away. He came over pretending to be eerie, and even tried to get close. It was the first time he saw someone trying to get close to something strange. It was such a bizarre thought process. Soon the killer ghost understood that this might be a cunning human's new escape method, wanting to get close to the strange being and plead for it not to kill him. But this human was overthinking. In front of the strange being, all beings are equal. It would not spare any living person.
"All right. You say you're a killer ghost, tell me how many have you killed?" "I killed 18, how about you?"
The killer ghost sneered, preparing to unmask Yimo and then eliminate him. But then, he heard Yimo dismissively say,
"Only 18. Brother, your skills are lacking. I've killed 190, if I kill a few more it will be 200.
Hearing Yimo's response, the killer ghost exclaimed in disbelief, "You really are a braggart. There aren't even 100 humans in the subway station at Samba Square. How can you tell me you killed 190 people? Using this era's tax-free nonsense, are you just making it up?"
"Is what you're saying honest?"
The killer ghost angrily said, feeling insulted.
"I've multiplied it by 10. I swear on the lights what I said is 100% multiplied by 10. I can be responsible for what I said."
Yimo killed 19 strange beings at the subway station of Go, multiplying by 10 equals 190. No problem. It's just that what Yimo killed were not humans, but strange beings. Seeing the killer ghost's eyes turn red and his anger rise, Yimo felt that the emotions had brewed enough, so he said to the killer ghost,
"I have something very important to tell you. As the saying goes, colleagues or rivals, I want to exchange some killing techniques with you. I've heard you're called Knife 18, able to stab a person 18 times, avoiding vital points, making them bleed and suffer to death. But I think your killing techniques are weak and your fame doesn't match your abilities. You can't compare to my knife skills. I have a set of knife techniques called chaotic killing, able to stab a person 188 times and they won't die. I came here to challenge you. Let's see whose killing skills are higher. If I lose, I'll commit suicide on the spot."
"If you lose, you have to leave this area. Just right here's a ready-made test subject. I ask you if you dare." Yimo's provocative words evidently ignited the killer ghost's fury. This guy was a bold and aggressive type in life. After dying, he turned into a fierce ghost even more so. If someone doubts his killing skills, that wouldn't do. This was simply a question of his professionalism. The killer ghost immediately shifted his focus from Ning Xiaoxiao to Yimo, licking the knife in his hand, and viciously said to Yimo,
"All right. It's the first time I've heard someone dare to compete with me in killing techniques. Let's have some fun. If you stab 188 times and the person dies, you have to die in her place."
The killer ghost didn't believe anyone could survive 188 stabs. He had a deep understanding of human anatomy and wouldn't dare to boast about it. How could this human dare to? The killer ghost waited for Yimo to fail so he could kill this death-seeking human.
"No problem. Fair and reasonable."
Yimo calmly accepted the killer ghost's challenge and then pressed the killer ghost against the wall, not giving him a chance to react, and stabbed him 188 times in one breath. "Killer ghost, I asked you to stab someone for demonstration. Why did you stab me?" What's even more infuriating is that, after stabbing the killer ghost 188 times, Yimo patted the ghost's face and said,
"See, you're still alive. I told you my chaotic killing technique is unmatched. Once the technique is unleashed, who can rival it? You've been stabbed and are still alive."
"Just asking you, are you convinced?"
Hearing Yimo's words, the killer ghost, with barely half of his life left, was almost in tears.
"I asked you to stab someone. Why did you stab me?"
"If you want to conduct an experiment, why don't you stab yourself?"
Yimo looked at the killer ghost as if he were foolish.
"Stabbing myself would hurt. I don't have a tendency for self-harm. Why would I stab myself? I'm not stupid."
The killer ghost felt like crying. "You may not be foolish, but what about me? If you stab me, I won't feel pain anymore. Saying this won't your conscience feel uneasy. Although Yemo's knife didn't injure the head or heart being stabbed so many times, the killer ghost couldn't take it. If it weren't for his robust physique, he would be meeting his great-grandmother underground by now. The killer ghost never imagined that one day he would be pinned against a wall by a human and stabbed 188 times. A full 188 stabs. The killer ghost wanted to ask Yemo upon meeting, why stab me 188 times? Is that your idea of politeness?
Ding. High-level killer ghost is infuriated, angered, and agitated, eerie energy leaking out in large amounts. Dragon Demon Fist automatically operates to absorb, gaining 10 vitality points.
Infuriated and agitated. Translated, it means you're not convinced, right? Good. Yemo likes this kind of rebellious ghost. If the eerie being's mindset collapses too quickly, he won't have the chance to repeatedly harvest vitality points.
Come on! You're a killer ghost, and I'm a ghost killer. Considering how well we get along, I'll give you an extra hour.
And I'll give you a full set of 188 stabbing services. No need to thank me, my service is just that thorough. I want every client who passes through my hands to feel like they're being treated like a god. I'm a ghost killer, and that's professional. Hearing Yemo's taunt, the killer anomaly knew that Yemo was about to stab him again. A total of 188 stabs. Even though he was an anomaly, he couldn't withstand such frequent assaults. And he even made every client feel like they were in the presence of a deity. I see you want to send me to meet God. Another 188 stabs, and even if he doesn't die, the killer anomaly will be half crippled.
I will fight you to the death.
The killer anomaly roared in frustration. Being a high-level malevolent anomaly, he had the ability to retaliate. With his right hand, which was not under Yemo's control, a blade shrouded in black smoke appeared out of thin air, slicing towards Yemo. In a flash of afterimages, the killer anomaly stabbed Yemo 18 times in one breath. With a loud crack, Yemo, radiating golden light, and protected by an indestructible physique, remained unscathed. The anomaly's blade shattered into two halves. Staring at the broken weapon in his hand, the killer anomaly fell into deep thought. What kind of food did this kid grow up on to be so tough? Yemo chuckled. He was a 4-tier warrior protected by an indestructible physique at a masterful level. If you can break through my defenses, I'll take your surname. Yemo brushed off the dust from his clothes.
Is that all? I stood here for you to kill me, and you couldn't even do that. With such a lack of skill, you dared to come out and embarrass us assassins. You're finished, and now it's my turn.
Seeing Yemo approach with a smile, the killer anomaly felt an unprecedented fear.
Don't come any closer. Ah.
The high-level malevolent killer anomaly was terrified to the extreme, and his malevolent aura leaked out significantly. The Dragon Demon Fist automatically activated to absorb it, gaining 20. 0 vitality points. After being released by the killer anomaly, Ning Xiaoxiao looked at the anomaly being tortured by Yemo, crying for help. No matter how you looked at it, it was simply unbelievable. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Ning Xiaoxiao wouldn't dare to believe that there was such a ruthless person in this world, one even feared by anomalies. Especially when the killer anomaly was finally defeated by Yemo, he even showed a relieved smile. My God. What kind of pain could make a vicious anomaly feel that death was a form of relief? Is this something a human can do?
Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a high-level malevolent killer anomaly, gaining 400 years of vitality. By subduing the anomaly with virtue, the Dragon Demon Fist absorbed an additional 50 vitality points.
Yemo nodded in satisfaction. 400 years of vitality was just enough to replenish the vitality he had already exhausted. 50 vitality points, it was worth it for Yemo to stab this anomaly so many times, considering it a labor fee. After defeating the killer anomaly, Yemo had a rough estimate of his strength. With his current power, dealing with high-level malevolent anomalies was a breeze. He hadn't encountered a death-defying anomaly yet, but Yemo estimated that even if he did with his current strength, he could probably handle it. Anomalies are classified into levels: Ghost, Fear, Soul, Malevolent, Anomaly, Death-defying, Nightmare, Calamity. After dealing with the killer anomaly, seeing Yemo approach her, Ning Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she was at a loss for words. She shook her head and waved her hands, desperately backing away.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Spare me, and I'll do anything!
Seeing Ning Xiaoxiao, this adorable girl, so scared, Yemo felt quite pained. Damn anomaly, look at how scared you've made this girl. Yemo then spoke to comfort her.
Don't worry, the anomaly is dead. You don't need to be afraid anymore.
Ning Xiuxiu. What I fear isn't the anomaly. What I fear is you. You're much scarier than the anomaly.
Ding. The aspiring warrior Ning Xiaoxiao is terrified by you, her vitality leaking out.
The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically activated, absorbing 0.01 vitality points.
Emo's expression suddenly froze. What's going on?
This girl is afraid of me. I didn't expect her to be so kawaii, but unfortunately, she seems a bit mentally challenged at a young age. Why are you afraid of me? After finally calming down, Ning Xiaoxiao cautiously asked.
Are you a living person?
Emo smiled.
What else could I be? If I were an anomaly, would you still be alive?
Ning Xiuxiu. There's nothing wrong with that logic. If Emo were an anomaly, her fate would surely be no better than that of the killer anomaly. Just looking at how ruthless Emo's strikes were, even anomalies couldn't withstand them, let alone her. After carefully observing Ning Xiuxiu, Emo paused and pulled her up, asking,
You wouldn't happen to be a reporter, would you?
Ning Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up.
How did you know? Do you know me?
Emo indeed guessed correctly, smiling.
You look like Wang Bingbing, and have quite the curves. I figured you must be a reporter.
One must admit that Emo's judgment criteria were quite unique. Being teased by Emo for her curves, Ning Xiaoxiao understood immediately. Her face turned red, feeling like she was no longer pure. But speaking of which, who is Wang Bingbing? Realizing she had misunderstood Emo, Ning Xiaoxiao blushed and apologized, introducing herself. Emo looked at Ning Xiaoxiao a few more times. Despite her beauty and curves, she was quite polite and felt more approachable than Luo Fupa.
You must be a rescue personnel sent from above.
That's great. There are still many trapped civilians that need rescue. I'll take you there.
After confirming Emo was a rescue personnel, Ning Xiaoxiao happily wanted to lead him to find those who were hiding.
Emo pointed behind Ning Xiuxiu.
No need, they're all out now.
Ning Xiaoxiao turned around to see indeed. After confirming that Emo had dealt with the killer anomaly, the group of trapped passengers without Ning Xiuxiao's invitation one by one came out voluntarily, surrounding Emo and Ning Xiaoxiao. This scene left Ning Xiaoxiao speechless. During the incident, this group of people were as timid as frightened rabbits, but once it was over, they all rushed out, eager not to miss the rescue. When it was time to take responsibility, no one could be found, but when the good things came, they jumped out faster than rabbits. This truly reflects the current state of ordinary people. Ning Xiaoxiao sighed internally. She didn't actually look down on these people's actions. In this apocalyptic era, ordinary people have no ability to resist when faced with anomalies. Without rescue, they could only plead for their own luck. To put it bluntly, this group of people were also a bunch of pitiful souls who couldn't control their own destinies. Most people in the world are like this. However, the situation that followed began to gradually deviate from Ning Xiaoxiao's expectations. A group of people were thrilled to see Emo come to their rescue. Some elderly people even said to Ning Xiaoxiao,
Girl, you're really lucky to encounter danger and have such a handsome boyfriend come to save you.
Ning Xiaoxiao, seeing the misunderstanding, waved her hands and blushed as she explained.
No, this brother Emo is not my boyfriend. I just graduated from university and am doing my internship. I don't have a boyfriend yet.
Upon hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's response, the elderly people began laughing even more joyfully, completely oblivious to the grim expressions they had just moments ago due to the strange encounter.
That's even better.
Suddenly, an elderly lady squeezed to the front of the crowd, grabbing Emo's sleeve and smiling broadly.
Young man, I really like you.
Emo was bewildered. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Something was off. What did this elderly lady want? Noticing Emo's discomfort, the elderly lady realized her words had been misunderstood and quickly clarified.
Young man, don't get me wrong. I have a daughter about your age, and she's quite beautiful. I guarantee you'll be smitten once you see her.
After saying this, the elderly lady took out a photo and stuffed it into Emo's hand while playfully patting his arm and giggling.
Since you saved me, I'll give my daughter to you as a wife.
Emo was left speechless. For saving my life, you're offering me your daughter. Is everyone so generous nowadays? Is it trendy to give away daughters? Fortunately, other elderly people nearby explained Emo's confusion. One elderly lady criticized the one who made the offer, saying,
Isn't it just because he looks young and handsome, and he's a martial artist, that you want to get closer to him? You didn't even ask for the young man's name or background before saying such things. Is that polite?
The elderly lady's rebuttal was quickly supported by others, but there were still some who disagreed, leading to a lively debate among the crowd.
This young man is so impressive, he must be a martial artist from the Jingui division. May I ask how old you are, where you live, and what your salary is? Come on, does that question even matter? He's so young and already a martial artist. From what we saw earlier, he must be a high-level first-tier martial artist. Where can we find such a young and handsome first-tier martial artist? Where in the entire safety city? No. 188 can we find someone like him? Enough talk, let's just go for it. Young man, I also have 2 granddaughters, and they are quite beautiful. Come over and see if you find someone you like. If you do, feel free to take them all. I have a granddaughter too, but she's only 15 this year. But that's alright, feelings can develop over time.
Seeing the eager expressions of the elderly people, Yemo realized just how in demand martial artists were in the matchmaking market. They hadn't even left the strange domain, and it had turned into a large-scale matchmaking event. Yemo understood that it was precisely because he was a martial artist that these elderly people were so enthusiastic. In this world, being a martial artist represented a higher social class. Many people struggling at the bottom wanted to transcend their status. If they couldn't become martial artists themselves, they could only hope to marry their family members off to one. This comical scene, seemingly a farce, was indeed happening in this apocalyptic era. It was evident how sought after the identity of a martial artist was in this era. Many young male passengers were enviously watching Yemo being besieged by the elderly, tears of envy streaming down their faces. While they were working hard to earn money for a bride price and a house, Yemo was already being offered daughters. People can be so unfair. They also wanted to be surrounded, but they had no such opportunity. Ning Xiao was also left speechless. She hadn't expected Yemo to be so popular. Had she missed something? Fortunately, Yemo was not someone easily swayed by soft affection. Women would only affect his speed in drawing his sword. There was nothing that could compare to the scent of a strange entity that could become life points. After a round of appeasement, the elderly decided to leave first and talk to Yemo in detail later. This was also Yemo's strategy to buy time. Once these elderly people left, he wouldn't care who they were. But just as the group was about to leave, Yemo sensed something was off.
The temperature has dropped even lower.
Indeed, Yemo suddenly noticed that the temperature around them had not only failed to rise after the death of the killer, but had instead grown even colder. Feeling that bone-chilling cold, one truth emerged: there was still something strange in this place. Perhaps it was an entity even more powerful than the killer. Such a noticeable chill was not only felt by Yemo, Ning Xiao, and the others sensed it too.
So cold. Wasn't the killer dead? Why is the temperature in this subway still like this? How strange. Did the subway turn on the cold air conditioning? Could it be that there's still a strange entity? Don't talk nonsense. I also saw the subway incident at Samba Square. There was only the killer as the criminal from start to finish.
The strange entity's revival meant that this person had become a strange entity. How could there possibly be another one? We finally escaped, don't scare me. As people discussed anxiously, some speculated there was still a strange entity, while others, relieved to have escaped, expressed disbelief. However, Ning Xiao, a reporter, happened to know the truth of the matter.
Perhaps there really is still a strange entity.
Ning Xiao spoke, her face pale.
The report you saw was the official narrative, but you don't know the subsequent events. Back then, our newspaper had investigators delve deep to find out where the killer came from and why his personality had become so twisted. Later, it was discovered that the killer had a father who was a third-tier martial artist and a mother who belonged to the demon race. During a demon hunting operation by the Jinyao division, his demon mother was killed in front of him and his father was left crippled. This incident caused a drastic change in his father's personality, who instilled in him the ideology of destroying humanity to avenge his mother, telling him that the guilty party was not his mother, but this world. Under the influence of such extreme thoughts, the subway incident at Samba Square followed. In fact, before this incident, the killer had already committed dozens of crimes.
They just hadn't been caught yet. Later, when the killer died, the police followed the clues to find his father's residence, but unfortunately by that time his father had already set himself ablaze, killing himself.
If a person filled with resentment can become a strange entity after death, then his father's grudge is no less than that of the killer. He was a third-tier martial artist in life. After death, he could have transformed into an even more powerful strange entity. Really?
Yi Mo's eyes lit up, leaving Ning Xiaoxiao speechless.
Why are you excited about the fact that we are about to encounter an even more terrifying strange entity? So there is such a story. Even the most detestable person must have their pitiable aspects. Is the mother of this murderer a demon? No wonder their methods are so ruthless. In this era, intermarriage between humans and demons is taboo. How dare a third-level warrior do such a thing? What a waste of a promising future. Regardless, encountering the vengeance for the murder of a wife and being crippled in the process, the resentment involved is understandable. Later, when the son, his self-immolation was within reason. A group of people debated among themselves, but then they heard Ning Xiaoxiao shake her head and say the murderer's father didn't self-immolate solely because of his son's death. Later investigations revealed that the main reason was a letter. He received a letter sent by the murderer's mother. It turns out that the murderer's mother, the demon, is still alive. Everything was just an act for the father and son. She reported herself to the Demon Suppression Division, allowing them to find her, and later faked her own death to drive the father and son into madness and seek revenge on society,
to achieve the goal of undermining humanity.
After learning the truth, the father felt deceived and despairing. In a moment of utter hopelessness, he chose to self-immolate. There are too many secrets of the demon race hidden within, which is why the news didn't report it. Everyone exclaimed, "No way." They never expected there would be a twist at the end. It turns out this was all a conspiracy of the demon race. Damn demons. What clever tactics. As the saying goes, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, yet these demons would betray their own children. One can believe in countless lies, but never trust the words of a demon. To undermine humanity, these demons truly stop at nothing. Upon hearing this story, Yi Mo felt sorrow for the father and son murderer betrayed by their own mother for a lifetime. This is even crueler than being cuckolded.
The demon race is also one of the 3 plagues of this apocalypse. They are a group of varied beasts. The demon race has the ability to transform into human forms, hiding within human society, causing chaos at will. Yi Mo had heard of the demon race's infamous name, but had never seen one. It seems that this group of demons is adept at hiding. Those who reveal themselves have all been eliminated by the Demon Suppression Division. Regardless, the urgent task at hand is to resolve the emerging anomaly. No matter how pitiable they seem, once transformed into an anomaly, they become monsters that kill anyone in sight. Moreover, this particular person before him may not be harmless either. Yi Mo did not wait long before he saw a hunchback figure slowly walking down the dark corridor, resembling an elderly man who limped awkwardly, his skin charred as if he had been burned. Clearly, this was the pitiful state of the anomaly at the time of its death. Yi Mo sensed an unprecedented aura of eeriness from this anomaly. Before he could act, the hunchbacked anomaly spoke. "You killed my son. I will kill you. No one present shall escape. Go kill him." The voice was filled with mockery and madness. While Yi Mo was puzzled about who the hunchbacked anomaly was talking to, Ning Xiaoxiao quickly picked up a dagger from the ground and lunged at Yi Mo. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Ning Xiaoxiao shouted urgently, "Brother, you know, I can't control myself. I am being controlled. This is the word spirit technique. Only high-level anomalies can possess this ability. Words follow the law of action, having the power to manipulate human hearts and objects. Only anomalies above the life and death level can use the word spirit technique. Brother, you quickly dodge, don't let me injure you." Upon hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's warning, the crowd was even more astonished. The word spirit technique, it turned out, was indeed the legendary word spirit technique. They had seen reports regarding it. When an anomaly's power reaches a certain level, it may be born capable of controlling human actions through mere words, even altering events around them. This ability is known as the word spirit technique. Just as Ning Xiaoxiao said, anomalies with the word spirit technique must be above the life and death level. Thinking of the term life and death level, the crowd felt a chill run through them, sensing that something was very wrong. Life and death level anomalies belong to a high tier of anomalies. Many shelters for the population have been destroyed by life and death level anomalies. If they remain in the safe city and life and death level anomalies are not quickly eliminated, it would pose a serious threat to the safe city. There have been precedents where a safe city was slaughtered by life-and-death level anomalies resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. Now they have encountered a life-and-death level anomaly. Is this hitting the jackpot? Even more dangerous is that Ning Xiaoxiao and EMO-1 is under control, and the other is the target of assassination. Just then EMO comforted.
As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall.
Upon hearing this, everyone felt as if they had found their backbone. His words were so imposing. It seems the martial artist has already found a solution to the problem. No need for them to worry. Then EMO waved his hand, as if nothing were wrong.
It's fine, go ahead and stab. With your meager abilities, if you can injure even a hair on me, I'll consider myself defeated.
Ning Xiaoxiao. The crowd. So your solution is to let Ning Xiaoxiao stab at will. More helpless was Ning Xiaoxiao, old friend. Your words cut deep. Being controlled by an anomaly had already made Ning Xiaoxiao anxious, but hearing Emo's words made her even sadder. It was as if she was never considered a threat at all. Could this be the sorrow of being useless in battle? Ding. Your words have left the martial artist Ning Xiaoxiao feeling mixed emotions, blood surging. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically activates, absorbing 0.01 points of blood energy. Ding. Your words have left the ordinary person Fan Emo utterly speechless, blood surging. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically activates, absorbing 0.001 points of blood energy. Ding. Your words have left the ordinary person Zhang Chong utterly speechless, blood surging. The heavenly gift body refinement technique automatically activates, absorbing 0.001 points of blood energy. Ding. Even the smallest mosquito is still a piece of meat. Emo would not miss any opportunity to collect blood energy. He was a professional at collecting blood energy. The hunchbacked anomaly looked speechlessly at the man and woman before him. If Ning Xiaoxiao was just simply stabbing Emo and couldn't break through his defenses, that would be one thing, but what was Emo doing? He was treating Ning Xiaoxiao's attack as acupuncture, and even pointed out several pressure points for her to use while stabbing. From such a distance, they could hear Emo's comfortable exclamations, like "so comfortable, so refreshing, girl, you're really good at this." With Emo's attitude, the hunchbacked anomaly was utterly speechless. What's going on? I attack you, and it seems you've entered a spa-like experience. I wanted the girl to kill ye, Emo, not for you two to flirt with each other. One red-faced from shyness, the other feeling good from being stabbed. Is this even a human operation? Feeling inexplicably fed a handful of dog food, the hunchbacked anomaly, who had once been betrayed by his wife, felt that everything was going wrong. Psychologically, he suffered 1,200,000 points of damage. Showing affection before me, I will definitely kill you. Ding. The primary life and death level anomaly was incensed by your provocative actions, rage spilling over. The dragon demon fist automatically activates to absorb blood energy, value increases by 10. 0. Emo heard the sound of increasing blood energy and thought, is this old man really that temperamental? You can't handle a little show of affection. No wonder you're a damaged anomaly.
Emo was amazed that this anomaly was simply angry, increasing his blood energy by 10. 0.
Emo explained 666. This is truly a life and death level anomaly. Emo had always wanted to encounter a life and death level anomaly, and he didn't expect to meet one now. If this were before, Emo might have worried about whether he was a match for a life and death level anomaly. But now, he had no such concerns.
Useless trash. You can't even kill one person. Just kill yourself.
The inducing anomaly continued, and Ning Xiaoxiao's body uncontrollably moved toward her neck with the blade. If Emo hadn't been quick enough to snatch the knife from her hand, she would have cut her own throat.
Useless. I command her to die, and she cannot escape. What good is it that you took her knife?
The inducer grinned wickedly. Ning Xiaoxia, just as the inducer said, even without a dagger in hand, charged towards the nearby stone pillar, as if seeking death, appearing to want to smash herself to pieces. She was so frightened that tears welled in her eyes. At this rate would she not die? Even if Emo had saved her 100 times, her body was very honest, desperately trying to find ways to die. This was beyond her control. Just a single sentence could determine life and death. This inducer was terrifying. It was not something a mere human could contend with. Just when Ning Xiaoxiao was in despair, Emo suddenly pulled her over. Ning Xiaoxiao struggled in Yemo's embrace, but her feeble strength was like that of a chick in front of Yemo. Yemo used the Great Seal technique to tap on Ning Xiaoxiao a few times, sealing the power of the language spirit technique within her, allowing her to regain control of her body.
"Ah, I'm fine."
Ning Xiaoxiao looked at her body in disbelief. She didn't expect that Yemo could seal such a deadly and bizarre ability with just 2 gentle taps. His skill was truly extraordinary.
"As long as I'm here, what do you have to fear? Just hide behind me,"
Yemo said to Ning Xiaoxiao. Ning Xiaoxiao shyly nodded, her heart racing. Such a bold statement. Who wouldn't want a hero riding a rainbow to rescue them in times of danger? Ning Xiaoxiao gazed at Yemo with shining eyes. At that moment, Yemo stood before her like a towering tree, shielding her from the storm. Taking advantage of the moment, Yemo patted the little girl's head, and surprisingly, Ning Xiaoxiao didn't dodge. She only lowered her head even deeper. Seeing this, the inducer was fuming, thinking, "I came here to kill, not to watch you two flirt." For the 3rd time, they were flirting. Did they think I didn't exist?
Ding. The inducer regurgitated dog food, its anger spilling over. The Dragon Demon Fist automatically activates and absorbs, gaining 20 points of vitality.
Another 20 points of vitality in the bag. Yemo exclaimed in delight. This way, he could flirt with girls and gain vitality points. Where else could he find such good fortune?
"You can't even kill one person. Useless,"
Yemo complained to the inducer. The inducer stomped its feet in frustration, realizing that the words it had directed at Ning Xiaoxiao were now being thrown back at it.
"You bite your tongue and die. You bow your head and perish."
The inducer used the language spirit technique on Yemo. Since it couldn't control others to kill Yemo, it decided to make Yemo kill himself. This method was not without merit. Unfortunately, Yemo had the Great Seal technique, completely countering the inducer's language spirit technique. Yemo merely tapped his fingers on himself a couple of times and sealed the inducer's language power.
"You can't even kill one person. Useless."
Yemo flicked the dust off his clothes and continued to complain to the inducer.
"You, a deadly level anomaly, have such little ability. You're going to lose all your face. Are you the legendary master of taunts with no other abilities aside from your verbal jabs?"
The language spirit technique was insulted as mere taunts by this kid. Which living person had not been toyed with until they were at death's door upon encountering the language spirit technique? Yet Yemo did indeed possess this capability. The inducer had no idea what kind of extraordinary means Yemo had employed to render its language spirit technique ineffective. The language spirit technique was one of the inducer's trump cards. Being countered by Yemo left the inducer feeling powerless. This was the first time it had felt this way in front of a human. Fortunately, as a deadly level anomaly, the inducer had other trump cards. Suddenly, the inducer emitted strange notes from its mouth, and the subway was filled with a chilling wind. One by one, anomalies crawled out from the dark corners. These anomalies were transformed from humans killed by the inducer. Others did not recognize these sudden anomalies, but Ning Xiaoxiao, who had studied at the martial arts university, did.
"These are the servant anomalies. High-level anomalies that serve the powerful. It is said that humans killed by high-level anomalies have a certain probability of becoming servant anomalies controlled by high-level anomalies. The combat power of servant anomalies may not be very strong, but most of them bear some disgusting curse power that can weaken those who kill them."
Ning Xiaoxiao was worried about the curse power of the servant anomalies, while others were terrified by their sheer numbers.
"So many anomalies. With this many anomalies, there must be at least 10. Are we falling into a den of anomalies? Get us home. I want to go home." "Don't panic, we still have the martial artist here. Let's see what the martial artist says." "That's right. We will do everything as the martial artist says. He is a master sent by the Anomaly Suppression Division. He must have a way."
A crowd fell into chaos, ultimately placing their hopes on Yemo. After all, Yemo was the only martial artist among them. Relying on him was certainly the right choice. Seeing that the crowd mistook him for a member of the Zhengui Division, Yemo chose not to explain. The Zhengui Division was an official violent department specifically dealing with the bizarre. Being misunderstood in this way wasn't so bad. Sometimes having an official title was more beneficial for maintaining control over the situation. Looking at the nearly 10 bizarre creatures that appeared on the scene, Yemo suppressed the urge to drool. How did this inducing creature know that EMO was lacking in life force, and summoned a group of lunchboxes to deliver life force to him? A small gift, but a great sentiment given the inducing creature's thoughtfulness. EMO decided to take this job. With his current strength, he was not afraid of even the deadliest creatures, so why would he fear a group of lesser bizarre beings? To reassure the crowd, EMO spoke up.
Everyone rest assured. As a master of the Jinggui division, a mere group of bizarre beings is nothing to worry about when entrusted to me, EMO. I can make them lie down in 3 seconds when they dare survive for 10 seconds. A mere group of low-level bizarre beings is insufficient to instill fear. EMO pounded his chest in assurance, vowing to eliminate this group of bizarre beings so that everyone could feel at ease.
Hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd, for he was indeed a master of the Jinmo division, calm amid chaos, and accomplished at a young age. In such circumstances, he was confident enough to take on the major responsibility of repelling the bizarre beings. At that moment, EMO pointed at one of the bizarre beings and declared,
"You die from a head explosion. You die from a heart extraction. You die from asphyxiation."
Hearing EMO's words, the crowd's thoughts became lively once again.
Could it be that this martial artist also knows the art of verbal techniques? Who knows, perhaps the masters of the Jinggui division have a variety of techniques. The tone of this martial artist is exactly like that of the verbal techniques. It must be the verbal techniques. Did you not hear how the martial artist has already stated the ways for this group of bizarre beings to die? To be able to use the verbal techniques that only high-level bizarre beings can possess, this martial artist must be truly extraordinary, 1 in a million. To encounter the rescue of Lord Yi during this dangerous time is truly a blessing for us. Indeed. Indeed.
The crowd exclaimed excitedly. Even the inducing creature found it hard to believe. A human can use verbal techniques. Aren't verbal techniques supposed to be activated only through the power of bizarre beings? How could a human possibly do that? But if EMO couldn't do it, what was his purpose in saying such things?
Could it be mere bravado?
The inducing creature thought coldly, waiting to see EMO make a fool of himself. But the next second, he saw EMO surrounded by golden light resembling a small golden figure. The unbreakable golden body empowered EMO to ignore the defenses of this group of bizarre beings charging into their ranks, as if entering an unguarded realm. EMO was the first to rush to the front of one bizarre creature, the one he had previously declared would die from a head explosion. Ignoring the bizarre creature's claw reaching for him, EMO retaliated with a punch. A move infused with black dragon energy, the dragon demon fist directly struck the creature's head, shattering it.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a mid-level malevolent being and gaining 200 years of life force.
One punch. Instant kill of a mid-level malevolent being. EMO shook his hand.
Is that all? I said for you to die from a head explosion, and that's exactly what you did.
This clean and decisive method left the crowd dumbfounded.
Wow.
So it turns out that this was physical verbal technique. So you can say who dies by whom. When EMO killed the killing bizarre being, only Ning Xiaoxiao was present, while others did not witness EMO's attack, and thus had no intuitive sense of his power. But this time EMO slaughtered fiercely before their eyes, and the crowd finally realized how formidable EMO's strength was. One person single-handedly rendered 10 bizarre beings completely powerless. The attacks from the bizarre beings against EMO were no different from mere tickles. In contrast, EMO's retaliatory punches dictated how this group of bizarre beings would perish. The one who was named to die from heart extraction had his heart shattered with a single punch. The one who was said to die from asphyxiation had his neck snapped in two. After EMO quickly dealt with this group of bizarre beings, he then turned his attention to the inducing creature. The inducing creature was banging its head on the ground, having previously declared that EMO would die from banging his head. It never expected this curse would come true upon itself. The crowd had never seen anything like this. It was their first time witnessing a deadly bizarre being banging its head repeatedly, with the ground cracking and shaking and brain matter spilling out. Could it be that it was truly backfiring from its own verbal techniques?
This is not a backfire. This is psychological intimidation. I have heard that martial artists possess a powerful martial skill known as psychological intimidation. By emanating their own aura, they can instill an overwhelming fear within bizarre beings, making them unable to resist. It makes them realize the reality of their situation and regret their actions. Due to overwhelming fear, bizarre beings might even resort to actions like banging their heads in surrender. I have also heard of this legendary martial skill. I heard it is extremely difficult to master. Not only must one have extraordinary strength, but also unparalleled talent.
Those who can use the psychological intimidation skill are undoubtedly extraordinary powers men who possess royal qualities. A martial artist with this skill is a rarity in the world.
I never expected to witness this legendary skill today. What a great fortune. Who would have thought Yemo is so formidable, not only capable of using verbal techniques, but also psychological intimidation. Verbal techniques unparalleled in the world. Psychological intimidation terrifying indeed. Lord Yi is truly a model martial artist, a savior for us.
The crowd was filled with admiration for Yemo's abilities. They were utterly amazed. However, the inducing creature was about to be driven to madness by Yemo's methods. This verbal technique had turned into a physical verbal technique, and that was just the beginning. Psychological intimidation. What does that even mean? Yemo was moving at incredible speed, utilizing a second-tier martial skill for stealth, directly merging into the shadows, and stealthily running behind the inducing creature. Before the inducing creature could react, Yemo pressed its head down and banged it repeatedly on the ground. Damn. The young man fights without honor by launching a sneak attack. Is this what you call psychological intimidation? The inducing creature's mentality completely collapsed under Yemo's chaotic actions.
Ding. The inducing creature's mentality has shattered due to your actions, causing its bizarre energy to overflow greatly. The dragon demon fist automatically absorbs and operates, increasing vitality by 50.
0. Surely he is a person with a sense of justice. However, to be fair, Yemo indeed possesses ruthless methods and numerous schemes, but his strength is undeniably formidable. The induced anomalies are fundamentally different from the ordinary ones. They carry a cursed power. Anyone who attacks them or kills them will be afflicted with layers of a weakening curse, significantly reducing their vitality. Having killed 10 induced anomalies, Yemo effectively stacked 10 layers of weakening curses. Despite this, he was still able to bounce back and fiercely slam the induced anomaly's head into the ground. Although he is not a powerhouse in terms of brute strength, as a life-threatening level anomaly, how could his power be weak? Yet this little strength was easily controlled by Yemo. It is evident how strong Yemo's abilities are. This time the induced anomaly was finally certain of one thing: he had hit a hard wall. After thoroughly beating the induced anomaly, Yemo shattered its head and heart, successfully claiming the reward for killing it.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a junior life-threatening anomaly, obtaining 600 years of vitality, as the vitality reward already reached 600 years. Hearing the system's reward notification, Yemo felt a glimmer of hope for his future. A junior life-threatening anomaly can yield 600 years of vitality, so one can only imagine how substantial the rewards for higher-level anomalies will be. Especially after this kill, Yemo gained a deeper understanding of his own strength. With Yemo's current abilities, dealing with junior life-threatening anomalies poses no problem, and he estimates that he could also handle intermediate-level life-threatening anomalies. In the future, if he encounters similar types of anomalies, Yemo will be even more confident. It's a pity that I was in a rush to the film set, and there were so many burdensome people on site. Otherwise, I could have extracted a bit more vitality from this induced anomaly. The induced anomaly is capable of using language techniques to compel others to commit suicide. Yemo feared that in desperation the induced anomaly might drive this group of passengers to self-harm, so he had to quickly eliminate it.
This is also good. Yemo now has more time to go to the Shingon Street subway station to handle the anomaly revival incident there. Despite the seemingly uncomplicated anomaly incident at the Samba Square subway station, Yemo gained quite a bit from it. Just from the induced anomaly and the murder anomaly, he obtained 1,000 years of vitality. Adding in the little brothers of the induced anomaly, he gained another 2,000 years of vitality.
A total of 3,000 years of vitality.
Yemo glanced at the attribute panel showing a balance of 3,001 years of vitality, feeling suddenly wealthy.
It's a pity there are no martial skills to upgrade. No rush, it's always good to stockpile a bit more vitality.
This thing is definitely beneficial. It will surely prove useful in the future. Let's resolve the issue at Shingon Street. It's said to be quite a serious matter. If things go well this time, the gain should not be less than 5,000 years of vitality. Yemo looked forward to the trip to the Shingon Street subway station. After killing the induced anomaly, the anomaly domain at Samba Square subway station was also lifted. The trapped individuals inside were able to communicate with the outside, and the patrolling team waiting outside rushed in to rescue them, including those elderly folks who had brought Yemo his wife, all of whom were saved by the patrolling team. This is a good thing. Finally, Yemo's ears were at peace, leaving only the stunning Ning Xiaoxiu, who upon learning that Yemo was heading to the Shinglong Street subway station to resolve the anomaly revival incident, insisted on following him in her car.
The Shinglong Street subway station is very far from here. We can't get there without a car. My hover car is right outside, I'll take you.
To persuade Yemo, Ning Xiaoxiu explained.
Such a major incident is bound to be in the headlines. If I catch it, I definitely won't miss it. Big brother Yi, it just happens to be on my way, sharing my car is convenient.
It turns out she wanted to gather news material. Yemo looked at her sparkling eyes, unsure how much of what she said was true. Thinking about the convenience of getting a ride, Yemo nodded and agreed to this arrangement.
Yay!
Ning Xiaoxiu exclaimed joyfully, raising her fist, as if she had won something significant. With Yemo agreeing to her ride, they had more time to chat along the way.
Big brother Yi, did you take on a mission from the martial arts system terminal? If such a mission is completed, it must yield a substantial reward, right?
Ning Xiaoxiu had some understanding of the martial world, and she was aware of the martial arts mission terminal that Luo Fupa provided to Yemo. Yemo glanced at the excited Ning Xiaoxiu and didn't hide the truth from her.
This subway anomaly revival incident came up suddenly, and I didn't access the martial arts mission terminal. I came over immediately without taking on a mission.
Hearing Yemo's response, Ning Xiaoxiu was surprised.
You came without taking on a mission.
Isn't that a significant loss?
Ning Xiaoxiu knew very well how valuable the missions on the terminal were. Given the difficulty of the Samba Square subway station, encountering a life-threatening anomaly, the reward must be in the millions.
Yet Yemo claimed he hadn't taken on a mission. Yemo smiled and shook his head.
You wouldn't understand. Some things cannot be measured with money.
Looking at the vitality points on his attribute panel, he thought indeed. For Yemo, the most important thing is vitality. This is far more useful than money. No matter how much money you have, can you instantly enhance your cultivation? Can you upgrade a martial skill from an absolute beginner to perfection? Impossible. But vitality can achieve that. In Yemo's heart, vitality is the top priority, martial skills second, and money comes last. Yemo felt fortunate that he arrived at the subway station promptly this time. Otherwise, with so many anomalies, if other martial artists had hunted them first, he would have lost out. However, Yemo's words were misinterpreted by Ning Xiaoxiu.
So it's not for money, could it be, to save people?
In Ning Xiaoxiu's perception, coming over in such a hurry, without the prospect of money, could only mean one thing: to save people. Especially upon realizing that the mission hadn't been logged on the martial arts terminal, Ning Xiaoxiu was even more astonished. She knew that without being on the martial arts terminal, it meant the anomaly revival task had not undergone a difficulty assessment. This is akin to a match where you have no idea who your opponents are or how many there are. For martial artists, the risks are immense. Few martial artists would willingly risk their lives by entering a task without a difficulty assessment, especially when this incident even lacked a reward. It would be akin to working for free. Would one really risk their life just to save others? Ning Xiaoxiu secretly glanced at Yemo, seeing the genuine smile on his lips, a heartfelt expression. Indeed, he must be delighted to have rescued the trapped individuals. Such a selfless person must surely have a sense of justice. Ning Xiaoxiu seemed to see a beam of light in her life, no longer feeling lonely. She initially thought that there were few righteous individuals left in this world, but unexpectedly she encountered one. In comparison to Yemo's righteousness, Ning Xiaoxiu suddenly felt that the little justice in her heart was insignificant. As Ning Xiaoxiu looked at Yemo again, aside from admiration, there was an additional feeling. She actually doubted whether such a righteous person came with ulterior motives. Now it seemed that she had underestimated him.
If only I could become someone like Brother Yi!
Ning Xiaoxiu suddenly exclaimed, leaving Yemo a bit perplexed. What was this girl up to? Why was she inexplicably holding on to his arm? Was she trying to take advantage of a successful person? Yemo skillfully withdrew his arm from Ning Xiaoxiu's grasp, avoiding this unpleasant incident. Most importantly, Yemo's straightforwardness not only did not repel Ning Xiaoxiu, but rather made her feel that he was right. After only a few meetings, suddenly grabbing someone's hand was moving a bit too fast. Finally seeing someone she liked, Ning Xiaoxiao found it hard to control herself. Ahem. To cover her embarrassment, Ning Xiaoxiao coughed a couple of times, pointed in a direction, and said,
"My car is over there. Let me take you."
But upon arriving at the scene, looking at the area that had been cleared and set up as a temporary rescue command point, with ambulances flashing red and blue lights, and several tents freshly erected, Ning Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim,
"Where's my car?"
Yes, she had no idea where her car had been taken. This bizarre incident at the Samba Square subway station had caused quite a stir. Although Yemo had rescued dozens of people, many lives had also been lost. The murderer had killed numerous individuals before Yemo arrived, and the victims' families were gathered together for identification. The scene was chaotic, and it was likely that Ning Xiaoxiao's car had long been transported elsewhere. Ning Xiaoxiao made a large circle, but still couldn't see where her car was. What troubled her the most was that without a car, she couldn't take Yemo to the Sirga subway station, losing a chance to spend time together. Due to the bizarre incident, there were no taxis around. Just then Ning Xiaoxiao spotted a neo-electric car with its doors open and the key still in the ignition. She got an idea and called Yemo to get in.
"Is this your car?"
Yemo didn't expect Ning Xiaoxiao to be so wild, liking a purplish red car.
"No, I borrowed it."
Ning Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue.
"For the sake of justice, don't mind these details. We are here to save people."
Yemo just.
"All right."
To just admit it was stolen instead of saying it was borrowed. After spending time with Ning Xiaoxiao, he found her quite interesting. Worried that Yemo might misunderstand her character, Ning Xiaoxiao explained,
"Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Once I drop you off, I will return this car."
With that, Ning Xiaoxiao pressed the accelerator and drove off. Soon the electric car disappeared around a distant corner. Not long after, a patrol team leader named Atai with a scar on his right cheek walked by, grumbling to himself.
"What kind of world is this? 3 bizarre subway revival incidents occurred all at once, and they're all in my jurisdiction. Is this to make me work myself to death?"
Atai complained, as not all officials cared about the lives of ordinary citizens. In these times, a life is as worthless as grass. Take Atai for example. He only cared about how much money this iron rice bowl would bring him, how much profit he could make. And as for the families of the trapped individuals wanting him to lead a rescue, Atai didn't even think twice before refusing. Who would risk their life for a few bucks? Isn't that a joke? It was absolutely impossible for him to risk his life for a rescue. At most, he would gather information and wrap things up. Even more ridiculous was that the young man who had gone in to rescue people seemed to have been saved, but he had not come out.
He couldn't have died in their right.
Atai maliciously speculated. He had not forgotten the grudge of Yemo smashing his car. The newly bought Li Xiang had been smashed into a flat pancake by Yemo, which made him feel furious just thinking about it. Fortunately, he still had another Neo as a backup, so he wouldn't be inconvenienced. But when Atai walked to where he had parked the electric car, looking around, there was no trace of the Neo at all.
"My car was stolen."
Atai never expected that someone would dare to steal a patrol car. Atai sat down on the ground, instantly feeling hopeless in life. At that moment, he not only lost his ambition, but also his Neo. The journey from Samba Square to Shingung Street usually took an hour, but Ning Xiaoxiao ran several red lights and arrived in less than half an hour. According to Ning Xiaoxiao's reasoning, during extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were needed, and at this point, who cared about red lights? To Yemo, Ning Xiaoxiao's actions of running red lights without her own car didn't hurt at all. He just didn't know how the car owner would feel when seeing a series of inexplicable fines later. Just after Yemo got out of the car, he felt a deep sense of crisis. So many people. Not only were there many spectators, but Yemo also saw a lot of martial artists dressed in battle attire. What were these martial artists gathering here for? Were they trying to steal Yemo's business? Yemo felt there was a strong possibility. After all, the bizarre subway revival incident had been going on for so long, the authorities would not just sit idly by. Things had turned bad. Originally developing well, now someone was stealing the wild monsters. Especially when Yemo saw many officials in Jingaisai uniforms, he knew his guess was almost correct. These officials from the Zhengaisai evaluation team were using specialized instruments connected to metal boxes to detect the area. Yemo had seen them on television. The device they used was called a ghoul power detector, capable of checking the strength of the supernatural realm in this area, roughly estimating the danger level of this supernatural domain. Once the detection was completed, tasks would be posted on the martial artist task terminal, allowing external martial artists to accept missions and enter the Shingon Street subway to eliminate the supernatural beings.
That's great, Brother Yi. With so many martial artists here, the Shingon Street subway incident will surely be resolved smoothly. You won't have to take risks.
Ning Xiaoxiao said with relief, happy that Yemo wouldn't need to take unnecessary risks. But Yemo felt no joy at all. He was almost about to cry. This was not about resolving the supernatural, it was simply digging into Yemo's pockets. The supernatural beings in the Shingon Street subway were originally his to deal with. After resolving the first two subway incidents, Yemo had already reached the level of a 4th-level martial artist. According to Yemo's thoughts, with his current strength, entering the Shingon Street subway would be a slaughter. Now it was all ruined. The monsters had been stolen from him. Yemo does not place any hopes on the warrior task system, for with his current evaluation in the warrior task system, as a level 1 warrior, he cannot accept any tasks issued by the Bureau of Anomalies that are above level difficulty. Given the difficulty level of the subway on Shingon Street, it is certainly classified as D level or higher. It could even be D level or C level. What makes Yemo even more distressed is that he has just learned that some warriors have already accepted the task and entered ahead of him. According to the regulations of the Bureau of Anomalies, tasks must be evaluated and the task level confirmed before being published in the task system, allowing these warriors to accept the task. However, there is one exception: warriors directly under official departments and some affiliated warriors from the official alliance can enter the anomaly area ahead of time after simple registration. Once they resolve all the anomalies within the anomaly area, when the Bureau of Anomalies later assesses the danger level of the anomaly resurgence incident, they can still receive rewards based on the assessed danger level. This is tantamount to having a preemptive channel for monster hunting.
Privileges are everywhere.
Yemo sighed helplessly in his heart. The official personnel and alliance members have taken action, and it seems that he will have no part in the Shingon Street subway incident. The alliance refers to an organization formed by warriors coming together, somewhat akin to the mercenary agencies in Yemo's previous world. However, in this world the alliance consists solely of warriors, and the tasks they undertake are far more dangerous, such as retrieving resources from the apocalyptic restricted zones outside safe cities, or hunting demon clans in those caverns, or gathering intelligence on the demon race from their nests. They are all engaged in perilous activities. Just when Yemo thought this task was doomed, a turn of events occurred. Two bloodied alliance members stumbled out from the subway station on Shingon Street, their gruesome appearance startling the onlookers. One had lost his left hand, while the other had lost his right eye. As soon as the two emerged, sharp-eyed warriors recognized them.
Aren't these Zhao Tianxiang and Death Brute A Liang from the Anti-Alliance? How did they get so injured? Zhao Tianxiang and A Liang are both peak level 2 warriors of the Anti-Alliance, quite renowned in the warrior circle of Safe City 188, especially A Liang, known for his reckless fighting style, earning him the nickname Death Brute. This time for the subway task on Shingon Street, A Liang and Zhao Tianxiang were among the first to use the Alliance's privileges to enter the subway and undertake the task. They seem to have entered in good condition, but how could they come out like this? It appears they hadn't been in the subway for long. As soon as the two came out, the medical personnel stationed outside rushed over with a first aid kit and a stretcher to provide treatment. However, Zhao Tianxiang seemed unbothered about treatment, appearing furious, and pushed the doctor, who approached him, to the ground, shouting angrily towards the evaluation team of the Bureau of Anomalies. You deceived me. This is definitely not a level task. Inside there are all anomalies above the death level. Besides A Liang and me, the others in our group are all dead. They died the moment we encountered them. I'm sorry to you all I brought you into this task, and I feel so regretful.
After saying this, Zhao Tianxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the stress. Although Zhao Tianxiang fainted, the information he provided left everyone present shocked.
What the hell? Death level anomalies, is that true? The evaluation group of the Bureau of Anomalies said during the initial test that the strongest anomalies in this subway are only mid-level severe anomalies. What do they mean by death-level anomalies?
Don't underestimate death-level anomalies. They are only one level above severe anomalies, but the danger increases exponentially. Severe anomalies typically result in D-level tasks at most, but once death-level anomalies appear, the task difficulty escalates to C-level. If there are too many death-level anomalies, the difficulty could even reach C-level. It is important to note that the entry threshold for level tasks is level 2 warriors, while the entry threshold for level tasks becomes level 3 warriors. Zhao Tianxiang fainted, but Liang was still conscious. Everyone turned their gaze to Liang, hoping he could provide a clearer explanation.
It was the ghost train. The ghost train has appeared again. Many terrifying anomalies came down from it. We were no match for them at all.
Liang, known as the Death Brute after losing an eye, no longer exhibited any signs of madness, but instead resembled a small rabbit that had been seriously frightened. Even though he had barely escaped, he couldn't help but tremble from the memories of what he had experienced in the subway.
Goodness! The ghost train has appeared again!
As the most bizarre incident in Safe City 188, the ghost train has always been a major concern for the people. The authorities have organized numerous high-level warriors to hunt it down, but all have ended in failure. The ghost train is quite mysterious. No one knows where it comes from or where it hides. Only when the ghost train appears can you catch it if you happen to be at the station where it shows up. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to actively seek out its traces. The officials have tried dozens of times, yet not a single shadow of the ghost train has been found. This is also the main reason why the ghost train cannot be eradicated. With Liang's explanation, the mystery was finally unraveled. It was the appearance of the ghost train that led to the emergence of death-level anomalies within the subway on Xinggong Street. The difficulty of the cleanup skyrocketed. After learning the truth, the warriors on site went from envy to immense relief. They had thought the Alliance warriors had seized a lucrative business opportunity, but unexpectedly they had stumbled upon a life-threatening task.
Fortunately, we are not members of the Alliance, and do not have the privilege to take on tasks first. Otherwise, we would be the ones dying this time. That's right. Those are death-level anomalies, whoever goes and dies. I came here to take on a task, not to seek death.
Just as the warriors were discussing among themselves, a black sedan arrived from which emerged a tall and stunning beauty dressed in a black silk uniform, appearing to be in her late 20s. With wavy hair, a fair complexion, and an impressive figure, she exuded a captivating allure. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman wearing sky-high heels and displaying a cold expression. Not only was she comparable in looks to Luo Fupa, but her commanding aura was equally formidable. Upon stepping out of the car, she followed the guidance of the staff from the Town Anomaly Control Bureau to the temporarily constructed command center to assess the situation and arrange plans. It appeared she was a responsible personnel sent from above, as the bizarre resurgence incident on Xinggong Street was significant. An absolute anomaly had emerged, and mishandling it could lead to disaster for the entire city. Before long, 5 members of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau, each carrying special devices resembling laptops, were dispatched into the Xinggong Street subway. They were likely going to place these special devices inside the subway. As an organization specifically dealing with anomalies, the Town Anomaly Control Bureau naturally possessed various high-tech devices capable of countering anomalies. However, shortly after the 5 advanced team members entered the Xinggong Street subway station, anguished cries echoed from within, which quickly subsided into silence. Clearly, the Town Anomaly Control Bureau team members dispatched to install security devices inside the subway had all perished. These 5 were peak-level warriors of the 2nd rank. This made the beauty with wavy hair's expression even grimmer, her fair face furrowed with a frown that seemed ready to burst into tears.
Wow! This stunning girl is quite impressive. I feel like I'm falling in love. With such looks, there are hardly anyone that can compare in Safety City. No. 188. Come on, do you even know who she is? Who? You don't recognize her. Qin Shuring, the newly appointed Deputy Director of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau in Safety City. No. 188. What? She's that impressive. She looks like she's only in her late 20s, and she's already a Deputy Director. Impressive, my foot. There are 6 Deputy Directors in our Safety City, making her the 7th. Deputy Directors aren't that valuable, but that's still pretty impressive. I'm still stuck doing menial tasks at the lower ranks.
Warriors are quite a gossip-loving bunch, and EMO learned about the information on the newly arrived beauty by eavesdropping for a while. Names, professions, family background, even likes, and what kind of underwear she usually wears became known to him. EMO. Are all warriors this idle nowadays? Speaking of which, this was EMO's first close encounter with the upper echelons of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau. He had only seen them on television before. Despite this group of warriors dismissing Deputy Director Chin as just a pretty face who relied on family connections to rise to power, being new to Safety City No. 188, and lacking connections, influence, and authority. This was only relative to the other deputy directors. For someone like EMO, the deputy director of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau was a level he typically couldn't reach. After the failure of the first plan, EMO saw Chin Shuring inviting several warriors into the temporary command center. According to other gossip-prone warriors, the 6 warriors invited into the command center were not ordinary individuals. They were the 6 prominent leaders of the Battle Alliance in Safety City No. 188. You could also understand them as the actual controllers of 6 large mercenary groups. It seemed she wanted to gather these 6 individuals to leverage the power of the Battle Alliance to see if they could resolve the situation on Shingon Street. However, after discussing for quite a while, the warriors saw the 6 leaders of the Battle Alliance emerge with grim expressions. It was clear that the talks had broken down.
"Ha ha, I told you. This pretty girl is no good. She's an outsider with no connections in Safety City No. 188, no influence, and she wants to use the Battle Alliance as a tool which Battle Alliance would eat her. These leaders of the Battle Alliance are all seasoned veterans. They want to engage in low-profit, high-risk endeavors. They've rooted themselves in Safety City No. 188 for a long time. Their powers are intricately intertwined, and each of them is backing. In terms of influence, they are hardly intimidated by this pretty girl. This time Chin Shuring has hit a brick wall. She probably just assumed office and doesn't understand the survival rules of this place."
Most deputy directors of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau usually act independently. If you want to hold this position or aim for promotion, you must demonstrate capability and strength, achieving more results and handling more anomaly incidents.
If this issue isn't resolved properly, not only will Chin Shuring be mocked by her colleagues, but her authority will also be marginalized. Being a deputy director of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau is a lucrative position that many covet. The Dragon Nation also employs a merit-based competition for positions. Could it be that the great beauty Chin just assumed office and is already facing dismissal? You think Chin Shuring might rush into the subway to handle this herself out of desperation?
After all, she was new here and didn't have anyone capable under her.
That shouldn't be the case. She wouldn't be that foolish.
The reality aligned with the speculation of these warriors, as negotiations had indeed collapsed. As a 4-level warrior, EMO had keen hearing and overheard several conversations in the meeting room. Chin Shuring wanted the 6 Battle Alliance leaders to unite and cooperate with the forces of her subordinate 7th team from the Town Anomaly Control Bureau to resolve the anomaly incident on Shingon Street. The 6 leaders of the Battle Alliance did not refuse at the time, but presented a price that Chin Shuring could not bear. They agreed to resolve the issue, but demanded 10 billion. Chin Shuring was stunned by this outrageous demand. Her initial estimate was only 10 million. How dare they ask for such a sum? The leaders of the 6 Battle Alliances provided a series of reasons, such as the unknown quantity and power of the anomalies at the Shingon Street subway station, and the presence of absolute-level anomalies. The lives of the dispatched warriors were at great risk. Furthermore, to resolve this subway incident, a substantial workforce was needed, requiring at least a scale of over 150 people. To have so many people work, there must be some compensation. Additionally, there were costs associated with various pills and tools. There were many reasons, but Chin Shuring was not a fool. She realized that these people were merely trying to set an exorbitant price to make her back down. As the deputy director of the Town Anomaly Control Bureau, it was indeed possible to officially reimburse expenses under special circumstances when hiring battle alliances. However, the amount that could be reimbursed was always budgeted. As a newly appointed deputy director, Chin Shuring's annual budget was merely 20 million. If it exceeded that, she would have to pay out of her own pocket, or like other deputy directors, handle more anomaly incidents to obtain a higher budget allocation. The shortage of funds left Qin Shirring in a difficult situation, but she was unwilling to give up. This was her first mission in the position of deputy director. Giving up halfway would be too embarrassing. With ambitions to rise from her family and bear the weight of its revival, she did not want to be mocked during her first battle. To enlist the aid of the 6 major battle alliances, Qin Shirring even invoked her identity, hoping to persuade them. But unfortunately, the leaders of the 6 major battle alliances disregarded her entirely, showcasing their own backings, which were far more significant than hers. Watching the 6 leaders of the battle alliances leave, Qin Shirring felt a mix of sadness and helplessness, slowly overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Is this what society is like? It's so hard for one person to make a living. As her nose twitched and tears threatened to fall, Qin Shirring ultimately clenched her fists and held back. She couldn't simply give up in this situation. She still had one last plan, which was to temporarily recruit idle warriors to carry the anomaly sealing barrier devices, similar to the laptop-like devices that the town anomaly control bureau warriors carried at the start, into the subway. As long as they set up sealing barrier devices at 5 crucial routes in the subway station to prevent the anomalies inside from escaping for a short time, she could barely consider it a resolution to the resurgence incident. Even without the idle warriors from the Battle Alliance, this plan wasn't entirely reliable, but it was better than having no hope at all. Qin Shirring took a loudspeaker and stood on a high platform, clearing her throat to call out,
"Attention! The situation is urgent. We urgently need 5 warriors to enter the subway and set up blocking barriers to prevent the absolute level anomalies inside from getting out. For this mission, each person will receive a reward of 2 million dragon coins."
From Qin Shirring's tone and words, it was evident that she was indeed from the Yu family. There was an air of superiority in her speech that felt less like a question and more like a notification. She was a typical young lady just stepping into society. No wonder Yemo overheard the departing leaders of the Martial Alliance privately complaining, "Whose young lady is this? She hasn't even tempered her character before being released into the world. Just her, how could she accomplish anything?" Though harsh, this statement accurately reflected the evaluation of Qin Shirring. She always carried herself with an air of superiority, making others feel uncomfortable. Clearly, she had never suffered any significant setbacks in this world. Despite her cold and serious facade, her actual understanding and methods were inferior even to the casual martial artists present. Upon realizing that Qin Shirring was merely a facade of strength, some casual martial artists dared to heckle her on the spot. 2 million. What uses 2 million? The base price for an ordinary grade task is already 2 million. Tasks involving deadly anomalies at least start at grade. Offering such a low price of 2 million, are you trying to insult us? Do you understand the market? Stop talking. You misunderstood Deputy Director Qin. She's beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she make such a low-level mistake? What Deputy Director Qin means is that it's 2 million as a starting price, and we can make offers with the lowest bid winning. I see. I offer 20 million. I'll take this task. 19 million. For this bounty I can give it a try. I don't want more, just give me 18 million. Ha ha ha, they're all too expensive. Choose me. 15 million. I'll join in on the fun. 14 million. No one here is bidding lower than me. Watching the raucous martial artists, Qin Shirring felt like crying again, feeling wronged. Which deputy director of the Anomaly Control Bureau would be mocked by casual martial artists right from the start? It's just too much. It's not like she came in without any influence. The leaders of the Martial Alliance didn't leave either, sitting in their luxurious cars in the distance smoking cigars, while waiting to see Qin Shirring's embarrassment. Qin Shirring's mind went blank. Though her face was as cold as an ice queen, inside she felt panicked. This was the first time she faced such a situation, and didn't know how to handle it. She wasn't as strong as she appeared on the surface. That aloof demeanor was just a front. She really wanted to cry. What should she do? As things continued in this manner, Qin Shirring felt she couldn't hold on any longer. Just when she felt she couldn't stay any longer, someone suddenly raised their hand and shouted, "I don't want money. It's free. Let me go." Upon hearing this, both Qin Shirring and the people present were stunned. What the hell? Who is so ruthless? You were supposed to drive up the bidding, not leave us in the dust. To dare say the word free, are you doing this for love? Even Qin Shirring thought she had misheard. Glancing twice in the direction of the voice to confirm. Indeed, there was someone, a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes. His looks were quite striking, with a touch of the sunny boy vibe forming a strong contrast with the older martial artists. Unsurprisingly, the one who raised his hand was Yemo. In order to seize this opportunity, Yemo didn't hesitate to shout free. His goal was to secure this bid, cutting off other martial artists' financial paths and preventing them from competing for monsters. Compared to the bounties for defeating anomalies, for Yemo his own vitality was far more appealing. Especially at a major station like Shingon Street, where the strength and quantity of anomalies were immense. It could be the case that finishing this job would yield a small fortune. Yemo couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Seeing the astonished gazes of the surrounding martial artists, how could a small bird know the ambitions of a swan? Yemo was naturally invited up by Qin Shiying. After all, everyone else asked for money, and he was the only one offering to work for free. His competitiveness was at an all-time high. Qin Shiying couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous looking at the young Yemo. He seemed like a high school student still in school, yet he was actually a martial artist. Typically, martial artists were at least in their 20s, had this person been raised too well. The martial artists below began to heckle. The reason was that Yemo was outshining them, taking away their business, and looking even better than them, which made them uncomfortable. Someone immediately questioned Yemo on stage, "Are you also a martial artist?" "Absolutely. A genuine martial artist." Yemo immediately demonstrated bending a steel pipe with his bare hands, proving his identity as a martial artist. After thinking for a moment, he worried that this crowd might misunderstand, and then explained, "Money isn't what matters. I just can't stand seeing anomalies harming people. Whenever I hear about any anomalous events, I can't help but step in to help everyone." They didn't expect this handsome guy to be so full of positive energy. Seeing someone who couldn't help but intervene in anomalous events was simply bursting with positive energy. Unless he had a penchant for killing anomalies. Qin Shiying also took a closer look at Yemo. Such a positive person was quite rare. "How old are you?" Qin Shiying asked. Yemo thought for a moment. "I'm 20. "What the hell? A 20-year-old martial artist?" Yemo's response elicited a wave of astonishment from the audience. It was no wonder they were amazed. A 20-year-old martial artist was truly a rarity. At least in the secure city, no. 188 such a thing had never been seen. They thought Yemo looked youthful because he took good care of himself, but little did they know he was genuinely young. A 20-year-old martial artist, a prodigy. Ning Xiao, who accompanied Yemo, covered her mouth in surprise. She too had made an error, believing Yemo to possess the strength of a level 4 martial artist, which should have been at least 25 years old. Yet she never expected Yemo to be such a talent. He was even younger than she had imagined. A level 4 martial artist at the age of 20. This news would undoubtedly be explosive worldwide. In the history of the entire world, there had never been such a young level 4 martial artist. What made Ning Xiao blush even more was that at 25, she had fallen for the 20-year-old Yemo. Was this considered an old cow eating young grass? At this point, Qin Shiying could no longer sit still. She understood what a 20-year-old martial artist represented, a genius among geniuses, someone who could potentially ascend to the rank of a level 7 martial arts master. Each of them had boundless prospects. To send such promising individuals into life-threatening tasks made Qin Shiying feel a pang of guilt, especially since they were there for free. She felt even more indebted to Yemo. "It's too dangerous. If you don't want to go, you don't have to." After much hesitation, Qin Shiying said to Yemo. Yemo immediately became displeased. "We agreed on this. You can't just decide that I shouldn't go. Do you have any other options besides me?" Qin Shiying replied. This argument was quite reasonable. Aside from Yemo, she truly couldn't find anyone else. However, at that moment, Qin Shiying's secretary, a girl with black framed glasses, who seemed a bit clueless, Yue, approached. She was someone Qin Shiying had brought from her hometown, a subordinate, and a close friend, the only person Qin Shiying could truly call her own. This somewhat clueless girl, Yue, was clearly handling the role of deputy secretary for the first time. She seemed flustered and unsure how to manage the situation, directly walking up to Qin Shiying and saying, "Sister Ing, something's wrong. The bizarre energy fluctuations beneath Shingon Street have been tested. The anomaly level is 3685. The fluctuation does not exceed 10.
There are indeed deadly anomalies appearing in the subway. According to estimates, there are no less than 5 deadly anomalies.
As soon as she finished, Yue covered her mouth, realizing it was inappropriate to announce such serious news in front of so many people. But by the time Yue tried to retract her words, it was too late. All the professionals present understood the current situation beneath Shinggong Street.
What? No less than 5 deadly anomalies. This is a major incident that hasn't occurred in Secure City No. 188 for years. The last time 5 deadly anomalies appeared was during the Iron Armored Reservoir incident, when 4 deputy directors of the Anomaly Control Bureau and over 100 anomaly controllers were dispatched to eradicate them completely. It is said that even with such a lineup, they lost many lives. There's no choice. Deadly anomalies are incredibly difficult to deal with, especially with their unique abilities that are hard to defend against. Didn't you hear? This incident involves at least 5 deadly anomalies, and the number may be even higher. This isn't a case of who goes and who dies.
Martial artists were both mocking and relieved, thankful they had not taken on this task, otherwise they would have already become corpses. Even the decision-makers of the 6 martial alliances felt wise for their choices. Fortunately, they had quickly backed out, otherwise facing more than 5 deadly anomalies, and numerous other anomalies. Even if the 6 alliances united and achieved victory, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory with countless lives lost. Upon hearing this news, Qin Shi Ying's face turned even paler. However, her cold demeanor made others think she was just deep in thought, while inside, she was extremely anxious. The situation was worse than she had imagined. With more than 5 deadly anomalies, she had thought there would only be 1 or 2. What should she do now? Originally, she thought the most frightened person here would be Yemo, but upon hearing that the number of deadly anomalies was over 5, Yemo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed Qin Shi Ying's hand and wouldn't let go.
What a great opportunity! Please make sure to give this to me.
Yemo's enthusiasm left Qin Shi Ying and the martial artists present utterly dumbfounded. Here they were discussing powerful anomalies, and he was excited. Seeing the beautiful, authoritative Qin Shi Ying blushing slightly, Yemo realized his emotional display was too obvious and quietly released her hand. He coughed twice and explained,
I'm just eager to get in there. Thinking about the possibility of anomalies emerging and wreaking havoc on the world makes my heart ache. I want to rush into the subway immediately.
Qin Shi Ying looked at Yemo amazed. This kid was simply the light of justice. Yemo's urgency was not merely an act. He genuinely wanted to rush into the Shinggong Street subway, as so much time had already passed. However, what would happen once he entered the subway? That was something the people outside must not know. Yemo's words left the martial artists outside speechless. Why was he so eager to go in? Eager to go in and send himself to death? Some martial artists questioned him.
Kid, what will you do if you encounter an anomaly? If I encounter an anomaly, it'll just kill it.
Yemo replied casually, causing the martial artists present to burst into laughter. His response made it seem as if killing an anomaly was as simple as a casual task. Listening to this kid's tone and response, it was as if he had never taken anomalies seriously. With that, everyone realized he was just a naive rookie who had never encountered an anomaly. He had no idea how terrifying anomalies could be. Which martial artist could remain calm and unperturbed when discussing high-level anomalies? It was impossible for anyone to be as composed as Yemo, with an underlying sense of excitement. They didn't know what he was so excited about.
Have you ever killed an anomaly? Do you even know how terrifying anomalies are?
The martial artists continued to ask, hoping to bring this lost lamb back to the right path and help him realize how dangerous anomalies truly were. But Yemo replied,
Aren't anomalies just anomalies? I killed more than one.
Yemo pondered for a moment before sharing his insights on killing anomalies.
Anomalies are actually quite pitiable creatures. They didn't choose to be born into this world. As long as you're patient, willing to spend some time communicating with them, and use physical interaction to help them recognize their errors, many anomalies will realize their mistakes and willingly meet their demise. I personally prefer to use virtue to subdue anomalies. Ha 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 ha.
After Yemo finished speaking, the martial artists below, including the leaders of the 6 martial alliances, and the onlookers, all laughed. It was the first time they had heard someone suggest communicating with anomalies before killing them to make them recognize their mistakes. If anomalies could be persuaded through conversation, they wouldn't be anomalies at all. And to subdue them with virtue. I can't believe that.
So it turns out, this kid is a saint. Ha ha.
The martial artists in the audience appeared, as if they were solving a mystery, laughing heartily, convinced of Yemo's saintly nature. If Yemo were not a saint, why would he refuse any reward and engage in such a perilous task? If Yemo were not a saint, why would he utter such bizarre words to inspire others? Could he possibly be the legendary innate saint body? Only Ning Xiaoxiu, who had some understanding of Yemo, smirked slightly, recalling Yemo's methods against the murderer and the seducer, which were indeed quite saintly. The feeling that making the bizarre feel death was a form of liberation. Yemo realized that speaking with these people was completely mismatched, as if they were not even on the same wavelength. Yemo did not wish to waste words, directly picking up 5 sealing barrier devices, turning around to enter the subway station entrance of Xingong Street. As he entered, he did not forget to turn back and remind, "Do not let anyone in before I come out." Listen. What a saintly person. To prevent more innocent martial artists from risking their lives, he specially reminded everyone, taking all the risk upon himself. But little did they know Yemo's reminder was simply to prevent anyone from coming in and snatching the monsters from him. "Do you have any requests?" It was rare to see Yemo being so warm-hearted. He was young and handsome. Thinking about the reason he might not return due to helping her, Qin Shirring felt a bit guilty. "If I come out, just send me a second-level martial arts manual," Yemo joked, and after saying that, he entered the subway entrance without looking back. Yemo's final smile was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. How positive he was to be able to emit such a heartfelt smile in such a dangerous situation. He must feel genuinely happy to be able to help more people. Such a positive person is hard to come by in this era. Qin Shirring watched Yemo's disappearing figure, feeling a sudden tightness in her nose. She did not know whether it was due to being moved by Yemo's selfless actions, or for some other reason. She then heard some martial artists in the audience say, "To be fair, in this era of the weak devouring the strong, there is no room for rampant kindness, yet I am still quite touched by his righteous actions." What use is that? Does he not know that in the apocalypse the saintly will die first? I wonder if he will be scared to death by the high-level bazaar inside the subway. Little did the martial artists outside know, upon entering the Xingong Street subway station, Yemo was not scared at all, but rather quite delighted. Finally made it in. What a hassle. Yemo sighed, realizing that dealing with human affairs was more troublesome than dealing with the bazaar, having to argue for a long time before getting in and dissuading other martial artists from entering. It was indeed a bit exhausting, but the result was good. The first thing Yemo did upon entering was to throw away the high-tech sealing barrier device in his hand. It was useless for him. Was Yemo there to seal the bazaar inside the subway? No. He was there to clear out all the bazaar within the subway. If the people from the Bazaar Suppression Bureau knew Yemo's plan, they would lament that their strategy was still too conservative. Let's get to work. I wonder how much life value I can gain from this round of business. Yemo crackled his fingers, and next was his gold-digging time. To Yemo, the bazaar was merely a treasure waiting to be dug up. It was indeed gold-digging time. Not long after Yemo walked down the stairs, he encountered the first victim. A bizarre creature covered in steel needles was incessantly hammering its arm with a hammer. This creature was hammering its arm so hard that it echoed, as if it wouldn't stop until it smashed its arm to bits. Seeing this scene, Yemo could not hold back, quickly running over while shouting loudly, "Brother, what are you doing? Why are you self-harming? Treating yourself so cruelly? Can you face your family and friends? Can you face me? If you accidentally smash yourself to death, what a significant loss that would be for me. I'm here to help you. Don't worry, I'm a rescue worker sent from above with plenty of experience in treating self-harm symptoms. As long as I cut off your arm, you can end your self-harm behavior once and for all." Simple and practical. Yemo's words caused the self-harming bazaar to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. "To prevent me from smashing my arm, you suggest cutting it off first. How is that different from stopping someone from committing suicide by shooting them first? You truly are a talent at solving problems." Ding. The junior self-mutilating bazaar has been rendered speechless by your solution. Its bizarre energy overflowing. Dragon Demon Fist automatically operates to absorb, gaining 10,0 health points. Wow. He encountered a junior self-mutilating bazaar as soon as he entered.
This Shingong Street subway station is truly a treasure trove. Seeing Yemo actively approach, the self-harming bazaar dropped its pretense, grinning wickedly at Yemo, while continuing to use its rusty hammer to smash its arm. Since you are here, let's do it together. After all, the pain of self-harm shouldn't be borne by me alone. Yemo watched the self-harming bazaar's actions, and his body suddenly moved uncontrollably. At some point, a hammer identical to the one in the self-harming bazaar's hand appeared in Yemo's hand, and his body syncopated with the self-harming bazaar smashing his own arm one blow after another. This was the ability of the self-harming bazaar, which could compel others to imitate its self-harming actions, and make the imitator feel several times the pain. On the ground lay the bodies of two martial artists with shattered limbs. These two had clearly encountered the self-harming bazaar, smashing their own bones and literally beating themselves to death. The self-harming bazaar was eagerly awaiting Yemo to smash his arm, howling in pain. Howl. Suffer. The self-harming bazaar was looking forward to it. But after smashing for a long time, there were no howls. Yemo, radiating golden light, glanced at the bent hammer in his hand, and looked at the self-harming bazaar with a gaze of disbelief. This thing doesn't hurt at all. Did you buy a fake from the knife shop? Look, this hammer is already bent, and it hasn't even scratched my skin. What the hell, a fake item bought from Pinduoduo? Have you ever seen a cursed object sold on Pinduoduo? This is a cursed object exclusive to self-harmers, which are individuals tormented in life, and filled with deep resentment, transforming into eerie beings after death. When the tools that once tormented them are tainted by eerie powers, they turn into cursed objects. Cursed objects are not ordinary, they embody the resentment and pain of the eerie towards this world. For an ordinary person, being struck even lightly by one would magnify their suffering 100-fold. It might even cause one to faint from the pain. How could it be like Yemo, who took hit after hit without any issues, while the hammer itself ended up bent? The self-harmer cursed in disbelief. Is this kid really this tough? Could he have been raised on refined steel? Ding. The self-harming curse is shocked by your toughness. I have never seen a human withstand blows like you. The cursed energy spills out. The dragon demon fist automatically operated to absorb, gaining 20. 0 health points. With the self-harming curse shocked by Yemo for a moment, Yemo also passively broke the curse's control. This eerie special ability is indeed peculiar. Yemo possesses such strong health points and multiple extraordinary martial skills, yet he couldn't withstand this control effect. Realizing this self-harming curse was unusual, Yemo hesitated no longer and directly attacked the curse. A dragon demon fist struck straight at its face. Friend, you cannot sever your arm with a fake item. I already demonstrated that to you. Let me help you. If I remove both your arms, you will never have to worry about self-harm again. No need to thank me, just call me a good person. What the hell? The self-harming curse was stunned, having just suggested removing one arm, and now it was two. Is this human really this cruel? Thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he's handsome. He really looks down on self-harmers. After all, he is also an ultimate level eerie being, albeit a beginner's ultimate level. That's still an ultimate level. Seeing Yemo attack, the self-harming curse smiled ominously. This human clearly had never experienced the harshness of society, still daring to engage in close combat with an ultimate level eerie being. He underestimated the strength of ultimate level eerie's. This time, the self-harming curse would teach Yemo a lesson. As a high-level eerie, the self-harming curse did not shy away when Yemo's fist came at him. Clearly confident in its strength, it charged forward. In the end, the self-harming curse crashed into a wall 10 meters away, like a kite, with a broken string, its body wedged into the wall, with its arm reduced to a shattered mess. Self-harming curse. What the hell? This human is truly cruel. One punch turned me into this. The self-harming curse realized it had hit a hard wall. Retracting its previous statement, being handsome indeed allows one to do whatever they want. The self-harming curse initially wanted to teach Yemo a lesson, but unexpectedly it was Yemo who taught it a lesson. Ding. The self-harming curse was shocked by your strength. I have never seen such a powerful human. Cursed energy spills out. The dragon demon fist automatically operated to absorb, gaining 20. 0 health points. Seizing the opportunity of your illness to end your life. Yemo's subsequent attack came, delivering another dragon demon fist that crippled the self-harming curse's other arm.
With 2 successful strikes, Emo was quite satisfied.
Claiming 2 arms means 2 arms. I have always been true to my word, never bluffing. Self-harming curse. You're not bluffing, you're bluffing the curse. I'm almost scared to death.
After witnessing Emo's power, the self-harming curse, despite feeling murderous, begged.
Now that both my arms are broken, I can't self-harm anymore. Can I leave now?
If others saw this Eerie begging a human for mercy, they would absolutely think they were hallucinating. Eries are terrifying. It has always been humans begging Eries for mercy. Where have you ever seen an Eerie begging a human? But for Emo, this was merely a routine.
Go. Of course you can leave now that your illness is cured. My purpose is to help you. Your words make me sound like a bad person.
Emo kindly said to the self-harming curse. Emo's kind attitude left the self-harming curse bewildered. Would he let him go so easily? Is this person really a good person, taking it upon himself to treat Eries? This human is too saintly. But then Emo added,
however, my friend, I have discovered other issues with you. You use a hammer bought from Pinduoduo to hit yourself. This foolish behavior is a clear sign of brainlessness. I'm familiar with this condition. Many Eerie friends have this issue. Fortunately, you encountered me. I have rich practical experience in treating brainlessness. Not a single Eerie treated by me has given a bad review. This ailment is easy to cure. As long as I remove your head and smash it, I guarantee you will permanently rid yourself of brainless troubles. 1 treatment, lifetime benefits.
Upon hearing Emo's outrageous remarks, the self-harming curse, which thought it had escaped a disaster, immediately fell from heaven to the depths of despair. What the hell? To treat brainlessness, I need to remove my head and smash it. How is that any different from taking my life? Others charge for treatment, while this human demands my life. No wonder there are no bad reviews. The Eries must have died from your treatments, leaving no chance for bad reviews. The self-harming curse's mindset crumbled due to Emo's alternating tactics. With a cursed face darker than ink after going in circles, this kid still had no intention of letting him go.
Ding.
The self-harming curse is brought to the brink of mental collapse. Cursed energy spills out. The dragon demon fist automatically operated to absorb, gaining 50. 0 health points. Emo smiled. Eries are like water in a sponge. Squeeze them, and there is always something. How simple it is to mess with one's mindset, and again 50 health points. In this world, treating Eries like an ATM, probably only Emo can do it.
The verbal provocation technique getting more proficient.
Emo rubbed his chin, muttering to himself.
Next time, I could try using other methods like crushing bones, skinning the tiger, bench chili water, and when the Eerie is off guard, jumping out from the shadows to scare it while breaking a leg. It might really drive the Eerie's mindset to collapse further.
Hearing Emo's low mutter, the self-harming curse was completely stunned. What kind of terrifying human is this, thinking of torturing an Eerie? His tricks exceed even those of the self-harming curse. This is more cruel than an Eerie. Is this really something a human can do? Since encountering Emo, the self-harming curse felt that everything was going awry.
You are too much. They'll fight you to the end.
The self-harming curse yelled in desperation, charging directly at Emo. Emo scratched his ear, feeling he had squeezed enough. He directly sent this Eerie to its demise. In just 2 moves of the dragon demon fist, he blew the head off the self-harming curse.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed a beginner-level ultimate Eerie, gaining 600 years of life points.
600 years of life essence acquired. Along with the 80 points of vitality harvested from Emo's self-mutilation, it can be considered a bountiful reward. The first battle is won. It seems that dealing with low-level deadly anomalies is child's play with my current strength. It won't take much effort. After pondering for a moment, Emo made a simple comparison between his current strength and that of the deadly anomalies. The attributes of low-level deadly anomalies are trivial before Emo. However, their special bizarre abilities are truly formidable and hard to defend against. The special bizarre abilities Emo mentioned refer to the strange techniques possessed by these anomalies. Once anomalies reach the level of deadly beings or higher, their strange techniques undergo a qualitative leap. The danger level increases significantly. Compared to the calamities caused by monsters, high-level anomalies can be said to be nearly impossible to guard against. If one does not know how to crack these high-level strange techniques, they might be played to death by the anomalies. Because of the existence of high-level strange techniques, low-level deadly anomalies have killed human level 5 warriors,
such occurrences have not been unheard of. It is said that above high-level strange techniques anomalies can give rise to even more terrifying death rules. Death rules are abilities that are even more difficult to deal with than high-level strange techniques. On the territory of the anomalies, if one triggers these death rules, no matter how powerful they are, they will die instantly. It's simply a horrifying matter. This is the aspect Emo fears the most. He has been growing too rapidly, and did not expect to encounter anomalies with high-level strange techniques so soon. He worries that before long he will have to face anomalies with death rules. If he cannot find corresponding measures, he will be extremely passive when faced with these anomalies. Just as Emo was desperately thinking about how to crack this, the system's prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a large number of anomalies, and a short time special reward task completed. Congratulations host, you have gained a new ability, Divine Skill. Divine Skill, the host can consume life essence and martial skills to derive powers that restrain strange techniques or death rules. Emo exclaimed, what? Just as I was thinking something, it appeared. I didn't expect the system to show up at this moment and give me such a great gift. Divine Skill. An ability that can restrain strange techniques or death rules. Isn't this exactly what Emo desperately needs? Is the system some kind of mind reader delivering exactly what I think? At this moment, Emo also recalled that during his subway mission, the system had given him a hint saying that if a large number of anomalies appeared within 24 hours, he could receive a special reward. If the system hadn't popped up at this time, he might have forgotten about this matter. With the new ability, Emo was eager to put it to use. Opening the Attributes panel, he discovered a new section for Divine Skill. Upon checking, he found that he did not have any available Divine Skills at the moment. The abilities of anomalies are called Strange Techniques, while mine is called Divine Skill. This is truly a confrontation with the anomalies. Even the names are so compatible, how could it not be a confrontation? Although there are no Divine Skills yet, the Attribute panel displayed the target Strange Techniques required to activate Divine Skills. Word Spirit Technique can activate the birth of Divine Skill, requires 500 years of life essence, a second-tier martial skill of mastery. Self-Mutilation can activate the birth of Divine Skill, requires 600 years of life essence, a second-tier martial skill of mastery. Emo exclaimed in awe. He knew that giving birth to Divine Skills requires a massive amount of life essence. But this consumption is too much. 500 years of life essence just to activate it. System, why don't you just go rob someone? Emo also realized that to activate the Divine Skills, the strange techniques must be possessed by deadly level or higher monsters. To restrain low-level deadly monsters, strange techniques requires this much life essence. One can only imagine that if he encounters even higher-level strange techniques or death rules, the required life essence would be astronomical. Tom, why not change your career to robbery? You'll definitely earn more than you do now, really. Emo expressed his heartfelt sentiment. With the system doing this, it seems that the 3000 plus years of life essence he worked hard to earn won't even be enough to squander. Emo suddenly realized he was getting younger. He thought the system was simply a mind reader giving him whatever he wanted, but in the end, he discovered that the system was actually after his life essence. The system is sharper than I am. After hesitating for a moment, Emo accepted this outcome. Life essence can be earned again, but life is only one. Regardless, as long as the Divine Skill is useful. However, to give birth to Divine Skills besides life essence, one also needs to consume martial skills. Emo couldn't understand this point. Does that mean once Divine Skills are birthed, the martial skills used will be cleared? In response to the host, activating Divine Skills requires martial skills as necessary materials. However, once the activation is successful, the martial skills will not disappear. It just means that when activating other Divine Skills next time, the martial skills that were previously used as materials cannot be used again. Emo exclaimed in surprise. What? System. Do you have intelligence? Emo did not expect that, after he expressed his confusion, the system could respond so promptly. This was a situation Emo had never encountered before. The system spoke as if it were not an idiot. System services the host, and can answer corresponding questions within certain permissions. Please note that the final interpretation rights of the host's questions belong to the system. The host can also name the system dear. Emo chuckled. Naming it is fine, but outwardly respectful while internally indifferent.
That phrase about the final interpretation rights belonging to the system explains everything. In short, you can ask questions, but whether to answer or not depends on the system's mood. Guillermo had no intention of antagonizing the system, it was just a mutually beneficial arrangement. Since he could name it, he casually decided on a name. From now on I will call you. Shall I? The system responded. Am I encountering a brainless fan of Laidbus? What's even more outrageous is that Guillermo actually made it change its voice to that of a lowly, claiming that the cold, icy voice was uncomfortable. What the hell? Am I that kind of shameless system?
Shall AI, are you there? Yes, what can I do for you, host?
Hearing the system in his mind change to a lowly voice, Guillermo nodded in satisfaction. With the initial results of training the system, he finally regained some faith, making this faulty system remember his life points every day. Guillermo contemplated for a moment, planning to test the usage of this divine skill first to see how effective it was so as not to panic when facing a difficult and strange situation later. Guillermo can now target 2 strange skills using life points to manifest divine skills. He chose to create a divine skill to counter the self-harm strange skill, because this strange skill posed a significant threat to him. Once activated, he wouldn't even have the chance to use the Great Sealing Hand. If it weren't for Guillermo having the second-tier perfected martial art invincible golden body, he might have truly fallen victim to this self-harm trick. With a thought, Guillermo's life points were immediately reduced by 600 years. Losing so many life points at once made Guillermo feel like his heart was bleeding. Fortunately, soon the system provided a prompt.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for using the second-tier martial art clear mirror hard decision and sacrificing 600 years of life points to create the divine skill Counter Self-Harm. Counter Self-Harm. All self-harm related strange skills cannot exert control effects on the host.
EMO. The name and explanation of this divine skill are simply straightforward to the extreme. The strange skill is called self-harm, and the divine skill born from it is called counter self-harm. It's quite targeted, just making the self-harm control effects ineffective. Guillermo was speechless, implying that this divine skill, which wasted a large amount of life points, was actually only useful against specific strange skills. Without adding attributes or skills, the 600 years of life points could have allowed Yumazuri to upgrade 2 first-tier martial arts to second-tier martial arts and reach perfection. It all felt not worth the price. However, Guillermo thought again that this shouldn't be counted like that. This divine skill could save his life at a critical moment. When encountering an unresolvable strange skill, directly summoning the corresponding divine skill would reverse the situation and turn the tide. Not only could it kill difficult strange beings and save his life, but it could also gain a large amount of life points, as long as it played a crucial role at critical moments. The value of this divine skill cannot be calculated with just a few hundred years of life points. Thinking this way made Guillermo feel much better. The system doesn't seem so bad after all.
So does this mean I've become a strange being kryptonite? Speaking of which, the most annoying aspect of high-level strange beings is those unpredictable high-level strange skills and death rules. If Guillermo has means to counter them, then why fear them at all?
After discovering he possessed divine skills, Guillermo's confidence in hunting high-level strange beings increased significantly. Having more skills doesn't weigh one down. Let's go! Guillermo strode toward the subway below. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard someone in the shadows asking him,
Young man, do you prefer hemp,